Inside the abandoned building behind Jiangxing Wugao High School. The place is overgrown with weeds and littered with construction debris. Lu Li stands before an unconscious girl facing the school's top bully Li Mo and his two lackeys. What? You the third bully who only steals lollipops want to play hero and save the beauty? Li Mo sneered, waving his hand at the two followers behind him. Or will you pretend not to see, take the money, and leave? A bundle of 100,000 yuan in cash was thrown on the ground. But as a deal, Lu Li had to leave and not tell anyone about today's events. Lu Li did not pick up the money. He simply raised his head and looked at the three men in front of him. Li Mo, the eldest son of the Li family, the largest noble clan in Jiangxing, a man who could do anything he wanted in the city. At that moment, Li Mo also noticed Lu Li's gaze. He looked up and revealed a sinister smile. Lu Li, don't be afraid, we definitely won't settle scores later. Also, you can put forward any conditions. Li Mo's voice was now quite sincere without the usual arrogance. The communicator in your breast pocket is recording, right? Don't worry. I won't ask you to delete it either. Consider it a leverage I've given you. Lu Li took a deep breath. What was going on here? What terrible luck. Skipping school by climbing the wall and running into this mess. In this world overrun by exotic beasts where martial artists reign supreme, the words of a rich young master from a major family cannot be trusted a single bit. If it weren't for my diligent cultivation over the years and my strong blood vitality, you three wouldn't have been able to kill me, and you would have done it long ago. Exactly. Lu Li, why don't you join young Master Li from now on? Zhao Hu, one of Li Mo's followers, spoke up at the right moment. But you have to pay a loyalty fee. That is, after young Master Li finishes, you must do the same to her. And then kill her. After saying this, he pointed directly at the school beauty Lin Chen lying on the ground. Lu Li, I understand your situation. Li Mo spoke earnestly with a hint of sincerity. You are an orphan scraping by doing odd jobs and stealing lollipops from kindergarten kids. Your blood vitality cultivation is indeed good. Top 10 in your grade. But so what? No matter how strong your blood vitality is in the future, you'll just be a laborer good for carrying bricks at best. To get stronger in this world, you need techniques, martial skills, and talent. But as far as I know, you can't learn any techniques or martial skills. Your talent word hasn't awakened early either. Li Mo's words were like a knife stabbing into Lu Li's heart. He had been transmigrated for 3 years. Lu Li knew better than anyone the law of the jungle. Outside the city, exotic beasts roamed, inside the city, martial artists ruled. Only by becoming strong could one survive. He had once dreamed of making a name for himself after transmigration, imagining awakening some awesome system and defeating everyone. But reality was cruel. What he had awakened, this so-called bully system, seemed awesome, but was actually useless. The system was simple and crude. By bullying people, you could earn bully points. Bullying bad people could even earn a large amount of bully points. Bully points could be exchanged for anything you could imagine. Everything was available in the system shop. But the consequence was that he could no longer learn any martial techniques or skills from this world of martial artists and exotic beasts, and could not awaken any talent abilities. Back then, when Lu Li looked at the system panel, he was so excited he couldn't sleep all night. Wasn't this a cheat tailor-made for him? Did he even need to learn to bully people? However, a cruel fact immediately made him face reality. In this world, there was no law. If you bully someone, they will beat you up, and that's only natural. It doesn't matter if they beat you to death or cripple you. In the martial artist world, might makes right. Lu Li immediately chickened out. He didn't dare to bully peers. He could only target the safest group, kindergarten kids. And so for 3 years he had accumulated a few hundred bully points by stealing lollipops from kindergarten kids, all of which he exchanged for blood vitality. But what was the result? He could never accumulate enough bully points to exchange for skills and techniques, and could never advance to a first-tier martial artist. Lu Li, you don't have to feel uneasy. Lin Chen is just a new transfer student. To you and me, she is a stranger. In this world, sympathy is the cheapest thing. For yourself, take the money and leave. Li Mo looked at Lu Li, impatience flickering in his eyes. Lu Li, a wise man submits to circumstances. Take the money and get lost. Don't disturb young Master Li's fun. Otherwise you won't live either, threatened Zhang Long, another follower of Li Mo. Zhang Long, how do you talk to our third bully? Lu Li, go. I don't want to fall out over a woman. Just go. The rest is up to the Li family. It's a win-win. Win-win. A fine win-win. A beautiful girl's life lost because of your win-win. Lu Li looked at the 5750 bully points above Li Mo's head, gnashing his teeth in hatred. But did he have the capital to resist? If he refused, Li Mo and his men could kill him right now. He was just an orphan, a high school student with decent blood vitality, but terrible talent. In this world, he was a complete weakling. A weakling with no choices. A wave of powerlessness washed over Lu Li. Perhaps quitting and starting over was an option. Just as he clenched his fist ready to fight to the death, a cold system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. The bully system has detected that the host is facing a lethal threat. Due to the emergency, a hidden function has been activated. Avatar system. Avatar function description: the host will receive a dedicated avatar, whose sole mission is to protect the host's life. Avatar strength is always 3 major realms above the host. Current host strength, quasi-martial artist, blood vitality, 999. Avatar strength peak, 3rd tier martial artist. Avatar form is being generated. Generation complete. The avatar will be automatically stored in the system space. The host can summon the avatar at any time. Ding. First time activation of hidden function special reward 1000 bully points. Luli was stunned. Was the system afraid he would delete his account and start over giving him an extra gift pack? An avatar always 3 realms above him. From now on he could bully anyone he wanted. He suddenly realized a crazy fact. With such a peak 3rd tier avatar he could easily earn bully points. Because even in Jiangxing a peak 3rd tier martial artist was considered someone. Ordinary small matters could be easily handled. Luli, still not taking the money, and leaving. Liamo said even more impatiently. Right away young Master Li. Enjoy yourself. I'm off now. Having said that Luli picked up the 100,000 yuan from the ground and quickly disappeared. Seeing Luli's behavior Liamo smiled a sinister smile. I thought he was a tough guy. He looked down at Lin Chen on the ground and gave Zhang Long and Zhao Hu a signal. Hurry up. After we're done Uncle Li should be here soon. Then we'll catch Luli, kill him, and make him the perfect scapegoat. But young Master Li who had found the scapegoat was now scheming how to ruin his good deed. Luli hurriedly rounded the corner of the abandoned building with 100,000 yuan in cash. After confirming no one was following him, he leaned against a mottled wall and panted heavily. He looked down at the thick bundle of crisp bills in his hand. 100,000 yuan, enough to have taken him years of odd jobs to save before. Fuck, I'm rich. Finally no more suffering in this damn other world. System summon a clone to save Lin Chen. However there was no response whatsoever. System opened the clone summoning panel. A pale blue holographic screen unfolded within Luli's mind. Host Luli age 17 martial realm quasi-martial artist vitality 999999 bully points 1001 clone system clone no. 1 combat power peak 3rd rank martial artist Luli stared at his clone panel, his pupils contracting. How do I actually summon it? This damn system didn't even provide a manual. Do I need to personally participate in bullying a bully for the clone to respond? Damn it. Should I just try? But going back meant directly antagonizing the Li family. The Li family was an ancient aristocratic clan in Jiangxing, and their strongest member was rumored to be a peak 5th rank martial emperor. What did the 5th rank mean? A terrifying existence capable of slaughtering an entire city alone. Meanwhile his clone was only peak 3rd rank, a gap of 2 major cultivation realms larger than the difference between a human and a dog. Luli bent down to pick up the money, and took 3 steps forward then stopped. He remembered the look in Lin Chen's eyes that morning, the way she saw him as a normal person. For 3 years everyone had treated him like a joke. The nickname, 3rd Bully, carried nothing but mockery, never a shred of reverence. His martial talent was laughably poor. All his classmates faced him only with ridicule and contempt. Only Lin Chen looked at him with nothing but neutrality. I'll take the risk. Luli turned around and strode back. So what if it's the Li family? Worst case I die. This life was snatched from death anyway, and 3 years isn't nothing. Besides I've got a clone system now, what do I have to fear? He had long suspected this system, though ostensibly called a bully system, only generously rewarded bully points when he bullied a true bully. The red number 5750 floating above Li Mo's head proved it. Meanwhile, ordinary mischievous kids yielded only blue numbers worth a point or 2 per lollipop stolen. This wasn't asking him to become a bully. It was forcing him to be a bully who specializes in punishing bullies. And he had to maintain the scowling, arrogant demeanor of a true jerk. Inside the abandoned building Liamo was crouching beside Lin Chen, reaching out to yank her collar. Young Master Li, this girl is really beautiful. Zhao Hu said, his eyes nearly popping out. Liamo ignored him, his fingers slowly pulling down the zipper on Lin Chen's school uniform. He didn't lack women, but those women were only after his family's status, their sycophancy, making him sick. But Lin Chen was different. She looked at everyone with the same cold indifference. That feeling of being ignored infuriated Liamo, so he wanted to ruin her. Just as the zipper was halfway down, stop. A roar exploded. A figure burst in and smashed a fist into Liamo's nose. Blood splattered everywhere. Liamo flew backward and fell, the back of his head cracking against the concrete floor as stars danced before his eyes. Clutching his face, he staggered up, and through his blurred vision, saw a familiar face. Luli, that useless trash who only bullied kindergartners. Standing in front of Lin Chen, fists clenched his chest, heaving wildly. This kid actually dared to hit me. Luli, are you trying to die? Luli. Zhao Hu and Zhang Long were equally stunned. Are you fucking crazy? Not crazy. Luli cracked his wrists. I just suddenly realized beating the shit out of you guys would feel pretty good. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have earned 30 bully points. 30 bully points per slap. I could punch him until he doesn't even recognize himself. Liamo stood up, blood dripping between his fingers from his nose. His expression shifted from shock to pure fury. I gave you a chance. You didn't want the 100,000 yuan, so you came back looking for death. Get him. Kill him. The 4 of them immediately tangled in a brawl. Luli's fighting style was utterly unrefined. He had never learned any martial technique, relying solely on his 999 vitality points and the street fighting experience from his past life. Groin kicks, eye-gouging throat locks, monkey snatch the peach. He used every dirty trick imaginable. Fuck. Luli, do you have any martial honor? Zhao Hu grabbed his crotch, his face turning green. Martial honor. You guys deserve it. Zhang Long wrapped his arms around Lu Li's neck from behind. Lu Li jerked his head backward, ramming his forehead straight into Zhang Long's mouth. A cracking sound echoed as half a front tooth shattered. Li Mo seized the opportunity to punch Lu Li's cheek. Blood filled Lu Li's mouth, but he grinned. That's it. Then he charged forward with a headbutt aimed at Li Mo's forehead. All four rolled on the ground, tearing at each other, clothes ripping, faces bleeding. For nearly 10 minutes neither side could gain the upper hand. Lu Li slumped against the wall, gasping for breath, desperately calling out to his system internally, summon the clone. Now, ding. The current battle has not reached a fatal threat level. Summoning a clone will affect the host's ability to earn bully points. Lu Li almost spat blood. Summoning a clone affected his bully point earnings. I think I can still hold on. A single slap was worth dozens of bully points. Go all out. Li Mo was also panting, but his eyes turned cold as he glanced toward the entrance. His guardian, Uncle Li, should be arriving any moment. Uncle Li's real name was Li Tieshan, a peak second-rank martial artist. What did peak second rank mean? Handling a Lu Li who wasn't even a proper first-rank martial artist was as easy as crushing an ant. Lu Li, you're dead today. Leaning against the wall, Li Mo wore a sinister smile. Once Uncle Li arrives, he'll sever your tendons first, making you watch helplessly as we play with this woman. After we're done with her, we'll kill her, then kill you. Finally, we'll stage the scene to look like you raped her and then committed suicide out of guilt. Satisfied with that script, Lu Li's heart sank. He knew all too well how aristocratic young masters operated. Framing and scapegoating were everyday tricks. At that moment, steady, powerful footsteps echoed from outside the building. A lean, middle-aged man in a gray robe stepped inside. High cheekbones, sunken eyes, and a sharp gaze. A rune-etched short sword hung at his waist, faintly glowing. Uncle Li, Li Mo exclaimed excitedly. It's this blind fool. Just sever his tendons. Li Tieshan's gaze fell on Lu Li, scanning him up and down. Quasi-martial artist. His vitality is quite substantial. Pity. Then he moved. The speed of a peak second-rank martial artist was beyond Lu Li's ability to track. He could only see a blur. A hand wrapped in pale red vitality energy shot toward his shoulder. Every hair on Lu Li's body stood on end. He had never felt death this close. Just as that hand was about to make contact with his shoulder, ding. Host faces a fatal threat detected. Clone. Auto-summoning initiated. A hand suddenly reached out and firmly grasped Li Tieshan's wrist, as effortless as grabbing a tree branch. Li Tieshan's pupils sharply contracted. How did this person appear and yet grab his hand so easily? His grip could crush at least 1,000 kilograms, yet now he was utterly immobilized. At that moment, a young man clad in black combat attire appeared before Lu Li. His features bore a striking resemblance to Lu Li's, yet sharper and more austere in contour. A faint golden radiance enveloped his entire body. Li Tieshan's face turned ashen in an instant. Third realm. Peak. Though the gap between the second and third realms appears minimal, the transformative shift in one's chi and blood at the higher level creates an insurmountable difference in power. And this opponent stood at the peak of the third realm, a mere step away from breaking through to the fourth realm, the realm of the martial king. Young master, run. Li Tieshan roared, struggling desperately to break free, but the clone merely curled his fingers slightly. A sickening crack echoed through the air as Li Tieshan's wrist shattered under the clone's ruthless grip. Before he could even scream, a swift kick slammed into his chest. Boom. Li Tieshan was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing into the wall 10 meters away with enough force to spiderweb the concrete surface. He slid down the fractured wall, blood gurgling from his lips as he struggled futilely to rise. A single strike. Just one blow. A cultivator at the peak of the second realm had been utterly ruined. Silence descended upon the abandoned building. Li Ma and the other two stood frozen in place like statues, their expressions cycling rapidly from smug confidence to sheer terror to utter despair. Lu Li emerged from behind his clone, brushing dust from his clothes, while wincing as he rubbed his bruised left eye. Then he turned to face the trio with a bright, unsettling smile. That grin looked far more menacing in Li Ma's eyes than any demon could be. Young Master Li, what were you saying just now? About having an Uncle Li. He walked up to Li Mo, looking down at him. Coincidentally, I have my own Uncle Lu. He nodded toward the clone. Just a third realm peak. Slightly stronger than your Uncle Li, but don't mind. Li Ma's lips quivered violently, unable to form a single word. The red bully score hovering above his head, 5,750, was fluctuating wildly. Lu Li's eyes lit up as he stared at the number. He raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap across Li Ma's face. Smack. Ding. Administered a slap to bully Li Mo, earned 10 bully points. Lu Li's eyes gleamed brighter. 10 points per slap. He pivoted and backhanded Zhao Hu across the face. Ding. Delivered a punch to bully Zhao, who earned 10 bully points. He then kicked Zhang Long in the stomach. Ding. Administered a kick to bully Zhang Long, earned 10 bully points. What followed for the next half hour became the greatest nightmare Li Ma and the others would ever endure. Lu Li instructed his clone to pin them down as he began the relentless process of collecting bully points. Slaps, punches, and kicks rained down in succession, each strike calibrated with precision to inflict maximum agony, without crossing into fatality. The system had warned him that killing them would yield all remaining bully points, but he dared not push so far. The Li family was after all a millennium-old aristocratic house. Beating them would offend them, but at least there remained room for reconciliation. Moreover, roughing them up would net him roughly half the bully points, totaling over 4,000, which was more than enough to exchange for valuable items. Ding. Administered a slap to bully Lee Mo earned 10 bully points. The system's prompts came thick and fast, striking like raindrops. Within moments, Lee Ma and the other two resembled swollen pigs. Broken noses, eyes puffed shut to slits, lips split open with blood and saliva streaming down their chins. They had already exhausted themselves from screaming. After 40 minutes of relentless beating, Lu Li finally ceased. Not out of sudden conscience, but sheer exhaustion. He shook out his numb right hand and summoned the system panel 5638 bully points. 3 years had yielded merely 300, yet in a single evening, he'd gathered over 4,000. What a profitable venture. Enough. Lu Li dusted off his hands and turned toward Lini Chen. It was time to leave before the location drew unwanted attention. He crouched and reached out to assist Lini Chen. The moment his fingers brushed her shoulder, Lini Chen opened her eyes. Those eyes were clear and bright, showing no sign of unconsciousness whatsoever. Lu Li's hand froze midair. The next second, Lini Chen sat up, unaided, casually adjusted the zipper on her school uniform, rose to her feet with unhurried grace, and brushed the dust and grass from her skirt. She carried herself with such composure as though she'd simply taken a nap. You're awake. Lini Chen's lips curved into the faintest smile. I've been awake this whole time. Lu Li's mind staggered for 3 full seconds. Awake the entire time. Yes, from the very beginning. She paused. A mere drugging attempt, and you think it could incapacitate a cultivator at the peak of the first realm? I haven't played those petty tricks since I was 3 years old. Lu Li's entire understanding of the situation was unraveling. Then why? Why pretend to faint? Lini Chen finished his thought, her gaze sweeping over the 3 men crumpled on the ground like discarded corpses. I was about to kill all 3 of them outright. But then you arrived. I wanted to observe how the legendary third bully would respond. Would you prove to be a heroic rescuer or a scheming accomplice? She turned her attention back to Lu Li, her expression now carrying something he couldn't quite decipher. What an unexpected spectacle. Who would have guessed that the infamous third bully of Jiangqing Martial High is also a youthful hero? And who could have predicted that a timid high school senior would command a third realm peak warrior as personal protection? Then why deliberately fall victim to Li Ma's scheme? Lini Chen chuckled coldly. The Li family has run rampant in Jiangqing for far too long. Someone needs to put them in their place. So I started with their foolish son first. Lu Li felt a chill crawl up his spine. This woman had been setting a trap from the very beginning. Reading his thoughts, Lini Chen offered a faint smile. There's no need for fairness when dealing with villains. She turned toward Li Tieshan in the corner, still gasping blood but conscious. Are you the Li family's guardian? Li Tieshan managed to lift his head, sensing an entirely different aura. The chi and blood resonance radiating from her surpassed even the peak of the first realm. This woman had been concealing her true cultivation all along. Return to your Li family and tell them this. Lini Chen's voice carried a quiet authority that brooked no argument. For what happened today, the Li family will pay a heavy price. Otherwise, the prefecture lord's mansion will not let this go. Li Tieshan trembled, his pupils dilating in shock. The prefecture lord's mansion. You are. Lini Chen offered no reply, merely casting him a cool glance before turning to leave. She paused beside Lu Li. You must be Lu Li, correct? Thank you for today. She paused. Don't mention it. Lu Li gave an awkward smile. My father is Lin Jinan, the newly appointed prefecture lord of Jiangqing. He arrived less than a month ago. Before Lu Li could respond, Lini Chen was already walking toward the building's exit. A few steps later, she paused without turning back. By the way, don't spread word about what happened today. And keep quiet about my pretending to faint. Why, oi? Lini Chen tilted her head, slightly revealing half her face. The sunset filtered through the shattered window, casting a golden halo around her features. Because I intend to remain at the Martial Arts Academy a while longer. This school proves rather fascinating. With that, she strode away, her figure vanishing into the overgrown field. Lu Li watched her depart, his thoughts a tangled mess. The prefecture lord's mansion. Lin Jinan's daughter. This new campus beauty came from far too significant a background. He glanced back at Li Ma and the others shivering on the ground, and felt an unexpected pang of sympathy for them. Li Ma had truly provoked forces beyond his comprehension this time. In the corner, Li Tieshan leaned against the wall, his face ashen. He recalled the legend of Lin Beishan, the fearsome warrior who had single-handedly quelled the Lingnan beast tide and slain the 6th realm beast king with his own hands. His daughter, drugged by his own young master, nearly suffered. Li Tieshan closed his eyes. The Li family was likely facing utter ruin this time. Lu Li paid no mind to Li Mo and the other 4, instead returning home battered and wounded. His residence lay within the eastern district slums of Jiangqing. Broken tenement buildings stood everywhere, crammed with lowly commoners and low-ranking martial artists. The corridors carried the damp, rancid stench of poverty. Yet even such a place could only be rented thanks to Lu Li's status as a student of Jiangqing Martial High. Ordinary orphans would never qualify for subsidized housing. Click. Lu Li unlocked the door and stepped inside. The room was modest. A single bedroom and living area under 40 square meters. The living room held only a worn sofa and a battered coffee table. Several well-worn books sat stacked on the coffee table. The walls showed signs of age with a yellowed tint, yet Luli kept the space remarkably clean, lacking the usual disarray of a bachelor's quarters. This was his sole sanctuary after 3 years of transmigration. Luli shed his school uniform jacket caked with dust and blood and tossed it into the washing machine. He walked to the kitchen and opened the aging refrigerator, pulling out a can of cola. PSSSD. The icy carbonation burst across his tongue as he collapsed onto the sofa, exhaling a long, weary breath. Damn it, that damn business is finally over. I imagine the Lee family is now preoccupied with figuring out how to deal with the Lord Mayor's wrath. They're unlikely to come after me anytime soon. He closed his eyes, envisioning Lee Mo and the others lying on the ground like beaten dogs, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Satisfying. Truly fucking satisfying. Though his entire body still throbbed with dull aches. He would need to figure out how to handle potential retaliation from the Lee family down the line. But in this moment, Luli felt nothing but relief. 3 years. For 3 years he'd been reduced to bullying kindergartners over lollipops, just to rack up points, becoming a laughingstock throughout the entire school. Labeled the third most feared bully at Jiangsheng Martial High. The one who supposedly could pummel the elderly at Nanshan Retirement Home and kick the children at Beihai Kindergarten. Today he had finally gotten some revenge. He had actually taken down some real bullies. However, Luli opened his eyes, his expression growing grave. The Li family was after all a millennium-old aristocratic house in Jiangsheng, rumored to have a peak 5th-rank martial emperor guarding the clan. Though today he'd merely beaten Li Mo without intent to kill, the feud was already sealed. He needed to strengthen himself as quickly as possible. System, open the panel. A pale blue holographic display unfolded within his mind. Host Luli, age 17, martial realm, proto-martial artist, blood vitality, 999 bully points, 5638 technique, refining body, first chapter, unmastered combat skills, basic swordplay, unmastered basic footwork, unmastered talent, unawakened clone unit 1 strength, peak, 3rd rank, martial artist technique, refining body, first chapter, unmastered combat skills, basic swordplay, unmastered basic footwork, unmastered talent, unawakened. Luli stared at the 5638 bully points on the panel, his heart pounding fiercely. This was the largest windfall he'd accumulated in 3 years. In the past, a whole year of stealing lollipops would only net him 100 points, but beating up those 3 from the Li family today had instantly added over 4,000 to his total. The cost-effectiveness of this venture was simply night and day compared to before. System, open the marketplace. The display shifted, revealing a densely packed list of merchandise. Blood vitality enhancement pills, 10 bully points, each permanently raising the blood vitality ceiling by 10 points. Refining body art, first chapter, cultivation, acceleration, 500 bully points, instantly advancing to the mastered stage. Basic swordsmanship, cultivation, acceleration, 200 bully points, instantly advancing to the entry level. Basic movement technique, cultivation, acceleration, 200 bully points, instantly advancing to the entry level. First rank martial art, collapsing fist, 800 bully points. First rank sword art, gale, /100 bully points. Second rank sword art, broken army blade manual, 300 bully points. Continuing down the list were countless rare heavenly treasures, divine weapons, and advanced techniques, with prices spanning from thousands to hundreds of thousands of bully points. Luli's eyes burned with desire at what he saw, but his reason warned him not to spend recklessly. He thought seriously about his situation. Only 3 days remained until the college entrance examination. The college entrance examination represented the sole opportunity for all young people in this world to change their fate, especially for an orphan like him. The martial arts examination was divided into liberal arts and martial studies tracks. The liberal arts portion accounted for 20%, while martial studies made up 80%. Luli had no concerns about his liberal arts performance. In his past life, he had endured the crucible of 9 years of compulsory education and 3 years of grueling college entrance exam preparation. For him, the liberal arts examination in this world was like a dimensional strike, elementary school material. Topping the entire school would be effortless. But the martial arts section was problematic. The martial studies track consisted of 4 assessment components: blood vitality, 100 points martial skill evaluation, 200 points covering basic swordsmanship and movement techniques, cultivation practice, 100 points, and talent awakening, 100 points. His current standing was precarious. With blood vitality at 999, he hovered at the threshold of first-rank martial artist. Push himself hard, and he could score well here. But martial skill assessment, 0 points. Cultivation practice, 0 points. Talent awakening. All examinees would take the awakening potion after the exam, leaving this entirely unknown. If I took the exam right now, I'd barely scrape together 250 points at most. The admission threshold for Kyoto Martial University last year was 450 points. That's an insurmountable gap. Not to mention Kyoto Martial University, I couldn't even get into an ordinary martial institution. But that was in the past. Now he possessed a system. Luli turned his gaze back to the marketplace, his mind racing through calculations. My target is the top-tier Kyoto Martial University. To be safe, he needed at least 320 points in the martial arts section. My current blood vitality sits at 999 points. Just one more point, and I'll break through to first-rank martial artist. As long as I break through to first-rank martial artist, I can confidently secure the full 100 points for this section. As for cultivation practice, I'm working with the most basic refining body first chapter. If I advance it to the completion stage, I can earn full marks. After all, it would be remarkable if ordinary students could cultivate basic techniques to a minor achievement. For the martial skills assessment covering basic swordsmanship and footwork, I need to reach at least the entry stage to pass. Earning 60 points from each would total 120 points. This way, 100 points for blood vitality plus 100 for cultivation plus 120 for martial skills equals 320 points. Adding the full 100 points for liberal arts brings the total to 420. As for talent awakening, though it counts toward the overall score, I can't prepare for it in advance. I'll just have to leave it to fate. But apparently everyone can awaken a talent skill. It's just a matter of whether it's good or bad. At minimum, I'd secure 30 points. In that case, the total would reach at least 450 points, making Kyoto Martial University theoretically achievable. Even if I can't make it to Kyoto Martial University, I'd at least qualify for a key martial institution. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Li made his decision. First, raise blood vitality from 999 to 1100, just enough to breach the threshold of first-rank martial artist. Second, advance the refining body first chapter directly to completion stage. He could explain this externally as profound accumulation leading to sudden manifestation, especially since his renowned thick blood vitality made such a claim plausible. Third, elevate basic swordsmanship and footwork only to entry level. This would barely pass without drawing excessive attention. System: how many bully points does this plan require? Ding. Here's the calculation. Blood vitality from 999 to 1100 requires 11 enhancement pills totaling 100 bully points. Note there's a certain failure probability when breaking through major realms. The system can guarantee 100% success, requiring an additional 1 bully point as a stabilization fee. Refining body first chapter to completion: 600 bully points basic swordsmanship, to entry 200 bully points basic movement, to entry 200 bully points total, 1101 bully points. Ding. Exchange successful. Deducting 1101 bully points, remaining balance 4537 points. The moment the words left his lips, a torrent of heat erupted from the depths of his dantian. This, becoming a first-rank martial artist, hurts too much. Lu Li let out a muffled groan, his body instantly stiffening. That surge of heat coursed wildly through his meridians, flooding every corner of his being. He could distinctly feel his meridians widening bit by bit. Is this the transformation that accompanies a major realm breakthrough? Pain. It was 10 times more agonizing than kidney stones in his past life. Lu Li clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead as sweat instantly soaked through his clothes. Yet within that excruciating pain, a cool force protected his divine sense, ensuring he would not collapse from the unbearable torment. It was the stability fee granted by the system doing its work. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. Boom. A deep muffled roar erupted from within his body, as if an eternal shackle had been shattered completely. The excruciating pain receded like a retreating tide, giving way to an indescribably blissful sensation. Lu Li opened his eyes and panted heavily, drawing in great gulps of air. He glanced down at his hands. A faint crimson glow coated the surface of his skin, a hallmark of blood and chi power projecting outward. First realm warrior. He had successfully broken through. Immediately following that, 2 more streams of information flooded his mind. The fundamental movements of basic swordsmanship were deeply branded into his muscle memory. The 5 fundamental stances of basic body movement similarly became second nature to his body. Then came the largest stream of information, the cultivation insight from the first chapter of body refinement. Innumerable experiences poured in, frantically absorbed simultaneously by both brain and body. Lu Li could clearly sense that his understanding of the first chapter of body refinement had reached an entirely new height. Many cultivation methods that had once seemed half understood suddenly clicked into place. Ding. Enhancement complete. The system prompt sounded. Lu Li took a deep breath and slowly rose to his feet. He stretched his limbs, his joints crackling with crisp sounds. Everything was different. Completely different. After breaking through to the first realm warrior, he felt his physical attributes had improved across the board. His strength, speed, reflexes, and endurance had all increased by at least 1.5 times compared to before. Lu Li walked to the wall, clenched his right fist, and poured his blood and chi power into his arm. He threw a punch. Bang. A heavy impact sound echoed. A shallow fist mark appeared on the wall about half a finger's depth. Looking at the mark, Lu Li grinned. When I was a quasi-warrior, even my full power punch could only leave an impression. Now even a casual punch goes half a finger deep. If I unleash my full power, I should be able to drive it in a full finger. Before, when I fought with Li Mo and the others, it took 4 of us 10 minutes of grappling just to gain the upper hand. Now if I were to face those 3 again. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. 10 seconds. Within 10 seconds I could take all 3 of them down. After the excitement subsided, Lu Li opened the clone system to check again. Upon seeing it, his eyes widened in shock. Clone no. 1. Strength early 4th realm martial king. Cultivation method first chapter of body refinement perfection. Martial arts basic swordsmanship perfection, basic body movement perfection. 4th realm. Martial king. Lu Li was overcome with both surprise and joy. He remembered clearly that the system had previously stated the clone's strength would always be 3 major realms higher than the host. When he was a quasi-warrior, the clone had been at the peak of the 3rd realm. Now that he had broken through to the first realm warrior, the clone had indeed broken through, as well leaping directly into the fourth realm martial king. Fourth realm martial king. Throughout the entire Jiangqing, the strongest, openly acknowledged figure was only the Li family elder at the peak of the fifth realm martial emperor. It was said the new city lord was also at the peak of the martial emperor realm. A fourth realm martial king was already a master capable of presiding over a region. Moreover, the clone's martial arts proficiency had also increased in sync with his own. Basic swordsmanship and basic body movement. Perfection. Lu Li swallowed hard. Proficiency was divided into 4 stages: beginner, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. For an ordinary person, reaching major achievement with basic martial arts was considered quite good. Reaching perfection meant being a genius among geniuses. And his clone, just by learning any basic martial art, had already achieved perfection. This golden finger was far too overpowered, wasn't it? Lu Li paced back and forth in the room, thrilled. I currently have over 3,600 bully points. Should I buy another high-tier martial art for the clone? He reopened the maul, his gaze falling upon those sword techniques. First rank sword art Gale, / 1,000 bully points. Known for its speed, striking like the wind, ideal for surprise attacks. Second rank sword art Army Breaking Blade, 3,000 bully points. A blade for military formations with majestic momentum and formidable power. Third rank sword art Waning Moon Technique, 8,000 bully points. Fourth rank sword art Thunder Shock, 9 slashes, 20,000 bully points. Damn, they're all so expensive. Lu Li winced at the prices. Over 3,000 bully points seemed like a lot, but it would not go far when actually spent. Never mind, no need to rush into buying. With the clone's current fourth realm martial king strength and perfection level basic sword art, it can easily crush typical mid-tier fourth realm cultivators. It is sufficient for now. Besides, my current bully points should be used to improve my own strength. Lu Li calmed down and began planning his next cultivation direction. There were still 3 days until the college entrance exam. With his current strength, he should be able to get into the Kyoto Martial University. But he still needed to find ways to earn bully points to better enhance his own power. Just as he was pondering, the system prompt sounded again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving First Realm Warrior. Earned 1 achievement point. Achievement points. Lu Li paused. He had never seen these in 3 years. System, why have you never given me achievement points before? Ding. Answering host, because the host was too weak before. The system did not want to bother. Lu Li's lip twitched. This damn system really had a sharp tongue. Am I not weak anymore now? Ding. First Realm Warrior barely counts as having entered the door. This system will reluctantly give some rewards. Damn. Lu Li was speechless, then his eyes lit up. Then, since I have broken through to First Realm Warrior now, and you have not given me achievement points for the past 3 years, should you not compensate me? Ding. The system fell silent for 3 seconds. Ding. Considering it was not easy for the host to be a waste for 3 years, this system will additionally compensate 10 achievement points. Only 10 points. That is too stingy. Ding. Take it or leave it. I will take it, I will take it. Lu Li quickly responded. 11 achievement points already exceeded his expectations. What can achievement points be used for? Ding. Achievement points can be used for system lottery draws. Each draw consumes 1 achievement point. The prize pool contains all kinds of items from trash to god-tier objects. It all depends on the host's luck. Lottery draw. Lu Li's eyes lit up. Was this not just gacha? In his past life, he played mobile games and was always an African chief when it came to pulls, but that never stopped him from loving gacha. System, give me a 10 pull. Ding. Consuming 10 achievement points, starting 10 pull. A virtual wheel appeared in Lu Li's mind, divided into different colored areas. The white normal item area was the largest, accounting for over 80%. The black mid-tier item area was the smallest, making up only a pitiful 0.1%. The wheel began to spin rapidly. Ding. Host has obtained inflatable doll X1. Lu Li's face darkened. Ding. Host has obtained paper airplane X1. Ding. Mechanical frog X1. Ding. Host has obtained great recovery pill X, 3 healing pills that quickly restore injuries after consumption. Lu Li thought to himself that this was somewhat useful. Ding. Host has obtained sensual lingerie X1. Ding. Host has obtained illustrated deluxe edition of Jean Ping May X1. System, are you serious? What use are these things? Lu Li began venting wildly. Ding. Host has obtained worn out gloves X1. Ding. Host has obtained blood chi enhancement pill X2. Ding. Host has obtained brick X1, ordinary brick, but very effective in fights. Ding. Host has obtained expired bread X1. Lu Li stared at the lottery results, his face black as charcoal. 10 draws, and only 2 blood chi enhancement pills were useful. The rest was all trash. Especially that inflatable doll and sensual lingerie. System, are you serious? As expected, an African from the start remains an African wherever you go. Lu Li sighed and gazed at his final 1 achievement point. Single draw for a miracle. System, keep drawing. The roulette wheel spun again. This time it spun far faster than before. So fast that Lu Li couldn't even track it. Then, the wheel stopped. The pointer settled steadily in that deep black zone. Ding. The system alert grew sudden and resonant. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 7-colored divine item. Awakening talent card, mental telekinesis manifestation master. Lu Li's brain froze instantly. 7-colored. Divine, great. His hands trembled as he opened the item description. Awakening talent card Mental Telekinesis Manifestation Master. Grade Divine. Effect upon use awakens the talent, Mental Telekinesis Manifestation Master. Description: an exceptionally rare spiritual type talent. Awakeners can materialize their spiritual energy into physical forms. The stronger the spiritual energy, the more solid and sharp the manifestations. Note this talent is extraordinarily rare, 1 in trillions. After awakening host, spiritual energy will greatly increase, and you may cultivate exclusive spiritual arts. Luli read through the description, completely stunned. Mental Telekinesis Manifestation Master. Transforming spiritual energy into physical weapons. Isn't this a combination of Magneto and Green Lantern? Conjure swords and blades with your spiritual energy to strike enemies, form chains to bind foes, create protective barriers against attacks, even manifest wings for flight. This is far too broken. Moreover, the most crucial point is this. Martial artists in this world almost exclusively cultivate blood chi and physical bodies. Spiritual type martial artists are rarer than phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Because spiritual type talents are so extremely rare, many people don't even know spiritual martial artists exist. With this talent, I could score a perfect mark on the awakening examination. Wait, divine grade talent might even earn bonus points. Lu Li's hands trembled with excitement. From African chief to European emperor, separated by just one single draw. System: when should I use this talent card? Ding. Suggest host use it during the Unified Awakening ceremony, after the college entrance examination. At that time, host will consume the awakening potion while activating this card, simultaneously disguising the awakening phenomenon as a natural awakening and preventing exposure of the system's existence. Good. Lu Li carefully stored the awakening talent card in his system space. He took several deep breaths, striving to calm his racing emotions. Too much good news today. Breaking through to first rank martial artist. Avatar promoted to 4th rank martial king. Pulling a divine grade talent card. 3 joys arriving together. Lu Li returned to sit on the sofa and began calculating his college entrance examination scores. Blood Chi 100 points, conservative estimate. Martial skills assessment, basic swordplay 60 points, basic footwork 60 points, 120 points. Don't want to be too showy, afraid of being dissected. Art cultivation 100 points, great completion realm. Awaken talent 100 points, divine grade talent possibly with bonus points. Total martial score 100 trillion, 120 billion, 100 million, 100,000, 420 points. Liberal arts maximum 100 points. Final total score, 520 points. 520 points. Lu Li sucked in a breath sharply. Last year, the admission cutoff for Kyoto Martial University was 450 points. Even the provincial top scorer in Jiangxing's province only achieved 515 points. The top scorer across all of Great Xia was merely 550. If he could score 520, not only would he secure admission to Kyoto Martial University, but it might even be provincial top scorer level performance. This, completely turning things around. When that time comes, I'll blind everyone with my success. Make those who look down on me regret it. Lu Li forced himself to stay calm. This is only the theoretically best case. There are many variables in the actual exam. Can't get too arrogant. Besides, the Li family matter isn't over yet. There may be trouble ahead. Thinking of the Li family, Lu Li's expression turned grave. Although today he had only beaten Li Mo without intending to kill, the grudge was already formed. The Li family was after all a 1,000-year noble house, with a 5th-rank martial emperor presiding. Even with Lord Mayor Lin Yichen applying pressure using the Lord Mayor's mansion power, the Li family would not dare act openly, but their covert retaliation would certainly be relentless. Must grow stronger as soon as possible. Lu Li clenched his fists. Must raise my bully points. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Jiangxing is so large, there must be more than just Li Mo as a bully, right? Just then the system alert sounded once more. Ding. System mission issued: punish the wicked, uphold the righteous. Mission description: as a host of the bully system with ideals and ambitions, how can you only bully kindergarten children? Before the college entrance examination, punish at least 3 evildoers with bully points exceeding 1,000. Mission reward: achievement points x5, bully points x 2,000, mysterious gift package x1. Failure penalty: the system will broadcast to the entire city all video recordings of hosts stealing kindergarten children's lollipops over the past 3 years. What the hell? Lu Li jumped up from the sofa. System, are you kidding me? Broadcast to the entire city that he stole kindergarten children's lollipops. Wouldn't his 3rd bully reputation be thoroughly cemented? And not the kind of bully that makes people afraid, but the kind that makes people laugh their teeth out. No way, absolutely not. Lu Li ground his teeth. I'll take this mission. Ding. Mission accepted. Current progress 03. Lu Li looked at the mission panel and took a deep breath. It seemed he would need to take the initiative and go find those real bullies to farm points. Coincidentally, he also needed bully points to enhance his strength. Tomorrow. First go to school to check the situation. Li Mo's side will definitely react, need to be careful. Then investigate which foul fellows exist in Jiangxing and find a soft persimmon to squeeze first. Lu Li made up his mind, went to the bathroom, and took a shower, washing away the bloodstains and sweat from his body. The bruises on his face had already faded considerably. After breaking through to first-rank martial artist, his body's recovery ability had noticeably increased. Not bad. Lu Li grinned at the mirror. Then he returned to his bedroom and lay down on the bed. Too much happened today. His mind was still a bit scattered, but he knew that from today onward everything would be different. He was no longer that good-for-nothing who could only steal lollipops. He had a system, an avatar, and a divine-grade talent. He would live a proper life in this world. He would get into the best martial university. He would become a true powerhouse. He would make those who looked down on him shut up forever. With such thoughts, Lu Li slowly closed his eyes. His consciousness sank into darkness. Tomorrow would be a new day. Meanwhile, in Jiangqing, at the Li family residence, Li Mo knelt before the ancestral hall, his body trembling uncontrollably. Standing before him were three middle-aged men, each emanating a formidable aura of qi and blood energy. The figure in the center bore a dignified countenance with features bearing a resemblance to Li Mo. This was none other than Li Tianlong, Li Mo's father, and the current patriarch of the Li clan. Middle stage of the fourth-rank martial king realm. Father, I really didn't know that Lin Yiqin was the city lord's daughter. Li Mo's voice trembled. Didn't know? Li Tianlong sneered coldly. When you drugged her, did it never occur to you to investigate her background? I did check. Her transfer records indicated she came from an ordinary family. Li Mo was on the verge of tears. Fool. Li Tianlong backhanded him sharply across the face. The city lord's daughter. Do you think her records would be genuine? You lack even the basic wit to consider that. What right do you have to call yourself my son? Li Mo clutched his face, too frightened to utter a word. Beside them, a middle-aged man with a goatee spoke up. Brother, now isn't the time to punish him, or Lin Jinan has already sent word. He demands the Li family account for this. This was none other than Li Mo's second uncle, Li Tianhu, who stood at the early stage of the fourth-rank martial king realm. Lin Jinan. A flicker of wariness crossed Li Tianlong's eyes. That madman subdued the beast tied in Lingnan single-handedly and slaughtered a sixth-rank beast king. Though he's merely the new city lord, his strength cannot be underestimated. Brother, what should we do? Another middle-aged man with a sullen expression asked. This was Li Mo's third uncle, Li Tianbao, a martial artist at the peak of the third rank. After a moment of silence, Li Tianlong spoke slowly. First, prepare a substantial gift. I'll personally go to the city lord's mansion to apologize. We accept responsibility for whatever Moer has done. We will compensate accordingly and accept whatever punishment is deserved. Second, confine Moer for 3 months and let him reflect on his actions. Except for attending school, he is not to set foot outside the Li family estate. Third, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Has that lad named Lu Li been thoroughly investigated? Li Tianhu nodded. Yes, we've checked. He's merely an orphan who appeared in Jiangqing 3 years ago, surviving through odd jobs. His qi and blood cultivation is decent, but he has no connections or background. What about that guardian at the peak of the third rank? Nothing could be found. That guardian appeared out of thin air and vanished just as suddenly. Li Tianhu frowned. I suspect. Perhaps someone secretly sent by Lin Batian to protect Lin Yiqin, who happened to cross paths with that lad Lu Li. Li Tianlong pondered for a moment. That's quite possible. Someone like Lin Batian would naturally dispatch someone to protect his daughter in secret. Brother, should we? Li Tianbao made a slashing motion across his throat. Not for now. Li Tianlong shook his head. He has connections with Lin Yiqin, and acting against him now would draw Lin Batian's attention. We'll wait until this matter blows over. He's just an orphan. He can't cause much trouble. He turned his gaze toward Li Mo, who knelt on the ground, his voice icy. As for you, figure out what you need to accomplish in the college entrance examination. If you fail to gain admission to the martial university, don't even think about inheriting any part of the Li family's assets. Li Mo shuddered throughout his body. Yes, father. I will certainly strive. Li Tianlong snorted coldly and swept away with a flick of his sleeve. Li Tianhu and Li Tianbao exchanged glances before turning and departing as well. Only Li Mo remained kneeling alone in the vast ancestral hall. The dim yellow candlelight cast shadows across his darkened face. Li, it's all your fault. All because of you. If you hadn't meddled, I would have succeeded. You've ruined everything for me. Just you wait. Tonight will be your death. The assassin's mother sent will make sure you die an agonizing death. His eyes brimmed with resentment and venom. Yet he had forgotten. If Lu Li hadn't intervened, he wouldn't merely have offended Lin Yiqin, but would have directly provoked Lin Batian himself. In that case, the entire Li family would be buried alongside him. He had also forgotten his father's warning to avoid creating further complications. Meanwhile, within the inner courtyard of the city lord's mansion, Lin Yiqin sat in a pavilion cradling a cup of tea while gazing into the distance at the stars scattered across the night sky. A burly middle-aged man approached her side, none other than Lin Batian, the newly appointed city lord of Jiangqing, peak of the fifth-rank martial emperor realm. His aura ran as deep and unfathomable as an abyss. Merely by standing there, he seemed to weigh down the surrounding air itself. What are you thinking about? Lin Batian spoke, his voice low and resonant. Thinking about what happened today, Lin Yiqin replied softly. That lad named Lu Li. Lin Batian sat opposite his daughter. I had someone look into him. An orphan who appeared in Jiangqing 3 years ago with no background whatsoever. The only peculiar thing is that a guardian at the peak of the third rank suddenly appeared by his side, then vanished just as abruptly. Lin Batian pondered for a moment. That guardian might be a powerful passerby through Jiangsheng who took issue with Li Mo's behavior and intervened. Or perhaps, it was simply that boy's own fortune. His own fortune. Lin Yichen spoke up. This world is vast and encounters with extraordinary fate abound. Some people simply have the luck to receive the protection of senior masters. Lin Batian paused. But what concerns me more is you. Me? Lin Yichen sounded puzzled. You're clearly a warrior at the peak of the first rank, so why did you fall victim to such despicable drugging by Li Mo? And why pretend to be unconscious? Lin Batian asked with concern. A smile played at the corners of Lin Yichen's lips. Because I needed a reason. A justification to make the Li family pay. Lin Batian paused for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. Excellent. You truly are my daughter Lin Batian. When his laughter subsided, he grew serious once more. However, don't take such risks next time. What if that boy hadn't acted? What if that guardian hadn't appeared? Then I would have handled it myself, Lin Yichen shrugged. As for that insignificant Li Mo, I could crush him with one hand. It's only that second-rank guardian beside him. With the self-defense weapon father gave me, I'm not afraid. I never expected this legendary third bully who only knew how to steal lollipops to actually show up. To think he would risk his life to save me. He's far more interesting than I imagined. The night was deep. In the Tanzalu apartment building, most windows were dark with only scattered lights still glowing. Lu Li's low-rent room was on the third floor at the very end. Lu Li sat by his bed watching the window vigilantly through the gap in the curtains. He did not turn on the light. An evil person with a villain value exceeding 2,000 points. Lu Li muttered to himself, repeating the system's earlier warning, his brows deeply furrowed. What did 2,000 villain points signify? It meant the person likely had blood on their hands. A true desperado. System, can you determine the exact location? Ding. The villain is approaching your location less than 50 meters away. Expected arrival within 3 minutes. Coming for me. Lu Li's heart tightened. His first thought was the Li family. He had beaten up Li Mo during the day, and by night someone had already come knocking. Far too quickly. I can't stay in the room. Lu Li decided instantly. He knew the layout of his low-rent apartment well. A single living room and bedroom with only one door and one window. If the person came through the main door, he would have no escape route. He quickly dressed and quietly approached the window, then flipped out. Lu Li's body hung briefly in the air before he landed steadily on the windowsill of the adjacent unit. There was an empty room that had been unoccupied for years. Within less than 2 minutes, 3 black figures appeared at the base of the Tongzilu. Lu Li's pupils contracted sharply. The 3 men wore black stealth suits with black cloth covering their faces, exposing only their eyes. Their movements were clean and professional, clearly not their first job. The 3 men climbed through the window one after another, moving so lightly that hardly a sound was made. Lu Li hid in the abandoned room next door, his heart pounding. It was not fear, but tension. He exhaled deeply, trying to calm himself, then listening through the wall at what the 3 were saying. No one here, a hoarse voice asked, tinged with doubt. Check carefully. Another deep voice commanded. The steady tone suggested he was the leader. Lao Mo, still no one, the first voice said again. Has the kid not come back? The one called Lao Mo did not answer immediately. Standing in the center of the living room, his gaze swept over every corner. Something's wrong. Lao Mo suddenly spoke, a note of alertness in his voice. What is it? The third person asked, his voice sharp and thin as if his throat had been grabbed. The bed is still warm. Lao Mo walked to the bed and touched the quilt with his hand. The person just left not long ago. What should we do? The hoarse-voiced man asked. Should we chase? Lao Mo was silent for a moment, then shook his head. No. Since we've alerted him, it's not suitable to strike tonight. Let's return and report to Madam. We'll find another opportunity tomorrow. Actually going to kill a senior high school student, the thin-voiced man suddenly spoke, hesitation in his tone. The college entrance exam is coming up soon. Isn't killing someone now too conspicuous? We're paid to do this. Why so many questions? Lao Mo cut him off coldly. But the thin-voiced man wanted to say more. But what? Lao Mo turned around, his sharp gaze fixing on him. Can we disobey the words of the Li family matriarch? The thin-voiced man fell silent. Besides, Lao Mo's tone softened somewhat. It's just a senior high school student. The Li family can handle this kind of matter. Lao Mo is right, the hoarse-voiced man agreed. All right then. The thin-voiced man finally made up his mind. Let's do it. Let's withdraw for tonight and come back tomorrow. Lao Mo signaled retreat. The 3 gathered at the window again, preparing to return the way they came. Lu Li, hiding next door, heard every word of their conversation clearly. His back was already drenched in sweat. The Li family matriarch. Li Mo's mother. During the day he had beaten Li Mo, and that night Li Mo's mother had sent 3 peak first-rank assassins after his life. This was what real major families were like. How ruthless. 3 peak first-rank martial artists. Lu Li clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. If he had the system's warning. If he had lain in bed snoring as usual, he would already be a cold corpse. Is this the rule of this world? A bitter curve touched the corners of Lu Li's mouth. Before he had merely been an amateur third bully stealing lollipops from kindergartners all day long. Though mocked by others, at least there had been no threat to his life. Now that he had shown even a glimmer of ability, assassins were already at his door. Cruel. Only now was he truly experiencing the cruelty of this world. Hoarding villain points without improving one's strength is nothing but foolishness. Luli cursed himself silently. After exchanging for that boost during the day, he still had over 4,500 villain points remaining. He had originally planned to save them for after the college entrance exam, but now his life was nearly gone. What was the point of saving them? System. Luli called out in his mind. Ding. Please speak host. Raise my blood energy to the peak of the first rank. Ding. Consuming 1900 villain points to purchase 19 blood energy fruits. Blood energy is being enhanced. Remaining villain points, 2637. Ding. Congratulations host. Your blood energy has reached 2999 points. Streams of warm energy materialized within Luli's body, pouring into his blood energy circulation system, like tributaries merging into a great river. Luli let out a muffled groan, feeling his body inflate, as if being pumped up, every cell swelling and strengthening. Peak first rank. He was close to breaking through to the second rank. But this was not enough. 3 peak first rank assassins, even with his blood energy significantly higher than theirs. Facing 3 alone, his chances of victory were still slim. He needed more advantage. System, upgrade my basic sword technique and basic movement technique as well. Proficient. Both should go directly to proficient level. Ding. Consuming 1600 villain points to upgrade basic sword technique to proficient level. Consuming 1600 villain points to upgrade basic movement technique to proficient level. Total consumption 3200 villain points. Ding. Current remaining villain points minus 563. The system has automatically activated an overdraft mode for the host. Please repay as soon as possible. Damn it. Luli nearly cursed aloud. 3,200 villain points gone in an instant with over 500 still owed. But the very next moment he no longer cared about the villain points. 2 massive streams of information flooded into his mind like a breached dam. This time the volume of information was several times greater than during the day, nearly bursting his brain. Countless experiences of sword techniques and movement methods were imprinted like brands, deeply etched into Luli's muscle memory and the depths of his soul. It was as though within mere seconds he had experienced countless swings of the blade, countless battles, countless life and death struggles. When the torrent of information finally subsided, Luli slowly opened his eyes. His gaze had changed. If before he had been like an unsharpened dull blade, now he was a divine weapon fully honed to a razor's edge. Basic sword technique proficient. Basic movement technique proficient. This meant his proficiency in basic martial arts had reached the pinnacle that humans could attain. Worth it. Luli grinned broadly. Although he owed the system over 500 villain points, this upgrade was absolutely worth it. From novice to master, the gap was as vast as heaven and earth. Now he possessed peak first rank blood energy, plus proficient level basic sword technique and basic movement technique. The 3 assassins opposite him, though at peak first rank, could only execute the most rudimentary martial techniques, their proficiency no higher than basic accomplishment at best. It was like 3 people wielding wooden sticks against Luli, who held a sword sharp enough to slice iron as easily as mud. The outcome was already decided. Luli rose to his feet, stretched his body, then pushed open the door of the abandoned room and stepped out silently. Click. The sound of the door lock turning cut sharply through the silent night. The 3 people in the room turned their heads simultaneously. Moonlight streamed in through the window, outlining a tall, slender figure. A youth stood at the doorway. His face still bore the bruises from the daytime brawl, but his eyes were chillingly calm. 3 guests coming to my home in the middle of the night without so much as a knock. Luli leaned against the doorframe, hands tucked into his pockets, his casual tone as if chatting with an old friend. The 3 people in the room froze simultaneously. Lao Mo reacted the fastest. He spun around sharply, his right hand already drawing a gleaming dagger from his waist. Luli. Lao Mo's voice carried a trace of disbelief. They had searched for ages without finding him, and now this kid just walked right into their hands. What else did you expect? You're climbing through my window in the middle of the night. Is it not for me? Luli tilted his head, his gaze sweeping across the 3 faces. Under the moonlight, he could clearly see the numbers floating above their heads. Lao Mo villainy value 4850. Hei Zi villainy value 4120. Jian Zue villainy value 3980. All 3 had villainy values hovering around 4,000, totaling nearly 13,000 combined. Luli's eyes turned cold. A villainy value exceeding 1,000 meant the person had killed at least dozens of innocent lives. But exceeding 4,000 proved these individuals were absolutely irredeemable scum. The blood on their hands numbered well over 100. Lao Mo was the first to snap out of his shock. He stared fixedly at Luli, scrutinizing him up and down several times. Reassessing Luli, his gaze grew cautious. A quasi-martial artist facing 3 assassins at the peak of the first stage not only refused to flee, but actively walked into their grasp. Either his mind was broken or he had something to rely on. Lao Mo's gaze swept back and forth over Luli, and suddenly his pupils contracted sharply. Why is your chi and blood so profoundly dense? He could feel the chi and blood fluctuation radiating from Luli. It was far beyond what a quasi-martial artist should possess. That dense chi and blood power was even slightly stronger than his own peak first stage cultivation. You're at the peak of the first stage, eh? Lao Mo's voice changed pitch. Only realizing now. Luli smiled. Isn't that a bit too late? Heizi and Jianzue also came to their senses, both their faces turning ashen simultaneously. This is impossible. Heizi cried out in disbelief. The intelligence said he was just an unranked waste. Luli straightened from the doorframe and stepped into the room, moving forward one pace at a time. His steps were slow, but each carried a peculiar rhythm. That was the natural cadence formed when one's foundational movement technique reached perfection. Lao Mo was a seasoned veteran and sensed something was wrong immediately. Attack together, he barked. Don't give him the chance. Before the words had finished leaving his mouth, Lao Mo had already struck. His peak first-stage chi and blood power erupted in full force, his body propelling forward like a cannonball fired from a barrel hurtling toward Lu Li. The dagger in his hand carved a cold glint through the air, aiming directly for Lu Li's throat. This strike was swift and vicious, clearly not his first time using this technique to kill. At the same moment, Heizi and Jianzue also moved. Heizi flanked from the left, wielding a short blade that pointed directly at Lu Li's waist and abdomen. Jianzue charged from the right, holding a short spike in each hand, one positioned high, one low, cutting off all of Lu Li's escape routes. The three moved in seamless coordination, clearly having fought together before. Three weapons struck simultaneously from three directions, weaving an impenetrable killing net. If this had been Lu Li from before today, facing such a coordinated assault, there would have been only one outcome, death. But the current Lu Li was no longer the same person from a few hours ago. Foundational movement technique, perfection. Lu Li's body suddenly moved. Not forward, not backward, but tilting to the left at an impossible angle. His body went nearly parallel to the ground like a leaf blown by the wind, drifting light as air through the gaps between the three weapons. What a... All three pairs of eyes widened simultaneously. They had never encountered such a movement technique. This evasive method that defied human mechanics was like watching an acrobatic performance. But Lu Li wouldn't give them time to think. As he evaded, his right hand had already reached toward the knife rack in the corner of the living room. On it sat a blade. Not some divine weapon, merely an ordinary practice knife. Lu Li had purchased this blade for 50 yuan at a second-hand market. But before perfection of basic swordsmanship, any blade could become a divine weapon. Lu Li gripped the hilt. In that instant, his entire demeanor underwent an earth-shaking transformation. Sharp edges revealed. Killing intent overwhelming. Lao Mo was the first to sense this killing aura. Having worked as an assassin for over a decade, experiencing countless life and death struggles, his intuition for danger had been honed to extraordinary sharpness. At this moment, every cell in his body was frantically sending him warnings. Flee! Flee quickly! This youth was beyond their capability to handle. But it was already too late. Lu Li drew his blade. The sword light resembled flowing silk, carving an elegant arc beneath the moonlight. The first strike targeted Lao Mo's wrist, gripping the dagger. The second strike followed immediately. This time the target was Heizi. The short blade clattered to the ground. The third strike. Jianzue's dual spikes danced in the air, but Lu Li's blade was faster. One strike shattered the dual spikes, two strikes severed wrists. 3 strikes. Only 3 strikes were needed. All three, the Lao Mo trio, were instantly wounded. Ah! Jianzue screamed out first, rolling on the ground in agony. Heizi followed closely behind, his face ashen as paper. Only Lao Mo could barely remain standing. You. Lao Mo gazed at Lu Li, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief. This blade technique was too fast. This was simply not a swordsmanship level that a peak first-stage martial artist should possess. What rank is your blade technique? Lao Mo's voice trembled. As an assassin, he understood the proficiency classification of martial techniques all too clearly. Entry-level, minor achievement, major achievement, perfection. Across the entire Jiangxing, those who could practice basic swordsmanship to major achievement could be counted on one hand, let alone perfection. That was not a realm ordinary people could reach. That was genius among geniuses. Lu Li did not answer his question. He walked to before Lao Mo, looking down at this assassin who had been so arrogant just moments before. Who sent you? Lao Mo clenched his teeth, refusing to speak. It was the matriarch of the Li family, wasn't it? Lu Li smiled. I heard all of your conversation just now. You? Who exactly are you? Lao Mo's expression changed. An ordinary senior in high school. Lu Li shrugged, then his smile faded, his eyes turning cold. Now answer my question. Besides the three of you, did she send anyone else? Lao Mo's lips quivered. He wanted to lie, but meeting Lu Li's cold gaze, the lie died on his tongue. The three of us were hired privately by her. No one else in the Li family knows. She only sent the three of us, no one else. Lu Li nodded. A flash of blade light appeared in his hand. Lao Mo's pupils contracted sharply. He never finished the word. A flash of blade light. All fell silent. Lu Li stood before the 3 corpses and exhaled a long breath. This was his first time taking a life. But for over 10,000 bully points they had to die. Don't blame me. Remember to be a good person in your next life. Ding. Congratulations, host, on eliminating 3 evildoers. You have earned 12950 bully points. Ding. Your current bully points, 17587. After deducting the 563 overdrawn points, your remaining bully points stand at 17024. Ding. System mission, Vengeance and Justice. Progress updated, current progress 33. Mission complete. Mission rewards granted achievement points 5, bully points 2000, mysterious gift pack 1. The mysterious gift pack has been delivered to the system space. Please collect it, host. Luli stared at the 17,000 plus bully points on his panel and couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. 17,000. In 3 whole years, he hadn't even scraped together a fraction of that. And there was still an unopened mysterious gift pack. System, open the mysterious gift pack. Ding. The mysterious gift pack is being opened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained purple epic grade martial skill shadow kill blade technique 1. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a cultivation concealer. Note the host may conceal their cultivation level at will. Congratulations, host. You have obtained blood chi enhancement pills 10. Congratulations, host. You have obtained achievement points 2. Luli looked at the 3 rewards, his eyes lighting up. The shadow kill blade technique, a purple epic grade martial skill. Only 1 tier below golden legendary. This was an incredible windfall. Luli had long been restricted by the system from learning any graded martial arts or cultivation methods. He could only master the most rudimentary basic blade techniques and the most commonplace foundational cultivation manuals. And that cultivation concealer was nothing short of a divine artifact. It could perfectly solve the problem of his cultivation surging too rapidly. If only I could get a more formidable cultivation method. 10 blood chi enhancement pills, each raising his blood chi limit by 100 points, adding up to 1,000 points in total. He was currently at the peak of first rank with 2,999 blood chi points. Taking them all would allow him to break through to second rank warrior. And the achievement points. No need to explain, they were invaluable for the lottery. Tonight's haul was incredibly profitable. Luli grinned broadly, but soon his smile faded. He looked down at the 3 corpses on the ground, his brows furrowing. These 3 had died in his home. How to dispose of the bodies was a major problem. If anyone discovered them, he would never be able to clear his name. Clone, Luli murmured in his mind. The next moment, a figure materialized before him. It was a youth who looked exactly like him, yet his aura was entirely different. The clone wore no expression, his gaze cold, radiating a suffocating pressure from head to toe. Peak 4th rank martial king. Though he hadn't deliberately unleashed his power, merely standing there made one feel as though they faced a towering mountain. Dispose of the bodies, Luli ordered. The clone nodded and swept his hand. 3 streams of blood chi energy transformed into invisible ropes, binding the corpses and carrying them out through the window. In the blink of an eye, they vanished into the night. Luli watched the direction his clone disappeared, lost in thought. Peak 4th rank martial king was already considered top-tier combat power across all of Jiangxing. Having such a clone as a trump card significantly raised his margin of safety. But trumps must remain trumps. They cannot be shown carelessly. Luli muttered to himself. What I can truly rely on is my own strength. He walked to the window and gazed out at the pitch-black night sky, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. The matron of the Li family. Today's ledger he would remember. After the college entrance exam, when he grew stronger, he would personally go to the Li family and settle every account line by line. But not now. Right now his most important task was the college entrance exam. 3 more days. Luli clenched his fist. 3 days from now, I'll make everyone realize that I, Luli, am no good for nothing. However, with so many bully points, I must raise my strength immediately. If I reach 2nd rank, my clone would be at 5th rank martial emperor. By then I should be able to defend myself in Jiangxing. Having survived this turmoil, Luli valued his life all the more. He resolved to further strengthen himself. System. Learn the Shadow Kill Blade Technique skill book and spend bully points to raise its proficiency to basic level. Ding. Learning Shadow Kill Blade Technique successful. Ding. Consumed 15,000 bully points to raise Shadow Kill Blade Technique proficiency to basic level. As the system announcement faded, images of Shadow Kill Blade Technique practice flooded into Luli's mind, imprinting themselves firmly upon his memory. This blade technique is incredible. At basic level, it can slay enemies across cultivation realms. At minor mastery, it can condense blade intent. Luli, who ranked first in all academic subjects at his school, knew well how difficult cross-realm combat truly was. He also understood that condensing intent was an essential prerequisite for breaking through to the 6th rank martial sage. System. Use all the blood chi enhancement pills and spend all remaining bully points purchasing more blood chi enhancement pills to raise my blood chi. Ding. Consumed 2,000 bully points to purchase 20 blood chi enhancement pills. Ding. Consumed 30 blood chi enhancement pills, increasing blood chi by 3,000 points. Current host blood chi 5,999 points. Ding. Facing a major realm breakthrough. The system deducts 24 bully points to ensure the host's successful breakthrough. Ding. Host remaining bully points 0. As a series of system announcements rang out, pure streams of blood chi energy rose suddenly from his dantian. Then that blood chi energy flowed through his entire meridians. This major breakthrough did not bring the same agony as his first rank breakthrough. Instead, the blood chi felt like a hot spring, bathing and soothing every part of Luli's body. Every cell, every meridian, none were spared. The sensation made him hum with pleasure. So comfortable. At another hour, Luli was so comfortable that he even blurted out the professional jargon from his past life's KTV outings. A few minutes later, The blood chi energy dissipated into Lu Li's extraordinary vessels and flesh. Ding! Congratulations, host, on breaking through to second rank mid-stage. Reward 1 achievement point. Lu Li opened his eyes. He tightened his fists, forcefully feeling surging blood chi within. Both his strength and reaction speed had increased enormously. 5,999 blood chi points. That should put me at second rank mid-stage. I went from a quasi-warrior to second rank mid-stage in just one day. If word got out, I'd definitely be carved into pieces. Across all of Great Xia, the most monstrous genius in history had taken a full month to break through from first rank to second rank. At that moment, Lu Li remembered the cultivation concealer. System, activate the cultivation concealer. Reduce my cultivation to a quasi-warrior with 999 blood chi points. Ding! Cultivation concealer activated successfully. Note: ineffective against 9th rank divine experts. Seeing his cultivation successfully concealed, Lu Li was very satisfied. As for the warning about 9th rank divine experts, he simply ignored it. In all of Great Xia, such experts could be counted on one hand. Who would bother coming to a remote corner like Jiangxing? He walked to the refrigerator, grabbed a bottle of cola, and took a long gulp. With a thought, he opened his clone status panel. Clone No. 1. Combat Power 5th Rank Martial Emperor Midstage Cultivation Method Body Refining. First Volume Perfected Martial Skills Basic Blade Technique Perfected Basic Footwork Perfected Shadow Kill Blade Technique Perfected Talent Unawakened. Now my cultivation is concealed, and my strength has increased. My clone's cultivation has also reached 5th Rank Martial Emperor Midstage. Especially the Shadow Kill Blade Technique, whose proficiency has reached perfected level. With this clone's strength, taking on a 6th rank expert should be no problem. Who in all of Jiangxing do I have to fear? All conditions are met. Only the east wind remains. 3 days from now, I, your boss, will astonish the world. In the affluent district of Jiangxing, lights burned brightly within a luxurious villa spanning over 2,000 square meters. It stood as the most opulent of the Li family's dozen or so properties across the city. At that moment, the bathroom on the second floor was shrouded in dense mist, the air thick with the rich fragrance of medicinal herbs. Li Mo sat naked, submerged in a massive wooden soaking tub. The water within the tub was a deep amber hue dotted with floating precious medicinal ingredients such as ginseng, deer antler, and ganoderma. The mere cost of a single medicated bath like this could secure an entire apartment in Jiangxing. Hiss! Li Mo took a deep breath, savoring the warmth as the medicinal potency seeped into his skin and flowed into his meridians. This was the primordial nourishment medicated bath, specially formulated by the Li family exclusively for its direct descendants. It could gently augment one's vital energy and blood circulation without any adverse side effects. Over the past 3 days, he had undergone 2 2-hour sessions daily. Bolstered by various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, his vital energy had finally surged past the qualifying threshold, reaching a figure just over 900. 912. Li Mo murmured, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he examined the freshly compiled data in his hand. A vital energy reading of 912 would net him 91 points in the physical assessment. When factoring in his prowess with the blade and his footwork, he held a distinct advantage. Proficiency in basic swordsmanship at the advanced stage coupled with foundational mastery of body movement techniques would yield at least 150 additional points. His cultivation of martial arts techniques was merely average, yet it would still secure him around 70 points. Adding it all up, my total martial score should land around 320. Li Mo calculated silently within his mind, with the academic portion factored in. While I may not match that monster Lu Li, my scores are far from negligible. I should still manage 70 or 80 points there. A grand total of roughly 390. My talent awakening must yield at least a purple tier attribute. He frowned. The admission cutoff for the Jingdu Martial University stood at a daunting 450 points. He would need a perfect 70 points from his talent awakening to clear that bar. Yet a purple tier awakening was hardly something that occurred by chance. In all of Jiangxing, one might not even manifest within an entire year. Just a fraction short. Li Mo fumed with intense regret. All because of that bastard Lu Li who refused to hand over his academic scores. Li Mo had once secretly approached Lu Li, prepared to offer 1 million yuan in exchange for his exam results. But Lu Li had flatly rejected him. This rejection lay at the very root of Li Mo's simmering hatred and his relentless pursuit of trouble against him. Yet he comforted himself once more. Even if I cannot enter the Jingdu Martial University, a key-tier martial institution will suffice. As long as I gain admission to a premier martial university, the Li family can pull strings to secure me the finest mentor. Upon graduation, I can still seamlessly enter the military or government sector. As for that good-for-nothing Lu Li, the memory of Lu Li's extraordinary vital energy exceeding 900 and his monstrous academic scores resurfaced, a flash of jealousy and irritation crossing his eyes. That fool possesses neither blade technique nor footwork. What use is a stellar academic record? His martial score will barely scrape past 200, incapable of even clearing the undergraduate threshold. An orphan who fails to enter a martial university will be left with nothing but factory labor or conscription as cannon fodder on the front lines. When that day comes, I'll see how I slowly ruin his life. A sinister smile curled the corners of Li Mo's lips. Just then a knock echoed at the bathroom door. "Young master," came the voice of his sycophantic lackey Zhang Long from the other side. "Enter." Zhang Long pushed the door open with Zhao, who trailing closely behind him. "Young master, we have news." Zhang Long approached the soaking tub and lowered his voice. "What news?" Li Mo opened his eyes. Old Mo's sighed. "Reports that they've already made their move." "Oh." Li Mo's demeanor perked up instantly. "Where is he? Dead yet?" "That." Zhang Long hesitated, an uneasy expression clouding his features. "We still lack definitive confirmation. Those under Old Mo claim they acted last night, but no reports have come through to this day. Attempting to contact Old Mo directly also proved futile. His phone is switched off." Li Mo's brows knitted together. 3 men, and they cannot even take down a single quasi-martial artist. What kind of incompetent foolhardiness is that? "Young master, could an accident have occurred?" Zhao Hu ventured cautiously. After all, Old Mo and his crew are not directly affiliated with the Li family. What if they took the money and fled? Li Mo fell silent for a moment. Those 3 assassins hired by Old Mo were freelance contract killers secretly engaged by his mother Su, watching with no direct ties to the Li family. Men of that ilk were indeed unreliable, absconding with their payment was entirely plausible. Furthermore, the national laws of the Daxia Empire maintained exceptionally strict protections for martial high school students. To murder a Gaokao candidate prior to the examinations would inevitably provoke the attention of the Night Watchers. The mere thought of that formidable organization sent an involuntary chill down Li Mo's spine. They were the true instrument of state force within Daxia, tasked with suppressing all threats to the nation. And what did Mother say? Madam indicated she would dispatch additional personnel to investigate. Zhang Long replied. Madam urges you to focus solely on your examinations and not let trivial matters distract you. Regarding that Luli, Madam has stated she will handle it personally. Li Mo gave a slight nod. Very well. He is merely trash and not worth my concern. Perhaps Old Mo has already succeeded but is lying low to avoid exposure. He closed his eyes again, leaning back against the rim of the wooden tub. Once I gain admission to a premier martial university, inherit the Li family's authority, and become the true sovereign of Jiangqing, a genuine superior being, that Lu Li will be unworthy even to carry my shoes. However, he suddenly opened his eyes again, a trace of resentment flashing within them. That idiot Lu Li may lack blade technique and footwork, but his vital energy and academic prowess are truly formidable. 999 vital energy points, the highest in the entire school. His academic scores also rank first routinely, leaving the second-place student dozens of points behind in every examination. If I possessed all these advantages, I would have secured admission to Jingdu Martial University long ago. The fact that I cannot even reach Jingdu Martial University is entirely because that bastard Lu Li refuses to acknowledge my superiority. Zhang Long hurriedly flattered. Young master, you are destined for great fortune. That Lu Li only possesses those 2 strengths. His blade technique and footwork are utterly worthless, failing to even reach the beginner stage. For someone like that, no matter how high his vital energy, he remains a cripple with severe academic imbalance. Premier martial universities evaluate comprehensive performance, not isolated specialties. Well said. Relieved by the flattery, a smile graced Li Mo's face. Li Mo possess advanced basic swordsmanship, foundational footwork, and passing vital energy. My comprehensive combat ability will undoubtedly rank within the top 30 across the entire school. And what of that Lu Li? He ranks dead last in the comprehensive standings. Li Mo shall surely blaze with radiance, completely eclipsing that dullard Lu Li, who cannot even clear the undergraduate threshold. Long live the young master. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu chorused in unison. Li Mo chuckled with supreme satisfaction. What he failed to realize was that the very good-for-nothing he despised had already slain 3 peak-tier, first-stage assassins the night before. Furthermore, he had already broken through to the mid-stage of the second tier. At this very moment, he was peacefully asleep in his modest rental apartment, dreaming sweet dreams of gaining admission to Jingdu Martial University. Even less did he know that his prized top 30 comprehensive ranking was utterly worthless in the eyes of Lu Li, quite literally unworthy of carrying his shoes. 3 days later, June 7th, the day of the National College entrance examination. Before dawn had broken, the entire city of Jiangqing had already stirred awake. The city seemed to have donned a completely new face overnight. The streets were swept immaculately clean by sanitation workers. Red banners hung from every utility pole lining both sides of the road. May all examinees in the city achieve success and shine upon the honor roll. The college entrance examination reshapes destiny. Perseverance forges the future. 10 years of diligent study sharpen a sword now drawn to test its edge. Police patrols patrolling the city had tripled in number, with flashing blue lights visible on police vehicles every few blocks. All entertainment venues had been forcibly shuttered since the previous evening. The entire city was making way for the college entrance examination. This was the extent to which the Daxia nation valued the exam. In this world where martial arts prowess reigned supreme, the Gaokao remained the singular opportunity for all young people to transform their fate. Lu Li was awakened by the alarm clock. At 6:30 in the morning, his phone alarm rang punctually. He opened his eyes, lay still on the bed for a few seconds, and then sprang upright. The exam. He drew a deep breath, feeling his heart pounding powerfully in his chest. Having transmigrated to this wretched place 3 years ago, this was the first time he had anticipated a day so eagerly. In his previous life, he had simply drifted through days without concern for whether he took the exam or not. Now he was filled with ambition, pinning his hopes on the college entrance examination to achieve overnight success and shine brilliantly. Luli rose from bed and stepped into the bathroom to freshen up. The reflection in the mirror showed him looking vigorous and full of energy. After breaking through to the second-rank martial artist level, his physical constitution had improved comprehensively, and even his appearance had elevated to a higher tier. Not bad, getting handsomer by the day. Luli walked into the kitchen, took out bread and milk, then sat on the sofa and ate a proper breakfast. While eating, he opened the system panel. Host Luli, age 17, martial arts realm, mid-stage, second-rank martial artist, blood chi value, $59.99. External display, qualified martial artist, blood chi value, $999. Bully value 0 points. Martial art, body, refining, first chapter, mastery, martial skills, basic saber technique, perfection, basic, footwork technique, perfection, talent, unawakened, awakening talent card, mental power, materialization, master ready, achievement points, 8 points. 8 achievement points. Luli pondered for a moment. Last time the 10 pull gave him a pile of trash, but the final single draw yielded a god-tier talent card. This time he did not dare to pull randomly again, deciding to save the achievement points for a critical moment. After finishing breakfast, he carefully placed the admission ticket in his pocket, slung an old backpack over his shoulder, and headed out the door. Xiaolu, today is the college entrance exam, right? Cheer up, Xiaolu. Don't forget us when you get into a good university. This child has it rough raising himself alone for 3 years now. Luli smiled and responded, though a wave of emotion washed over him. Though the slums were poor, the sense of community ran much deeper than in the wealthy districts. These neighbors, despite their own struggles, had always gone out of their way to help him as an orphan. A cordon had been set up at the exam venue entrance with police officers and school security personnel maintaining order. Luli took a deep breath and walked toward the examination site. The examination venue was located at the main teaching building of Jiangxing Martial Arts High School. The liberal arts exam began at 8:30 in the morning and lasted for an hour and a half. The exam covered martial arts theory, records of extraordinary beasts, and cultivation basics. All multiple choice and true or false questions totaling 100 points. For him, the liberal arts exam in this world was a walk in the park. Having survived 9 years of compulsory education plus 3 years of college entrance exam preparation, with 5 years of practice questions in his past life, his study methods and test-taking skills far surpassed those of his peers in this world. Coupled with his diligent studies over the 3 years since transmigrating, he had the liberal arts exam content memorized inside out. Being ranked first in the entire school was no empty boast. At 25 minutes past 8, the invigilator entered the examination hall. As the papers were distributed, Luli scanned through them briefly. Sure enough, exactly as he had anticipated. A slight smile curled Luli's lips. These questions were practically giving away points to him. He picked up his pen and began answering. In the examination hall, the other students were furrowing their brows in deep concentration, some biting the ends of their pens, others scratching their heads in frustration, and still others drenched in cold sweat from anxiety. Only Luli remained calm and composed, his pen flying across the paper. Where other students needed the full hour and a half, he finished everything in just 30 minutes. He glanced at the clock. Only 9 o'clock, an hour remaining before the exam ended. Should I submit early? Luli thought about it and decided to stay a while longer. Submitting early would draw too much attention. What he needed now was to keep a low profile. The cultivation concealer could hide his martial arts level, but not his intelligence. Scoring a perfect mark on the liberal arts exam was already conspicuous enough. Turning in early would only make him stand out more. He closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair, resting. At precisely 10 o'clock, the exam bell rang. As Luli made his way through the crowd and reached the staircase, a familiar voice called out from behind. Well, isn't this our top scorer in liberal arts? Luli paused and turned around. Liamo stood at the far end of the corridor, flanked by his 2 lackeys Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. His hair was slicked back with an oily sheen, and his face wore that signature smirk that begged for a beating. The surrounding students parted to clear a path for Liamo. Liamo was the notorious bully at Jiangxing Martial Arts High School. Nobody dared cross him. He approached Luli with his 2 lackeys, sizing him up from head to toe with a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Didn't those 3, the old man Mo and his crew, already make their move? Why was Luli still breathing? Had they really taken the money and disappeared? Damn it. How dare they skim from the Li family's money? That old Mo would pay for this, one way or another. Liamo. Luli regarded him with an impassive expression, his voice utterly devoid of emotion. So what if you're good at liberal arts? Liamo shook off his thoughts with a cold sneer. How about your saber technique and footwork? You're substandard trash who hasn't even crossed the threshold. A ripple of suppressed laughter spread through the onlookers. Everyone knew Luli's saber and footwork techniques were the worst in the school. He had never even reached the beginner level. Luli remained silent, merely observing Liamo. Seeing no response, Liamo mistook the quiet for fear and grew increasingly smug. He stepped closer and lowered his voice. How about this? I'll give you 100,000 yuan if you sell me your liberal arts scores. Let's be honest, your martial arts skills are terrible, and your total score won't even qualify you for an undergraduate program. 100,000 is more than enough for you to live on for years. Ha ha. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu chimed in with forced laughter. The surrounding students joined in, though their amusement carried an undercurrent of sympathy. Everyone knew Lu Li was an orphan and understood the hardships he faced. But in this ruthless world, sympathy could not fill an empty stomach. Lu Li gazed at Li Mo, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He felt neither anger nor agitation. The old Lu Li might have been provoked by Li Mo's taunts, but now, having reached the mid-tier of second-rank cultivation, Li Mo seemed no more threatening than an ant shouting at an elephant. Absurd and pitiful. Li Mo, Lu Li spoke, his voice quiet, yet carrying clearly to everyone within earshot. Weren't you punished enough last time? An abrupt silence fell over the entire crowd. Li Mo's grin froze on his face. The students around them stared in disbelief, certain they were hearing things. Lu Li had actually beaten Li Mo. That self-proclaimed third bully, known only for stealing lollipops, dared strike the #1 gangster at Jiangxing Martial Arts High School. The real puzzle was that Lu Li was walking around completely fine, showing up to take the exam like nothing happened. When had Li Mo suddenly become merciful? Or did Lu Li have some hidden connections? What the hell did you just say? Li Mo's expression darkened, a kill intent flashing in his eyes. I said, Lu Li enunciated each word deliberately, haven't you had enough beatings? You're asking for it. Enraged, Li Mo unleashed his blood chi power in an instant, driving a fist straight for Lu Li's face. His blood chi had surged significantly over the past 3 days, and he was confident he could take Lu Li down. Channeling 80% of his strength into the punch, the air whistled around his fist. He intended to crush this arrogant fool in front of everyone present. But before his knuckles could connect with Lu Li's face, a hand shot out from the side and gripped Li Mo's wrist with iron strength. Li Mo, you want to start a fight on exam day? Don't you have any sense? A clear feminine voice cut through the tension. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the sound. A tall girl suddenly appeared beside Lu Li. With just one hand, she effortlessly gripped Li Mo's wrist. Lin Chen. Lu Li turned his head slightly and glanced at her. She was wearing a white short-sleeve blouse and a deep blue pleated skirt today. Her long hair was tied in a high ponytail, giving her a neat and vigorous appearance full of youthful energy. She looked even more beautiful than when they last met. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Li Mo's face instantly drained of color. Lin Chen. Miss Lin. He remembered his father Li Tianlong's stern warnings and the formidable figure at the city lord's mansion that none dared to provoke, and a chill ran down his spine. I didn't mean to start a fight. I just wanted to. Li Mo waved his hands frantically. I was just joking. Just kidding. He yanked his wrist free and fled the scene in disarray with Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. The students around them watched this scene, their jaws nearly dropping. Li Mo actually ran away. That fearless Li Mo had been scared off by a single girl. What exactly was Lin Chen's background? Someone muttered softly. I heard she's new here and seems to have considerable connections. Obviously. Without some backing, how could she scare Li Mo into that state? What's her relationship with Lu Li? Why is she standing up for him? Who knows? Perhaps Lu Li got exceptionally lucky. Amid the murmurs, Lin Chen turned and looked at Lu Li. Are you alright? I'm fine. Lu Li shook his head. Thank you. No need for thanks. You saved me last time, and I returned the favor this time. We're even. Lin Chen waved her hand dismissively, then looked Lu Li up and down. She couldn't shake the feeling that Lu Li was unervingly composed. He seemed like a completely different person from just a few days ago. Let's go, we can head to the blood chi testing grounds together, Lin Chen said. Actually, I wanted to tell you something. As they walked, Lin Chen spoke up. Lu Li, what is your blood chi value? 999. Lu Li replied using his concealed data. That's quite high for an aspiring warrior. Lin Chen nodded. Do you know the scoring standards for the blood chi test? Of course. Reaching 990 or above earns a perfect score of 100. And exceeding 1,000 points brings additional bonus marks. Lu Li thought for a moment. However, it won't be factored into the total college entrance exam score. Correct. It doesn't count toward the total score, but it will catch the attention of admission offices at major martial arts universities, Lin Chen said earnestly. My father said. No. I heard that Kyoto Martial University made an exception last year and admitted a prodigy whose blood chi value reached 2,000 points. That person's grades in other subjects were merely average, but because of their extraordinarily high blood chi value, Kyoto Martial University directly issued an admission notice. Lu Li's heart stirred. He had originally planned to display only 1,500 points, but after hearing Lin Chen's words, he thought he could raise it a bit more. 2,000 points. That would be too much and invite unnecessary attention. 1,800 points. That might work. Are you suggesting I try to score as high as possible? Of course. Lin Chen nodded. Your liberal arts scores are excellent. If your blood chi value can also be high, even if your swordsmanship and body techniques are lacking, you still stand a chance of being admitted to a prestigious university. She paused, then took out a small porcelain vial from her pocket and handed it to Lu Li. This is a blood ignition pill. After consumption, it can temporarily boost your blood chi value by 30% for half an hour. Your blood chi value is 999. After taking it, it would reach 1,298, which is more than enough to attract attention. Lu Li looked at the small porcelain vial, but did not take it. This is far too valuable. I cannot accept it. A blood ignition pill was a third-grade elixir worth at least millions on the open market. Moreover, it was a matter of price. Without availability, ordinary people could not afford it even with money. Consider it my repayment for saving your life last time. Lin Chen pressed the vial into Lu Li's hand. Even if I hadn't been there that day, you would not have come to harm. Lu Li spoke the truth. Lin Chen was a peak first-rank warrior. 3 limos combined could not defeat her, so her danger had mostly been feigned. That was my business. You acted because you chose to. Lin Chen interrupted firmly. Anyway, I have given it to you. Whether you use it or not is your decision. With that, she turned and walked away, her ponytail sweeping a graceful arc in the air. Lu Li looked at the small porcelain vial in his hand, utterly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. This Lin Chen truly had a remarkably straightforward temperament. He placed the vial in his pocket and continued toward the playground. He would not use the blood ignition pill because he did not need it, but he would accept Lin Chen's goodwill. On the playground, the blood chi testing had already begun. Dozens of blood chi detection instruments were arranged in a row, each with a long queue of candidates ahead of it. Some candidates were tense, others excited, and some wore impassive expressions. The detection instrument was silver-white, roughly 1 person in height, with a palm-shaped indentation on its surface. The candidate placed their hand into the indentation, infused it with blood chi energy, and the instrument would automatically detect the blood chi value and display it on the screen. Zhang Wei blood chi value 321, score 32 points. Li Feng blood chi value 458, score 45 points. Wang Chong blood chi value 503, score 50 points. One candidate after another completed the test, some rejoicing and others troubled. Lu Li stood in line watching the candidates before him step onto the platform one by one and then step down. His mindset was perfectly calm, without the slightest nervousness. Finally, it was his turn. Next, Lu Li. The invigilator called out his name. Lu Li took a deep breath and walked onto the testing platform. At this moment, many people around turned their gaze toward him. Lu Li, the top liberal arts student at Jiangxing Martial High School, the highest blood chi value in the entire school, and the infamous third bully. All titles were well known throughout the campus. Look, the trash who only knows how to snatch lollipops is on stage now. I heard his blood chi value is 999, ranking first in liberal arts school-wide, but his swordsmanship and body techniques are both 0 points. What a pity. His imbalance is too severe. What's there to pity? Trash is trash. The murmurs rose and fell like waves. Liamo stood among the crowd with his arms crossed, coldly observing Lu Li on the platform. So what if it's 999? He's still a piece of trash. He muttered under his breath. Just wait until the martial arts assessment this afternoon. Let's see how you embarrass yourself. Lu Li ignored all the gossip and glaring eyes and walked up to the detection instrument. He placed his right hand on the palm-shaped indentation, took a deep breath, and then slowly infused it with blood chi energy. However, his true blood chi value stood at an astonishing 5,999 points, and the blood chi energy of his mid-second rank cultivation was exceedingly profound. If he released it all at once, this detection instrument would likely explode. He had to exercise control. With a thought, Lu Li activated his cultivation concealment device. He set the externally displayed blood chi value to a number he deemed appropriate. 1,589 points. This figure was neither too high nor too low. It was sufficient to draw attention without being utterly shocking. The numbers on the detection instrument began to fluctuate. 100, 200, 300. The figures climbed rapidly and soon broke through 500. Someone in the crowd began to gasp. So fast. This rate of increase. It's at 600, 700, 800, 900. When the number surpassed 900, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone stared fixedly at the screen, not blinking. 950, 980, 990, 999. Under normal circumstances, it should have stopped at 999. But the number did not stop, it continued leaping upward. 1,000. The entire venue erupted in astonishment. It's 1,000. It broke through 1,000. Heavens, Lu Li's blood chi value has exceeded 1,000. Impossible. How could a prospective martial artist possibly break through such a threshold? Isn't he merely a prospective martial artist? The invigilator's eyes also widened. He hurried toward the testing instrument and carefully inspected it. The equipment is functioning normally. The invigilator's voice trembled slightly. The numbers continued to climb. 1,100, 1,200, 1,300. Amidst the crowd, Li Mo's expression darkened considerably. Impossible. This cannot be. He muttered in disbelief. 1,400, 1,500. Finally, the numbers settled at 1,589. A vivid red numeral flickered on the display screen before stabilizing. Blood chi value 1,589, and absolute silence descended upon the venue. Then an ear-splitting uproar erupted. 1,589. This is the highest blood chi test score in the history of Jiangxing Martial Arts High School. Is he truly a prospective martial artist? How could one possess such an extraordinary blood chi value? Could the equipment be malfunctioning? The invigilator has already verified. The machine is perfectly fine. The invigilator took a deep breath and announced, Lu Li blood chi value 1,589, a perfect score of 100. He paused before adding, this exceeds the maximum threshold by 590 points. According to regulations, it will not be counted toward the college entrance examination total, but will be recorded as an additional bonus. Amidst the crowd, Lu Li's homeroom teacher's face flushed with excitement. He was a man in his 40s, surnamed Wang, who had taught for over a decade and mentored countless students. He had always been kind to Lu Li, aware of how diligently this orphan trained in martial arts. Though he rarely voiced it, he harbored a quiet hope that Lu Li would gain admission to a prestigious university. Witnessing Lu Li's blood chi results now, he was so overcome, he nearly leapt. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Teacher Wang repeated 3 times, his eyes growing moist. 1,589. Even if he scores below passing in the afternoon martial techniques assessment, this result alone would make numerous key martial arts universities take notice. If you pass all your afternoon examinations, Lu Li, you will certainly be admitted to Kyoto Martial University. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the crowd, Li Mo's expression had grown beyond mere gloom. His face darkened like a soot-covered wok bottom, his hands clenched until his knuckles cracked, fingernails digging deeply into his palms. 1,589. His own blood chi value barely surpassed 900, not even a fraction of Lu Li's achievement. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Li Mo ground his teeth, then suddenly shouted, "The machine is faulty. That equipment must be broken. How could a prospective martial artist possibly have a blood chi value of 1,500? His outburst stirred a ripple of commotion. Many harbored the same doubts. Was not the blood chi upper limit for prospective martial artists supposed to be 999? How could one possibly breach such a ceiling? The invigilator frowned and approached Lu Li. "Student Lu Li, for the sake of fairness, I must ask you to retake the test on another machine. Is that acceptable?" "Certainly." Lu Li nodded and walked toward a nearby testing instrument. He placed his hand upon it, once more channeling his blood chi energy. On the screen, the numbers raced upward again. 100, 200, 300. 1,000, 1,000, 100, 1,200. Finally, the digits settled at 1589 once more. Blood chi value 1589, identical results. The crowd erupted in astonishment again. The machine is perfectly fine. Lu Li truly possesses a blood chi value of 1,589. Good heavens, how did he accomplish this? The invigilator took a deep breath and proclaimed loudly, "Lu Li's final blood chi test results 1,589, perfect score of 100 points with an additional bonus of 590 points. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted throughout the crowd. Lu Li's homeroom teacher Wang was so overwhelmed with emotion, he nearly wept. He rushed forward and embraced Lu Li tightly. "You cunning lad, you've concealed this well. 1,589. Do you comprehend what this signifies? Even a passing grade in the afternoon martial techniques assessment would be sufficient for admission to a key martial arts university." Teacher Wang grew increasingly animated. "Should you score 70 or 80 points on the martial techniques evaluation, there would be a genuine chance at Kyoto Martial University." Lu Li offered a faint smile, but said nothing. What he kept hidden was that his true capabilities far exceeded anything Teacher Wang could imagine. A passing grade. Had he exerted his full strength, the martial techniques assessment would yield a flawless perfection. Yet he could not reveal his complete power, at least not yet. Amidst the crowd, Leni Chen stood in a corner, watching Lu Li upon the stage, a peculiar gleam flickering in her eyes. 1,589. She murmured softly. "Moreover, his aura. Why does it feel so unsettling to me? It seems as though he has not even deployed his full strength. Mysterious guardian. Extraordinarily profound blood chi energy." Student Lu Li. Leni Chen, having reached the pinnacle of first-rank martial cultivation, possessed an exceptionally acute sensitivity to fluctuations in blood chi. She sensed something profoundly wrong with Lu Li's aura. Not merely the absence of any anomalies that would accompany Ranchuadan usage, but rather a faint yet palpable oppressive presence that far exceeded what a blood chi value of 1,500 should produce. Fascinating. Leni Chen's lips curled upward slightly, indeed becoming quite captivating. Meanwhile, Li Mo's envy had reached a boiling point. He gazed at Lu Li upon the stage, his eyes burning with venom and resentment. 1,589. By what right? By what right can a wretched nobody possess such an extraordinary blood chi value? He recalled his own exhausting days of medicinal baths and consuming rare spiritual materials, laboring tirelessly to push his blood chi value to just above 600. Yet Lu Li had achieved 1,500 without apparent effort whatsoever. Unfair. Profoundly unfair. So what if his blood chi is remarkable? Li Mo raged furiously within his heart. Your body movement blade techniques and cultivation methods this afternoon will prove utterly inadequate. It was common knowledge throughout the entire school. A specialist lacking in other areas remains nothing but mediocre, perpetually so. He drew a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. Yes, exactly right. His blade technique and body movement scores are both 0. His cultivation method assessment, also 0. Even with a perfect blood chi result, his total martial arts score cannot exceed 200 points. Whereas I possess elementary mastery in blade technique, foundational proficiency in body movement, and elementary cultivation. My total score exceeds 280 at minimum. He cannot match me. He never will surpass me. Li Mo consoled himself with these thoughts, allowing a smile to gradually return to his lips. Yet what he failed to realize was that what he dismissed as worthless was in truth deliberately concealed capability on Lu Li's part. And what he remained entirely unaware of was what awaited him during the afternoon's martial techniques assessment. Lu Li's blood chi value of 1589 had detonated like a bomb across Jiangxing Martial High, sending shockwaves through the entire student body. Have you heard? That Lu Li, the so-called third bully, tested at 1589 blood chi. No way. Isn't he just a quasi-martial artist? How did a quasi-martial artist break through the blood chi limit? Who knows, but he actually did it. Both machines confirmed it. The results were identical. TSK TSK 1589. I'm not even a tenth of that. What good is it? He's severely unbalanced. Doesn't everyone in school know his blade technique and body movement are both zero? True. Without martial skill, even high blood chi is useless. Such conversations played out everywhere. In the cafeteria, along the corridors, even in the restrooms. Lu Li turned a deaf ear to the chatter and ate lunch alone. During the meal, Lin Chen approached with her tray and sat across from him. You really have thick skin, Lin Chen remarked, watching him devour his food. The whole school is losing its mind over this, and you're still enjoying braised pork. Do you feel confident about this afternoon's exam? She asked curiously. Confident. Lu Li paused to think. I should pass at least. Lin Chen studied him for a few seconds, sensing there was something he was hiding. You're not. She ventured. Hiding your strength, are you? Lu Li's chopsticks faltered for a moment, then continued eating. You're overthinking it. Lin Chen did not press further, but her suspicions only deepened. At precisely 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the martial arts and cultivation technique assessments began on schedule. The venue was the comprehensive training hall behind the teaching building. Most striking of all were the dozens of holographic simulation pods arranged in the center of the arena. The holographic simulation pod was currently the most advanced martial arts assessment equipment in the Dacian Empire. Each unit cost over 50 million. These simulation pods could generate opponents of varying combat levels through holographic projection technology, precisely evaluating candidates' blade techniques, body movement, and cultivation methods. Upon entering the simulation pod, a holographic battlefield would materialize inside. Candidates were required to fight simulated opponents using their real martial skills, and the system would automatically rate their proficiency in martial techniques based on their performance. Each assessment was scored out of 100 points, entry level at 60, minor success at 80, major accomplishment at 100, and peerless mastery at 150. Note that only scores up to 100 counted toward the college entrance examination. Dozens of simulation pods stood in a neat row, their silver-white casings gleaming with a cold luster under the lights. An invigilator stood beside each pod, responsible for recording scores and handling any emergencies. The training hall was already packed. Beyond the candidates taking the exam, many non-examinee students from various grades had gathered to watch the spectacle. The air buzzed with excited chatter and noise. Just then the rumble of engines echoed from outside the training hall. 3 black luxury sedans rolled into campus in formation, the lead vehicle a custom stretch Maybach bearing the license plate Jiangxing L0002, the exclusive plate of the Li family. The convoy halted before the teaching building, and bodyguards in black suits emerged from the front and rear vehicles first. Then the door of the central Maybach opened. Liemo stepped out of the car. Go, young Master Li. Zhang Long and Zhao, who cheered at the forefront with several of Limeau's lackeys, joining in enthusiastically. Liemo glanced back at Lu Li with a provocative smile, then strode purposefully into simulation pod number 1. Blade technique assessment complete. Evaluation minor success mid-tier. Score 85 points. The moment the results flashed on the big screen, the crowd erupted. Minor success mid-tier. Limeau's blade technique has reached minor success mid-tier. He's only 17, yet his blade technique is already at this level. As expected of the Li family's eldest son. What terrifying talent. 85 points. Combined with this morning's blood chi score of 93, that's already 178. Body movement assessment complete. Evaluation minor success late tier. Score 95 points. 95 points. Minor success late tier in body movement. Even higher than his blade technique. Liemo is defying the heavens. Blade technique 85, body movement 95, totaling 180 already. Plus the 93 blood chi from this morning, that's 273 total. With the cultivation method and tomorrow's awakening aptitude, he'll easily clear 470. Last year's cutoff for Kyoto Martial University was 450. Liemo has a very solid chance. Not just a chance, it's guaranteed. Hearing the surrounding discussions, Zhang Long and Zhao, whose smiles widened considerably. Cultivation method assessment complete. Evaluation minor success early tier. Score 80 points. All 3 assessments were now complete. Final results: blade technique minor success mid-tier 85 points. Body movement minor success late tier 95 points. Cultivation method minor success early tier 80 points. Total martial arts score 260 points. Adding this morning's blood chi score of 93 and the humanities score of 75, Liemo estimated his morning humanities score at 75. The total came to 428 points. As long as tomorrow's awakening aptitude test was not the absolute worst tier, he was guaranteed an additional 30 to 40 points. That would push his total well over 460, while Kyoto Martial University's admission threshold sat at 450. Limeau's acceptance was virtually guaranteed. Liemo total score 428, excluding awakening aptitude. When the invigilator announced these results, the entire venue erupted once more. 428 points without even counting his awakening aptitude. With that included, he'll easily clear 450. Kyoto Martial University. Liemo is getting in. Congratulations, young Masterly. Best wishes, young Masterly. Flattery and congratulatory remarks washed over him like a tidal wave. Zhang Long and Zhao, who took the lead in applauding, their palms growing red from the force. I told you. I will get into Kyoto Martial University. Liemo grinned broadly, then turned his gaze toward Lu Li's direction. Lu Li was still leaning against the wall, his bottle of mineral water already finished, absent-mindedly crushing the empty container in his hand. Liemo strode over and stopped in front of him. Lu Li, did you see that? Liemo's voice carried deliberately, ensuring everyone nearby could hear. This is what true strength looks like. Blade technique, minor success. Body movement, minor success. Cultivation method, minor success. And you? A worthless loser who hasn't even passed the entry level in blade technique or body movement. Aren't you embarrassed to stand here? The surrounding students erupted into mocking laughter. Exactly, what's the point of even taking the martial arts exam if you're useless? What good is a high blood chi score? With 0 in martial techniques, scoring over 200 would be remarkable. Lu Li slowly lifted his gaze and looked at Liemo, but his expression remained utterly serene, betraying no emotion. What, won't say anything? Chicken. Liemo smirked triumphantly. You were quite the talker this morning. Huh. Why the sudden silence now? Liemo. Lu Li spoke slowly. The spirit burning pill does work quite well, but only minor success mid-tier. Without giving Liemo a chance to retort, Lu Li turned and walked toward the simulation pod. Next, Lu Li. The invigilator called his name. Lu Li took a deep breath and walked toward simulation pod. No. Free. At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon him. Look, that good for nothing is going up now. Haha, let's see him score 0. That should be quite entertaining. I bet his swordsmanship isn't even at the beginner level. He won't last 10 seconds. 10 seconds. You overestimate him. I'd say 5 seconds is generous. Jeering voices, laughter, and taunts came from all directions. Lu Li ignored them all. He entered the simulation pod, and the door closed behind him. The world went suddenly silent. Inside the simulation pod was a vast open space surrounded by silver-white metallic walls. A flash of light passed, and the walls vanished, replaced by a massive virtual combat arena. The arena spanned 100 meters across, its floor textured with bluish-gray stone tiles beneath a sky of brilliant blue and drifting white clouds. Everything was rendered with astonishing realism, as though he truly stood within an open-air fighting ground. The swordsmanship assessment begins. Candidates, please select your opponent's difficulty. A mechanical electronic voice rang out. A virtual panel materialized before Lu Li, displaying 4 options: beginner, proficient, master, and peerless. Most candidates would choose beginner or proficient. Selecting master was exceedingly rare, while choosing peerless was unheard of. Lu Li gazed at the 4 options, a slight smile curling his lips. He extended his hand and tapped on peerless. The system seemed to hesitate for a moment. Perhaps no one had ever chosen this difficulty before. Confirming selection of peerless difficulty. Warning: this difficulty is extremely high. Candidates are advised to consider carefully. Confirmed, Lu Li said. The virtual panel disappeared. At the far end of the combat arena, a human figure began to materialize. It was a tall, slender man dressed in white training attire, his features indistinct and impossible to make out. He held a long blade, its edge gleaming with a chilling light. This was the simulation opponent at peerless level. Lu Li closed his eyes and drew a deep breath. Then he opened his eyes. At that moment, his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. If previously he was like a sword concealed within its scabbard, now he was a blade fully drawn. His killing intent was razor-sharp and overwhelming. Assessment began. The instant the electronic voice faded, the simulation opponent moved. His speed was astonishing. Almost before the sound had finished echoing, the blade was already upon Lu Li. This strike was unadorned and simple, yet within it lay the complete essence of fundamental sword technique. Angle, force, speed, timing. Every element was precisely calibrated, achieving perfect equilibrium. This was peerless. Not elaborate techniques or dazzling maneuvers, but the ultimate refinement of the simplest movements. A return to primal purity. Lu Li's pupils contracted sharply. He did not retreat or dodge, instead he charged forward directly. He struck with his own blade. An equally unadorned strike. The 2 blades collided in midair. Clang. The thunderous ring of metal against metal echoed deafeningly as sparks flew in every direction. The simulation opponent stepped back 1 pace. Lu Li also retreated a step. Their eyes met, and both struck simultaneously. 1 strike, 2, 3, 4, 5. Their blades grew faster and faster until they were nearly invisible to the naked eye. Lu Li's foundational swordsmanship was peerless, but this did not represent his full power. Through his clone's training in the shadow assassination blade technique, he had accumulated battle experience and swordsmanship insights. These allowed his basic sword technique to unleash power beyond its natural limits. Every strike carried the unpredictable essence of the shadow assassination blade, silent, treacherous, and elusive. The simulation opponent began to struggle. Though it also operated at peerless level, it was ultimately generated data lacking the spiritual awareness and creative ingenuity of a human warrior. Against Lu Li's unconventional swordplay, his responses grew increasingly passive. Lu Li seized the opportunity. He suddenly changed his technique, thrusting his blade from an impossible angle straight toward his opponent's throat. The simulation opponent instinctively blocked. But Lu Li's strike was a feint. The blade suddenly changed trajectory mid-air. Thrust became slash, slash, became cleave, cleave, became upward lift. A seamless series of transformations executed in one fluid motion. The simulation opponent could no longer keep pace. Clang! His long blade was knocked away by Lu Li. But Lu Li did not cease. He continued his assault strike after strike, denying his opponent any chance to recover. Now unarmed, the simulation opponent began to evade. His footwork was also peerless, and between each dodging movement Lu Li's blade missed by mere inches. The two pursued, clashed, and entangled across the arena. Blade flashes and killing intent filled the air. Lu Li's stamina was depleting rapidly. An opponent at peerless level was simply too powerful. Though he held a slight edge, he could not achieve a decisive victory. Time ticked by second after second. Finally, Lu Li made a decision. He abandoned defense entirely, pouring all his strength into a single final strike. This was the most powerful blade he had ever wielded. The blade cut through the air with a piercing whistle. The simulation opponent sensed the strike's power and chose not to evade. Instead, he condensed his chi and blood into a war blade and unleashed an all-out counterattack. The two blades collided once more. Clang! This time the sound was even more piercing. Both figures were sent flying backwards simultaneously. Lu Li crashed heavily to the ground, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. The simulation opponent also hit the ground, its body beginning to blur. Swordsmanship assessment complete. Candidate achieved mutual destruction with a peerless level opponent. Rating peerless. Score 100 points. The system's notification sounded, but Lu Li could no longer hear it. His consciousness grew hazy after that final strike, yet a smile touched his lips. Perfect score. Peerless. What he did not know was that the system had been broadcasting his assessment live to the large screen in the training hall. In the training hall, silence reigned. Everyone stared with wide eyes and open mouths, transfixed by the display. What had they just witnessed? Lu Li had chosen the peerless difficulty. He had fought an opponent at that level to a standstill. His final strike had resulted in mutual destruction. Peerless. A perfect score. How was this possible? That third bully, who only knew how to snatch lollipops, that good-for-nothing, whose swordsmanship and footwork were nowhere near beginner level. Had he truly displayed peerless level blade technique? This is impossible, someone murmured. The system must have erred, another attempted to find a rational explanation. Right, the system definitely malfunctioned. How could Lu Li produce peerless level swordsmanship? But dozens of simulation pods ran simultaneously. None have ever been known to malfunction. The murmurs grew louder and more chaotic. The invigilator himself wore an expression of utter astonishment. He hurried to the control console, pulled up Lu Li's backend data, and examined it repeatedly. The data was flawless. All information was authentic, with no possibility of fabrication. Lu Li's swordsmanship is peerless. He scored a perfect mark. The invigilator's voice trembled. Lu Li's swordsmanship is peerless. He scored a perfect mark. At that moment, Lu Li stepped out of the simulation pod. Teacher, there are still 2 assessments remaining. Let us continue, Lu Li said. The proctor paused for a moment, then nodded. All right. For the movement skill assessment, do you need a moment to rest? No need. Lu Li turned and re-entered the simulation pod. The hatch sealed shut. Within the training hall, everyone waited in silence. No one would dare mock him this time. The second assessment, movement skills. Lu Li stood at the starting line of the obstacle course. Before him lay a course 10 times more complex than what Li Mo had faced, with various mechanical traps and concealed weapons lurking in every corner. This was an obstacle course of transcendent mastery. The movement skill assessment begins. The moment the electronic voice echoed, Lu Li moved. His figure became like a bolt of lightning darting through the obstacle course at incredible speed. Hidden weapons flew at him from all directions, yet each missed by the narrowest margin, never once striking him. His footwork was exquisitely perfected. The 5 fundamental stances unfolded infinite variations beneath his feet. Sometimes he charged forward while his body moved backward. Sometimes he feinted left only to appear on the right. This was transcendent movement technique, moving with complete freedom, leaving no trace to follow. The obstacles grew denser, the weapons faster, yet Lu Li's speed only increased. His body seemed weightless, drifting like a feather upon the wind. Every obstacle and weapon seemed like a choreographed dance step designed in advance. And he was the perfect dancer. In the end, Lu Li cleared the obstacle course with astonishing results. Movement skill assessment concluded. Evaluation, transcendent mastery. Score 100 points. The training hall fell deathly silent once more. Then erupted an ear-splitting uproar. Transcendent mastery again. His movement skills are also transcendent. A perfect score. Another perfect score. Good heavens, what manner of monster is Lu Li? Lenny Chen stood amidst the crowd, staring dumbfounded at the results displayed on the giant screen. She had suspected Lu Li might be concealing his strength, but she never imagined his hidden prowess could be so terrifying. Transcendent mastery. A realm she herself dared not hope to reach. In the entire nearly century-long history of Jiangxing Martial Arts High School, no student had ever achieved transcendent mastery in the college entrance examination. Not just Jiangxing Martial Arts High School, but across the entire city, the entire province, and all of Great Xia, the number of students achieving transcendent mastery each year could be counted on one hand. And Lu Li had achieved it twice in a single attempt. This Lu Li, Lin Yichen murmured, what sort of monster is he? The third assessment, cultivation method. Lu Li stood once more inside the simulation pod, closed his eyes, and began circulating the first chapter of body refinement. His proficiency in the cultivation method had also been elevated to transcendent mastery through his bully points. True qi circulated through his meridians, growing faster and more fluid with each passing moment. 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 3 cycles. With each revolution, the purity of his true qi increased, and his meridians expanded slightly wider. The system recorded data frantically in the background. Cultivation method assessment concluded. Evaluation, transcendent mastery. Score 100 points. 3 assessments, all perfect scores. Coupled with his flawless performance in both liberal arts and blood qi that morning. What a monster of a prodigy, scoring 500 points. When Lu Li stepped out of the simulation pod, the atmosphere in the training hall had completely transformed. No one mocked him anymore. No one called him useless. Every gaze fixed upon him had changed. It was a look blending shock, reverence, jealousy, and disbelief. Lu Li's homeroom teacher, Teacher Wang, stood among the crowd with tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. She had taught for over a decade and mentored countless students, yet never had one stirred her so profoundly. 3 assessments of transcendent mastery. 300 perfect points. Plus his blood qi score of 1,589 from the morning session, maximum 100 plus extra bonuses, and a guaranteed 100 in liberal arts. His grand total was directly 500, the maximum score. Teacher Wang's hands trembled as she mentally calculated Lu Li's total. Without counting tomorrow's awakening talent bonus, Lu Li's score already exceeded 500. 500 points. Last year's National College Entrance Examination champion had only scored 470 without the awakening talent bonus. Lu Li had the potential to become this year's national top scorer. Excellent. Good lad. Teacher Wang wiped her tears, her voice choked with emotion. I knew it. I knew you were not useless. Lin Yichen stared at the scores on the big screen, her eyes bulging with astonishment. Could this be Lu Li's hidden strength? This is no useless person. This is a concealed, true dragon. However, it's becoming ever more interesting. See you at Kyoto University, Lu Li. Meanwhile, in the corner of the training hall, Li Mo stood frozen, his expression beyond description. He could not believe his own eyes. 3 assessments of transcendent mastery. 300 perfect points. He had exhausted himself relying on pills just to score 260, while Lu Li casually achieved 300. His prized minor achievement, blade technique, was unworthy even of carrying Lu Li's shoes before transcendent mastery. All 3 assessments were perfect scores, all at the transcendent mastery level. Could this still be a high school student? In the history of Great Xia's martial arts college entrance examination, only a mere 5 individuals had ever reached Lu Li's caliber. This could no longer be measured simply by the word genius. Impossible. This cannot be. Li Mo muttered to himself, his voice growing quieter and weaker. He was clearly a waste. His blade technique and movement skills were clearly unmastered. How could he possibly score perfect marks? He recalled the words he had just thrown at Lu Li: waste, disgrace, not even worthy of undergraduate study. Those words now struck him like a series of slaps across his own face. No, impossible. The system must have erred. It must have. Li Mo turned and stumbled out of the training hall. He could not bear to stay another moment. He feared he might completely break down. Meanwhile, far away in the principal's office at the martial arts high school, a middle-aged man sat alongside an elegantly dressed noblewoman. What? That Lu Li bastard actually scored perfect marks on everything. The noblewoman was named Su Wanqing, Li Mo's own mother. Sister, we cannot let Lu Li live. With his talent, he will inevitably become a grave threat. The middle-aged man was named Su Changming, Li Mo's maternal uncle. In a moment, I will find a way to lure him to the academic affairs office. Sister, have your third-tier senior martial artist eliminate him. Su Wanqing bowed her head in contemplation, her eyes shifting before secretly making her decision. Agreed. Yesterday I sent 3 first-tier martial artists to assassinate that Lu Li, yet they failed. This time, where do you think this little bastard will flee to? Meanwhile, at the examination site, Lin Yichen had also completed her assessments. Her blade technique, movement skills, and cultivation method had all reached the great achievement realm. Her scores would securely secure her place at Kyoto Martial Arts University. Lu Li and Lin Yichen walked side by side. I never expected it. Lu Li, you concealed yourself so deeply. When we go to Kyoto Martial Arts University in the future, make sure you look out for your old classmate. Lin Yichen casually hooked her arm around Lu Li's shoulder with natural ease. This gesture had already crossed the boundary of ordinary friendship between classmates. Perhaps a young maiden, cloaking her intentions in jest, deliberately sought to draw closer to the boy she favored. Lin Yichen's arm draped around Lu Li's neck stiffened imperceptibly. She had never expected herself to take such the initiative in approaching a boy. At her previous school, she had been known as the Ice Queen, bestowing no favor upon any boy who sought her attention. Yet now she was treating Lu Li with such warmth, walking arm in arm and chatting freely. Such behaviors were already quite unconventional for Lin Yichen. Yet hidden deep within her heart lay an almost imperceptible trace of nervousness. Would he dislike me for this? However, Lu Li was a man who had crossed over from the 21st century. Having lived 2 lives, he may not have eaten pork, but he had certainly seen the pig run. In that era, when short videos dominated, what temptations had he not encountered? He felt the faint, delicate fragrance emanating from the girl beside him. Lu Li behaved with calm composure, showing no discomfort whatsoever. She simply believed that since the city lord's daughter had performed excellently on her exams and would be attending Kyoto Martial University alongside him, she was in high spirits and therefore being so close toward him. After all, he was no long out yin, possessing domineering charisma that could make school beauties throw themselves at him. Besides, they had only known each other for a few days. No problem. We'll still be good classmates and comrades in arms. Lu Li followed her words and nodded with a smile. Seeing that Lu Li did not pull away yet showed no other unusual reaction regarding matters between a man and a woman, Lin Yichen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, yet inexplicably felt a pang of loss. But instead of restraining herself, she grew even more presumptuous. A slender jade-like hand directly reached out and grasped Lu Li's hand, their fingers interlocking. Let's go. Lu Li. Sister is in high spirits today and will treat you to something delicious. Lu Li shook his head slightly. At this moment, he could even feel the girl's warm body temperature and her fine snow-soft skin. Wasn't this action a bit too intimate? Didn't interlocking fingers belong only to couples? He gave a firm tug, but could not break free from that jade-like hand. Student Lin. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? I'm afraid people will gossip. Hearing these words, Lin Yichen's grip tightened further. A slight tremor could be detected on her hand, but she was inherently a free-spirited and easygoing girl. Once she did something, she did it. Why fear what others might say? This school beauty, the beloved daughter of the city lord's mansion, steeled her resolve and prepared to hold firm to the end. I'm not afraid. What are you afraid of? What? I'm the school beauty. Does holding your hand count as taking advantage of you? We're about to enter university now. Dating shouldn't be off the table either. The last sentence was unexpectedly quiet, actually drowned out by a sudden voice. Student Lu Li, please come to the principal's office. The principal's secretary stood not far away and called out. Lin Yichen was furious. Her first confession had been completely ruined by someone. Meanwhile, thousands of li away in Kyoto. Kyoto Martial University, the highest martial arts institution of the Great Xia Nation. In the admissions office, over a dozen computers were receiving examination data from Gaokao venues across the country in real time. Staff members busily processed massive amounts of information, screening outstanding candidates in preparation for the upcoming admissions work. Suddenly, one computer emitted a shrill alarm. Beep, beep, beep. Everyone in the office was drawn to the sound. What's going on? Asked a middle-aged man wearing glasses. Abnormal data. The young staff member operating the computer stared at the screen, his eyes widening with each passing second. A candidate named Lu Li from Jiangxing Martial High School. His blade technique, body movement, and martial arts method are all transcendent mastery, scoring perfect marks in all 3. The office erupted into chaos. Everyone crowded around, staring at the screen. On the screen, Lu Li's examination data was crystal clear. Blade technique, transcendent mastery, 100 points. Body movement, transcendent mastery, 100 points. Martial arts method, transcendent mastery, 100 points. Blood chi, 1,589 points, full marks, plus extra bonus points. Liberal arts, estimated full marks. 3 transcendent mastery scores. That's impossible, someone exclaimed. Has the data been confirmed? Could it be a system error? Confirmed 3 times. The data is completely normal. The simulation pod operated smoothly with no fault records. Who is this Lu Li? Which noble family does he come from? Found him. He's an orphan who appeared in Jiangxing 3 years ago with no background whatsoever. A student at Jiangxing Martial High School, ranked first in liberal arts every year, but his martial arts scores were consistently poor. He was also known as the third bully. The third bully. What does that mean? That is the kind of bully who specifically steals lollipops from kindergarten children. The atmosphere in the office grew subtly strange. A bully who stole lollipops from kindergartners scored 3 transcendent mastery ratings on the national exam. Had the script gotten its roles reversed? Regardless of who he was before, this achievement is undeniable. The bespectacled middle-aged man adjusted his glasses, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. 3 transcendent mastery scores, blood chi of 1,589, estimated full marks in liberal arts. Such a genius, we must secure him. But his martial arts scores were always 0. Why the sudden change? Hiding his strength. The middle-aged man stated firmly. He has been concealing his abilities all along. As for why, that is his business. We only need to know that he is one of the top candidates nationwide this year. He turned and strode decisively toward the private office at the very back. That was the admissions office director's office. The door was ajar. An elderly man with silver hair sat behind the desk, flipping through a document. He appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, yet vigorous and sharp-eyed. He wore a gray Zhongshan suit, his frame lean, yet an aura of deep martial power radiated from him. A 7th-rank martial venerable. The director of admissions at Kyoto Martial University, Chun Tianxing. Director. The middle-aged man stood at the doorway, his tone respectful. A genius has appeared in Jiangqing. Oh. Chun Tianqing raised his head. How much of a genius? 3 transcendent mastery scores. Blood chi of 1589. Liberal arts estimated at full marks. Chun Tianqing's eyes lit up. Has the data been confirmed? Confirmed 3 times, no issues. Chun Tianqing set down his document and rose to his feet. His stature was not tall, but standing there he resembled a towering mountain, inspiring involuntary reverence. 3 transcendent mastery scores. He murmured to himself. In my decades of teaching, I have never encountered such a genius. After a moment of silence, he made a decision that stunned everyone present. Prepare the vehicle. I will personally go to Jiangqing. Director, you personally? The middle-aged man was taken aback. But this violates protocol, doesn't it? Generally, we wait for candidates to come to Kyoto for the re-examination. Rules are rigid, people are flexible. Chun Tianqing waved his hand dismissively. If we do not secure such a genius immediately, and another martial university snatches him away, we will have no time to mourn. He walked to the window, gazing at the sky beyond a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. Jiangqing, Luli, let us see what manner of monster you truly are. Meanwhile, inside the high school martial arts training room, the alloy door slowly closed. Luli stood in the center of the room, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. Wasn't I supposed to go to the principal's office? Why have I been brought here instead? He had entered this training room many times before, but today felt entirely different. Something was wrong. Lin Chen also sensed the abnormality. Without thinking, she shifted closer to Lu Li and whispered in a low voice, Lu Li, what's going on? Something's not right. Lu Li offered no reply. His eyes locked onto the shadows at the far end of the training room. Footsteps echoed from that direction. 3 figures emerged slowly from the darkness. Leading them was Principal Su Changming, a formulaic smile plastered across his face. Yet that smile carried an unnaturally chilling quality, like the forked tongue of a viper. Trailing behind Su Changming was a well-preserved noblewoman. Her expression bore the arrogance only a life of privilege could breed, her gaze reducing people to mere commodities awaiting appraisal. Last came an elderly man in his 60s. Gaunt and frail, he wore a gray robe faded from countless washings, blending in like any ordinary old man you might spot on the street. But Lu Li's pupils contracted sharply as waves of danger washed over him. Above the old man's head, his blood chi had condensed into an unyielding, spiraling vortex. 3rd stage peak martial artist. Judging by the density of that vortex, the old man stood on the precipice of breaking through to the martial king realm. Student Lu Li, confess openly. What tricks did you use to score so high? Principal Su spoke first. From what I know, your blood chi value was merely decent while everything else was abysmal. This puts me in a rather difficult position as principal. Why waste breath talking to him? Just kill him. The noblewoman interjected suddenly, her tone dripping with condescending disdain. I didn't expect you to hide so thoroughly. Those idiots old Mo sent failed to kill you. With those words, the temperature in the training room seemed to plummet. Lin Chen's expression shifted instantly. Though still young as the daughter of the city lord's mansion, she had grown up witnessing countless conspiracies and schemes. That single remark from the noblewoman amounted to an open confession of their previous assassination attempt against Lu Li. For her to speak so brazenly meant she had never intended for him to leave this room alive. What are you planning? Lin Chen stepped forward, placing herself between Lu Li and his adversaries, her voice icy. I am Lin Chen, daughter of the city lord. If you dare lay a single finger on Lu Li, my father will not let this go. The city lord's mansion. Those 3 words carried immense weight throughout Jiangqing City. Lin Chen's father Lin Jinan was a 5th stage peak martial emperor who had slain a 6th stage martial saint-tier exotic beast, his legendary fame renowned throughout the region. As expected, the noblewoman's brows furrowed. She pondered for a moment, her eyes assessing Lin Chen as she weighed the pros and cons. A flicker of hope crossed Lin Chen's mind, believing her status had taken effect. But in the next instant, the noblewoman's gaze hardened once more. She turned to the elderly man behind her and commanded, leave the city lord's daughter untouched. As for Lu Li, he must die. Principal Su Changming nodded in agreement. Sister, this youth's talent is far too formidable. You've already sent assassins after him once. Since this enmity has been incurred, we cannot allow him to leave alive. Otherwise, when he grows strong enough, our family will be finished. As he spoke, not an ounce of guilt or unease crossed his face. Only a detached indifference, as though they were discussing not a human life, but merely a troublesome matter to be handled. Lin Chen trembled with barely contained fury. She spread her arms wide, shielding Lu Li completely, her voice cracking. Lu Li, run. I'll hold them off. I'm the city lord's daughter. They wouldn't dare harm me. Her words carried urgency, yet her body remained rooted in place, steadfast and unmoving. In that moment, the girl who usually laughed freely and jokingly slung arms around her friends revealed a courage far beyond her years. Yet Lu Li did not flee. He did not run at all. Instead, he smiled. A bunch of trash. His voice was as calm as still water, yet his words were utterly audacious. Come at me all at once. He smiled not because he feared death, but because he had seen something hovering above their heads. Deep crimson light, bully points. Principal Su Changming's number exceeded 5,000. The noblewoman's surpassed 8,000. And the elderly man's number towered above 10,000. Over 10,000 bully points. How many lives had these monsters taken to accumulate such a staggering score? What if he couldn't win the fight? Didn't he have his avatars? Just get moving. Let the avatar cover everything. Seeking death. The old man snorted, his figure blurring past Lin-Chin in an instant. His speed was so extreme that Lin-Chin had no time to react. A palm strike unleashed blood chi condensed into a visible shockwave hurtling directly toward her. He intended to first render the troublesome city lord's daughter unconscious. The force was calculated with precision, not enough to end her life, but sufficient to knock her out. Yet a blade flash cut through the air. Lu Li had drawn his weapon. He gripped only a standard training sword, its edge still unsharpened and blunt. But as the blade descended, an extraordinarily fierce surge of blood chi erupted from its surface, shattering the old man's palm strike apart. The blade's momentum pressed forward, forcing the old man to retreat 3 steps. Second stage mid-level martial artist. The old man's voice, thick with shock, echoed through the training room. The noblewoman's composure shattered instantly. Principal Su Changming's eyes widened as though he had witnessed something impossible. Second stage mid-level. Lu Li was actually a second stage mid-level martial artist. How could this be possible? Just days ago, Lu Li had been a quasi-martial artist who could barely manage basic sword forms, the acknowledged trash of Jiangxing Martial High. How had he leaped from quasi-martial artist to second stage mid-level in merely 3 days? This transcended the label of genius. This was a monster. An outright thorough monster. Lin-Chin stood frozen as well. From behind, Lu Li gazing at the boy's not broad shoulders, a storm of disbelief churned within her. She had suspected Lu Li concealed his strength. Those extraordinary scores across 3 categories were proof enough. But she never imagined his actual cultivation had reached second stage mid-level. Even with the countless resources the city lord's mansion had piled upon her, she had only just broken through to second stage early level days ago. Ichin stepped back. Lu Li's voice pulled her from her shock. Leave this to me. As his words fell, Lu Li ceased, suppressing his blood chi. Rogue waves of violent blood chi energy erupted from his body, like a millennium-imprisoned beast finally breaking free from its shackles. The air in the training room trembled with a humming vibration under the force's impact, and equipment mounted on the walls began shaking violently. Second stage mid-level. But not an ordinary second stage mid-level. The sheer density and profundity of his blood chi had already approached the threshold of third stage mid-level. The noblewoman's expression darkened completely. She finally understood what manner of creature she had provoked. Kill him. Her voice turned shrill and piercing, all composure utterly shattered. Kill him. Make certain he dies. The old man took a deep breath, a hint of gravity flashing through his cloudy eyes. The physical energy of a peak third-stage warrior exploded to its fullest extent. The temperature in the training room suddenly rose. A faint red aura materialized around the old man, a supernatural manifestation that only appeared when one's chi and blood were condensed to the absolute limit. His body was like a fully drawn bow, every muscle coiled and ready to strike. Boy, your talent is truly fearsome. The old man spoke slowly, his voice hoarse. Given a few more years, you might truly grow into a powerhouse capable of ruling a region. Unfortunately, he shook his head. You shouldn't have made enemies of the Li family. In the next instant, the old man moved. A full-strength strike from a peak third-stage warrior so fast that it produced a piercing sonic boom in the air. His right fist, wreathed in terrifying power capable of splitting stone tablets, slammed directly toward Lu Li's face. If this punch landed squarely, Lu Li's head would explode like a watermelon. Lu Li did not retreat. He tightened his grip on the combat saber, pouring his physical energy madly into the blade. Ordinary training sabers could not withstand such immense power, and fine cracks began to appear along the blade's surface. But he did not care. The fundamental sword techniques had merged into one in his mind, transforming into a strike of transcendent perfection. Blade light cascaded like a waterfall. Where blade met fist, a visible shockwave erupted outward from the two combatants. The floor tiles of the training room shattered grain by grain, and spiderweb cracks spread across the walls. Lu Li gritted his teeth in a muffled groan, retreating 7 or 8 steps backward each footstep, leaving a deep impression in the floor. His thumb and forefinger split open, blood dripping from the hilt. But the old man fared no better. A deep bone-visible slash marred his fist, blood gushing forth steadily. If he had not reined in his force and stepped back at the critical moment, that single strike would have severed his right arm clean off. Transcendent sword technique. The old man drew in a sharp breath, the killing intent in his eyes growing even denser. The Li family residence. Liemo walked dejectedly through the front gate. The blow he suffered at the examination today was far too severe. 3 transcendent scores pressed down on him like a towering mountain, suffocating him. He had always believed himself to be the #1 genius of Jiangxing Martial High, and had always regarded Lu Li as nothing more than trash he could trample underfoot at will. But reality had slapped him brutally. Young master, the family head awaits you in the study, the butler said as he came forward. Liemo nodded and dragged his heavy steps toward the study. Inside the study, the Li family head Li Tianlong sat in a carved armchair, flipping through an ancient manuscript. At 45 years old, he was in the prime of his life. His cultivation had already reached the mid-stage of the 4th stage martial king realm, making him one of the recognized powers in all of Jiangxing City. Seeing his son enter, Li Tianlong closed the book and asked, "How did the exam go today?" Liu kept his head bowed and recounted everything that had happened at the examination site. He spoke in meticulous detail, including how he had resorted to performance-enhancing pills just to score 260 points. He included how Lu Li had achieved perfect transcendent scores across all 3 events. He also described the stunned and reverent expressions on everyone's faces as they looked at Lu Li. After hearing him out, Li Tianlong fell silent for a long time. This youth is extraordinary. Only after a long while did he speak again, his tone carrying a hint of lament. With time he will surely grow into a peerless powerhouse. He looked at Liu and said earnestly, "Mo, find a way to resolve the feud between you and Lu Li. Conflicts of pride between young people are not worth forming mortal enmities. Those of such caliber can only be befriended, never opposed." Li Tianlong had presided over the Li family for so many years not merely because of his martial prowess, but because of his keen ability to read the situation. He knew what a youthful prodigy meant, and he understood how dire the consequences of offending such a genius could be. In the history of the Great Xia Kingdom, how many noble families with centuries of heritage had been reduced to total annihilation simply because they offended the wrong person. However, Liu's next words sent Li Tianlong's heart plummeting. "Father." Liu's voice trembled slightly. "It is already too late." "What do you mean?" "Mother. Mother previously sent assassins to kill Lu Li." Li Tianlong sprang to his feet, his face contorting violently. "What did you say?" "Just yesterday." Liu's voice grew ever quieter. "Mother ordered old Mo to lead 3 first-stage warriors to assassinate Lu Li, but they failed. Today Mother went to the martial high again. She said she wanted to avenge me, and would personally kill Lu Li herself." "Foolish. Utterly foolish." Li Tianlong slammed his palm onto the desk, and the rosewood furniture shattered to pieces in an instant. His face turned iron gray, his eyes filled with anxiety and fury. He whirled around and roared toward the doorway. "Someone. Where's Madam now?" The butler rushed in panting. "Returning, family head. Madam went to the martial high today to watch young master's examination and has not yet returned. We're doomed." A powerful sense of foreboding surged through Li Tianlong's heart. He had no time for lengthy explanations. His figure flickered and he smashed straight through the study window, hurtling toward the martial high at full speed. The speed of a 4th-stage martial king exploding to its limit caused the scenery along the streets to blur past in an instant. Li Tianlong prayed frantically in his heart, hoping with every fiber of his being that he could still make it in time. Martial training room. Blade light wove through the air into an impenetrable net. Lu Li and the old man had already exchanged over 30 moves. The training room floor had been completely destroyed, covered everywhere in shattered tiles and torn up concrete. Cracks multiplied endlessly across the walls, making the entire room look as though it could collapse at any moment. Lu Li now bore 7 or 8 fresh wounds. His school uniform dyed dark crimson with blood. Yet his eyes remained bright, and the combat saber in his hand stayed as steady as bedrock. The old man was faring no better. His gray robe had been slashed to ribbons, his body crisscrossed with more than a dozen blade marks. Though none were fatal, blood loss had already drained the color from his face. "Boy, you truly are remarkably strong," the old man panted heavily. "But how much longer can your chi and blood sustain you?" Lu Li did not answer. He was indeed nearing his limit. Though his 2nd-stage medium physical energy was substantial, battling a peak 3rd-stage warrior drained it far too rapidly. Every slash required his absolute maximum effort. Every block felt as though he were absorbing a high-speed truck with his bare body. But he could not retreat. One step back meant death. Kill. The old man unleashed a fierce roar, condensing all his physical energy into his right fist. In this single strike, he poured every ounce of his lifetime cultivation. The fist's shockwave transformed into a roaring crimson tiger, charging toward Lu Li. Lu Li took a deep breath. The last remnants of his physical energy were completely drained from his body and channeled entirely into his blade. The saber, already riddled with cracks, finally could not hold and shattered dramatically the instant the chi flooded it. But the blade was broken, the sword intent remained. Lu Li replaced the sword with his palm and delivered his final strike. Transcendent sword technique required no sword whatsoever. Palm wind became a blade, severing the crimson tiger, shearing off the old man's right arm, and carving open his chest. The old man's eyes widened. He looked down at the massive wound on his chest, his mouth opening as though he wished to speak. But in the end, not a single word escaped his lips. His body crashed heavily to the ground. A peak 3rd-stage warrior dead. Lu Li had exhausted his last shred of strength, kneeling on one knee as he panted heavily. His vision began to blur, a buzzing ringing in his ears. Yet he did not fall. The matter was not yet over. The noblewoman lay slumped on the ground, her arrogance and composure completely gone, replaced by a terror that ran deep to the bone. She gazed at the old man's lifeless body, then at Lu Li drenched in blood, her lips trembling as not a single word would come. Headmaster Su Changming's legs were shaking uncontrollably. With fear, his body collapsed onto the ground. Lu Li rose to his feet and walked toward the noblewoman. Then a sharp slap echoed through the training room. "This slap is for sending assassins after me." Smack. "This slap is for pushing your people too far." Smack. "This slap is for raising a worthless child." Lu Li struck again, and again, his force calibrated precisely. enough to cause excruciating pain, yet careful not to kill. Just then the alloy door of the training room was violently blasted open from the outside. Li Tianlong charged in. His first glance fell upon the old man's body, severed into pieces, and his wife's trembling brother slumped on the ground. He then witnessed his own wife being struck repeatedly by Lu Li. Lu Li, how dare you? Li Tianlong thundered, his aura erupting like a tempest as a fourth-rank martial king. Upon seeing his brother-in-law arrive, Headmaster Su Changming immediately grabbed at him like a drowning man clutching a lifeline. Brother-in-law, Lu Li took forbidden drugs to forcibly boost his strength. His college entrance examination results must be voided. He discovered us and wanted to kill us all to silence us. Lin Yichen's face drained of color and fury. You lie? You were the ones who tried to kill Lu Li first. Su Changming paid her no heed, continuing his shout. Brother-in-law seized this cheating wretch at once. Lin Yichen opened her mouth to speak again, but upon seeing Li Tianlong's darkening expression, she suddenly realized that words were useless. She knew the ways of these noble families all too well. Right and wrong meant nothing. Truth meant nothing. Only interests and allegiances mattered. Lu Li had now incurred the undying enmity of the Li family. Whatever means necessary, the Li family would crush him before he could grow any stronger. Sure enough, Li Tianlong's voice rumbled coldly. Cheating on the college entrance exam and assaulting others only compound his crimes. Take him down. 3 martial artists stepped from behind him. Each possessed strength at the peak of the 3rd rank, their vital energy abundant, and their bodies in their prime. Unlike the weakening old man from earlier, these 3 were the true backbone of the Li family. Lu Li's heart sank to the bottom. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. I barely managed that crippled old man, and these 3 are far beyond my reach. Without hesitation, Lu Li directly summoned the system. System, convert all the villain points I just gained into vital energy. Ding. Consumed 4,000 villain points. Host's vital energy has reached 9999 peak of the 2nd rank. A warm current surged from his dantian, flooding through every limb and vessel. Lu Li's bleeding wounds healed before their very eyes. His nearly depleted vital energy surged back to full, and this time it was denser and purer than before. Peak of the 2nd rank. Only a thin line separated him from the 3rd rank martial artist. The 3 3rd rank peak warriors exchanged glances and attacked simultaneously. Their coordination was impeccable, honed from years of fighting together. One pressed the upper body, another the lower, while a third provided central support, sealing off every possible angle of evasion. But the Lu Li before them now was a stranger to his former self. The 2nd rank peak vital energy thundered through his veins, and every sword stroke carried the terrifying force capable of splitting mountains and cracking boulders. His sword technique remained transcendent, yet his speed and power had surpassed his previous self by more than 1 margin. 1 strike. The first 3rd rank peak warrior's weapon flew from his grip. 2 strikes. The 2nd warrior's protective vital energy shattered, leaving a deep, bone-deep wound on his chest. 3 strikes. The 3rd warrior attempted to retreat, but the blade light was swifter than his reaction, severing his right arm that held his weapon. 4th strike. 5th, 6th. Lu Li was like a precision killing machine, each blow landing upon the most fatal of points. The 3 3rd rank peak warriors were as fragile as paper before him. In fewer than 30 exchanges, all 3 lay motionless on the ground, their breathing ceased. Deathly silence reigned throughout the city. Outside the martial arts training room, teachers and students who had rushed to the scene had somehow gathered, peering through the shattered walls to witness everything. A high school student breaking through to the peak of the 2nd rank mid-battle, then single-handedly slaying 3 3rd rank peak warriors. Moreover, his vital energy thickness surpassed even that of an average mid-tier 3rd rank martial artist. Could this still be called human? Lu Li leaned heavily on his sword, gasping for breath. His limits had been reached once more. Though the villain points had pushed his vital energy to the 2nd rank peak, slaying 3 3rd rank peak warriors in succession had consumed an enormous amount of energy. Now his body was completely empty, barely able to remain standing. Furthermore, he did not dare use villain points to forcibly break through to the 3rd rank. For one, it was too unbelievable. Breaking through 2 major realms in front of so many people, and any fool could deduce something was amiss. For another, forced breakthroughs required time, and he could not afford interruption. It seemed he had no choice but to deploy his clone. Lu Li silently communicated with the system in his mind. Li Tianlong stared at the 3 fallen warriors beneath him, his expression dark enough to drip water. He had known Lu Li's talent was extraordinary, but never to this extent. A 2nd rank peak cultivator slaughtering 3 3rd rank peak warriors. Such combat prowess was unheard of. A person like this could absolutely not be allowed to live. Li Tianlong said slowly, his voice carrying a biting, killing intent. You truly are the most talented young person I have ever encountered. And precisely because of that. He paused, each word falling like a hammer. You must die today. The aura of the 4th rank martial sovereign erupted in full. Inside the training room, a hurricane seemed to howl, shattered floor tiles lifted by the gale and swirling through the air. Lin Yichen was forced backward by the pressure, her face as pale as paper. This was the martial sovereign realm, an existence operating on an entirely different plane from 3rd rank martial artists. Lu Li felt as though an ancient ferocious beast had set its gaze upon him, every cell in his body screaming warnings of imminent danger. Yet he did not retreat. because he still had one final trump card. Just as Li Tianlong prepared to strike, a piercing sonic boom echoed from the heavens above. A dark figure plummeted from the sky. The speed was so tremendous that the air could not part in time, forming a ring of white sonic boom clouds around the silhouette. With a thunderous impact, the shadow figure crashed into the martial arts training room, sending the entire hall shuddering violently. The concrete floor was smashed into a 3-meter-wide crater, with spiderweb cracks radiating outward in every direction. As the dust settled, a figure clad entirely in black emerged from the abyss. His face was concealed beneath a hood impossible to discern. Yet the aura radiating from him sent a primal trembling deep within the souls of everyone present. Martial Emperor realm. Not an ordinary martial emperor, but one standing at the absolute pinnacle. That oppressive aura pressed upon each person as solidly as a mountain falling from the heavens. Outside the training room, the assembled teachers and students found their knees buckling, involuntarily dropping to the ground in an unbroken line. Li Tianlong's body trembled uncontrollably. He strained desperately to stand upright, but the aura was far too overpowering, compelling his very flesh to submit instinctively. His knees bent millimeter by millimeter, veins bulging upon his forehead, sweat pouring down like rain. When did a peak martial emperor arrive in Jiangxing? Waves of alarm and dread churned furiously within Li Tianlong's heart. Judging by the intensity of this aura, this martial emperor's prowess was no less than that of the Li family's ancestral patriarch. At that moment, Li finally spoke. His voice was not loud, yet in the deathly silent training hall, every word resonated clearly into everyone's ears. Master, you have arrived. Master. Those two words detonated like a thunderclap within everyone's minds. This peak martial emperor was Li's master. In an instant, all doubts were answered. Why could Li break through from a probationary fighter to mid-stage second rank within merely 3 days? Why could Li wield swordsmanship and body techniques of transcendent mastery? Why did Li remain utterly fearless in the face of a behemoth like the Li family? Because he possessed a master who had reached the peak of martial emperor. Every pair of eyes fixed upon Li had transformed. No one dared to underestimate this youth any longer. None would mistake him for an ordinary student without backing. Li Tianlong's body shook even more violently. He knew the Li family had kicked an iron plate this time. And not just any iron plate. One that could shatter the entire Li family to fragments. The black-clad figure strode deliberately toward Principal Su Changming. Su Changming lay collapsed on the ground, his legs utterly numb with terror. Craning his neck to watch the approaching man in black, the last vestige of color drained from his face. No, please don't. His voice shrilled pitifully like a chicken being strangled. The man in black paid his pleas no mind, raised his foot, and brought it down. Crack. A crisp, horrifying sound echoed. Su Changming's head was crushed like a ripe melon, red and white, cascading across the floor. Upon witnessing the gruesome death of her own younger brother, the noblewoman let out a soul-rending shriek. Changming. Changming. Desperate and frenzied, she tried to throw herself forward, but her limbs had gone completely limp with terror. Crawling across the ground on hands and knees, her fingernails gouged bloody trails into the shattered flooring. The man in black turned his head and glanced at her. Then he backhanded her with a single blow. This single strike carried far more force than all of Li's slaps combined. The noblewoman's body was sent flying, crashing violently into the wall before rebounding onto the ground. Her exquisitely maintained face swelled into an unrecognizable mask, more than half her teeth shattered and scattered. Witnessing his wife struck, Li Tianlong's eyes flared crimson with fury. Stop! He roared, and regardless of the colossal gap between himself and the man in black, he charged forward without hesitation. His full power strike at the 4th-rank Martial King realm carried astonishing momentum. Yet the man in black merely flicked his wrist dismissively, as though shooing away a fly. Li Tianlong's body was launched backward at even greater speed, smashing through the training room's wall and soaring more than 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. A massive portion of his chest caved inward, countless ribs shattered beyond counting, and he spat great gushes of blood from his mouth. Before he could even rise, the man in black had already materialized before him. One foot came down. Crack. Another skull shattered. Upon seeing her husband killed, the noblewoman descended into complete madness. She crawled forward, hair disheveled, her voice as shrill and wretched as a vengeful specter. How dare you kill my husband? How dare you kill a member of my Li family? Our Li family also has a martial emperor patriarch. He will not spare you. Never. The man in black looked down upon the woman, now entirely unhinged. Then he reached out, seized her collar, and lifted her into the air as easily as carrying a chick. When you flaunted the Li family's power to humiliate others, did you ever consider that this day might come? The man in black's voice was rough and low, betraying not the slightest tremor of emotion. You may bully others. Why should others not bully you? What sort of justice in this world permits such hypocrisy? Now that you yourself are being oppressed, can you only bark and yelp like a rabid dog? As his words fell, the man in black raised his hand, ready to bring everything to an end. At that precise moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the distance. Who dare slay a member of my Li family? A figure plummeted from the sky with overwhelming momentum, charging straight at the man in black. 5th rank peak martial emperor. It was none other than Li Hong, the patriarch of the Li family. Upon receiving the family's distress signal, he had rushed forward immediately, yet he arrived one step too late. His son slain, his daughter-in-law humiliated. This sight made his eyes nearly burst from rage. Audacious, insolent wretch. Li Hong's beard and hair bristled, his voice booming like thunder. As a martial emperor, you dare lay violent hands upon a helpless woman. Do you possess no sense of shame? Cease this at once. He did not inquire into the circumstances whatsoever, simply hurling accusations upon the man in black. To the patriarchs of these aristocratic families, right and wrong had never held any significance. What mattered was face authority and the Li family's unyielding dignity against any provocation. The man in black casually tossed the noblewoman aside and turned to confront Li Hong. Li Hong's fist was already upon him. A full power strike from a peak martial emperor with fist energy manifesting as a roaring golden dragon, fangs bared and claws extended, descending upon the man in black. The entire martial arts training hall trembled precariously under the sheer force of that punch, cement chunks from the ceiling raining down in a shower. The man in black did not evade. He extended his hand and made a grasping motion. A long blade forged from condensed chi and blood energy materialized within his grip. And then he struck. Transcendent mastery. An epic grade blade technique. This single strike contained no flourish whatsoever, no wasted motion. Simply a clean, unadorned slash. Yet that one strike rendered Li Hong's face ashen in an instant. He attempted to retract his fist and retreat, but it was far too late. A flash of blade light. The golden dragon was cleaved cleanly in twain, and with it Li Hong behind it was sliced into two halves. The Li family patriarch, a fifth-rank peak martial emperor, was slain in a single stroke. An absolute silence blanketed the entire venue. A deathly suffocating quiet. Everyone stood frozen, staring at the scene with utterly blank minds. A peak martial emperor. That was the existence perched at the very apex of the martial arts pyramid within the great Xian nation. And he had been cut down with a single slash. Lin Chen clapped her hand over her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. Her own father Lin Jinan was also a martial emperor, a peak one at that. Yet he had never displayed such ferocity. The man in black before her had slain a peak martial emperor with a single blow. This person was even more powerful than her father. Lu Li stood where he was, his expression tranquil. Yet within his own heart emotions churned like storm-tossed seas. Although he had known his system clone possessed tremendous power, he had never imagined it could reach such staggering heights. The transcendent epic grade blade technique combined with peak martial emperor cultivation could actually slay a powerhouse of the same rank in one strike. Was this the true value of an epic grade blade technique paired with transcendent mastery? Outside the training room, the teachers and students kneeling upon the ground each wore faces as pale as parchment. Everything they had witnessed today far exceeded the boundaries of their understanding. A high school student possessing 3 transcendent level skills, scoring a perfect 300, breaking through mid-battle and slaying a third-rank peak warrior. His master descending from the heavens, crushing a 4th-rank martial king beneath his foot, sending the Li matriarch flying with a palm strike, and cleaving a peak martial emperor to death with a single slash. Such events seemed entirely like tales from 1001 Nights. The man in black sheathed his long blade and gradually subdued his aura. He turned, delivered a backhand that killed the paralyzed Li noblewoman outright, then cast a glance toward Lu Li. I shall go annihilate the Li family. With that, his figure vanished into the distant horizon in a single flash. Left behind was nothing but a scene of utter devastation and a crowd of spectators frozen like wooden statues. The martial emperor's avatar hovered in midair, his black robes fluttering in the wind. Below, the Li family ancestral estate had been reduced to a ruin, with several corpses lying among the rubble, their blood staining the bluestone slabs dark red. Dozens of Li family members who had practiced the martial path had all become cold corpses. Only Li Mo remained. He sat collapsed in the center of the ruins, trembling all over with a wet patch between his legs. This young master of the Li family, who had once strutted arrogantly through the martial high school, now looked like a stray dog that had lost its home, too terrified even to flee. The martial emperor's avatar raised its hand, condensing a stream of chi and blood energy in its palm. Just then a long cry echoed from afar. Senior, show some mercy. More than a dozen figures tore through the sky, their speed so great that afterimages trailed behind them. At their head was a man clad in the official battle robes of the city lord's mansion, tall and imposing, carrying an air of authority befitting one who had long held power. This was Lin Jinan, the city lord of Jiangqing, a peak stage martial emperor of the 5th Order. Behind him stood over a dozen figures, each a top powerhouse from the great families of Jiangqing. Among them was the Wang family's ancestral martial king, the Zhao family's early-stage martial emperor, and the Sun family's mid-stage martial emperor. All of Jiangqing's most formidable combat forces had gathered here. Lin Jinan landed at the edge of the ruins, his gaze sweeping across the scattered corpses as his pupils contracted slightly. He recognized some of them. Those martial kings who had ruled Jiangqing with impunity were now dead. He had also learned from his beloved daughter Lin Chen that the Li family's patriarch and the Wang family's martial emperor ancestor had both been slain by the figure before him. The Li family was finished. Lin Jinan raised his head and looked up at the black-robed figure hovering in midair. A peak stage martial emperor, By the aura alone, he matched Lin Jinan's own cultivation level. Yet the oppressive pressure radiating from him was immense, drawing beads of cold sweat to Lin Jinan's forehead. Lin Jinan had earned his position as city lord not through ancestral privilege, but through a trail of bloody victories carved out with his own blade. He had killed at least 3 peak-stage martial emperors at his own level, and could even defeat early-stage 6th-order martial sages in direct combat. But this black-robed figure before him exuded a sense of menace far greater than anything he had faced when confronting a mid-stage martial sage back then. Where has such a terrifying powerhouse emerged from? Lin Jinan's mind churned, though his expression remained impassive. He drew a deep breath and lowered himself, completely clasping his fists in a formal greeting. This humble one is Lin Jinan, city lord of Jiangqing. I have already heard the full account from my youngest daughter. He paused, his tone sincere. But could I ask you, senior, to grant me some consideration and allow me to handle the aftermath? I swear by the authority of the city lord's mansion that I will bring the Li family to justice and provide your disciple with satisfactory justice. The words were crafted with remarkable skill. They acknowledged the Li family's guilt while offering the black-robed figure a graceful exit, all while preserving the dignity of the city lord's mansion. No one could claim the city lord stood idle as a great family was destroyed. Lin Jinan felt his words were flawless. However, the black-robed figure's reaction completely defied his expectations. The martial emperor avatar didn't even glance at him. Show mercy. The voice came cold and merciless. I only know that those who kill shall be killed in turn. The raised hand continued to gather chi and blood energy, still targeting the sprawled figure of Li Mo on the ground. Lin Jinan's expression shifted. Behind him, the dozen or so family elders also darkened in hue. The Wang family patriarch stepped forward, speaking in a low tone. City lord, this person shows far too little respect for our standing. With so many of us here, can we truly be afraid of a single peak martial emperor? The Zhao family head echoed his sentiment. Precisely. While the Li family bears fault, complete annihilation of the entire household seems excessive. This black-robed figure acts with such arrogance. If he destroys the Li family today, might he turn his wrath upon our Wang and Zhao families tomorrow? The Sun family elder spoke even more directly. City lord, with just your command, the 12 of us joined together could surely subdue him. Even a peak-stage martial emperor falls to such overwhelming force. Lin Jinan remained silent, his gaze locked onto the black-robed figure suspended in the air, palms slick with sweat. Subdue him? By what means could they possibly achieve that? These fools had never faced the black-robed figure directly and could not fathom the terrifying oppression he radiated. Lin Jinan, forged through countless battles, possessed a danger sense sharper than any man alive. Every fiber of his being screamed warnings, now the sensation akin to a rabbit sensing a tiger's gaze upon it. If they actually engaged him, barely half of their dozen might survive, let alone escape alive. Just then a youthful voice rang out from a distance. Master, cease. Lu Li's figure appeared at the ruin's edge. All eyes fell upon the boy. Lin Jinan's gaze flickered with intrigue. He had already heard from his daughter about what transpired during today's examination: 3 transcendent techniques, mastered breakthrough to the 2nd rank peak mid-battle, and the slaying of 3 3rd-rank peak warriors while still at 2nd rank. Such talent and achievements commanded respect, and witnessing Lu Li firsthand only deepened his estimation. The youth stood unfazed amid a dozen martial kings and emperors, his composure setting him apart from ordinary cultivators. Truly a young hero, Lin Jinan thought to himself. Yichen has good taste indeed. The moment Lu Li spoke, the martial emperor avatar withdrew its hand. It settled silently behind Lu Li like a motionless statue. Witnesses exchanged hushed marvels. A peak-stage martial emperor obeying a mere 2nd-rank cultivator with such absolute deference spoke to a master-disciple bond far deeper than anyone had imagined. Lu Li's gaze swept across the assembled elders, meeting each face in turn. When he finally spoke, his voice carried clearly to every listener present. Elders, I am Lu Li, a graduating student from Jiangqing Martial High this year. The grievances between my family and the Li family shall be resolved before you all today. He pointed to the fallen Li Mo. Li Mo, my classmate, has tormented me for 3 years, flaunting his family's influence. He called me worthless, orchestrated my isolation from classmates, and even attempted to bribe me with money before the entrance examination. Any student at the Martial High can testify to this. That alone would have been bearable. Lu Li's tone was calm, as though recounting another's tale, yet beneath that stillness lay an anger palpable to all. I thought endurance until graduation would suffice, but Li Mo held different thoughts. Just days ago, over trivial matters, his mother, Madame Su Wanqing of the Li family, sent 3 first-rank martial artists to assassinate me. Had I not broken through to greater strength, I would lie dead rather than stand here today. Elders, judge for yourselves. Without my abilities, I would have perished at the hands of those assassins. Today, if I had not drawn forth my latent potential to break through to 2nd-rank peak, those 3rd-rank fighters would have killed me. And if my master had not arrived in time, the Li family patriarch would have struck me dead with a single blow mere moments ago. And you counsel mercy? If I had been killed, if I lacked a martial emperor master, would you have asked the Li family to show leniency? A murmur rippled through the crowd. to dispatch assassins against a high school student. That crossed every line. Although the struggles between noble families were ruthless, sending assassins to kill a student who had not yet graduated was an act that would draw scorn and condemnation from the entire martial world. The Li family's actions were truly despicable. And today, Lu Li's voice rose. I achieved a perfect score in the college entrance examination with all 3 subjects reaching divine mastery. Su Wanqing and Principal Su Changming lured me to the martial arts training room, sending a peak stage 3rd-rank elder to silence me. Miss Lin Yichen, the city lord's daughter, was present and can testify. All eyes turned to Lin Jinan. After a brief pause, he nodded. My daughter did indeed tell me the same thing. Lu Li continued. Elders, I have one question. The Li family first sent assassins to kill me, and when that failed they attempted to silence me. Had my master not arrived in time, it would be my body lying in the ruins right now. Since the martial world operates on the principle of the strong devouring the weak and power commands respect, if the Li family was weaker than me and met their demise at my hands, is that not perfectly justified? The hall fell completely silent. No one could refute him. For every word Lu Li spoke was a fact, every argument grounded in justice. The eldest patriarch of the Wang family opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Patriarch Xiao lowered his head, unable to meet Lu Li's gaze. Elder son stroked his beard, his expression dark and shifting. Lin Jinan studied the youth with a penetrating gaze. This young man was far from ordinary. It was not merely because he had a martial emperor of the peak stage as his master, but because of who he was himself. Before more than a dozen martial kings and emperors, he remained neither humble nor overbearing, speaking with such clarity that he made what was essentially a bloody massacre sound completely justified and righteous. Such calculation, eloquence, and courage were not qualities one would expect from an 18-year-old. If this boy does not meet an untimely end, he will undoubtedly become someone of great consequence. Lin Jinan reached his conclusion silently. After finishing his speech, Lu Li paid no further attention to those gathered from the noble families, and turned toward Li Mo. The latter lay collapsed on the ground, trembling like leaves in a storm as he watched Lu Li approach. Lu Li. His voice was so hoarse it barely sounded human. We were at least classmates. Please spare my life. I promise I'll never. Classmates. Lu Li crouched down to meet Li Mo's gaze levelly. Li Mo, when you bullied and humiliated me, did you ever consider that we were classmates? When you orchestrated the entire class to isolate me, did you think of our classmate bond? When your mother sent assassins to kill me, did you even consider that we were once classmates? Li Mo's mouth opened and closed, but not a single word came out. Lu Li rose to his feet and looked down upon the young master of the Li family, who had once been so arrogant and untouchable. His gaze held no anger, no pity, only a calm that ran deep to the bone. In your next life, remember to leave yourself a way out. He brought his foot down. A sickening crack echoed through the air. Li Mo's pleas were cut short instantly. Another corpse now lay among the ruins. Lu Li turned around to face the dozens of powerful figures from the noble families, as well as Lin Jinan, the city lord of Jiangqing. His voice was steady and resolute. From this day forward, all assets and properties belonging to the Li family in Jiangqing shall come under my master's control. Should any of you elders have objections, you may voice them now. Object. Who would dare? Behind Lu Li stood a power at the peak of martial emperor who had cleaved his opponent to death with a single strike, a silent god of slaughter. The assembled noble elders exchanged glances, and one by one they lowered their heads in submission. After waiting 10 heartbeats and receiving no response, Lu Li nodded. Since no elder has any objections, then this matter is settled. However, both my master and I are extremely busy and cannot spare time to manage the Li family's businesses. Future operations will need to rely on all of you. That said, the city defense responsibilities that belong to the Li family, my master and I will unquestionably continue to fulfill. He turned to Lin Jinan, his tone softening slightly. City Lord Lin, I apologize for the disturbance today. Yichen is my good friend. I will always remember this kindness. I shall visit you both in person to express my gratitude on another occasion. Lin Jinan understood the unspoken meaning behind these words. I remember the kindness you showed your daughter, so today's events will not damage our relationship. This young man handled every aspect of diplomacy flawlessly. First came his audacious demand to seize the entirety of the Li family's fortune. And when he saw that the various noble families cowed by martial force had no choice but to agree, he suddenly abandoned those claims in favor of the other noble houses. The strategy of striking hard and then offering a concession proved highly effective. At this point, it was unlikely the various noble families could ever unite against Lu Li and his master. His declaration about assuming the Li family's responsibilities was the final stroke that completely eliminated any remaining concerns from the other noble houses. After all, with mutant beasts running rampant and beast-tide attacks occurring without warning, a supreme combat power like a martial emperor was absolutely vital to a city's survival. Lu Li's words addressed everyone's greatest worry. Lin Jinan admired him deeply within a smile spreading across his face. Nephew Lu Li is too kind. That girl Yichen speaks of you often at home. Do come visit when you have the chance. The two exchanged knowing smiles, their mutual understanding passing without words. Witnessing this exchange, the last flicker of hope in the hearts of the noble family elders dissipated entirely. With the city lord having made his position clear, what else could they do? Whoosh after whoosh of wind cutting through the air sounded as the dozen or so noble elders departed one after another. They had come swiftly and departed just as quickly. In the blink of an eye, only Lu Li, the martial emperor avatar, and Lin Jinan remained before the ruins. Lin Jinan glanced at the martial emperor avatar, hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Nephew Lu Li, there is something I must warn you about. Please speak, city lord. The Jiangxing Li family is merely a branch of the provincial capital Li family. Lin Jinan lowered his voice. The provincial capital Li family's influence far exceeds that of the Jiangxing branch by more than one tier. Their ancestral patriarch is rumored to be a late-stage, 7th-rank martial venerable. Moreover, he paused, his tone growing even more grave. The provincial capital Li family also holds significant influence in the imperial capital. Lu Li's gaze lifted slightly. Provincial capital Li family. 6th-rank martial saint. Imperial capital influence. These pieces of information were like chocolates tempting Lu Li. How much bully points would that be? Bring on the storm, he cried excitedly within his heart. But his expression revealed nothing. He simply nodded. Thank you for the reminder, city lord. I will inform my master to be cautious. Lin Jinan nodded and said no more. He turned to leave, but after a few steps glanced back at Lu Li. The youth stood before the ruins with the silent black-clad martial emperor behind him and corpses strewn all around. Unshaken by favor or disgrace, what remarkable talent. This boy will surely achieve greatness in the future. Lin Jinan reaffirmed this judgment in his mind once more, then flashed away, disappearing into the horizon. In the early evening at the Li family mansion, Lu Li stood before the grand gates of the estate, tilting his head to survey the residence that would soon bear his name. It was a 3-story European-style villa spanning a full 2,000 square meters. The white exterior walls shimmered with a gentle luster under the sunlight, and the courtyard was filled with rare flowers and towering trees. The interior of the villa was nothing short of breathtaking in its opulence. Crystal chandeliers, genuine leather sofas, rosewood furniture, and imported carpets adorned every corner. Every detail spoke volumes of the Li family's former prosperity. Lu Li settled onto the leather sofa in the living room. Before him, on the rosewood dining table, sat a bottle of red wine and a plate with a freshly seared steak. He lifted the wine glass and took a sip. His brow furrowed in distaste. What is this stuff? He cut another piece of steak and chewed thoughtfully, his frown deepening with each bite. Not as refreshing as cola, and this steak doesn't compare to braised beef, he muttered. Swiftly Lu Li set down his knife and fork, rose from the sofa, and headed to the kitchen. He retrieved a can of ice-cold cola from the refrigerator and pulled out a vacuum-sealed package of soy-braised beef from the cupboard. Cola paired with braised beef. Now that was something worth eating. Seated on the sofa, he sipped his drink and savored the savory beef, his gaze drifting to the lone item on the coffee table, the only possession he had brought from his former low-rent apartment. It was a faded photograph, its edges frayed with age. The image captured a family of 4. His father stood tall and handsome beside his mother, whose gentle beauty seemed to radiate warmth. His older sister wore her hair in a ponytail, her brilliant smile lighting up the frame as she rested a hand affectionately on the small boy's shoulder. That little boy was Lu Li, or rather the original owner of this body. A family of 4 blissfully together. But those days belonged to an era long past. Lu Li turned the photograph over. On the back, written in ballpoint pen, was a single line of text now faded with time. Dad, Mom, sister, and me will always be together. The handwriting was childish and unsteady, clearly penned by the original owner in his early years. Lu Li gazed at those words for a long moment before flipping the photo back over, studying the 4 smiling faces once more. Within the original owner's memories, information about his parents and sister was scant indeed. He recalled only that one day they had vanished without warning or explanation, leaving behind no word or trace. As a young child, he had been placed in an orphanage where he grew up and eventually earned admission to Jiangxing Martial Arts High School through sheer determination. That was when he encountered Li Mo and endured 3 long years of humiliation at his hands. When I'm strong enough, I'll definitely investigate what happened, he resolved quietly to himself. Lu Li carefully placed the photograph back on the coffee table, cementing his determination in his heart. But before that, he needed to grow stronger first. Lu Li summoned the system panel. During the battle at the Li residence earlier that day, he had accumulated a total of 37,000 bully points. Of that total, Headmaster Su Changming had contributed over 5,000, the noblewoman Su Wanqing had provided more than 8,000, and that elderly man at the peak of the 3rd stage had added well over 10,000. Subsequently, the execution of Li Tianlong and the 3 third-stage peak martial artists had netted him an additional 14,000 points. However, during the fight in the martial arts training room, he had already spent 4,000 bully points to elevate his chi and blood from mid-2nd stage to the peak 2nd stage, reaching 9999 points. Now he stood on the precipice of the 3rd stage, merely a single step away. System, expend the bully points and raise my chi and blood to the peak of the 3rd stage. Ding. Consuming 1001 bully points, the host's chi and blood have broken through to 20000 points. Ding. Consuming 100 bully points to aid the host's breakthrough into 3rd stage martial artist. Congratulations, host. You have officially entered the realm of peak third-stage martial artist. A surging wave of warmth erupted from the depths of his dantian, cascading through his limbs and bones like a breached dam unleashing a flood. Every meridian within Lu Li's body trembled with revitalization, every cell singing with joy. The chi and blood coursing through him were more than twice as potent as before, their quality having undergone a monumental leap. The transition from the second stage to the third represented a formidable threshold. A second-stage martial artist could project their chi and blood outward, forming a thin protective aura around their body. At the third stage, however, chi and blood could be condensed into tangible forms, shaped into weapons or attacks at will. Only upon reaching this realm did one truly cross the threshold into the martial arts path. Lu Li clenched his fist, feeling the turbulent, roaring power surging within him, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. He had reached the peak of the third stage. From an aspiring martial artist to the pinnacle of the third stage, it had taken him only 4 days. Such a breakthrough speed would have sent shockwaves through anyone who heard of it. But Lu Li knew that mere cultivation level was not enough. He still needed a powerful cultivation technique. The system shop materialized before his eyes, displaying an array of cultivation methods on the virtual interface. Lu Li's gaze bypassed the inferior techniques, entirely settling directly on the divine grade category. Devouring divine art. The 4 characters struck his eyes, and his heart gave a sudden leap. He tapped to open the technique description. Devouring divine art, divine grade cultivation method. It enables the devouring of all worldly powers, assimilating them into one's own cultivation. Upon reaching its ultimate perfection, one could devour heaven and earth itself to achieve the status of a true deity. Trait 1: Devour. After slaying an enemy, you may consume a portion of their chi and blood, permanently increasing your own capacity. Trait 2: Refinement. You can devour various heavenly treasures, earthly oddities, and spiritual pills with refinement speed increased by 300% and medicinal absorption rate reaching 100%. Trait 3: Soul Devour. You can consume an enemy's spiritual force to strengthen your own soul. Lu Li's eyes grew increasingly luminous. This technique was tailor-made for him. His path diverged fundamentally from that of ordinary martial artists. Where others required years of grueling cultivation, he possessed a system, bully points, and the ability to rapidly grow stronger by eliminating wicked foes. The first trait of the devouring divine art, permanently increasing one's chi and blood limit after killing an enemy, aligned perfectly with his methodology. This is it. Without hesitation, Lu Li directly expended 20,000 bully points to exchange for the first layer's cultivation method of the devouring divine art. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have learned the first layer of the divine grade technique, devouring divine art. System, expend bully points to raise the proficiency of the devouring divine art to beginner level. Ding. Consumed 7,000 bully points. Ding. The proficiency of the devouring divine art first layer has been raised to beginner level. Current devouring efficiency 10. Upon killing a martial artist below the third stage, you can devour one of their chi and blood. Upon killing a martial artist above the third stage, you can devour 0.5 of their chi and blood. A stream of profound information flooded Lu Li's mind. It was the cultivation method for the first layer of the devouring divine art, intricate beyond measure. Without the system's assistance, even with Lu Li's natural aptitude, it might have taken a decade or more to even reach the entry stage. But with the system's help, everything fell into place seamlessly. Lu Li closed his eyes and began circulating his chi and blood according to the technique's guiding principles. The energy within his body started flowing along unusual pathways, and with each completed cycle, the color of his chi and blood deepened incrementally. The once bright crimson chi and blood gradually took on a faint golden tint, an extraordinary manifestation that appeared only when the devouring divine art achieved cultivation success. When Lu Li opened his eyes, it was already deep night outside the window. He looked down at his hands, where a thin layer of golden chi and blood flowed across his palms, radiating an awe-inspiring aura of consumption. So powerful. Lu Li murmured to himself. He felt his current strength had increased by more than 30% since just breaking through to the peak of the third stage. This was the terrifying nature of a divine grade technique. By now, all 37,000 bully points earned that day had been completely expended. Cultivation realm peak, third stage martial artist. Cultivation method, devouring divine art, first layer. Bully points zeroed out. Lu Li nodded with satisfaction, then reclined on the spacious leather sofa, and soon drifted into slumber. The next day at the Talent Awakening site, a sea of people filled the grand playground of Jiangxing Wugao. Today was the final event of the Martial College entrance examination, the Talent Awakening. All students who took the Martial College entrance examination must undergo a Talent Awakening test today. The results will directly determine which martial university they can be admitted to. At the center of the playground, a raised platform had been constructed atop, which stood a black stone stele over 3 meters tall. Its surface was covered with dense runes that emitted a faint, eerie glow under the sunlight. This was the Awakening stele. Candidates only needed to drink the Awakening potion and place their hand on the stele. The stele would then display different colored entries based on the awakened talent of the candidate. White entries signified common talents. Blue entries denoted rare talents. Purple entries represented epic talents. Golden entries indicated legendary talents. Beyond golden lay a talent that existed only in legends, the 7-color divine level talent. It was said that throughout the past century, no more than 5 candidates across the entire Daxia Empire had awakened such a talent. All 5 of those individuals had become the most peerless powerhouses of their era. Lu Li stood among the candidates yawning listlessly. He had slept too comfortably the night before. The leather sofa in the Li family villa was 10,000 times better than his hardboard bed in the cheap rental apartment, and he slept straight through until dawn, nearly oversleeping. Lu Li, a crisp voice came from behind. Lin Chen bounced over and naturally hooked her arm through his shoulder, grinning as she spoke. You were so impressive yesterday. My father kept praising you nonstop after we got back. Lu Li gave her an exasperated look. This girl had become even more enthusiastic toward him ever since she learned his master had reached the peak of martial emperor cultivation. Yet Lu Li could sense that Lin Chen's enthusiasm was not the obsequious flattery born of social climbing. It was genuine warmth. Your father didn't say anything bad about me, did he? Of course not. Lin Chen's eyes widened in shock. My father said you're a young hero who will achieve greatness in the future, and even told me to learn more from you. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, my father also mentioned you should visit our home whenever you have time. The warm breath of the young girl brushed against his ear, carrying a faint, delicate fragrance. Lu Li's ears reddened slightly, and he subtly shifted half a step to the side. Lin Chen noticed his small movement, a cunning smile flashing in her eyes. By the way, what do you think you'll awaken, she asked. Lu Li shrugged. Who knows? Whatever fate decides. He actually didn't care what talent he would awaken. With a divine tier talent card locked in his system lottery, what was there to worry about? But others thought differently. The surrounding candidates whispered amongst themselves, their glances occasionally falling on Lu Li. That must be Lu Li, right? The one who achieved perfection in 3 items yesterday. That's him. I heard he wiped out the entire Li family yesterday. Hiss. That ruthless. The Li family sent people to kill him first, so his counterattack was justified. But his master was truly formidable. He cleaved a peak martial emperor to death with a single strike. What do you think his awakened talent will be? With 3 items reaching perfection, his talent surely can't be bad, right? Who knows? Talents have little to do with martial cultivation realms. It all comes down to pure luck. On the stage, the awakening tests had already begun. The first to step up was a tall, thin boy who nervously drank the awakening potion and pressed his hand against the awakening steel. The runes on the steel lit up, and after a moment, white characters appeared. Precision shooting, white common talent. When using bow and arrow weapons, accuracy rate increases by 10. Upon seeing the word white, the tall boy's expression immediately fell. He dejectedly walked off the stage with reddened eyes. A common talent meant he could only attend an ordinary martial university. The next few candidates similarly awakened mostly white common talents. Occasionally a blue rare talent would appear, drawing gasps of astonishment, until a chubby boy stepped onto the stage. He drank the awakening potion and placed his hand on the steel. The runes on the steel flickered intensely, then purple characters slowly materialized. Magic bread, purple epic talent. Can summon magic bread 3 times daily, 100 loaves each time. Consuming magic bread rapidly restores physical stamina and provides minor wound healing. Purple entry. The entire venue erupted in murmurs. Although it was merely a life-type talent, the purple epic level magic bread was worth more than many combat talents. Because magic bread could be mass-produced and supplied to armies or other martial artists, its strategic value was extremely high. As expected, admissions teachers from several top martial universities immediately surrounded him, competing to offer invitations to the chubby boy. The chubby boy was dumbfounded by the commotion, standing motionlessly on the stage in bewilderment. In the subsequent tests, several more blue rare talents and 1 purple epic talent appeared in succession. Yet the golden legendary talent never manifested, until Lin Chen stepped onto the stage. Dressed in a white martial arts uniform today with her long hair tied in a high ponytail, she looked heroic and spirited. She took the awakening potion and drained it in one gulp, then pressed her fair palm against the awakening steel. The runes on the steel flashed frantically, more intensely than ever before. Then a brilliant pillar of golden light shot into the sky. Blizzard, golden legendary talent. Summon a blizzard that deals continuous frost damage to enemies within a large area and slows them. Duration 30 seconds, cooldown 1 hour. Golden legendary. Combat type. The entire venue erupted in excitement. Oh my god, a golden legendary talent. Blizzard. An area of effect attack talent. That's practically a devastating weapon on the battlefield. As expected of the young miss of the City Lord's mansion, this talent is terrifying. Admissions teachers from major martial universities rushed toward Lin Chen like maniacs. Admissions teachers from Kyoto Martial University, Magic City Martial University, Jiangnan First Martial University. All from the top 10 martial universities in Daxia Empire surrounded her, each offering increasingly generous terms. Lin Chen remained poised amidst the crowd with a gracious smile on her face, but her gaze kept searching for Lu Li's figure. Finally, it was Lu Li's turn to step onto the stage. The moment he walked up, the entire playground fell silent. All eyes focused on this young man. The top scorer who achieved perfection in 3 events. The monster who broke through during battle and slew a 3rd-rank peak expert. The ruthless individual who wiped out the Lee family overnight. What kind of talent would he awaken? Lu Li took the awakening potion and glanced at it. The liquid was pale blue, emitting an unusual fragrance. He tilted his head and drank it down, then pressed his hand against the awakening steel, and silently recited in his mind. System activate 7-colored divine level talent card. The runes on the steel illuminated. Then white characters slowly emerged. Magic mineral water, white common talent. Can summon 3 bottles of magic mineral water daily, 100-500 milliliters bottles each time. Consuming magic mineral water rapidly restores mental energy and slightly recovers physical stamina. White common talent. The entire venue fell into dead silence. Then sighs of disappointment rose one after another. White? How could it be white? 3 items at the Peerless realm, and he only awakened a white grade talent. This is too disappointing. Sigh, it seems all his talents were poured into martial arts cultivation. Awakening talents really does depend on luck. Some felt regret, others gloated, while some secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems this prodigy isn't omnipotent. Lu Li himself was stunned. Didn't the system say he couldn't acquire any skills besides the systems? How did he awaken a white grade life skill? But this skill isn't bad either. Magic mineral water might only be a white grade talent, but it's actually quite practical. Especially during wilderness survival or desert combat, being able to summon clean drinking water out of thin air is a life-saving ability. I've already used the 7-colored divine grade talent card. Why is there still no reaction? He was about to walk off the stage when suddenly something extraordinary happened. The sky suddenly darkened. It wasn't clouds obscuring the sun, but rather a magnificently breathtaking 7-colored aurora pouring down from the heavens, enveloping the entire Jiangxing Martial High School. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. 7 colors of light intertwined, forming a massive vortex in the sky. The vortex slowly rotated, scattering a rain of flowers above. Each petal was condensed from pure rays of light, and when it landed on a person, it transformed into a warm current flowing into their body. On the side of the playground, an elderly man with white hair suddenly stood up, his teacup shattering on the ground into several pieces. He was the admissions director of Kyoto Martial University, stationed in Jiangxing, already over 80 years old, having witnessed tens of thousands of talent awakenings. But what he saw before him, he had only ever read about in the historical records of the Great Xia Empire. 7-colored auspicious clouds. The old man's voice trembled. This is the 7-colored auspicious cloud. A heavenly phenomenon that only appears when a divine grade talent is born in legend. What? The entire crowd erupted in commotion. All eyes fixed firmly on Lu Li standing on the stage. The white entry on the awakening monument had not yet dissipated, but below it a new line of text was slowly emerging. The color of the text was 7-colored. So dazzling it made one's eyes hurt. Spirit Manifestation Master, 7-colored divine grade talent. Effect 1, convert spiritual power into physical form. Manifest your spiritual power into any shape, weapons, armor, creatures, buildings. The intensity of manifestations is directly proportional to the host's spiritual power strength. Effect 2, thought acceleration. After activating the thought acceleration state, the host's thinking speed increases tenfold. In this state, enemies' movements appear extremely slow to the host's eyes, allowing one to easily see through all weaknesses. Effect 3, mental domain. Consumes a large amount of spiritual power to unfold a domain of absolute control. Within the domain range, the host's manifestations double in strength, while enemies' spiritual power receives continuous suppression. The domain's duration is proportional to the host's total spiritual power. Effect 4, divine thought division. Can divide spiritual power into multiple streams, simultaneously controlling multiple manifestations. Current divisible divine thought count 3 strands. As spiritual power grows, the divisible quantity will gradually increase. Effect 5. Unlocks after spiritual power reaches the 4th rank. Effect 6. Unlocks after spiritual power reaches the 6th rank. Effect 7. Unlocks after spiritual power reaches the 9th rank. The entire venue fell deathly silent. Deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at the dense 7-colored characters on the stone monument, their minds completely blank. White grade talent, magic mineral water. 7-colored divine grade talent, spirit manifestation master. Dual awakening. Lu Li actually achieved dual awakening, and one of them was the legendary 7-colored divine grade talent. How is this possible? I must quickly contact the admissions director of Kyoto Martial University. This student must belong to our Kyoto Martial University. That Kyoto Martial University old man sat back down on his chair, but instantly bounced up 3 feet high, like a rooster pumped full of adrenaline. He had lived for over 80 years, and today, he finally witnessed history with his own eyes. Dual awakening. 7-colored divine grade. These 2 terms combined were enough to shake the entire Great Xia Empire. No, shake the entire world. Because since the founding of the Great Xia Empire, there had never been a martial artist who achieved dual awakening, with one of them being a 7-colored divine grade talent. Not a single one. Lu Li was the first. Lin Chen stood below the stage, both hands covering her mouth, her eyes filled with shock and a pride she herself hadn't even realized. This guy, she murmured to herself, her voice so quiet only she could hear. As expected, he's a monster. and Lu Li himself was equally bewildered at this moment. He never expected the phenomenon from using the Talent Awakening card to be so flashy and spectacular. He looked down at his hands, feeling the surging spiritual power in his mind that was nearly overflowing. That wasn't blood-chi power. It was a brand new, completely different kind of force. It was formless and intangible, yet undeniably real. It was as if an invisible hand had gently plucked a string inside his mind, and then the entire world became different. He tried to activate the Spirit Manifestation Master Talent. The power within his mind immediately boiled, condensing along some profound trajectory in his palm. A blade. A long blade entirely condensed from spiritual power appeared out of thin air in his hand. The blade body was transparent with 7-colored light, flowing inside, beautiful like a dream. Lu Li grasped this blade, and a strange sensation surged within him. This blade wasn't held in his hand, but in his soul. He was the blade, and the blade was him. He casually waved it. A 7-colored blade light flashed, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. A stone pillar at the edge of the high platform was silently sliced in half, the cut surface smooth as a mirror. The entire venue fell silent again. Then deafening uproar erupted. Oh my God! He just awakened his talent, and can use it directly. How strong must his spiritual power be? Divine grade talent. Is this the terror of a divine grade talent? Perfect score in liberal arts. Perfect score in blood chi. Perfect scores in martial techniques, and cultivation too. And now perfect score in talent awakening. Good heavens! This is unique in the history of the Great Xia Empire. All perfect scores aside, the key point is his martial subjects were all at the peerless realm, and he even awakened a divine grade talent skill. Where on earth did this monster come from? Outside the crowd, Lu Li's homeroom teacher stared fixedly at Lu Li on the awakening platform. So excited he was shouting directly. Awesome. Truly awesome. Teaching a national top scorer, this was the most brilliant achievement of his teaching career. Haha. This time the principal position at the martial high school is secure. The admissions teachers from various martial universities had also gone completely mad. The old man from Kyoto Martial University was the first to rush onto the stage, grabbing Lu Li's hand, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Student Lu Li, come to Kyoto Martial University. As long as you come, any conditions you set will be met. Teacher Wu Zun, cultivation methods, and pills, a separate villa, 1 million scholarship per year. An independent cultivation room. Kyoto Martial University will give you everything. And you can propose any conditions yourself. The admissions teacher from Shanghai Martial University refused to be outdone, pushing forward to shout, Student Lu Li, Shanghai Martial University will offer double conditions. No triple. And we can invite a half-step martial emperor expert to personally guide you. The admissions teacher from Jiangnan First Martial University was even more direct. Student Lu Li, come to our Jiangnan First Martial University. The principal has said you can be accepted as his personal disciple. Admissions teachers from other martial universities also gathered around, bidding, and of course the scene becoming as chaotic as a market. Lu Li was surrounded by these overly enthusiastic teachers in the middle, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He looked toward the stands where Lini Chen was giving him a thumbs up, her face wearing a brilliant smile. Their gazes met in the air. Lini Chen mouthed a few words. Lu Li understood. See you in Kyoto. He smiled slightly and nodded. See you in Kyoto. However, just at that moment, a series of hee-hee sounds appeared. The sight of the talent awakening. The sinister laughter still echoed overhead upon the sports field. Just as the crowd buzzed with speculation, a sound from the periphery drew every eye. An unexpected oppressive pressure descended, instantly silencing the entire sports field. It was a sensation beyond the reach of language. It felt as though an invisible giant hand had pressed down from the heavens, bearing upon the crown of every person's head. Thud! A single examinee's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees. Thud! 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 Like a cascade of dominoes falling, wave upon wave of examinees dropped to their knees. They did not wish to kneel, their bodies simply refused to obey. The pressure was too terrifying, so much so that every cell in their bodies screamed a single frantic signal to yield. The admission faculty from the major martial academies saw their expressions darken sharply. Most of these instructors were experts at the martial king realm, with a few even reaching the early stages of the martial emperor. Yet now dense beads of cold sweat beaded on their foreheads, and their legs trembled uncontrollably. Though they did not fall to their knees like the examinees, they could only barely hold themselves upright, their faces ashen as paper. Has a martial saint arrived, eh? On the chairman's platform, Lin Jinan suddenly rose. His lord's battle robes fluttered without wind, and his aura at the peak of the martial emperor realm erupted in full force, attempting to counter the oppressive might descending from the heavens. Two invisible forces collided in the air, producing a dull humming resonance. However, he could only endure for a single breath. Lin Jinan's face drained of color. Not merely pale, but the ghastly, lifeless white of the dead. His hands gripped the chair armrests tightly, his knuckles cracking audibly from the strain. Martial Venerable. Lin Jinan ground out those two words through clenched teeth, his voice hoarse. Martial Venerable. Those words detonated like a bomb in every heart present. Beyond the martial saint stood the Martial Venerable. They were the apex of the Great Xia nation's martial pyramid, peerless masters who guarded the realm. Throughout the entire Great Xia nation, there were no more than 50 openly acknowledged martial venerables. And now one such venerable hovered directly above the sports field of Jiangxing Martial High. Everyone struggled to lift their heads. In the sky, a figure stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He appeared to be a man in his 40s, clad in a moon-white robe, his long hair cascading over his shoulders, his features refined and scholarly. Jiangxing has spawned an extraordinary prodigy. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached every ear present. He excelled beyond mortal comprehension in all 3 trials, awakening a 7-colored divine tier talent. This is the first since the founding of the Great Xia nation. He paused, a hint of amusement coloring his tone. One cannot help but wonder whether such a prodigy would be willing to join our transcendent divine sect. Transcendent divine sect. The moment those 4 words left his lips, the entire sports field fell into a deathly silence. Every face shifted. On the examinees' faces appeared bewilderment and fear. They did not know what the transcendent divine sect represented. But for the admission faculty, the powerful figures of the great clans, and Lin Jinan upon the platform, their expressions were not bewildered but carved with a fear and hatred that ran to the bone. The transcendent divine sect. The greatest cancer within the Great Xia nation. That name was written in the blood of countless souls. It dated back to the early days of the spiritual revival when alien races invaded and humanity faced its darkest hour. Alien armies had breached the borders of Great Xia, reducing countless cities to rubble beneath their slaughter. Humanity's strongest had fallen wave upon wave, building lines of defense with their very flesh and blood. It was in this dire moment of human survival that a certain group chose betrayal. They knelt before the alien heretic gods, offering their souls in exchange for unholy powers that did not belong to humanity. They called themselves the Transcendent Divine Sect. Transcending race, transcending humanity, transcending all moral lines and boundaries. They were traitors to humanity, lapdogs of the foreign races, the deepest, most painful thorn in the hearts of every citizen of Great Xia. Lu Li's gaze tightened slightly. His fist closed slowly. Within the original host's memories also resided information regarding the Transcendent Divine Sect. Those fragments were scattered and hazy, yet each carried a pungent stench of blood. The slaughtered border cities, the villages offered as sacrifices, the innocent commoners devoured by the heretic gods. Such atrocities were enough to ignite righteous fury in any soul possessing a conscience. And now one of these beasts' martial venerable elders stood before him, smiling faintly, as he asked whether Lu Li might join them. Lu Li drew a deep breath, forcibly subduing the wrath churning within his chest. His voice was calm yet resolute. "I will not join." 3 words spoken with absolute clarity. The middle-aged man's eyebrows lifted slightly, seemingly unprepared for this answer. He did not grow angry, indeed not a fraction of his smile faded. He merely remarked casually, "Such a forthright refusal. You will not reconsider." "There is nothing to consider." Lu Li's voice remained steady. "I am human. I am human." Those 3 words carried more weight than any passionate tirade. "Because I am human, I will not kneel before alien heretic gods and beg for mercy like a cowering dog. Because I am human, I will not trade the blood of my kin for filthy power. Because I am human, there is absolutely no room for negotiation between you vermin and me." At last the middle-aged man retracted his smile. He looked down at Lu Li, his gaze tinged with scrutiny, as if reassessing the youth. A moment later he chuckled. "Fascinating." His tone carried a playful edge, as if teasing an unruly kitten. "Since you refuse to join, I shall not force the matter. However," he shifted his tone, "I have recently welcomed a favored disciple. Why not have a contest between you and him?" He gestured toward the area behind him. A black-clad figure materialized upon the arena in the center of the sports field. He was a young man of 23 or 24, tall and heavily muscled, clad in black combat gear. His features were reasonably handsome, but the darkness flooding his eyes sent a palpable shiver through anyone who met his gaze. It was bloodlust. It was brutality. A cold indifference that regarded all life as worthless as dust. A vicious smirk played upon his lips as his eyes swept across the field, regarding the gathered crowd as mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Finally his gaze fixed upon Lu Li, and the curve of his smirk widened. "Zhao Tianyu, the 3rd demon scion of the Transcendent Divine Sect." The middle-aged man introduced him in a flat tone, though a trace of undisguised pride laced his words. 24 years old, mid-stage, 4th-rank martial king. Last year he literally tore apart a prodigy from the Jiangnan Prefecture Martial University. I believe the youth held the title of Zhuanyuan, did he not? A collective gasp of chilling dread rippled across the sports field. Mid-stage, 4th-rank martial king. To reach such a realm at 24 was to possess genius ranked among the absolute highest in all of Great Xia. Yet the crimson aura of bloodshed radiating from Zhao Tianyu alone was enough to send shivers down one's spine. That was not cultivated, it was forged through slaughter. This man's hands were drenched in the blood of his own kind. The middle-aged man's voice continued. "You will face my beloved disciple in combat. If you win, I can let go of Jiangxing. Everyone here today can leave unharmed." His tone was casual, as if discussing something trivial. "But if you lose?" He gave a slight smile, that expression looking particularly gentle in the sunlight, yet his words made one fall into an ice cellar. "Then die all of you." The fate of thousands on the playground in his mouth was merely a wager for a game. The entire venue fell deathly silent. All eyes fell upon Lu Li, an 18-year-old high school student, a peak third-rank martial artist, versus the third demon scion of the Chowdawa Divine cult, a mid-fourth-rank martial king 24 years old. This was no contest on the same level whatsoever. Between the third and fourth ranks lay an unbridgeable chasm. A third-rank martial artist could condense their chi and blood into tangible forms, manifesting protective shields around their body and shaping their energy into various attacking forms. A fourth-rank martial king, however, underwent a qualitative transformation. Their chi and blood became gangs, shifting from a gaseous state to a far more condensed and destructive force, amplifying their power several times over. Even an average early-stage fourth-rank martial king could overwhelm three peak third-rank fighters with ease. And Zhao Tianyu was far from ordinary. He stood at the mid-stage of the fourth rank, the third demon scion of the Chowdawa Divine cult, an executioner whose hands were stained with the blood of human prodigies. No, Lin Yichen burst through the crowd, eyes red and voice cracking. Lu Li, you cannot agree to this. He's a fourth-rank martial king, and you're only third rank. This isn't fair at all. The middle-aged man glanced down at her, his gaze as cold and indifferent as one might show an ant. With just that look, Lin Yichen felt an invisible hand squeezing her throat, every word trapped before she could utter anything. Her face drained of color, her body swaying dangerously. Lin Jinan materialized between her and that piercing gaze in an instant, shielding her from it. His complexion remained pale, yet his spine stayed rigid. Senior, Lin Jinan spoke in a low, restrained tone. This is Jiangsheng, Great Xia territory. You may be a martial venerable, but acting with such wanton recklessness here. Aren't you afraid of provoking Great Xia's strong ones? The middle-aged man regarded him and smiled. Great Xia's martial venerables. His tone carried unmistakable mockery. By the time they arrived, Jiangsheng will already be gone. He shifted his attention back to Lu Li, impatience coloring his voice. Young man, are you fighting or not? If you want, I can act now. Lu Li didn't respond immediately. He silently summoned the system within his mind. System, how many bully points do I need to break through to fourth rank martial king? A translucent system panel materialized before his eyes. Current chi blood value 200 peak, third rank. Due to the passive enhancement from the host's 7-colored divine talent, spiritual manifestation master, the host's physical resilience and chi blood quality far exceed those of typical martial artists at the same rank. Consequently, the chi blood threshold for breaking through to fourth rank martial king has been correspondingly raised. Chi blood value required for breakthrough to fourth rank martial king 25000 points. System Guardian mode, raising chi blood from 2000 to 25000 and completing the realm breakthrough requires a total of 5100 bully points. Current bully points balance 100 points. 5100 bully points. Lu Li's gaze drifted imperceptibly toward Zhao Tianyu on the arena. Within his vision, a number floated above Zhao Tianyu's head, visible only to him. 25,980. Nearly 26,000 bully points. How many people had this Zhao Tianyu actually killed? Lu Li's pupils contracted slightly, a trace of icy killing intent flashing deep within his eyes. Yet his facial expression remained completely unchanged. First I'll spar and earn some bully points, he thought. He lifted his head, looked up at the middle-aged man, and nodded. I'll fight. Lu Li. Lin Yichen's voice was so shrill it nearly tore apart. She tried to rush onto the platform, but Lin Jinan grabbed her firmly. Yichen. Lin Jinan barked, pulling her close, and speaking in a hushed, urgent tone, don't act rashly. But father. Tears streamed down Lin Yichen's face. He's a fourth-rank martial king. Lu Li will die. Lin Jinan fell silent for a moment, then spoke in a voice so low only they could hear. Lu Li just sent me a secret message. His senior uncle is a martial venerable powerhouse, and he's already been notified. Lu Li is going up there to stall for time. Lin Yichen was stunned. Lu Li has a senior master uncle, a martial venerable. She remembered the man in black who had cleaved the Li family's martial emperor ancestor in a single strike. The person Lu Li called master, a peak martial emperor. And that person had yet another senior martial brother. That senior martial brother was actually a martial venerable. Then, can his senior master uncle make it in time? Lin Yichen's voice trembled. Lin Jinan didn't answer, because he didn't know the answer either. He simply gripped his daughter's hand tightly, his gaze fixed ruthlessly on the arena, while his other hand had already secretly closed around the hilt of the blade at his waist. He was prepared. If Lu Li truly faced danger, if that so-called senior master uncle couldn't arrive in time, then Lin Jinan, even at the cost of his own life, would protect this youth. Not because of any great backing Lu Li possessed, but because this was Jiangxing and he was its lord. Beneath his watch, no one could massacre his people with impunity. No one. Lu Li walked step by step toward the arena. His pace was unhurried, yet remarkably steady. Not a trace of tension or fear crossed his face. Indeed, a faint smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, as though he weren't facing a fourth-rank martial king, but simply taking a leisurely stroll. Zhao Tianyu stood at the center of the arena, arms crossed, looking down at Lu Li as he approached. A cruel smile played at the corners of his mouth as he raised his right hand and gave Lu Li the middle finger. Then he swept his palm horizontally across his throat in a slitting motion. Brat, Zhao Tianyu's voice was raspy and grating like nails dragging across a blackboard. I hear you're Jiangqing's #1 genius. 3 transcendent abilities. Dual awakened divine talents. He licked his lips, the bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes growing more intense. I love nothing more than killing geniuses. That top scorer from Jiangnan province last year, begging me for mercy as he died, that expression. TCH truly unforgettable. He took a step forward and his 4th-rank martial king aura erupted thunderously. A visible blood-colored gong surged from his body, forming a rotating vortex around him. Dust on the arena was whipped up by the vortex swirling in the air. Several examinees standing near the platform were knocked to the ground by the sheer force of his pressure. Don't worry, I won't let you die too quickly. Zhao Tianyu's smile grew increasingly twisted. I'll crush your bones piece by piece so you can hear with your own ears the sound of them shattering. That sound is particularly exquisite. Lu Li watched him, his expression utterly unchanged. This wasn't forced composure. It was genuine emotional stillness. As though Zhao Tianyu's threats were nothing more than a breeze passing by, incapable of even ruffling the hem of his clothes. He walked calmly into the center of the arena and stopped 5 meters opposite Zhao Tianyu. Then he did something no one expected. He yawned. Done speaking. Lu Li's tone was lazy. If so, let us begin. Do not delay my lunch. Zhao Tianyu's expression instantly darkened. As the 3rd demon scion of the transcendent divine sect and a powerhouse at the mid-stage of the 4th realm martial king, his hands were steeped in the blood of countless human prodigies. Wherever he went, did not everyone tremble in sheer terror? This mere youth at the peak of the 3rd realm actually dared to address him with such an attitude. Seeking death. Zhao Tianyu bellowed, his foot stomping down upon the arena floor, which shattered beneath the impact. His body became like a cannonball, leaving the barrel wreathed in a violent crimson aura hurtling toward Lu Li. The man had not yet arrived, but his fist was already upon him. With one crushing strike, the crimson aura condensed into a ferocious tiger's head, its bloody maw open wide, snapping toward Lu Li's skull. A purple tier epic ultimate technique, heaven-splitting palm. Though it was a palm technique, Zhao Tianyu had transformed it into a fist, yet its destructive power remained utterly undiminished. The force of this blow was enough to flatten an armored vehicle into a disc of iron. Lu Li did not meet it head-on. His figure flickered, his feet tapped lightly upon the arena floor, and his body drifted backward like a feather caught in the wind. The crimson tiger head grazed the tip of his nose, missing by a hair's breadth, yet never quite making contact. A truly transcendent mastery of movement. Zhao Tianyu snorted coldly, his fist trajectory unchanged as his left hand followed with another devastating strike. Alternating fists, the crimson aura poured upon Lu Li like a violent tempest. Each blow carried terrifying power, capable of splitting stone monuments, each aimed squarely for Lu Li's vital points. Lu Li continued his retreat. His footwork reached a state of consummate refinement, with 5 fundamental stances evolving into infinite variations beneath his feet. From afar, Lu Li appeared as though dancing upon the edge of a blade. Zhao Tianyu's assaults were like raging ocean swells, one wave crashing upon another, filling the heavens and earth. And Lu Li was but a skiff upon that stormy sea, at times swallowed by towering waves, at times surfacing from their troughs. Yet he would not fall. Not only did he remain standing, but his expression stayed utterly calm. Indeed, he still possessed the reserves to counterattack. Yes, exactly that. He transformed his palm into a blade. Slap after slap rained upon the face of that 3rd demon scion. Though each strike was deflected by his protective aura, failing to draw even a drop of blood, it carried little physical damage, yet proved profoundly humiliating. I will have your head. Zhao Tianyu roared in unbridled fury. Yet Lu Li showed absolutely no fear, occasionally flipping him the middle finger to goad him further. At that very moment, high above in the sky, elder Li Feitian of the transcendent divine sect, holding a recently delivered dossier, furrowed his brow slightly. The dossier contained all recorded information on Lu Li. 5 days prior, he was merely an aspiring martial artist. 5 days hence, he had reached the peak of the 3rd realm. His swordplay had reached consummate mastery. His movement techniques were peerless. His cultivation methods were flawless. A dual awakening of the 7-colored divine tier talent, spiritual manifestation master. He trained under a mysterious powerhouse who had reached the peak of a martial emperor. That very martial emperor had single-handedly annihilated the Li family of Jiangqing mere yesterday. How interesting. Li Feitian's fingers lightly tapped the dossier, his gaze falling upon the blood-soaked youth on the arena. There must lie a great secret or immense destiny upon this boy. He suddenly raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the horizon. A martial venerable's divine sense expanded like a tidal wave in all directions, instantly shrouding the entirety of Jiangqing. No other martial venerable's presence was detected. It appears his so-called martial emperor master dares not show himself. Li Feitian offered a faint smile and withdrew his divine sense. True enough. A mere martial emperor lacks even the standing to face me. He lowered his gaze once more, watching the youth who still persisted upon the arena, a trace of complex emotion flickering in his eyes. For someone of this caliber, it would be ideal if he could serve my transcendent divine sect. If not, his tapping fingers ceased. Then he can simply await the completion of the sacrifice formation and perish alongside the millions in Jiangqing. System, how many bully points have I collected thus far? Ding. Current bully points collected 3100. You are still 2000 points short of your goal. Only 3100. Slapping him repeatedly is far too slow. While dodging Zhao Tianyu's attacks, Lu Li calculated within his mind. The rate at which bully points were collected correlated directly with the degree of harm inflicted upon his opponent. The greater the damage Zhao Tianyu suffered, the faster the points accumulated. Yet this damage came in two forms: physical and psychological. As a third-realm martial artist, I cannot harm him physically, but I can make him suffer a measure more humiliation. A faint smirk touched Lu Li's lips, and during a fleeting gap in his evasions, he raised his right hand and delivered a rapid succession of over a dozen slaps to Zhao Tianyu's pale face. This assault breached Zhao Tianyu's defenses entirely. His face swelled almost instantly. Yet Lu Li was not finished. He extended his middle finger toward Zhao Tianyu, slowly flipping it downward. The entire crowd erupted in astonishment. Zhao Tianyu's eyes turned bloodshot in an instant. "You little bastard, I will tear you into 10,000 pieces." His assault grew even more frenzied. Heaven-splitting palm was driven to its absolute limit, the crimson aura condensing into three monstrous tiger heads that surged toward Lu Li from three different directions simultaneously. The arena floor fragmented inch by inch under his berserk power, with debris hoisted by the shockwaves dancing through the air. Lu Li's pressure mounted sharply. After all, Zhao Tianyu was a mid-stage fourth-realm martial king, his strength surpassing Lu Li's by a full major realm. Under full exertion, Lu Li's transcendent footwork began to show signs of strain. One of the tiger heads grazed his shoulder. Though it did not strike directly, the lingering shockwave still tore open a bleeding gash upon his flesh. Blood seeped forth, staining his uniform crimson. Within mere breaths, Lu Li's body bore 7 or 8 fresh wounds. Below the arena, Lin Yichen's tears could no longer be held back. Her hands covered her mouth, her body trembling violently, fingernails digging deep into her palms without her realizing it. "Lu Li." Her voice was so hoarse it was nearly inaudible. "Please, do not force yourself." Despair marred the faces of the other examinees as well. Some bowed their heads, unable to bear the sight. Others clenched their fists until their eyes reddened, secretly praying for a miracle to occur. Yet everyone knew that surviving this long against a mid-stage fourth-realm martial king as a peak third-realm fighter was already a miracle. To hope for victory, impossible. Upon the principal's podium, Lin Jinan's clenched fist cracked audibly. He did not know whether Lu Li's mention of a senior uncle was true, but he knew this youth was betting his own life to buy Jiangxing a sliver of hope. "Kid." Lin Jinan's voice was low enough for no one but himself to hear. "If you survive this, I shall personally host a feast in your honor." Upon the spectator seats, the powerhouses from the great families of Jiangxing displayed varying expressions. The ancestor of the Wang family's face darkened and lightened unpredictably. The patriarch of the Zhao family clenched his fists, lips pressed into a thin line, his gaze darting between the arena and the martial venerable in the sky. The ancestor of the Sun family kept his head bowed, lost in thought. All of them were calculating Lu Li's chances of victory, computing the transcendent divine sect's capabilities, weighing the survival of their own clans. None of them were fools. They understood far better than commoners what manner of existence the transcendent divine sect truly represented. These traitors to the human race never honored a single promise. Even if Lu Li truly defeated, that Zhao Tianyu would leave Feitian truly let Jiangxing go. Impossible. Not a single word from a demonic sect could be trusted. By then these noble families will either submit or die. A flicker passed through the eyes of the Wang family elder, who leaned over and whispered to the Zhao family patriarch beside him, "Old Zhao, what if we just..." But before he could finish, he felt a chilling gaze fall upon him. It was Lin Jinan. The gaze of Jiangxing's city lord was like a drawn sword, dripping with undisguised killing intent. He said nothing, yet that single glance conveyed everything. Whoever dared to shake the morale at such a moment would be the first to face his wrath. The Wang elder's heart tightened, swallowing the latter half of his words, and bowed his head. But the strange gleam in his eyes did not entirely vanish. On the arena, Lu Li's figure had already begun to stagger. His body was covered from head to toe with deep wounds, blood streaming down his pant legs, leaving dark crimson trails on the platform. His breathing grew harsh and ragged, his chest heaving violently. Each dodge became increasingly harder than the last. Yet his eyes remained bright. Still bright. Deep within those pupils even lurked a trace of excitement, one that no one could quite fathom. "System, how many villain points do I have now?" Lu Li asked in his mind while shifting his foot sideways, evading a fist aimed at his face by Zhao Tianyu at an almost incomprehensible angle. Ding. Current villain points 4,200. 900 points short of the target. Such frustration. Lu Li cursed inwardly. He had been enduring for a long time. From the moment he stepped onto the platform, he had been holding back. Enduring Zhao Tianyu's mockery, enduring that overwhelming barrage of attacks. Not because he couldn't fight back properly. He simply couldn't afford to. The system's villain point collection mechanism was highly unusual. Only when his opponent harbored intense hatred toward him would his counterattacks yield a large amount of villain points quickly, so he was acting the part of a pathetic wretch who clung desperately to survival. Also playing the role of a weakling who only knew how to provoke the strong and take the beating. And Zhao Tianyu had indeed taken the bait. This third, evil disciple of the transcendent sect was clearly provoked by Lu Li's behavior. He was also thoroughly enjoying the cat-and-mouse thrill. His attacks grew increasingly ferocious, yet every strike deliberately avoided Lu Li's vital points. He wanted to torture slowly to shred piece by piece, letting this daring youth perish in despair and agony. Run, run faster. Zhao Tianyu laughed madly, and with a heaven-splitting palm strike, sent Lu Li reeling back 7 or 8 steps. A trickle of blood escaped Lu Li's lips as he stumbled, nearly falling. What's wrong? Is this all the capital's top scholar can do? Zhao Tianyu licked his lips, his eyes brimming with cruel excitement. Where's your blade? Where's your peerless swordsmanship? Show it to me. Lu Li did not reply. He merely took advantage of Zhao Tianyu's brief pause in speech. Leaping forward, he delivered several solid slaps across Zhao Tianyu's face. Ding. Villain points 150. Ding. Villain points 180. D. ING. Villain points 200. The system's notification sounded constantly in his mind, the villain point count leaping upward with breathtaking speed. 4,500. 4,700. 4,900. Then he was beaten mercilessly by Zhao Tianyu once more. In the stands, Lin Yichen had already broken down into tears. She kept muttering something over and over. Enough. It's enough. Lu Li, please come down. I beg you. You've already done so well. Her voice was so hoarse it was nearly inaudible, as though a lump of cotton clogged her throat. The girls beside her also had red-rimmed eyes, some turning their faces away, unable to bear watching anymore. The examination candidates on the viewing platform fell completely silent. No one spoke, no one discussed. Everyone stared silently at the arena, at the boy whose school uniform was drenched in blood. Some prayed silently in their hearts. Some clenched their fists until their nails dug into their flesh. Some bowed their heads, unwilling to look again. But they all knew that prayers were useless. A peak stage 3rd rank against a mid-stage 4th rank martial king. That he had lasted this long was already a miracle. But miracles, after all, had their limits. On the presidential platform, Lin Zhenan's hand had already gripped his sword hilt. Veins bulged on the back of his hand, his knuckles turned white from the pressure. His breathing grew heavy, his chest rising and falling dramatically. He was waiting for the moment. Waiting for the instant Lu Li could no longer hold on, and he would strike. Even if his opponent were a martial venerable, even if the consequence of his intervention meant certain death, he would accept it. Because he was the Lord of Jiangqing. Because the blood-soaked youth on the arena fought for Jiangqing. Yet at that very moment, Lin Zhenan suddenly froze. His gaze fell upon Lu Li's face. That face plastered with blood and sweat. Those eyes remained astonishingly bright. Not anger, not fear, not despair, but excitement. Lin Zhenan thought he had misjudged. But the next second, he was certain he had not. Because Lu Li was smiling. The youth, bloodied and nearly unable to stand, had the corners of his mouth curling upward. That smile was faint, so faint, as though he had finally waited long enough for something. Ding. Current villain points, 5,100. Ding. The required villain points for breakthrough have been reached. Ding. Would you like to consume 5,100 villain points now to raise your vitality to 2500 and break through to the 4th rank martial king realm? Yes. Lu Li uttered that single word in his mind. Then everything changed. An incomprehensibly immense power erupted thunderously from his dantian. Frenzied vitality surged like a breached dam, racing furiously along his meridians, surging into every corner of his limbs and bones. His body began to glow. That radiance originated from his dantian and spread outward along his meridians. First his chest, then his limbs, finally the crown of his head. His entire being resembled a golden divine statue of flame, blazing brilliantly upon the arena. Everyone in the stadium stood up simultaneously. All eyes widened in dumbfounded astonishment as they stared at the suddenly radiant youth on the platform. This is... The elder from Kyoto Martial University trembled all over, disbelief blazing from his cloudy old eyes. Breakthrough at the moment of battle. He broke through to Martial King. How is this possible? He was only a quasi-martial warrior days ago. 5 days. From quasi-martial warrior to Martial King in 5 days. Wait. No, look at his vitality. A sharp-eyed Martial University instructor pointed at Lu Li, his voice cracking with shock. Everyone focused their gaze and collectively sucked in their breath sharply. Lu Li's golden radiance intensified continuously. It was not ordinary vitality light. It was a golden aura so dense and condensed it approached perfection. The aura circled around him, forming a slowly rotating golden vortex from whose center emanated a deeply unsettling force of annihilation. This was not an ordinary 4th rank martial king. An ordinary martial king's aura was modeled and its power limited. But Lu Li's aura was as pure as if forged from the most immaculate gold, and its pressure was even more terrifying than that of a typical mid-stage 4th rank martial king. His blood chi. Why is it so dense? No one could answer that question. Above Li Feitian's brows furrowed slightly. He looked down at the golden-armored youth on the arena floor, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Breaking through to Martial King realm on the spot. That was indeed unexpected, but that was all there was to it. Breaking through mid-battle is rare enough, Li Feitian said dismissively, his tone laced with thinly veiled scorn. You don't think breaking through to Martial King will change anything, do you? The corner of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. A early stage 4th stage martial king, still nothing but an ant before me. Even if you broke through to martial emperor, so what? Luli didn't look at him. He lowered his head and gazed at his own hands. Golden spiritual energy swirled across his palms. Warm, yet overwhelmingly powerful, like he was holding a tamed sun. He could feel the surging power within him with crystal clarity. This was far beyond anything a peak 3rd stage cultivator could achieve. It wasn't even comparable to an ordinary 4th stage martial king. He had just broken through to early 4th stage martial king, and his blood chi value had already reached 25,000. This was the passive enhancement from his 7-colored divine talent, the spirit manifestation master. His body's strength and blood chi quality far exceeded ordinary martial artists of his realm. When others broke through to a major realm, their power doubled, but his had more than tripled. That was enough. More than enough. Luli raised his head and looked across at Zhao Tianyu. The cruel smile still lingered on Zhao Tianyu's face, but beneath it uncertainty had begun to surface. He could feel the sudden surge of aura radiating from Lu Li, and his heart began racing involuntarily. So what if he broke through? Zhao Tianyu suppressed his unease, sneering. A newly minted early-stage martial king with an unstable foundation dares to act tough in my presence. He roared, his blood chi surging wildly as his aura peaked at mid-stage 4th stage martial king. Crimson energy solidified around him into 3 ferocious tiger heads, jaws wide open in a silent roar. Heaven-parting palm. 3 tigers split the mountain. This was his strongest killing move. The 3 blood-colored tiger heads surged toward Lu Li in a triangular formation, sealing off every possible angle of escape. Zhao Tianyu poured everything into this strike. He wanted to obliterate the boy who dared to break through right in front of him. Lu Li didn't dodge. He didn't even move. He simply raised his right hand and made a grasping motion. A blade, no, a 7-colored longsword formed entirely from spiritual consciousness, materialized in his palm. The blade was transparent with 7-colored light streaming through its core. Basic sword technique, perfected to the highest level. No frills, no unnecessary movements. Lu Li simply gripped the blade and slashed forward. One strike. Plain and simple. Coming straight down from above. There was no artistry in this strike, no intricate technique or feint. Yet when it cut through the air, a piercing sonic boom erupted. The 7-colored blade light resembled a rainbow descending from the heavens. Beautiful enough to captivate, yet dangerous enough to make one's hair stand on end. The 3 blood-colored tiger heads met the 7-colored blade light like ice against a blazing sun. They vanished instantly, and with them Zhao Tianyu behind them was swallowed by the strike. A blood-curdling scream tore through the entire arena. Zhao Tianyu's body was sent flying backward, his chest split open by a massive wound that exposed bone, blood erupting like a fountain. His arms were bent at impossible angles, his bones shattered by the blade's aura in that single strike. Just one blow. That was all it took, one stroke. The 3rd demon disciple of the transcendent divine sect, a mid-stage 4th martial king, lay grievously wounded. The entire crowd fell into dead silence. All stared blankly at the boy on the arena wielding the 7-colored blade, their minds completely empty. Just moments ago he'd been beaten helplessly, looking every bit the stray dog driven from its home. Now after breaking through he'd cleaved his opponent to severe injury with a single strike. What kind of monster was this? Bravo! Lin Jinan slammed his hand against the armrest and thunderous cheers erupted from the main stands. He had long abandoned any pretense of a city lord's dignity. This cry of approval came straight from his chest, fueled by burning passion and sheer delight. In the stands the examinees finally came to their senses. Lu Li, Lu Li, Lu Li. Someone shouted his name first, then more and more voices joined in. Lin Chen covered her mouth as tears streamed down her face. But these were tears of joy this time, not heartache. You damn fool. She sobbed and laughed simultaneously, her voice raw and broken. Making me worry like this. Damn it. Lu Li paid no mind to the cheers surrounding him. With the 7-colored blade in hand, he walked step by step toward Zhao Tianyu, who lay broken at the edge of the arena. Zhao Tianyu sprawled on the ground, blood still gushing from his chest wound and staining the arena crimson. The arrogance and cruelty that had defined his expression earlier had vanished, replaced by terror running deep into his bones. You can't kill me. His voice came out shrill and desperate like a chicken with its neck wrung. I'm the 3rd demon disciple of the transcendent divine sect. My master is a martial venerable. If you dare kill me, he'll tear you to pieces. Lu Li didn't break stride. You mentioned earlier that you enjoyed hearing bones break. Lu Li's tone was eerily calm, like discussing something trivial. Zhao Tianyu's body shook violently. When you killed the top scholar from Jiangnan province, did he beg you the same way? Lu Li stopped before him, looking down. Those bright eyes chilled him to the bone. Did you spare him back then? Zhao Tianyu opened his mouth, but couldn't form a single word. Lu Li raised the 7-colored blade. At that moment a cold snort echoed from the sky. Enough! Li Feitian's voice carried undeniable authority. He lifted his hand, and an invisible force descended from above, pressing down on Lu Li. A martial venerable had intervened. He had agreed to let them compete, but with his disciple facing death, all rules and promises meant nothing to him now. As a martial venerable, he could do as he pleased. The invisible force crushed down on Lu Li like a towering mountain. Even a 5th-stage martial emperor would stand no chance against a martial venerable, let alone Lu Li, who had just broken through to the 4th-stage martial king. Yet Lu Li didn't even lift his head. He simply said calmly, "Elder Bo, save me." As the words left his lips, a dark figure plummeted from the sky. Its speed was incomprehensible. Even Li Feitian couldn't react in time. The figure materialized between Lu Li and Li Feitian, then swept its hand downward, shattering the invisible force completely. Boom. Two forces at the Blood Sovereign level collided in midair, producing a deafening roar. A visible shockwave radiated outward in all directions. Flags on the playground snapped at their midsections, and the windows of the distant teaching building shattered in unison. As the dust cleared, a figure clad in black hovered midair, facing off against Li Feitian. A hood obscured most of his face, making his features indistinguishable. Yet the aura emanating from him caused everyone present to feel a trembling that rose from the depths of their souls. A Blood Sovereign, and specifically a mid-stage Blood Sovereign. That aura was like an endless ocean, profound and boundless. If Li Feitian's presence was like a solitary peak, then this black-clothed man's aura was like a continuous mountain range, completely overshadowing that lone peak. Li Feitian's expression finally changed. He stared fixedly at the figure before him, pupils constricting to their limits. Mid-stage Blood Sovereign. Impossible. Why does someone at mid-stage Blood Sovereign level exude more pressure than I, who is at the late stage? This cannot be. His voice carried the weight of disbelief. He was the 10th elder of the Transcendent Divine Sect and a powerhouse at the late stage of the Blood Sovereign realm. Within Xia Nation, there were fewer than 10 Blood Sovereigns capable of matching him, and he knew every single one of them. All were meticulously recorded in the Transcendent Divine Sect's intelligence network. But this black-clad figure before him was completely unknown to him. A mysterious mid-stage Blood Sovereign. And judging by the aura radiating from him, he appeared to be even stronger than Li Feitian himself. "Who are you?" Li Feitian asked with a deep voice. The arrogance and disdain that had filled it completely vanished, replaced by gravity and wariness. The black-clad figure did not respond. He simply hung suspended in stillness, like an impenetrable wall standing between Lu Li and Li Feitian. On the arena, Lu Li's blade did not stop. In the very instant the black-clothed man blocked Li Feitian, his 7-colored long sword had already descended. Zhao Tianyu's eyes bulged wide, his mouth gaping open, as if wanting to scream something. But before the sound could escape, the 7-colored blade light sliced across his neck. A head soared into the air. A column of blood shot toward the sky. Zhao Tianyu, the 3rd demon son of the Transcendent Divine Sect, was dead. Ding. Successfully slain. Zhao Tianyu, a mid-stage martial king at the 4th rank. Reward 1500 bully points obtained. Triggered Divine Devourer, trait 1 Devour. Absorbed 10 of Zhao Tianyu's blood and chi power, permanently increasing the host's blood and chi upper limit by 2500 points. Current blood and chi value 27500 points. Mid-stage martial king 4th rank. A warm current surged into Lu Li's body. It was the blood and chi energy devoured by the Divine Devourer technique from Zhao Tianyu's corpse, refined and transformed through the cultivation method into his own fundamental power. His blood and chi value jumped directly from 25000 to 27500 points. Mid-stage martial king 4th rank. And the 3000 point threshold for the late stage was already within sight. Lu Li clenched his fist, feeling the reinforced power coursing through his body, once more the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Everything was proceeding according to plan. He raised his head, looking toward the 2 Blood Sovereigns locked in confrontation in the sky. Li Feitian's face had darkened to its deepest hue. He watched helplessly as his disciple was slain by Lu Li, unable to intervene. Not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. That black-clothed man stood before him like an insurmountable high wall. Being a powerhouse at the late stage of the Blood Sovereign realm, his sensory perception far exceeded that of ordinary people. Precisely because of this, he understood how terrifying this black-clothed figure was, far better than anyone else present. That aura was not that of an ordinary mid-stage Blood Sovereign. The thickness, density, and the chilling killing intent embedded within it all pointed to one conclusion. This black-clothed man was stronger than him. Stronger by far. "What exactly are you, sir?" Li Feitian asked again, his voice low. "This is a matter for my Transcendent Divine Sect. Are you certain you wish to intervene?" The black-clothed man remained silent. But careful observation would reveal his body had turned slightly, maintaining a posture ready to strike at any moment. That orientation was directed squarely at Li Feitian. Li Feitian's eye twitched. As the 10th elder of the Transcendent Divine Sect and a powerhouse at the late stage of the Blood Sovereign realm, had he ever not been revered by tens of thousands? Yet at this moment, facing this silent black-clothed figure, he felt an emotion he had not experienced in a long time. Wariness. And perhaps even a trace of fear. On the arena, Lu Li sheathed his 7-colored long sword. He glanced down at Zhao Tianyu's corpse, his gaze as calm as if he were looking at a body long dead. Then he raised his head and looked toward Li Feitian in the sky. "Elderly." Lu Li's voice was not loud, but in the deathly silent playground, every word clearly reached everyone's ears. "Your disciple is dead. By our agreement, I have one. So please leave Jiangxing." Li Feitian's gaze shifted from the black-clothed figure to rest upon Lu Li. His expression was complex. filled with killing intent, anger, wariness, and a touch of disbelief. He had come to Jiangxing today because he had heard rumors of a genius possessing a dual awakened 7-colored divine-level talent. Such a genius, if recruited into the transcendent divine sect, would be ideal. If not, he must be crushed before he could grow. He had brought Zhao Tianyu along intending for his disciple to practice and, incidentally, to deliver a lesson to this young genius. He had never imagined Zhao Tianyu would lose. How could a mid-stage martial king at the 4th rank lose to someone merely at the peak of the 3rd rank? But Zhao Tianyu not only lost, he died, killed by a youth who had just broken through on the battlefield. Li Feiqian fell silent for a long time. Wait, just wait 10 more minutes. Wait until the formation array is fully deployed. You will all die? He suddenly smiled. That smile was faint, yet the chill beneath it made everyone who saw it shiver down their spines. Very good. Excellent. His voice was soft, barely above a whisper, as if speaking to himself. What happens today, Li Feiqian shall remember. He cast one final glance at the black-clothed figure, then at Lu Li. Then his form flickered, vanishing into the horizon. He had arrived unexpectedly and departed just as suddenly. Only one phrase echoed across the playground. Lu Li, we shall meet again. On the playground, everyone remained frozen in their heads tilted upward posture, unable to move for a long while. The oppressive blood sovereign aura that had shrouded overhead had finally dissipated, yet the people still dared not breathe freely, as though terrified the terrifying presence might return. Until Lin Zhenan's voice rang out. The Transcendent Divine Sect's 10th elder Li Feiqian has withdrawn. His tone carried a note of disbelief, as if recounting something even he found hard to believe. And peerless powerhouse at the late stage of the blood sovereign realm had simply withdrawn. Because behind Lu Li stood an even more formidable blood sovereign. The entire crowd fell silent for 3 seconds. Then earth-shattering cheers erupted. Lu Li, Lu Li, Lu Li. Yet they did not know that an even greater crisis lay ahead. People called out Lu Li's name frantically, their voices rising in surging waves. Some jumped up in excitement, while others locked arms with those beside them in tight embraces. Some even broke into tears. Not from sorrow, but from the manic euphoria of having survived a catastrophe. Just 15 minutes ago, every single one of them had believed they were about to die. A martial, venerable elder of the Transcendence Divine Sect had descended personally. No one could have stood against such a presence. Whoever blocked him died. But Lu Li had held the line. No, it was Lu Li's senior martial uncle who had blocked them. And Lu Li had slain the 3rd demon disciple of the Transcendence Divine Sect. Lin Chen was the first to charge onto the arena. She ran with desperate speed, her ponytail bouncing behind her, tears still wet on her face. She reached Lu Li without a word and punched him squarely in the chest. You damn fool, she shouted, then struck again. You scared me to death, do you understand? One more punch. If you ever do anything like this again, I'll never let it go. Her fists rained down on his chest, each blow light, but delivering a sharp, resonant thud. Lu Li didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He wanted to dodge, but felt too embarrassed to move, so he simply endured it. Enough. If you keep this up, you'll actually kill me, Lu Li said helplessly. Lin Chen finally stopped. She lifted her head, red-rimmed eyes fixed on him. They stood close enough that Lu Li could see the teardrops clinging to her lashes and catch the faint, delicate fragrance of her skin. You really scared me to death. Her voice was hoarse, trembling with suppressed sobs, yet utterly earnest. What would I do if you died? The moment the words left her mouth, she froze herself. Then a blush bloomed from the roots of her ears, spreading rapidly across her cheeks. Lu Li was stunned as well. The two simply stared at each other in silence until Lin Zhenan's voice came from behind. Cough, cough. Lin Zhenan stood at the edge of the arena, his right fist pressed to his lips as he cleared his throat twice. His expression carried a subtle, knowing quality. It was the look of an old father watching his daughter deliberately walk into a pig's mouth. Lin Chen reacted as if electrified, abruptly releasing Lu Li and stumbling backward 2 steps. Her face flushed crimson, as though blood might drip from her cheeks. She kept her head bowed, unable to meet anyone's gaze. Father, I was just too excited. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Lin Zhenan didn't expose his daughter, merely walking forward to pat Lu Li heavily on the shoulder. Good lad. His voice boomed, his eyes full of admiration. I've lived 40 years and today I've finally witnessed something worth seeing. Breaking through to martial king on the battlefield, slaying a demon disciple with a single strike, facing a martial venerable without so much as flinching. You young man are exceptional. He raised his thumb in approval. Lu Li smiled humbly. Thanks to my senior martial uncle arriving in time, or I would have truly paid the price today. The mention of his master made him glance upward at the sky. The black-robed martial venerable's avatar still hovered in place, silent and motionless as a statue. Lu Li silently issued another command through his thoughts. The dark-robed figure flashed forward and landed beside Lu Li. Everyone held their breath. This was a peerless powerhouse in the late stages of martial venerable cultivation, an existence even stronger than the 10 elders of the Transcendence Divine Sect. Such a figure was practically untouchable in ordinary times, yet now stood before them at a distance of less than 10 meters. Lin Zhenan drew a deep breath, straightened his robes, and offered a reverent bow to the dark-robed figure. This humble one is Lin Zhenan, Lord of Jiangxing. I pay my respects, esteemed senior. His voice was solemn and sincere. Had it not been for your intervention today, the millions of citizens of Jiangcheng would have suffered an inescapable catastrophe. Your great kindness shall be forever remembered. The dark-robed figure did not speak, merely offering a slight nod. To everyone present, this was entirely expected. A martial venerable naturally carried the pride of their station. Such a gesture of acknowledgement was itself a courtesy extended. But only Lu Li knew the truth. The avatar remained silent because he had never programmed it with speech capabilities. It was merely a puppet. One that could fight was sufficient. What need was there for conversation? At that moment, recruitment faculty from the various martial universities pressed forward. But they dared not approach closely, lingering only a few meters away, casting eager glances between the dark-robed figure and Lu Li. The elder from Kyoto Martial University spoke first, his voice trembling with excitement. Student Lu Li, our previous invitation still stands, and the terms are open to further discussion. Come to Kyoto Martial University. I can petition the president to assign a martial venerable level visiting elder to personally mentor you. He paused and stole a cautious glance at the dark-robed figure before adding, of course it cannot compare to your senior martial uncle's guidance, but additional instruction is always valuable. The female professor from Magic City Martial University quickly chimed in. Magic City Martial University offers the same. We can provide the finest resources, top-tier cultivation chambers, and even quota entries to ancient ruins. Other university representatives joined the bidding, each proposal more generous than the last. Yet their gazes kept drifting involuntarily toward the silent, dark-robed figure. Everyone was calculating the same advantage. Lu Li's master had reached mid-stage martial venerable. Whichever university Lu Li joined would gain the goodwill of a mid-stage martial venerable powerhouse. No matter how they looked at it, the deal could only benefit them. Lu Li found himself surrounded by these enthusiastic faculty members, feeling somewhat helpless. But just then, the air around them grew suddenly viscous. A bizarre energy surge rose from deep beneath the earth, like an invisible giant hand gripping the throat of the entire city. Heaven and earth fell into a suffocating silence. Then the ground began to tremble. Countless black chains erupted from the earth around Jiangcheng's perimeter. Each was as thick as a water barrel, its surface etched with dense, swirling crimson runes. They writhed upward toward the sky, intertwining above the city's center to weave a massive black net that enveloped the entirety of Jiangcheng. At the net's center, blood energy coalesced into a colossal crimson sphere, pulsing slowly like a malignant heart. With each beat, countless threads of blood plunged into the black chains, as though sustaining some unholy circulatory system. The blood-devouring formation. The Transcendence Divine Sect's blood-devouring formation. The Wang family patriarch's voice quaked. Lin Zhenan's face drained of color instantly. Beast! A low roar erupted from Lin Zhenan's throat. Beyond the black net, a figure slowly materialized. Long hair cascading, loose features delicate and refined. It was Li Feitian, the 10th elder of the Transcendence Divine Sect, who had retreated earlier, a supreme power at the 7th stage of late-stage martial venerable cultivation. Lu Li, I told you we would meet again. Li Feitian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. His gaze fell upon the dark-robed figure beside Lu Li, and greed flashed in his eyes. I originally intended only to perform a blood sacrifice upon Jiangcheng, refining a blood pill to aid my breakthrough to the 8th stage of martial emperor. Who would have expected such an unexpected bonus? A living, breathing late-stage martial venerable. Refine you, and my breakthrough to martial emperor will be assured. Heaven itself aids me. He threw back his head and laughed, his voice echoing beneath the crimson heavens. On the training ground, some had already broken down entirely. Some collapsed into uncontrollable sobs, others clung desperately to one another, and a few trembled as they dialed their final phone calls. No one mocked them, for everyone understood what this meant. Without hesitation, Lu Li commanded his avatar to unleash everything. The dark-robed figure moved like lightning, instantly reaching the edge of the net. His right hand closed around nothing, and a black long blade forged from spiritual energy materialized. An extraordinary epic-grade sword technique. Gripping the weapon with both hands, he channeled every ounce of his power into a strike that sent a blade of darkness, dozens of meters long, slicing toward the net. Boom. An earth-shattering explosion. A crack over 10 meters long split open on the net, running from base to peak. Through the rupture, the crimson sky beyond was visible. It's cracking, someone shouted in jubilation. But before cheers could erupt, the wound began healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Countless threads of blood surged from the chains, weaving and interlacing like needlework stitching flesh. In merely a few breaths, the crack sealed completely. The net restored to pristine condition. The cheering died instantly. Li Feitian's laughter grew more maniacal. Futile. Once the blood-devouring formation activates, it draws upon the vital essence of all living beings within to strengthen itself. Every attack you launch only accelerates its consumption of you. Only a martial emperor who has comprehended the Tao can shatter this formation. Comprehended the Tao, that is the key. A martial emperor who had comprehended the Tao. These words weighed on every heart like a mountain. Across the entire Xia Empire, no more than 5 such emperors existed in open sight. And could such an existence possibly appear in Jiangcheng? Despair swept through them completely. Some began writing final messages. A middle-aged teacher typed on his phone, tears dripping onto the screen. A young couple held each other tightly, the girl burying her face against his chest. An elderly professor with white hair sat on the steps calmly adjusting his collar as he gazed toward the direction of his homeland. Lin Chen stood beside Lu Li, her face pale as paper. She turned her head, her eyes red-rimmed, but fighting back tears with visible effort. She forced a smile, though it looked more painful than joyful. Lu Li, her voice was barely audible. There is something I have always wanted to tell you. She drew a deep breath as if summoning every ounce of courage she possessed. I like you. Tears finally spilled over, but she did not wipe them away, only kept her gaze fixed on Lu Li. When you were recognized as the school's greatest failure, and everyone mocked you, I never cared. Because I knew you were not worthless. You were simply waiting for the day that belonged to you. You proved me right. 3 transcendent abilities, twin awakened god-tier talents breaking through during combat to slay a demon disciple. You are a true genius. Her voice grew quieter. But I don't think I'll live to see the day you become a peerless powerhouse. She reached out and gently took his hand. Her fingers were cold, yet her palms were damp with sweat. Lu Li, would you die beside me? The words tumbled out awkwardly, lacking any romance whatsoever. Yet they carried more weight than every love confession in the world combined. Lu Li felt something collide hard in his chest. He squeezed her hand back firmly. Chen, we will not die. The millions of people in Jiangsheng will not die. The one who should die is him. Lin Chen froze. She followed his gaze till Li Feiqian laughing madly in the sky above. Her lips moved as though she wanted to ask something, but she said nothing, only tightened her grip on his hand and gave a soft nod. Lu Li frantically summoned the system in his mind. System. How much bully value do I still have? He knew that if he wanted to turn the tide and survive today, only the system could help him. As expected, the system responded in its usual fashion. Come on, can't you be a little more useful? Ding. Current domineering value, 20,000 points. Vitality value, 2,7500 points. 4th stage, Martial King mid-level. I need to break through to the 5th stage, Martial Emperor. How many does it need? Ding. To advance vitality to the peak of Martial King requires 12,500 points. But to break through to Martial Emperor, one must comprehend intent, and the system's assistance requires 50,000 points. Current domineering value is insufficient. Lu Li's heart sank. A shortfall of 40,000 points. This path was unworkable. Just as he was burning with anxiety, his gaze fell upon the talents section of the system panel. Spirit Manifestation Master 7-Colored Divine Grade. The clone's skill proficiency is determined by itself. It is also 3 major realms higher than the original body. His blade techniques had only just reached the beginner level, yet the clone's swordsmanship was already supernatural. And since Spirit Manifestation Master had just awakened, its proficiency was not yet mastered, so even the clone could not unleash its true power. What if he could elevate the proficiency of this talent? The power inherent in divine grade talents far surpassed that of ordinary martial skills. Even at the beginner level, it would allow him to perceive the existence of intent. If the clone's proficiency reached supernatural mastery, it might directly brush against the realm of Tao. I'll risk it. System. Upgrade Spirit Manifestation Master Proficiency to Beginner. Ding. Requires 10,000 domineering value. Confirm. Confirm. An indescribable force detonated within his mind. His spiritual energy underwent a qualitative transformation from a babbling brook into an ocean. He closed his eyes, yet could see everything around him. He could even vaguely perceive certain deeper rules flowing behind the great array. That was intent. No, even higher than intent. It was the most primordial power in heaven and earth. Ding. Awakened accompanying technique Divine Thought Art current proficiency beginner. Ding. Host spiritual energy 1000 points. Current host spiritual energy 1100 points. Host has comprehended intense spiritual edge. Lu Li suddenly opened his eyes. All remaining domineering value boost vitality. Ding. Consumed 10,000 domineering value. Vitality value increased to 37,500 points. Breakthrough to the peak of 4th stage Martial King. In the sky, Li Feiqian continued his boasts. He raised both hands to accelerate his manipulation of the great array, the blood sphere pulsing ever more violently. Everyone felt their vitality surging uncontrollably within. Today I shall blood sacrifice Jiangsheng and achieve the title of Martial Emperor. Just then a calm voice rang out. You will not become a Martial Emperor. Li Feiqian's laughter abruptly ceased. He looked down at the training ground, where Lu Li calmly met his gaze. What did you say? I said you will not become a Martial Emperor. You will die here today. Li Feiqian stared at him for 3 seconds, then burst into raucous laughter. A 4th stage Martial King claims he can kill a 7th stage Martial Venerable. That is the funniest joke I have heard all year. You think your Martial Venerable senior uncle can save you? Even with his full strength, he could not split this array. Could not split it. Lu Li shook his head. Then try again. As the words fell, the silent black-clad figure slowly rose into the air. The wind blew back his hood, revealing a face devoid of expression. He spread his arms wide, and a surge of spiritual energy that made heaven and earth themselves shift erupted with thunderous force. This was no mere vitality power, but something far purer, closer to the primordial source of the world itself. If the earlier vitality force had been an ocean, then this spiritual energy was a sea of stars. Li Feiqian's expression changed for the first time in genuine alarm. Spiritual Manifestation Master. Impossible. Wasn't it Lu Li who just awakened as a spiritual manifestation master? Why is his senior uncle also a spiritual manifestation master? The black-robed clone raised his right hand above his head and closed his fingers. A colossal seven-colored blade formed entirely of condensed spiritual energy materialized in his grasp. The blade stretched 100 zhang in length, its surface flowing with seven-colored luminescence beautiful as a dream. Yet what truly sent Li Feiqian's soul fleeing in terror were the dense runes etched across its surface. These were formed naturally by the heavenly Tao itself. Each rune contained supreme laws. The very space around the blade twisted and warped as if the mere existence of this strike exceeded what this world could bear. Supernatural mastery in spiritual manifestation. A great blade saturated with Tao. In that moment, what the black-clad figure held in his hand was Tao itself. Impossible. Li Feiqian's voice tore shrilly through the air. He frantically channeled the great array, and countless threads of blood surged toward the figure in black. But those crimson strands dissolved silently the instant they touched the seven-colored blade light, like ice meeting fierce sunlight. You are only a martial venerable. How can you comprehend the Tao? How? No one answered him. The seven-colored great blade descended. With a simple downward stroke, the entire world seemed cleaved in two. The bloodthirsty array's black netting began to crumble the instant it contacted the blade's radiance. Chain links as thick as water barrels shattered like paper inch by inch, while their crimson runes let out piercing screams before shattering. The enormous blood sphere evaporated instantly as the blade light swept past. The great array was broken, but the blade light did not stop. It sliced through the array and continued downward, aimed at Li Feiqian. He tried to flee but could not move. It was not restraint that held him. It was terror from the deepest reaches of his soul that stripped him of control over his own body. The Tao contained within that single strike had already locked its target upon him. He frantically drew forth all his vitality, layering 49 defenses before him in desperate desperation. The seven-colored blade light swept past. All 49 layers of defense like parchment shattered in an instant. The blade light passed cleanly through Li Feiqian's torso. Everything went still. Li Feiqian hovered suspended in midair, motionless, eyes wide-mouthed agape. A breeze swept through. His body split down the middle, dissolving into a mist of blood that scattered upon the wind. The 10th elder of the transcendent divine sect, late stage, 7th realm, martial venerable, fell. One strike shattered the array and claimed the venerable's life. On the training ground, thousands stood, frozen heads tilted upward, motionless for a long while. Finally, a hoarse, weeping voice broke through. We survived. The entire training ground erupted. We survived. We're alive. The array is broken. That demon is dead. Just one strike. Examinees wept as they embraced each other. Some collapsed to their knees sobbing, others called out the names of their kin to the heavens. Teachers slumped to the ground, aged tears streaming down their faces, clinging to students between sobs and laughter. On the platform, Lin Jianan stood with both hands gripping the table, his shoulders shaking violently. This man who dared to draw steel against a martial venerable now turned his back to everyone and secretly wiped at the corner of his eye with his sleeve. Then he turned around and roared with all his strength, Li Feiqian is dead. The bloodthirsty array is broken. Jiangsheng is saved. The cheers shook heaven and earth. Lin Yichen still held Lu Li's hand, staring blankly at the fading crimson in the sky, then down at Lu Li beside her, her lips parting, but unable to utter a single word. Every word Lu Li had spoken had come true. They would not die, the millions would not die, and Li Feiqian was the one who should have perished. Every prophecy had been fulfilled. You knew from the beginning? Her voice was hoarse. A faint curve touched the corner of Lu Li's lips. I told you we would not die. Lin Yichen stared speechlessly at his smile, and tears came once more. In the sky above, the black-robed clone withdrew his hand. The 100 zhang seven-colored great blade dissolved into countless motes of light that scattered across the heavens. He cast one glance down at the cheering crowd, and his figure flickered, vanishing into the horizon. That day Jiangsheng was saved and millions of lives were preserved. And he himself had received the first confession of his life. Lu Li looked down at Lin Yichen, still leaning against his chest. Yichen, it's getting dark. Aren't you going home? Your father is looking this way. Lin Yichen stiffened and sprang away, her face flushing crimson as though it might bleed. The turmoil stirred by the 10 elders of the Chaoto sect finally came to an end as Li Feiqian was cleaved in two with a single strike. But from that day onward, Lu Li's name would resound throughout the entire city of Jiangxing. It was not merely the kind of gossip exchanged in streets and alleys, but a reverent recounting. The admissions teachers from all the martial universities also gradually calmed down from their earlier fervor. After the initial shock subsided, a profound sense of helplessness settled in. They had witnessed the figure in black firsthand. It was not a martial emperor, nor even a martial venerable, but an existence that had comprehended the Tao itself. This transcended the conventional boundaries of martial venerable. Though his cultivation level remained at the peak of martial venerable, one who had grasped the Tao at that stage stood in an entirely different league from one who had not. One had already secured passage to the realm of martial emperor, while the other still lingered beyond its threshold. Such a person was Lu Li's senior martial uncle. With a powerhouse of such caliber standing behind him, did Lu Li truly need the ordinary resources offered by these martial universities? Yet they lacked the authority and connections to negotiate with someone at the peak of martial venerable. Since they were not qualified, their only recourse was to summon reinforcements. The female professor from Shanghai Martial University was the first to pull out her communicator, stepping aside to speak in a hushed voice. Principal, it's me. The situation in Jiangcheng has changed. The senior martial uncle of that top-scoring student is a peak-level martial venerable who has comprehended the Tao. Correct exactly half a step beyond martial emperor. My cultivation falls short, and I cannot prevail. Please come in person. The other university instructors quickly followed suit, and soon the corners of the playground echoed with hushed conversations. But before they could even set down their communicators, a figure descended from the heavens, landing without a sound, yet causing the air around them to momentarily grow still. Before them stood an elderly man in his 60s, draped in deep blue robes with silver-white hair. Though he radiated no fluctuations of qi or blood energy whatsoever, everyone who caught sight of him felt an instinctive reverence well up within their hearts. Martial Venerable. Another one. The female professor from Shanghai Martial University nearly dropped her communicator upon recognizing the newcomer. Chen Tianxing. Elder Chen. Director of Admissions at Kyoto Martial University. Chen Tianxing, Director of Admissions at Kyoto Martial University, and a mid-stage level 7 Martial Venerable cultivator. Someone of his caliber typically only appeared during the final stretch of admissions season when securing those rare prodigies deemed worthy of enrollment. Yet the Gaokao had just concluded, and now he had personally traveled all the way to Jiangxing. What truly stunned everyone, however, was whatever Chen Tianxing was carrying in his hands. It was a wisp of gray mist roughly the size of a fist. Within the haze, the faint outline of a contorted human face emerged, features indistinct, yet radiating such venomous resentment and unwillingness that it sent chills down everyone's spines. A remnant soul. And not just any remnant soul. It belonged to a powerhouse at the martial venerable level. Chen Tianxing scanned the area, his gaze sweeping across the playground before settling on Lu Li. He studied the youth with a flicker of approval in his eyes, then tossed the wisp of gray mist toward him. The remnant soul arced through the air, carried by an invisible force, until it hovered steadily before Lu Li. I encountered this on my way to Jiangxing, Chen Tianxing began. It was hiding in a mountain hollow, desperately absorbing the vitality around it in an attempt to reconstruct its physical form. I took the opportunity to capture it. He paused, his tone growing colder. After some questioning, I discovered that this remnant soul belongs to the 10 elders of the Chaoda divine sect. He intended to devour the souls and essence blood of millions in Jiangxing through the blood-draining formation in order to break through to the martial emperor realm. That formation was shattered by a single strike from a half-step martial emperor powerhouse. When the blood-draining formation was destroyed, his physical body was severed, but a fragment of his soul managed to escape in the chaos. If I had not happened upon him given enough time, he might very well have returned with renewed strength. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Li Feiqian's remnant soul. That late-stage martial venerable who had been cleaved in two. A fragment had actually survived. Had Chen Tianxing not crossed paths with him, would this not have been like releasing a tiger back into the mountains? I never anticipated that millions of Jiangxing citizens would have perished at the hands of this demonic cult member, Chen Tianxing said, shaking his head. His expression grew solemn as he turned his gaze to Lu Li. Fortunately, a master of your caliber was present to prevent such a catastrophe. Though I could not witness that battle firsthand, I am deeply grateful for your intervention. Having refined this remnant soul myself, I have eliminated all impurities, leaving only the purest essence of spiritual power. It would prove highly beneficial for your cultivation of mental energy. He smiled gently at Lu Li. I understand you have awakened the talent of a spirit manifestation master. While this remnant soul might serve merely as a supplement for others, for you, it represents a treasure of heaven and earth. I present it to you today as a gift upon our first meeting. A brief silence fell over the playground. Then every admissions teacher's face revealed the same understanding. It was over. Completely hopeless. A martial venerable remnant soul refined by another martial venerable themselves. No one present was unaware of how invaluable the pure spiritual energy contained within truly was. For martial artists who had awakened talents related to mental power, this was worth far more than any spiritual elixir or miraculous medicine. Chen Tianxing's gesture served multiple purposes. It was both a showing of goodwill toward Lu Li and a tribute to that senior martial uncle, while simultaneously sending a clear declaration to all his competitors. Kyoto Martial University had secured their prize. The female professor from Shanghai Martial University put away her communicator. The vice principal of Jiangnan First Martial University offered a wry smile. Teachers from other institutions followed suit, setting down their belongings. There was nothing left to compete over. Lu Li gazed at the suspended gray mist before him, clearly sensing the extremely pure spiritual energy contained within. Rather than reaching for it immediately, he turned to Chen Tianxing and offered a respectful bow. I am grateful for your generous gift, Senior Chen. I have indeed made my decision to attend Kyoto Martial University. His words carried a calm certainty, as though he were recounting something long since decided. And in truth, he had indeed made that choice well beforehand. Not because of Chen Tianxing's gift, but because Kyoto Martial University stood as the finest institution across the entire Great Xia, boasting the most elite resources, the strongest opponents, and the greatest concentration of tyrants. More importantly, he had promised someone that he would meet them at Kyoto Martial University. Hearing these words, the wrinkles on Chun Tianqing's face smoothed out in delight. He laughed heartily and produced a golden badge from his robes, tossing it casually toward Lu Li. The badge spun through the air several times before settling firmly into Lu Li's palm. It felt warm to the touch, crafted from a material that was neither metal nor jade. Carved upon its surface was an image of a towering palace, while the reverse bore two ancient seal characters, Kyoto. This serves as your registration credential, Chun Tianqing said with a wave of his hand. 3 days from now, present this badge at Kyoto Martial University to complete your enrollment. He glanced upward at the sky where the figure in black, the senior martial uncle, had long since vanished. Chun Tianqing showed no intention of lingering, merely nodding to Lu Li. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. In the instant his words fell, his figure blurred and disappeared into the horizon. He came swiftly and departed just as hastily, never even partaking in a cup of tea. Yet that remnant soul of a martial venerable spoke volumes about Kyoto Martial University's sincerity. The admissions directors from other universities exchanged glances, ultimately forced into resigned smiles and shakes of their heads. How could they possibly compete when the very director of admissions had appeared in person, offering a martial venerable remnant soul as a token of goodwill? Thus concluded the Jiangxing Gaokao. Lu Li, having scored full marks in every subject, became the third all-subjects top scorer in the history of the Great Xia nation. But if one factored in those undisclosed bonus points, the extra credits from the vital energy test, the 3 realms judged as peerless, and the hidden score for dual awakenings of the 7-colored divine talent, his true performance had long surpassed the previous 2 perfect scores. He was the undisputed number 1 in the history of the Great Xia Gaokao. The moment the results were announced, the entire Jiangxing Martial High erupted in jubilation. Teacher Wang wept with emotion, holding on to Lu Li tightly and repeating over and over, I knew it. I knew you weren't useless. Principal Su Changming had passed away, and the appointment of his successor from the provincial capital remained undecided. But it was most likely to be Teacher Wang. Lin Jianan couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. As the master of Jiangxing City, he understood far better than anyone the true value of this perfect top scorer. An ordinary Gaokao champion, if they survived their youth, would at minimum reach the martial emperor realm. But a perfect score champion, that one starts at least at the martial sage level. And Lu Li, with his dual divine tier awakenings, 3 peerless realm assessments, and the feat of breaking through mid-battle to slay the demonic youth, Martial Venerable was his absolute floor, while Martial Emperor was by no means out of reach. Plus, he had a senior uncle who stood at the half-step Martial Emperor realm backing him up. This kind of backing was so formidable, it made one's teeth ache. Once he goes to the capital, no one will dare to bully this boy. Lin Jianan said these words at home to Lin Yichen, his tone carrying a trace of deep feeling. Unless they're direct descendants from martial emperor families, no one can afford to provoke Lu Li. Of course, he must have caught our eldest Miss Lin's favor. Even direct descendants of martial emperor families will have to step aside. Lin Yichen kept her head lowered, though her ears had quietly turned red. Lu Li, meanwhile, was lost in thought. It seems this little girlfriend of mine has quite the background as well. That makes sense. Look at Uncle Lin. Master of an entire city at such a young age, capable of fighting against martial sages despite being far below that realm. Without extraordinary backing, who would believe such a thing? At the Li family villa, night fell, and Lu Li settled onto the leather sofa in the living room. On the coffee table before him sat a can of ice-cold cola alongside a plate of sliced spiced beef. Red wine and steak had been consigned to the cold palace long ago. That stuff simply couldn't compare to the comfort of cola paired with spiced beef. Taking a sip of cola, his gaze drifted to the gray mist sealed within a transparent crystal ball on the coffee table contained by Chun Tianqing. Li Feitian's remnant soul drifted slowly within the crystal sphere, stripped of its earlier malice and resentment, leaving only the purest essence of spiritual power. Still, he didn't rush to absorb it. What use was cultivation when adding points yielded results so much faster? Besides, his innate talents were never meant for the cultivation path anyway. Then again, Chun Tianqing had mentioned this held considerable value for spiritual power cultivation. It must be extraordinarily precious. Perhaps he could fetch a good price if he sold it. Studying at the Martial University in the capital will cost a fortune. And now I've got a girlfriend too. Money is absolutely essential. He carefully stowed the crystal ball, leaned back against the sofa, and summoned the system panel. Host Lu Li, Realm Peak of the 4th stage, Martial King Vitality 375-004-0000 Techniques, Swallowing Divine Art Layer 1. Swallowing Efficiency 10 Divine Thought Art Beginner Talent Spiritual Manifestation Master 7 Color Divine Tier Beginner to Magic Mineral Water White Common Comprehended Intense Spiritual Edge Skills Basic Swordsmanship Peerless Basic Footwork Peerless Shadow Kill Sword Art Beginner Bully Value 0 points Achievement points 15 points 0 Bully Value. Everything had returned to normal, but his current strength was genuinely incomparable to before. Fortunately, his achievement points had accumulated to 15 once more. He examined his combat capabilities. With vitality at 37,500 points, far surpassing those in his same realm, his peak 4th stage martial king cultivation would surely let him look down upon the young geniuses of his generation. Combined with only 2,500 vitality points standing between him and the 5th stage martial emperor realm, he could break through at any moment. Yet he didn't rush, since the system had warned that reaching the 5th stage martial emperor required comprehending and intent. He had already grasped the spiritual edge satisfying that requirement. But advancing too quickly and consecutively would make his foundation unstable. It would also draw too much attention. He planned to meditate for a few more days, allowing his body to fully adapt to the power of peak 4th stage martial king before launching into a breakthrough. His talent was no longer a secret. Dual awakening of the 7-colored divine talent, the martial venerable senior uncle, and the national full-score champion. All these labels clung to him, bringing both glory and making him a target. Public troubles would surely be plentiful, but he wasn't worried about this. On the contrary, he was actually struggling to find opportunities to farm bully points. The transcendent divine sect wouldn't let this go easily. The provincial Li family, the main branch of Jiangqing's Li clan, had yet to make any moves, but the grudge was already forged. And those prodigies from the martial emperor families in the capital were no strangers to trouble. It was said that each new cohort always produced a few monsters who awakened golden legendary talents, and occasionally even prodigies with dual talents would emerge. As for the 7-colored divine tier talent, though rare, the capital martial university had been established for centuries, and had certainly admitted students with such abilities before. To Lu Li, however, all these troubles were merely walking bully points. He closed the system panel, picked up a piece of spiced beef, and chewed it slowly. Today's a good day. My luck's bound to be just as favorable. Then let me draw some prizes. System do a 10 pull. Ding. Consumed 10 achievement points. As the system's chime echoed, a disc materialized before Lu Li's eyes, and the pointer began spinning rapidly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a magic backpack. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 Dahuan pill. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1,000 bully points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 Dahuan pills. Apart from that magic backpack, which seems somewhat interesting, everything else is trash, isn't it? Can the system be more generous? There are still 5 achievement points left. All in again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a magical skirt of a beautiful girl. This is pretty good. I can give it to my girlfriend. But can't you give me something useful? Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a pair of spatial rings. This is great. This is excellent. Ichen and I each get 1. As the final achievement point was deducted, the pointer began spinning once more. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine weapon, Heaven Slash. Awesome. I knew my luck was still good. Lu Li enthusiastically played with the crimson long blade in his hand, utterly thrilled. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in the capital, within an imposing villa, someone was flipping through newly arrived freshman records. On the first page, a teenage boy's photograph was affixed with 2 characters written beneath it. Lu Li. The hand turning the pages paused slightly, then continued to the next. Butler. Send for the young master from Jiangqing immediately. The Lin family ancestral mansion in the capital. Lin Jinan knelt on the ground, a fine sheen of cold sweat forming on his forehead. It was not that he lacked courage, rather the oppressive aura emanating from the elder before him was simply too terrifying. In his 80s, he sat upright in the armchair, his back straight as a rod, his fierce eyes carrying an inherent majesty without the need for anger. Lin Banan, former patriarch of the Lin family, a peak-level martial emperor of the 8th rank, and one of the select few martial emperors in the Great Xia Kingdom. During his days guarding the southern war zone, the elder had drenched his hands in more blood than Lin Jinan had ever witnessed in his entire life. That commanding presence, forged through countless battles and soaked in carnage, still rendered Lin Jinan, despite his own peak martial emperor cultivation, his legs trembling with fear. You've certainly grown some boldness. Lin Banan lifted his teacup and took a slow sip before speaking. You went to Jiangqing, became the city lord, and left my granddaughter there all alone. And why have you returned on your own? Lin Jinan's forehead beaded with even more cold sweat. Father, I did not abandon Ichen. She simply chose not to return herself. She said she wanted to go to the capital with Lu Li to check in. Lu Li. Lin Banan set down his teacup and tapped his fingers twice on the table. That young man who took my precious granddaughter away. Before Lin Jinan could rise to explain, an invisible pressure descended upon him, forcing his newly raised knees back to the ground. He silently fumed inwardly. The old man was too afraid to seek out his own granddaughter and only dared to vent his frustration on his son. Such thoughts could only remain unspoken. Not a single word escaped his lips. Tell me about this, Lu Li. Lin Banan leaned back in his chair, his tone casual. Lin Jinan dared not conceal anything. He began from the moment Lu Li had achieved extraordinary results across 3 subjects in the college entrance examination. He described how Lu Li was widely regarded as the school's greatest disappointment, only to suddenly unleash astonishing talent overnight. He recounted how Madame Li had sent assassins after him, but Lu Li had brought his master along and annihilated the entire Li clan in retaliation. He told of the Supreme Transcendence Divine Sect's 3rd demon heir Zhao Tianyu, who came to provoke him only for Lu Li to break through to the Martial King realm mid-battle, and slay him with a single strike. He also recounted how the sect's 10th elderly Fatian had deployed the blood sacrifice formation to perform a bloody ritual across the city, but Luli's senior martial uncle had descended from the heavens and shattered the formation with one blow, killing the martial venerable. Lin Banan's eyebrows rose higher with each revelation. From a prospective warrior to a 4th-tier martial king in merely 3 days. A spiritual manifestation master. A 7-colored divine grade talent. Twin awakenings. A top scorer with perfect marks. Any one of these achievements alone placed upon any young person would be sufficient to call them a genius. Yet Luli had claimed them all. You're saying he has a martial uncle at half-step martial emperor level and a master at peak martial emperor. Lin Banan's fingers stilled their tapping. Yes, that martial uncle struck openly in front of everyone, shattering the blood sacrifice formation with a single blade and beheading Li Fatian. The blade bore heavenly and earthly runes flowing across its surface, truly the mark of one who has comprehended the Tao. Lin Banan fell silent for a moment. A master at peak martial emperor and uncle at half-step martial emperor. Such a lineage configuration would rank among the finest in all of Great Xia. But that was not what truly concerned him. If there was a martial uncle, then who was the uncle's master? Could there be a martial ancestor at the martial emperor level? Or perhaps beyond even that, an ancestor who had reached the invincible realm? Lin Banan himself was a martial emperor, and he understood better than anyone how arduous the comprehension of the Tao truly was. One capable of guiding a disciple to half-step martial emperor must themselves have reached an even higher realm. And one who could teach a martial emperor. That tier of existence was one even he, Lin Banan, could only look up to. Interesting. A faint curve touched the old man's lips. He felt a deep fascination with this youth named Lu Li. Not because of those dazzling talents or remarkable achievements. What intrigued him was a certain just right quality about the young man. A 3-year period of obscurity followed by an explosive emergence during the college entrance examination. When assassinated, he retaliated by wiping out the entire clan. When provoked, he publicly executed the demon heir. When the city was targeted for a blood ritual, he summoned his senior martial uncle. Each time he struck only in response. Each time he stood upon the moral high ground. Each time he prevailed with ruthless efficiency. This was not luck, this was wisdom. Since Yi Chen plans to bring him to the capital, let her bring him back for the old man to see. Lin Banan rose from his armchair and walked to the telephone, dialing a number. The line rang for a long time before being answered, a languid young girl's voice emerging. Grandpa. What is it? I'm in the middle of packing. Lin Banan's voice instantly shifted from imperious to affectionate. A transformation so swift it left Lin Jinan still kneeling on the ground, utterly speechless. Qinchin, when will you come to the capital? I'll depart in a couple of days by high-speed rail. Good. Is that young man named Lu Li coming with you? A brief silence on the other end, then the girl's voice carried a hint of nervousness. Grandpa, how did you know? Your father told me. Lin Banan said this with a warm smile. Once you arrive in the capital, bring him home to visit. I want to see what kind of young man could make my granddaughter reluctant to come home. Grandpa. Lin Yichen's voice was a mixture of embarrassment and exasperation. Don't scare him. Not scaring him at all. Just meeting and sharing a meal. Lin Banan hung up the phone. The kindly smile hadn't yet faded from his face when he turned and spotted Lin Jinan still kneeling on the ground. His expression immediately hardened once more. What are you still kneeling for? Get up. Lin Jinan felt as though he'd received a great pardon, rising to his feet and rubbing his sore knees. He looked at the old man's face, feigning severity yet unable to conceal his curiosity, and silently wished Lu Li well in his heart. Whether being noticed by the old man would turn out to be a blessing or a curse remained to be seen. Morning sunlight streamed through the glass dome of the high-speed rail station, filling the entire waiting hall with bright, clear light. Lu Li, carrying an unremarkable gray backpack, followed Lin Yichen through the ticket gate. He wore a simple white t-shirt and black casual pants today. Lin Yichen walked ahead of him. She had chosen a cream yellow floral print long dress, her long hair left loose and flowing freely over her shoulders. From the waiting hall to the platform, and from the platform to the carriage, Lu Li noticed a phenomenon. Almost everyone was looking at Lin Yichen. Lu Li followed behind, shaking his head almost involuntarily. The two found their seats and sat down. The high-speed train slowly started moving, and the scenery outside the window began to blur backward. The young woman tilted her head and caught Lu Li's gesture of shaking his head, unable to resist asking, "Why are you shaking your head?" Lu Li glanced at her, then looked around at the lingering sidelong glances from other passengers in the carriage and let out a soft laugh. "I'm marveling at how captivating Miss Lin is. Along this whole journey, I've lost count of how many souls have been captured by her." Lin Yichen's ears turned crimson instantly, but she did not lower her gaze, nor did she deny it. Instead, she looked straight at Lu Li, her eyes shining brightly, asking in a tone that was clearly nervous, yet deliberately casual. "So, did it capture your soul too?" With those words, even the tip of her nose turned red. Lu Li looked at her. The girl's ears and the tip of her nose both carried a faint pink hue, her fingers tightly clutching the hem of her dress. Yet her eyes remained fixed on him, without blinking, stubbornly awaiting an answer. Lu Li merely smiled without answering. Instead, he reached back to take down his gray backpack and held it out to her. "For you." Lin Yichen paused for a moment, taking the backpack. "What is this?" "Open it and see." She unzipped the bag and her eyes widened in astonishment. From the outside, the backpack appeared to be just an ordinary gray one. But the moment she opened it, she saw that the interior space was at least 3 cubic meters. Moreover, the backpack's exterior gradually shifted in her hands, changing from gray to a cream yellow shade that matched her dress. Is this a magical backpack? Lin Yichen's voice brimmed with delight. As the young miss of the city lord's mansion and the top figure among the capital's second generation, she naturally understood the value of magical items. Any magical item with spatial attributes was handcrafted by spiritual mages, requiring extremely complex craftsmanship and carrying very low success rates. Even the smallest space storage item could fetch hundreds of millions at auction with prices so high they were practically unobtainable. It must be very expensive, right? She cradled the backpack, turning it over and over in her hands, unable to put it down. My senior martial uncle gave it to me. Luli leaned back in his seat, his tone relaxed. You know, he is a spiritual manifestation master, correct? Creating a few magical items is no difficulty for him. When my senior martial uncle met you last time, he said you were quite nice and asked me to give you this as a meeting gift. He pointed inside the backpack. There is also a dress inside, also for my senior martial uncle. He said it is imbued with defensive runes. Once worn, it can block all attacks below the martial venerable realm. Lin Yichen reached into the backpack and indeed felt a soft fabric. She carefully withdrew it. It was a pale cyan dress, the fabric light and supple, shimmering with a faint rainbow sheen in the sunlight. The girl held the dress in her hands, her head bowed, silent for a long while. Luli thought she might not like the color and was about to suggest that his senior martial uncle could exchange it for another. Suddenly, Lin Yichen raised her head, leaned in, and kissed him on the cheek. It was light and quick, like a butterfly briefly resting on his face before fluttering away. Then she buried her face into the backpack, pretending to study those runes. In the carriage, several male passengers who had been stealing glances all let out a simultaneous silent sigh, then quietly looked away. The high-speed train sped through the fields. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere gradually relaxed. By the way, Lin Yichen looked at Lu Chun. What department do you plan to study at Jingdu Martial University? Luli paused for a moment. Department division. Never thought about it. What departments are there? You don't know? Lin Yichen looked at him as if he were a monster. Aren't you a top student? Full marks in liberal arts. How can you not even know this? Huh? Luli shook his head. Martial studies weren't strong back then. Getting into an ordinary martial university was already a struggle. How could I dare to learn about Jingdu Martial University? That's true. Lin Yichen cleared her throat and began explaining to Luli. Jingdu Martial University is divided into Melee Academy, Ranged Academy, Support Academy, and Spirit Academy. The Melee Academy has Weapon Department and Unarmed Department. The Ranged Academy is divided into Magical Ranged and Physical Attack Ranged. The Support Academy includes Array Formation, Alchemy, and Equipment Manufacturing. And the Spirit Academy is very mysterious with no sub-departments. You know saber techniques, your blood chi is strong, and you're also a spirit materializer. I'm worried for you, don't know what to choose. Luli leaned back in his seat, also falling into thought. Saber techniques. If he went there, he wouldn't be able to learn them anyway. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Spirit materializer. With his system, he'd reach divine proficiency within a year. Wouldn't going to the Spirit Department be a waste? How about the Support Academy to craft equipment? But wouldn't it be hard to earn bully points there? Sigh. This damn system is to blame. Without bully points, he'd practically be a good-for-nothing who can't learn anything. In university, he still needed to focus on earning bully points. Couldn't waste time. Have you decided, Oi? Lin Yichen asked curiously. Let me ask, which academy is the weakest and usually gets bullied? Luli asked curiously. Of course it's the Support Department. Their combat power is weak, they can't get rankings in any school martial arts competitions. Then it's the Support Academy. Luli made up his mind. I just can't stand seeing people get bullied. Lin Yichen. The high-speed train sped along the tracks, and the scenery outside the window gradually changed from the green hills and clear waters of Jiangnan to the vast plains of the north. Luli leaned back in his seat with his eyes closed. Lin Yichen, holding her newly acquired magic backpack, had fallen asleep against his shoulder at some point, her breathing even and peaceful. 3 hours later, the high-speed train slowly pulled into Jingdu South Station. The two stepped out of the carriage and saw a familiar figure walking toward them in the crowd. Lin Jinan. He hadn't come alone. 2 Lin family guards dressed in black followed behind him. Father. Lin Yichen was also surprised. Why are you here? Your grandfather asked me to pick you up. Lin Jinan's expression was somewhat subtle, wanting to say something, but holding back, finally, just waving his hand. Let's go, the car is outside. Lu Li and Lin Yichen exchanged glances, both sensing something wasn't quite right. The Lin family ancestral residence was located in the western suburbs of Jingdu, a vast traditional courtyard mansion. In a place where land in Jingdu was worth its weight in gold, owning such a residence itself spoke to the Lin family's deep roots. Lu Li followed Lin Jinan through 3 courtyards, finally stopping before a main hall. The hall doors were wide open, and inside sat an elderly man with white hair, leisurely drinking tea. Lin Binan. The moment Lu Li stepped into the main hall, he felt a gaze fall upon him. His muscles tensed. Danger. Ultimate danger. Even his martial venerable peak avatar hadn't given Lu Li this sense of ultimate peril. This was a martial emperor. Elderly would likely be no more than a palm strike away in front of this old man. Grandpa. Lin Chen stepped forward, hugging the old man's arm with both arms. Lin Bean set down his teacup and stood up. My dear granddaughter ranked second in Jiangxing in the college entrance exam and got into Jingdu University. As her grandfather, of course, I must have my granddaughter come home and celebrate properly. His voice was warm and amiable, not an ounce of a martial emperor's arrogance. Then, he walked up to Lu Li and scrutinized him from top to bottom. Hello, Grandpa Lin. Good. Not bad, young man. Then he reached out and patted Lu Li on the shoulder. With that pat, Lu Li felt his blood chi surge uncontrollably for a moment. Lin Bean withdrew his hand, a trace of imperceptible surprise flashing in his eyes. This kid's blood chi was extraordinarily profound. What he had just done, patting seemingly casually, had actually contained a trace of martial emperor-level probing power. An ordinary martial king under that pat would have the depth of his internal blood chi laid completely bare. But Lu Li's blood chi was like an unfathomably deep pool of water. This blood chi is more profound than an ordinary martial sovereign. This was absolutely not something that could be accumulated in just 3 or 4 days of cultivation. Lin Bean had lived for over 80 years and had seen countless geniuses. No matter how monstrous the talent, how heaven-defying the cultivation method, or how precious the pills, it was impossible for someone to transform from a quasi-martial artist into an existence whose blood chi surpassed a martial sovereign in just 3 days. This completely violated the basic laws of martial cultivation. The only explanation was, this kid's strength had never been elevated within 3 days. His previous, good-for-nothing, image had been deliberately fabricated, trading 3 years of hiding for a stunning revelation at the college entrance exam. What scheming mind! What depth of character! Lin Bean returned to his armchair, his gaze toward Lu Li gaining a touch of solemnity. An 18-year-old youth who could endure 3 years of mockery and humiliation, who could silently accumulate strength when everyone looked down on him, then prove himself at the most opportune moment in the most shocking way. This level of mental fortitude was more terrifying than any god-tier talent. Coupled with that half-step martial emperor senior martial uncle and the martial emperor grand ancestor or invincible ancestor that might exist behind him. The forces behind this kid even surprised Lin Bean. If Ichin followed someone like this, she would certainly not suffer a disadvantage. Sit. Lin Bean pointed to the chair opposite. Lu Li sat down as instructed, his demeanor composed, neither humble nor arrogant. The more Lin Bean looked, the more satisfied he became, but not a trace showed on his face. He simply lifted his teacup and took another sip before speaking unhurriedly. Young man, there's something the old man needs to make clear to you in advance. Please speak, senior. Lu Li's expression turned serious. My Ichin in Jingdu is by no means an unknown figure. The young masters from great clans and noble families who pursue her can line up from the south gate to the north gate. Lin Bean set down his teacup, looking into Lu Li's eyes. Among them, several have martial emperor families behind them. When you go to Jingdu Martial University, these troubles will come to you automatically. You need to be prepared. Lu Li nodded. This junior understands. When he said this, his expression was very calm, even carrying a trace of faint smile. This is exactly what I've been hoping for. The bully points are coming right to my door. Lin Bean caught that trace of smile, and his heart stirred slightly. Was this kid genuinely unafraid or pretending? Lu Li was of course not afraid. He was already worrying about having nowhere to grind bully points after going to Jingdu Martial University. The young masters of martial emperor families, the bully points above their heads must be quite considerable, right? However, there was one more important matter at hand. For the first visit to meet Lin Yichen's grandfather, he needed to bring a decent gift. Lu Li quickly tallied his possessions in his mind. Among the items from the system, the divine weapon Heaven Cleaver. He still needed to use himself, impossible to give away. The only thing presentable was that spatial ring he had prepared for Lin Yichen. But he had already given it to Yichen. What remained? His consciousness swept over the spatial ring, suddenly stopping at one item. That crystal sphere. That crystal sphere containing the sealed remnant soul of Li Feitian given to him by Chun Tianqing. The late-stage level 7 martial venerable remnant soul, after being refined by Chun Tianqing's own hands, all impurities removed, leaving only the most pure source of spiritual power. This item was a supreme treasure for spiritual power cultivators, but Lu Li himself had a system and had no use for it at all. Using it as a meeting gift should be substantial enough. Lu Li took out the crystal sphere from his spatial ring and held it before Lin Nan with both hands. Grandpa Lin, this is my first visit, I don't know what gift to bring. This crystal sphere seals the spiritual power essence of a late-stage martial venerable bestowed upon this junior by Senior Chun Tianqing of Jingdu Martial University. This junior is dull of talent, fearing to waste such heavenly treasure today. I borrow flowers to offer to Buddha. Please, Grandpa Lin, do not disdain it. As the crystal sphere appeared, the air in the main hall seemed to freeze for an instant. Lin Jinan suddenly stood up, his eyes fixed on that crystal sphere, his breathing becoming heavy. He naturally knew the preciousness of this thing. A martial venerable's spiritual power essence personally refined by Chun Tianqing. In all of Xia, no more than 3 people could produce something like this. Most importantly, where would one find a martial venerable to kill for you, and then refine his spiritual power into pure energy? This was truly a once-in-a-century occurrence. But what excited him more was that this thing was of great use to his Lin family. The eldest of the Lin family, Lin Jinbei, Lin Jinnan's own elder brother, was once the most dazzling genius of the Lin family, breaking through to the peak of martial sovereign at 35, attempting to break through to martial venerable at 40. But at the critical moment of breakthrough, something went wrong. His spiritual sea of consciousness suffered heavy damage, and for 3 years he had remained in a coma. The Lin family had consulted all the famous doctors in Jingdu, begged for all sorts of spiritual pills and miraculous medicines to no avail. And the pure spiritual power contained in this crystal sphere before them could be used precisely to repair the damaged spiritual sea. Lin Jinnan turned to look at the old master. Lin Binan's hand was also trembling slightly. He stared at that crystal sphere, his lips moving but unable to speak. He was wondering, had Yi Qin told Lu Li? Had Yi Qin mentioned the eldest's coma? Had Lu Li specially prepared this gift because of that? Without bully points, he'd practically be a good-for-nothing who can't learn anything. In university, he still needed to focus on earning bully points. Couldn't waste time. Was this kid really giving it away like this? He looked up, meeting Lu Li's eyes. The youth's gaze was clear and open, without calculation, without sycophancy, only the sincerity of a junior offering a meeting gift to an elder. Lin Binan took a deep breath and looked at his son. Lin Jinnan, scolded by the old master, his mind rushing, blurted out, "How about arranging a marriage engagement?" The main hall was so silent that the rustling of the ancient locust tree leaves outside the window could be plainly heard. Lin Yichen's face had flushed crimson from neck to forehead. She felt like a boiled prawn, wishing she could crawl into a crack in the ground and disappear. She parted her lips as though to speak, but only a muffled whimper escaped her throat before she covered her face with both hands. Lu Li was equally struck dumb. He had only intended to offer a modest greeting gift. How had things escalated to an engagement so suddenly? Lin Binan's weathered face twitched. He slowly turned his head, fixing Lin Jinnan with a gaze that plainly asked, "Are you truly my own flesh and blood?" The old patriarch had traversed battlefields for decades and witnessed countless grand spectacles, yet at this very moment, he was genuinely infuriated by his own son. A guest arrived for the first time, and the father blurts out betrothal. How was Lin Jia to save face? What would Yi Qin think? What of Lu Li's thoughts? Lin Jinnan himself had also realized his misstep and wished nothing more than to slap himself across the face. Yet the words had already left his lips. Spilled water could not be gathered again. He could only stand there, rigidly submitting to the old man's gaze, as though subjected to slow death by 1,000 cuts. In the end, it was Lin Binan who broke the suffocating silence with a single cough. Jinnan's words carrying no weight. The old man's voice had recovered its calm. "However, Lu Li, this gift of yours, the Lin family is indeed in dire need of it." He fell silent for a moment, as if gathering his thoughts. Yi Qin's eldest uncle, Jinbei, who is Jinnan's own elder brother, suffered injury to his spiritual consciousness when he attempted to break through to the rank of martial venerable 3 years ago. He has remained in a coma ever since. The primordial essence of spiritual energy within this crystal sphere can precisely serve to repair his damaged consciousness. Lu Li finally understood why Lin Jinnan had reacted so dramatically upon seeing the crystal ball. "Then this treasure the Lin family shall accept." Lin Binan's tone was resolute. "But the Lin family cannot take your gift without recompense. Jinnan, go fetch the deed to the villa beside Kyoto University, as well as the penthouse in the city center. Additionally, transfer 1 billion to Lu Li's account." Lu Li quickly rose to his feet. "Grandfather Lin, this is far too generous. I cannot accept." Lin Binan waved his hand dismissively. "What is a single villa and some money compared to your generosity? That crystal ball of yours would fetch at least 1 billion at auction, and even then it would be priceless beyond measure. The Lin family cannot muster such wealth in cash. This is all we can offer for now. The remainder shall be made up gradually in the future." Lu Li was about to protest further, but Lin Jinnan had already turned to fetch the property deeds. He glanced at Lin Binan, who simply closed his eyes, radiating an aura that plainly suggested, "Refuse again, and you lose my face." Lu Li had no choice but to accept the properties and funds. As for the lengthy inventory of heavenly materials and earthly treasures that Lin Jinnan later produced, Lu Li flatly refused them all. Not that he did not desire them. He simply could not bring himself to accept any more. He had come bearing a gift, yet ended up receiving one instead. Lu Li felt deeply indebted. After a moment's thought, he withdrew a 7-colored long blade from his system storage. He had summoned it earlier on the high-speed train, using his clone's spiritual manifestation master talent to materialize it in an instant. It was inscribed with the essence of the Tao. Though a manifested object, it had been infused with true intent and could now be preserved indefinitely. Uncle Lin, the crystal sphere was a gift for Grandfather Lin, and therefore does not count. This blade was forged by my own senior martial uncle. While it may not rival genuine divine weapons, it is nonetheless a rare treasure of uncommon quality. Please accept it as my humble gift." Lin Jinnan took the 7-colored long blade, its surface shimmering with runes radiating the essence of the Tao. In his palm, he could clearly sense the profound presence of that Tao essence. Though he had reached the peak of the martial emperor realm, he had never yet comprehended his own personal Tao. This blade served not merely as a weapon, but as a medium through which he might contemplate and attain the Tao. He stroked the blade with unmistakable fondness, a grin spreading across his face that he could barely contain. Lin Banan observed the scene from the side and gave an approving nod. As a martial sovereign, he well understood that comprehension of the Tao was entirely personal and could not be transmitted from one to another. But a spiritual manifestation master was different. They could directly manifest their personal essence upon physical objects, allowing others to contemplate and comprehend through observation of the manifested artifact. Such an ability was nothing short of heaven-defying in the martial world. It meant that spiritual manifestation masters could mass-produce vessels imbued with the Tao, assisting junior cultivators in breaking through their bottlenecks. That Lu Li had casually produced a Tao-infused long blade as a parting gift indicated he was exceedingly favored within his sect. At that moment, the great doors of the main hall were thrown open with force. A young man in his early 20s strode in, his voice arriving before his person. "Which blind fool dares to pursue my younger sister? They'll have to answer to me first." Lin Feiyu, the son of Lin Jinbei and cousin of Lin Yichen. He had just returned from Wuhan University, and upon hearing that his sister had brought a young man home, had immediately come charging over without hesitation. He then noticed the entire room had fallen silent, all eyes fixed upon him in an eerie stillness. Lin Jinan quietly sheathed the newly acquired blade and delivered a precise kick that sent Lin Feiyu flying 3 meters backward, landing squarely outside the threshold, enough to humiliate, but not to injure. Lin Feiyu scrambled to his feet, fury rising, when he spotted the 7-colored blade shimmering in his uncle's hand along with the crystal sphere on the tea table radiating pure spiritual energy. What is this? Lin Jinan briefly explained the situation. Upon hearing the full account, Lin Feiyu wordlessly strode over to Lu Li and dropped to his knees, his forehead striking the floor with repeated thuds. "Brother Lu. No, senior brother Lu. From this day forth you are my sworn elder brother. You have saved my father's life, my entire existence is yours." Lu Li was startled by the outburst and hastily moved to help him up. Lin Yichen stood aside, covering her face, utterly at a loss for expression. Lin Banan sat with eyes closed, his temples pulsing. Lin Jinan gazed at the ceiling, pretending entirely not to exist. Having at last pulled Lin Feiyu to his feet, Lu Li recalled one more thing. He rummaged within his storage ring and produced a silver ring, handing it to Lin Yichen. "My senior martial uncle also crafted a spatial ring for you." Lin Yichen slipped the ring onto her finger and extended her consciousness within. She discovered the interior space was more than twice the capacity of a magical backpack, easily accommodating a small warehouse. The craftsmanship was exquisite, and most remarkably, it matched the ring Lu Li wore on his own hand. They were a pair. "Is this an engagement?" The young woman gazed at the ring upon her finger, her smile broadening beyond any attempt at restraint. Lin Banan and Lin Jinan exchanged a glance, each reading the same sentiment in the other's eyes. Having a spiritual manifestation master as a senior martial uncle was truly a blessing. Magical backpacks, spatial rings, Tao-infused blades. Each item alone would send people tearing each other apart in a frenzy. Yet in his hands they were distributed as casually as wholesale goods. Lin Feiyu crept close to Lu Li, lowering his voice shamelessly. "Brother Lu. Do I get a gift as well?" Lu Li regarded him. Lin Feiyu's gaze was sincere and eager, charged with the unspoken assumption of one who had already accepted. "You are my sister's future husband. We are family now." After a moment's silence, Lu Li quietly withdrew 2 items from his system storage and pressed them into Lin Feiyu's hands. "Don't let others see." Lin Feiyu looked down. A copy of the illustrated manual titled Golden Lotus Pavilion, its cover resplendently gaudy. His eyes grew moist. "Brother-in-law." He gripped Lu Li's hand tightly, his voice thick with emotion. "From this day forward you are my genuine brother-in-law." Lu Li withdrew his hand without the slightest expression. Lin Banan, having lived 80 extraordinary years and witnessed countless young talents, had never encountered anyone quite like Lu Li. He set down his teacup, the faintest curve touching the corners of his mouth. That cabbage had been plucked most deservedly. After lunch, Lu Li rose to take his leave. Lin Banan sat in the carved wooden chair, cradling a teacup. His gaze swept back and forth between Lu Li and his own granddaughter before he spoke. Yichen walked Lu Li to that apartment. "The villa hasn't been cleaned yet. It will take the servants a few days to make it habitable." He paused, then added, "Be sure to come back early for dinner. Grandfather is waiting." The words were perfectly measured. It granted the young couple their private moment while drawing an invisible line. "You may escort him, but do not tarry too long. He must return for dinner." Lin Banan had lived over 80 years and witnessed countless scenes. His granddaughter's thoughts were plainly written on her face from the moment she entered. Her eyes never left Lu Li. She laughed at whatever he said, and even when he remained silent, she still smiled. At 18 years old, the old man was seeing this clueless side of his granddaughter for the first time. Lin Yichen responded and took Lu Li's hand, leading him outside. Her steps were light as if walking on clouds, her ponytail bouncing behind her. Lin Banan watched the pair disappear through the courtyard gate, lifted his teacup for a sip, and after a long moment, let out a heavy sigh. A daughter grows too big to stay at home. Lin Zhengnan stood nearby, carefully observing his father's expression. The trouble from his earlier suggestion about engagement hadn't fully subsided, so he dared not speak further. But his father showed no sign of continuing his reprimand, his gaze fixed thoughtfully on the courtyard entrance. "However, this Lu Li is indeed quite decent." Lin Banan set down his teacup. At the very least, your eldest brother's spiritual trauma can now be treated. I examined the spiritual energy origin in that crystal sphere. It is exceptionally pure. That old man Chun Tianqing's refining technique is truly remarkable. Perhaps your eldest brother can use this spiritual force to break through to martial venerable. When that happens, our Lin family will have both a martial venerable and a martial emperor. Lin Zhengnan felt a surge of joy within. His eldest brother Lin Zhenbei had been in a coma for 3 years, a thorn that had plagued his father's mind. Now there was finally hope of removing it, which explained why his father was in such high spirits today. Then father, what about Yichen and Lu Li? Young people's affairs, let them handle it themselves. Lin Binnan waved his hand dismissively. I have observed that lad Lu Li. His character is steady and grounded, neither servile nor arrogant, generous, yet unpretentious. Yichen will not suffer following him. As for where their path leads, that is their own destiny. As elders we simply watch. Lin Zhengnan nodded and said no more. The streets of the capital were more than twice as wide as those in Jiangxing. Lin Yichen drove a white sports car carrying Lu Li through the bustling avenues. The capital beyond the car window was utterly different from Jiangxing. That was a small southern city where the tallest buildings reached only 20 stories and pedestrians moved with unhurried ease. The capital was filled with skyscrapers, their glass facades reflecting blinding light in the sun. Frequently powerful figures would fly across the sky, some walking on empty air. Others rode various forms of flying beasts, moving so fast they left only lingering afterimages. Lu Li gazed out the window when suddenly he spotted a middle-aged man leap from the top of a 30-story building, twist mid-air, and ascend directly into the sky. A martial emperor. In Jiangxing, a single martial emperor would be sufficient to head a prominent family, receiving respectful greetings wherever he went. But in the capital, at just that one intersection, Lu Li had already seen no fewer than 3 martial kings and 2 martial emperors. What a sight! Lu Li remarked, leaning back in his seat with a note of wonder. In Jiangxing, I thought I was quite formidable, but coming to the capital, I realize martial kings are as common as dogs and martial emperors are everywhere. Lin Yichen laughed at his words. Naturally, this is the capital. All the martial arts elite of Great Xia are gathered here. The top geniuses from the Capital Martial University, the Great Xia First Military Academy, and the Royal Martial Arts Academy are all here. There are also the powerful figures from various great families, military commanders, and imperial cultivators. You are a once-in-a-century genius in Jiangxing, but in the capital, while prodigies like you aren't common, a few emerge every year. She paused, glancing at Lu Li with growing seriousness. But you should not undervalue yourself. You are the first since the founding of Great Xia to awaken dual 7-colored divine tier talents. You scored perfect marks on the national exam, making you the 3rd to achieve this. Reaching the peak of 4th stage martial king as a newcomer places you firmly among the top tier. Not to mention you have backing from your martial uncle. In the capital, as long as you do not deliberately provoke the direct descendants of martial emperor families, no one would dare to harm you. Lu Li smiled, but did not respond. What concerned him was not whether he would be bullied, but how to seize opportunities to earn villain points. The capital certainly had far more villains than Jiangxing, and of higher quality. Just one Zhao Tianyu had contributed 25,000 villain points. In a place like the capital where martial kings were as common as dirt and martial emperors were worth less than dogs, if he could find chances to collect from several of them, those villain points would flow in effortlessly. The car pulled up at the entrance of an upscale residential compound. Its gates exuded an unmistakable energy of normals keep out. The entrance hall stood 3 stories tall, constructed entirely of beige marble, with massive stone lions flanking either side. The security guard in the booth wore a crisp uniform. Lu Li assessed him at a glance. 3rd stage martial artist. In Jiangxing, a 3rd stage martial artist could serve as an honored guest of a prominent family. Here, they were merely gatekeepers. Lin Yichen rolled down the window and scanned her face. The access control system chimed, and the barrier arm slowly rose. The car entered the compound, passing through meticulously landscaped gardens before stopping before a European-style residence. This is the one. The two stepped out and entered the grand lobby. The building's design reinforced Lu Li's sense that the capital's wealth knew no bounds. 3 elevators for a single residence. An entire floor dedicated to one household, yet equipped with 3 separate lifts. One served the master directly into the residence, another for guests, and a third for household staff and deliveries. Even this elevator arrangement exceeded the sophistication of the Li family villa he had inhabited in Jiangxing. The elevator reached the top floor, opening directly into the entryway. Lin Yichen entered the code and opened the door. Lu Li stepped inside, then stood frozen at the threshold for 5 full seconds. This was not an apartment. It was a palace in the sky. The living room alone was larger than his entire previous tenement. Floor-to-ceiling windows stretched from ground to ceiling, offering panoramic views of Western capital. Every aspect of the smart home system, lighting, curtains, air conditioning, audio, responded to voice commands. This apartment was purchased by my family, but has remained vacant. Lin Yichen led him to the windows and pointed toward a cluster of buildings visible in the distance. Look over there. That is the campus of the Capital Martial University. It is only about 10 minutes on foot from here. Lu Li followed her gesture. The campus was far larger than he had imagined. Figures were sparring on the training grounds below. Even from several kilometers away, the flashes of energy erupting from their clashes were visible. He knew the Lin family's gift would not be ordinary, but the scale was beyond his expectations. In a city where land was measured in gold, this penthouse apartment positioned in the heart of the capital, with sweeping views of the Marshall University, would command a price that made hearts race. "What is the current market value of this place?" he asked. Lin Chen tilted her head in thought. "When we purchased it, it was 320 million. Renovation costs were under 20 million. 320 million plus 20 million in furnishings." Lu Li did a quick mental calculation. Confiscating the entire Li family fortune in Jiangxing had netted him less than 100 million. On his very first day in the capital, this single apartment exceeded the value of 3 Jiangxing Li families combined. Lin Chen then retrieved a black bank card from her bag and pressed it into Lu Li's hand. 100 billion inside. "The password is 6 zeros. Change it when you are ready." Lu Li stared at the card, silent for a few moments, then looked up at her with an emotion he could not quite articulate. "Confiscating the Li family's fortune in Jiangxing barely netted me under 100 million. On day one in the capital, between this apartment and the cash, over 100 billion is now in my hands. This money came too easily." Lin Chen found his expression amusing, her eyes curving into crescents. "From now on, you are the wealthy one, Lu Li. You will need to take care of me." She wore the pale blue dress he had given her. Her long hair fell loosely over her shoulders, unpinned. The way she tilted her head, while smiling, reminded him of the gardenia bush he had planted in his childhood courtyard. Unassuming yet impossible to look away from. Lu Li glanced down at the black card in his hand, then up at the young woman before him, and smiled. He handed the card back. "How about I give it to you?" Lin Chen blinked. "Why, oi? Aren't wives supposed to manage the finances?" The moment the words left his mouth, color flooded from Lin Chen's collar up to her forehead. Her earlobes and cheeks flushed, with a delicate pink spreading to her neck in a faint crimson. She opened her mouth as if to respond, but only managed a muffled sound. Watching her like this, Lu Li's heart gave a hard thud. He was no saint. This girl beside him had accompanied him all the way from Jiangxing to the capital. When the bloodthirsty formation descended, she had wept and confessed her feelings, declaring she would die alongside him. On the high-speed rail, she had asked with a flushed nose whether he had captured her soul. He had noticed each time she blushed, and kept those moments close to his heart. Now she stood before him, her face blushing like a ripe cherry. Lu Li stepped forward and wrapped his arm around her waist. Lin Chen's body stiffened slightly, but she did not pull away. She raised her head, offering no resistance. Lu Li bent down and kissed her. This kiss was brief. Lu Li released her. Lin Chen's breathing remained uneven, her chest rising and falling gently. I should return. Grandfather told me to come back early for dinner." She moved to leave, but her steps were slow, as if hoping he would ask her to stay. Lu Li pulled her back and drew her against him once more. Looking down at the girl in his arms, a thought began to grow like wild grass in his mind. Perhaps he should take her. Several seconds of silence passed. Lu Li finally let go. Not that he didn't want to, but he dared not. The face of Lin Jinan flashed through his mind. Peak Martial Emperor. Then Lin Nan's figure appeared, also at the peak Martial Emperor realm. One of the few martial emperors in the Great Xia Kingdom capable of shattering a mountain with a single palm strike. If he truly consummated with Lin Chen today, Lin Nan's temper wouldn't allow him to wait until tomorrow. He'd come killing tonight. "See you tomorrow," Lu Li's voice came out hoarse. Lin Chen lifted her head from his embrace, her cheeks still flushed. Then she fled in panic. The sound of the elevator doors closing echoed, plunging the apartment into silence. Lu Li stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, drew a deep breath, and forcibly pushed aside the chaotic thoughts crowding his mind. Standing before the glass, he gazed at the Kyoto Martial Arts University campus in the distance, and decided to explore on his own first. Lin Chen wouldn't come looking for him until tomorrow, so there was nothing else to occupy his afternoon. It would be wise to scout the university beforehand and get acquainted with the surroundings. Perhaps fate would throw a bully his way, earning him some points along the journey. Half an hour later, Lu Li found himself at the grand entrance of the Kyoto Martial Arts University. Standing before it in person was a completely different experience from viewing it from his distant penthouse. The university gate wasn't some modern stainless steel sliding door, but rather an ornate traditional archway structure. Hanging above the gate was an enormous plaque bearing the 6 characters, Kyoto Martial Arts University, written in bold sweeping strokes, each character exuding a sharp, sword-like intensity. Legend had it the first president personally penned these characters. As Lu Li withdrew his gaze and stepped toward the gate, snippets of conversation from nearby students drifted toward him. "I wonder who will claim the title of top genius in this semester's competition," someone mused. "Xiao Jinyu from the Close Combat Academy has the best chances," another replied. "Rumor has it he broke through to the peak Martial Emperor stage last month." "Exactly. I heard senior brother Xiao clashed head-on with a genuine early-stage martial sage during the trials and fought to a standstill." "Not necessarily. The Remote Combat Academy's goddess Sophie also reached peak Martial Emperor. She has an undefeated record against martial sages." "Indeed." Goddess Sophie's ice-based affinity had matured to perfection, and wielding that heavenly Tierbao technique, whether senior brother Xiao could even approach her remained uncertain. "Either way, it won't be our support academy. We consistently rank last in every competition. Last year, not a single one of us made it into the top 32, and we were mocked by every other academy all year through. I just hope a real powerhouse comes along to carry us support users for once." Haha, you support users should just stick to alchemy and refining weapons. Leave the fighting to us close combat academy students. Everyone has their own specialty. Hearing this, a subtle shift occurred within Lu Li's heart. He had deliberately chosen the support academy. Not because it was easy, but precisely because support users were the most vulnerable, constantly bullied by everyone. Every academy felt entitled to step on them, meaning endless trouble. But more trouble meant more opportunities to earn bully points through his system's peculiar mechanic. Only defensive counterattacks could earn him those points. Blue-named individuals with bully points had to provoke him first, only after he retaliated would the system designate them as bullies and reward him. For red-named users accumulating substantial points, Lu Li could directly punish them instead. What a damn system, Lu Li muttered inwardly. Must have been a pushover in his past life. He then crossed the university gate. The campus proved even more expansive up close, its main avenues lined with ginkgo trees. Training grounds and open-air rings dotted both sides of the path, nearly every platform hosting sparring matches. The dull thuds of clashing chi-sharp ring of steel meeting steel and cheers from onlookers rose and fell around him as Lu Li strolled down the main avenue, his gaze drifting over cultivators in training. Martial emperors were everywhere here. Two fighters on a nearby platform were both early-stage 4th-rank martial emperors, while among the spectators at least two radiated the presence of half-step martial emperors. A youth in the distance practiced his blade techniques alone, each strike wreathed in sharp halos of energy, at least an early-stage martial emperor. This was a true sanctuary of martial cultivation. After walking for some time, he found himself before a massive pagoda-like structure. It stood 9 stories tall, pitch black, dominating the vast plaza at the campus center. Its surface bore no ornamentation, only countless runes flowing across the dark stone. Around the pagoda lay a broad circular clearing paved with bluestone slabs. The stones bore matching runes that echoed the tower itself. A stele at its base inscribed 5 characters, 9-floored, demon-suppressing pagoda. Standing before the silent black monolith, Lu Li looked upward and felt an inexplicable reverence well within him. This was no ordinary structure. He could clearly sense the suffocating mass of spiritual power contained within its depths. That power had accumulated over countless years, yet remained as solid as bedrock, showing no signs of dissolution. Students nearby were discussing the pagoda, and as Lu Li listened carefully, a picture of its origin began to form in his mind. It had happened long ago. When the university was founded, the first president chose this land not merely for its prime location at Kyoto's heart, but because beneath it lay a spatial rift connecting to the alien world. Hordes of alien forces poured through the rift, black and endless, tens of thousands strong. That old president stood alone before the breach, facing the alien army single-handedly. The old president was not only an 8th-rank martial emperor, but also a spirit manifestation master. In that battle, he manifested countless blades and swords through spiritual power, each imbued with the Tao at the martial emperor level. Alien corpses piled into mountains before the rift, their black blood forming rivers. He fought for a day and a night, slaughtering the entire force. But the rift continued to expand. The old president could sense something far more terrifying approaching from the other side. A presence transcending even the martial emperor realm, an invincible alien warrior attempting to cross through. If that invincible being descended, all of Kyoto would be reduced to rubble. The old president made his choice. He gathered all his spiritual power and poured his lifetime of cultivation insights and Tao into a single manifestation. 9-floor demon-suppressing pagoda. The massive black tower descended from the heavens, suppressing the rift. The breach was sealed beneath the pagoda, forever cutting off the alien invasion route completely. At the moment the tower formed, the old president's body dissolved into countless particles of light, merging into its structure. No remains were left behind, for his entire existence became the pagoda itself. Legend says a pair of wings rests atop the tower, belongings left behind by the old president. One student gazed upward and remarked, "Whoever earns the wings' recognition shall inherit his complete legacy." Unfortunately, no one has succeeded in all these decades, another sighed. Every year new students come to try, but let alone receiving recognition, very few can even make those wings respond. It's not like no one has ever succeeded, a young man who seemed like a senior interjected. About 20 years ago, a supreme genius managed to obtain a subdivine sword technique from the tower, though he couldn't take the wings with him. That person later cultivated to the peak of martial venerable using that technique. Now he stands as a half-step martial emperor. Legend has it he can match a true martial emperor in combat without being disadvantaged. The surrounding students erupted in amazed whispers. A subdivine sword technique enough to battle martial emperors. Such concepts were far removed from their world, yet precisely because of that distance they burned all the more brightly in their aspirations. But don't set your hopes too high. The senior waved his hand dismissively. Over decades, countless geniuses have tried, and only one has received the inheritance. The odds are lower than winning the lottery. Still, there's no harm in trying. It's a benefit the university offers every freshman. Who knows, maybe luck will favor you. He walked up to the tower and pressed his palm against its surface. It was chillingly cold, like touching ancient jade that had been kept in the shade for 1,000 years. He closed his eyes and summoned his spiritual sense, attempting to probe into the tower's interior. The moment his consciousness brushed against the swirling runes on the tower's surface, a massive force of rejection surged toward him. That force carried no hostile intent, yet it pressed down with the weight of a mountain, holding his spiritual sense firmly at bay. He tried to slip through the gaps between the runes, but they interlocked so tightly that not even a sliver of weakness could be found. He pushed harder, pouring more of his mental energy into the barrier, but the tower remained utterly unmoved, like a silent colossus indifferent to the feeble attempts of an ant. 10 minutes passed with no response from the tower. Lu Li opened his eyes, withdrew his hand, and offered a wry smile. As expected, this would not be so simple. Countless prodigies had attempted this over the decades, many surely possessing far greater spiritual power than his own. If they had all failed, what made him think he would succeed? He had never been a martial arts prodigy. His strength today came entirely from the system. Matters of comprehension and fortuitous circumstance were simply not his forte. He turned to leave. Just then something extraordinary occurred. A clear ringing sound echoed from the tower's summit like the cry of a phoenix or the trembling of metal. Lu Li spun around to see brilliant seven-colored divine light erupting from the tower's peak. The radiance outshone even the most vivid rainbow and blazed brighter than the noon sun. The entire 9-story demon-suppressing tower was shrouded in seven-colored light, the runes upon its surface awakening, as if alive, swirling and pulsing with frantic energy. Then a stream of seven-colored light shot down from the tower's summit at incomprehensible speed, heading straight for Lu Li. Before he could react, the luminous ray merged into his chest. An overwhelming torrent of information flooded his spiritual sea of consciousness. Deep within his awareness, a pair of wings slowly unfurled. These wings were not physical matter, but condensed from pure spiritual energy, their entire form radiating seven-colored light. Each feather was woven from countless minute runes. The name of these wings surfaced in his consciousness: Godslaughter. Lu Li could clearly feel the power contained within them. This was neither chi blood power nor ordinary martial ability, but a direct strike at the source, a pure force of annihilation. The Godslaughter wings, as their name suggested, were a supreme treasure capable of slaying even gods. His heart trembled with shock. The heaven-cleaving divine weapon he had won from the system's lottery, while its name was indeed domineering, paled in comparison to these wings, falling far short in more than just rank. If heaven-cleaving could be likened to an exquisite work of art, then the Godslaughter wings were a genuine divine artifact. The gulf between them was an immeasurable chasm, separating mortal items from sacred treasures. Only after entering the support academy would he come to understand that martial world artifacts were ranked in tiers: mortal, spiritual, sacred, and divine. His heaven-cleaving was at most a top-tier mortal weapon, while the Godslaughter wings constituted a true divine artifact. However, the wings were currently incomplete. Lu Li would need to gather the other scattered components. The spectacular phenomenon of seven-colored light shooting skyward from the tower had been witnessed by the entire Jingdu Martial University, with the deans of various colleges among the first to react. Zhao Wuji, dean of the Close Combat College. Su Qingyue, dean of the Ranged Combat College. Mo Wentian, dean of the Mental College. The three deans arrived first. Behind them followed more than a dozen associate deans, department heads, and mentors, all hastening toward the 9-story demon-suppressing tower. When they reached the tower and saw Lu Li standing beneath it, still bearing the lingering radiance of seven-colored light, everyone froze for a moment before someone recognized him. Lu Li, the perfect score top scorer from Jiangxing, the one with the dual awakening of seven-colored divine tier talent. That's him. Director Chun Tianxing personally went to Jiangxing to recruit him, even presenting a martial venerable's residual soul crystal sphere as a welcome gift. Information about Lu Li spread among the deans within mere instants. The national top scorer with perfect marks, 3 transcendent abilities, dual awakening with 7-colored divine tier talent as a mental materializer. Such revelations detonated through the crowd instantly. Each detail alone was enough to shake them. All concentrated in one person, left even the seasoned deans momentarily speechless. Then the scramble began. Zhao Wuji from the Close Combat College spoke first. Lu Li, join our Close Combat College. You're a 4th-rank martial king with chi blood far surpassing your peers. Your close combat talent is absolutely top tier. I'll give you a standalone villa, a private cultivation chamber, and 3 secret realm trial quotas every year. Plus, I'll personally guide you. I guarantee you'll break through to Martial Emperor rank by your freshman year. Su Qingyue from the Ranged Combat College refused to be outdone. With a single step, she appeared directly before Lu Li. A captivating allure graced her delicate features. Her voice dripped with temptation, yet spoke swiftly. Lu Li, your mental materializer talent is best suited for ranged combat. The weapons you manifest can attack from a distance, and combined with the mobility of the Godslaughter wings, ranged combat is truly your domain. What do those brute soldiers in the Close Combat College know about spiritual power? Join our Ranged Combat College. Name your terms. By the way, we have plenty of beautiful girls here too. Just come and you can pick whichever pretty college student you like. Her words flushed several female students from the Ranged Combat College. Yet some boldly winked at Lu Li. Before Lu Li could respond, Mo Wentian of the Mental College let out a cold snort, his aged voice nevertheless resonant and powerful. Su Qingyue, do you still have any dignity as a teacher at Jingdu Martial University? Resorting to a honey trap. Preposterous. Lu Li awakened as a mental materializer with a 7-colored divine tier spiritual talent. There are hardly any such cases in all of Daxia's history. Such talent wasted anywhere but the mental college. Only our college has a complete spiritual cultivation system that can properly develop your abilities. The 3 deans refused to yield, their pressing aura escalating. Zhao Wuji's violent chi blood power erupted like a man-shaped tyrannosaurus. Why must the master of Godslaughter wings only pursue the ranged path? Student Lu Li, join our close combat college, and this year's Longquan body tempering quota is yours. That quota only comes available 3 times a year. Zhao Wuji raised the stakes immediately. Ice crystals materialized around Su Qingyue, each radiating terrifying piercing power. You barbarian, a genius with such exceptional mobility, and you want him in close combat. Isn't that squandering young talent? Join my ranged combat college. There you'll master the Godslaughter wings completely. Fight when you wish, flee when you must. In this vast world, who can stop you? Su Qingyue offered Lu Li a faint smile. Come to my college. I'll personally mentor you. I'll even arrange for a senior sister to study alongside you. As for that Longquan body tempering quota, I have it too. I'll give it all to you. She had even deployed her charms. Mo Wentian's beard and hair bristled as his immense spiritual pressure bore down on the other two like a tangible force. Have you no shame? All you care about is throwing money around. Especially you, Su Qingyue, resorting to seduction. Lu Li, come to my mental college. We have spiritual artifacts exclusively for mental materializers. Just join us, and they're yours. The 3 martial venerables' auras collided, shattering the blue stone slabs of the square piece by piece. The surrounding faculty and students alike were stunned into silence. They had never witnessed the otherwise lofty college dean behaving in such a manner. For a super genius, he had stooped to the level of a street thug. He resorted to every underhanded tactic. Especially Su Qingyue of the Remote Combat Academy. Wasn't she the goddess of the entire Kyoto University? A peerless genius who reached martial venerable at 30, both ice-cold and stunningly beautiful. Why was she attempting to seduce a freshman? Lu Li stood frozen in place, daring not move an inch, his eyes filled with helplessness. Just as the 3 deans were on the verge of drawing swords and coming to blows, a hand reached out from the void. The hand was not large, yet it radiated immense vitality and spiritual energy. It emerged from nothingness, then pressed gently downward. The aura of all 3 martial venerables was simultaneously crushed. Zhao Wuji, Su Qingyue, and Mo Wentian all grimaced in pain, stumbling backward several steps, with faces drained of color. An old man stepped out from the void. He wore a gray tunic suit faded from countless washes, black cloth shoes on his feet, and silver-streaked hair. With his hands clasped behind his back and a slight hunch to his frame, he looked like an ordinary retired grandfather taking an evening stroll in the park. But upon seeing him, the 3 martial venerable deans instantly suppressed all their aura and bowed respectfully. Principal, Fang Jinyue, the principal of Kyoto Martial Arts University. An 8th-tier martial emperor. No one knew how old he was. But everyone knew one thing. Fang Jinyue was the oldest and most unfathomable martial emperor alive in the Great Xia nation. He gazed at the 3 deans with eyes as calm as if observing 3 misbehaving students. Aren't you ashamed? His voice was not loud, yet it made the 3 martial venerable deans flush simultaneously. You are all martial venerables, all heads of academies, yet you throw a brawl in front of students. Are you deans or street thugs? Fang Jinyue shook his head, his tone dripping with disappointment. The face of Kyoto Martial Arts University has been thoroughly disgraced by the 3 of you today. Zhao Wuji lowered his head. Su Qingyue cast her eyes down, her ear tips turning pink. Mo Wentian cleared his throat twice, pretending to adjust his sleeves. Fang Jinyue paid them no further mind and turned his gaze toward Lu Li. The old man's eyes were clouded like a stagnant pool. Yet the moment Lu Li met his stare, he felt as though his very soul had been laid bare. There was no malice in that gaze. Only a pure assessing scrutiny, as if evaluating a piece of fine, unpolished jade. The God-slaying wings have chosen you. Fang Jinyue's voice carried forward. This indicates you are qualified to inherit the former principal's legacy. But how far you progress depends entirely on yourself. He paused and asked, you heard the terms these deans proposed. Simply make your own choice. You need not heed their nonsense. All eyes fell upon Lu Li. The 3 deans watched him anxiously, practically begging to decide for him. The surrounding students held their breath. 3 deans personally competing for him, with the principal himself intervening to let him choose. Such treatment was unprecedented in the history of Kyoto Martial Arts University. Lu Li remained silent for a few moments, then spoke. I choose the support academy. The entire crowd fell silent for an instant, then erupted into uproar. Zhao Wuji's mouth hung open. Su Qingyue frowned slightly. Mo Wentian's hand mid-stroke through his beard froze in the air. The onlooking students went completely wild. The support academy. That academy, which consistently placed last in the annual competitions and was stepping stone for everyone. A top scorer with full marks, dual divine tier awakening, and the inheritor of the God-slaying wings. Choosing the support academy. Among the crowd, Zhou Wenyuan, the dean of the support academy, was equally stunned. He was a lean man in his 50s. Compared to the other 3 deans, he was so low-key that he seemed to have almost no presence. When the three deans had been vying for Lu Li, he had stood at the outermost edge of the crowd, without uttering a single word. Not because he lacked the desire to compete, but because he knew he could not win. He knew better than anyone the support academies standing at Kyoto Martial Arts University. Fewest resources, weakest student body, last place year after year in the competitions. Any single department from the other three academies could easily crush their entire academy. What could he possibly offer to compete against the three major academies of melee, ranged, and mental combat? So he had merely watched silently from the sidelines, never opening his mouth. But now Lu Li had declared his choice, the support academy. Zhou Wenyuan's lips moved, wanting to say something, but his throat felt obstructed. He took a deep breath and stepped forward, his voice slightly hoarse. Student Lu Li, have you truly considered this? You may not fully understand the circumstances of our support academy. Our resources cannot compare to the other three major academies, nor our number of instructors. Many courses require students to explore on their own. With talent like yours joining the support academy, I fear I would hold you back. He spoke sincerely, almost humbly. He had held the position of support academy dean for nearly a decade, and it had always been him pleading with students to join, never the reverse. Occasionally a few students applied to the support department, but mostly because their scores were insufficient and they were reassigned here. A prodigy like Lu Li courted by three major academies actively choosing the support academy. This was truly the first time. Lu Li looked at Zhou Wenyuan and nodded. I have made my decision. His reasons were simple and well-founded. My senior martial uncle is a spiritual materializer at the half-step martial emperor realm. He told me that to reach the pinnacle of the spiritual materialization path, one cannot learn only combat. The essence of materialization is creation, transforming spiritual energy into tangible form. Equipment, forging, formation, engraving, and pill refinement are all different applications of spiritual power. Mastering these thoroughly is the only way to truly understand the meaning of materialization and advance further along this path. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the deans present before settling on Zhou Wenyuan. I can hone combat techniques through practice, but forging, alchemy, and formations, these support disciplines can only be systematically taught at the support academy. That is my primary purpose for coming to Kyoto Martial Arts University. His words were well-reasoned and irrefutable. Fang Jinyue gave Lu Li a penetrating look, a barely perceptible smile gracing his weathered face. He had lived for many years and seen countless prodigies, some even more gifted than Lu Li. But those with supreme talent tended to grow arrogant, believing themselves born for combat alone and looking down upon the support path. Such individuals surged ahead early on, but upon reaching the realms of Martial Venerable and Martial Emperor, they would stagnate due to shallow foundations and never break through further. Yet Lu Li, holding divine tier talent and courted by three major academies, had calmly chosen the most overlooked support academy. Not because he was weak, but because he knew exactly what he wanted. Well done, Fang Jinyue said with just 2 words, then turned and stepped into the void, disappearing from sight. With the principal gone, the three deans exchanged glances and could only reluctantly accept the result. Zhao Wuji patted his bald head and sighed heavily. Su Qinghua shook her head and walked away. Mo Wentian cast one final regretful glance at Lu Li before departing. Only Zhou Wenyuan remained where he was, watching Lu Li, his lips trembling, before he finally managed a single sentence. Come, I will take you to register at the support academy. His eyes were somewhat reddened. A man in his 50s moved to such an extent by an 18-year-old's choice. Such vulnerability would be embarrassing to share. Yet he could not help himself. 10 years, and finally the support academy had welcomed a true genius. Not someone reassigned due to low scores, but someone who genuinely desired to walk the path of support arts. This recognition weighed more than anything else. The surrounding students gradually dispersed, but discussion about Lu Li was only beginning. The top scorer with a perfect score had chosen the support academy. The news spread like wings, reaching every corner of Kyoto Martial Arts University within an hour. Some were astonished, others puzzled, some mocked his arrogance, while a few silently admired his courage. Meanwhile, Lu Li walked alongside Zhou Wenyuan through the corridors of the support academy. The hallways were lined with various workshops and laboratories. Through the windows one could see forging tables, alchemy furnaces, and inscription carving tools. The air carried a blend of metal, herbs, and ink, a stark contrast to the sweat-soaked scent of the training grounds outside. Zhou Wenyuan introduced the academy's courses as they walked. Equipment, forging, formation, engraving, pill refinement, materials, science, rune fundamentals. Every subject was entirely new to Lu Li. He listened attentively, but his thoughts were occupied with another matter. The support academy was the weakest at Kyoto Martial Arts University, bullied by the other three academies for so long that resentment must run deep. He had come not only to learn support skills, but to help the support academy rise again. When that time came, the bullies from the other three academies, accustomed to their superiority, would certainly come looking for trouble. And every person who sought trouble would bear a number above their head, visible only to Lu Li. A faint smile curled at the corner of Lu Li's mouth. Would that mean an endless stream of bully points? That was simply wonderful. Kyoto, a secret location. Illuminated. Oppressive atmosphere. More than 10 high-ranking members of the Chowdawa sect with terrifying blood energy gathered around a round table, each face grimmer than the last. Bastard. The great elder of the Chowdawa sect, a burly old man, slammed the table fiercely. The table instantly shattered into powder. They killed 10 elders of our divine sect, even the third demon's son. And now this kid named Luli has made the Godslayer wings recognize him as master. This little bastard called Luli must die. The old man burned with fury. Organize your best experts immediately. I want that bastard's head within 10 days. The largest demonic cult in Dacia actually had its headquarters in Kyoto. The night was deep. Luli sat alone in the living room of his spacious apartment. In the distance at the sports field of Kyoto Martial University, several floodlights were still on, and he could faintly make out a few students training harder in the night. The muffled sounds of blood energy colliding reached here from kilometers away, so faint they resembled the wind. There had been quite a lot happening today. During the day, as he walked around Kyoto Martial University, just strolling along the main avenue, he could feel that overwhelming pressure hitting him in the face. In Jiangxing, a single martial king was more than enough to establish a sect and dominate a region. But at Kyoto Martial University, any random student passing by could be at the peak of Martial King realm. Those seniors sparring on the arena were all at least at the Martial Emperor level, especially the names he had overheard being discussed at the school entrance. Xiao Jinyu the No, one genius of the closed combat academy at the peak of Martial Emperor cultivation, had once squarely withstood 30 moves against a true early-stage martial saint without faltering. Su Fei, the goddess of the Ranged Combat Academy, also at the peak of Martial Emperor cultivation, her ice-type talent refined to perfection, and with heavenly-level archery techniques, she could fight opponents above her realm. These were just the competitors one could see during the campus tournament. The truly top-tier geniuses. It was said that Kyoto Martial University also had a few fourth-year seniors who were elsewhere. They had long stopped participating in the internal competitions because those in their same year had already been left too far behind, making any match utterly devoid of suspense. Those people were either honing themselves in secret realm trials or undertaking high-level missions outside under their mentor's guidance. The weakest among them was at the late stage of Martial Saint, while the strongest was rumored to have already touched the threshold of Martial Venerable. A late-stage Martial Emperor could hold their own against an early-stage Martial Saint. Luli twisted open a bottle of ice-cold cola and took a long gulp. The icy bubbles exploded in his throat, making him feel slightly more clear-headed. Can't get arrogant, he muttered to himself. To be honest, he had indeed been a bit floaty these past few days. Full marks in the college entrance exam dual awakening of god-level talents breaking through during battle to slay Zhao Tianyu. His clone Shirbua had split Li Feitian in one slash. Then arriving in Kyoto, the Martial Emperor's granddaughter was chasing after him, and the Godslayer wings recognized him as master. Even the deans of the three academies nearly came to blows fighting over him. Who wouldn't be a bit swollen under such circumstances? But thinking carefully about it, his strength was still far behind those genius seniors. My path ahead is still very long. Jiangxing was too small, so small that he could walk sideways there. But Kyoto was different. This was the center of all martial arts in Dacia, a place where countless geniuses and prodigies gathered. His current cultivation was the peak of fourth-rank martial king. Among newcomers it was indeed top tier, but compared to those senior geniuses, it was still far short. I thought having a system would let me dominate all geniuses and prodigies. Luli leaned back on the sofa looking up at the expensive crystal chandelier on the ceiling. But it seems I still need to work hard to earn bully points and continue improving my strength. Otherwise, one day when I go out I might get beaten up by a legitimate heir of some martial emperor's family, and that would be embarrassing. He put down the cola and summoned the system panel. A pale blue virtual screen unfolded before his eyes with rows of data clearly arranged. Host Luli realm peak of 4th rank martial king blood energy 37500-40000 techniques. Devouring God. Layer 1 devour efficiency 10 divine thought art. Beginner talents spiritual materializer rainbow god level beginner magic mineral water white common enlightened intense spiritual blade skills basic swordsmanship perfection basic movement technique perfection shadow killing sword technique beginner concealment from Godslayer wings mastered x-ray vision from Godslayer wings. Proficient flight from Godslayer wings perfection bully points 0 achievement points 15 Li's gaze swept over from top to bottom pausing for a moment at the blood energy line. 37500 points. Still 2500 points away from the maximum of 400 for the peak of 4th rank martial king. After slaying Li Feitian in Jiangxing last time, his blood energy had skyrocketed from 27500 to 37500 points, jumping over 10,000 points directly. To break through to the 5th rank martial emperor, he still needed to accumulate over 50,000 more bully points. He clearly remembered the conditions for breaking through to the 5th rank martial emperor. That required spending 50,000 bully points to comprehend an intent. His gaze continued downward then stopped. In the skills column, 3 new skills had appeared. Concealment, X-ray vision, flight. Each one was marked with the 6 characters from Godslayer wings. And all of them had proficiency levels. Concealment was mastered, X-ray vision was proficient, and flight had directly reached perfection. Luli was stunned for a moment, then suddenly sat up straight. He remembered clearly that his skill column originally only had 3 combat skills, basic swordsmanship, basic movement technique, and shadow killing sword technique. Plus the devouring god and divine thought art techniques. Now 3 skills had appeared out of nowhere, and their proficiency levels were all quite high. System, what's going on? He asked in his heart. Ding. The divine artifact Godslayer wings have already recognized you as their master. These 3 skills are subordinate skills that come with the Godslayer wings automatically bound to the host upon recognition. Proficiency depends on the host's basic attributes and the wing's compatibility. Divine artifact. Lu Li's brows furrowed. Isn't it a spiritual artifact? He remembered clearly earlier today in front of the 9-layer demon-suppressing tower. The onlooking students were discussing that the wings at the top of the tower were the old principal's legacy treasure. He had thought it was at most a spiritual artifact. In the martial world, spiritual artifacts were already treasures that were rare to encounter. As for divine artifacts, those only existed in legends, and no one knew if there was even a single one in all of Dacia. Ding. The Godslayer wings were originally a divine artifact. However, they are currently in a damaged state and can only exert the power of a mid-grade spiritual artifact. Ding. The pair of wings the host obtained is merely one of the core components of the divine artifact. When the host finds the other scattered components and completes the assembly, the complete divine artifact can be restored. Ding. During the great battle back, then this divine artifact accidentally shattered into 3 pairs of wings. Please host work hard to retrieve the other wing components. Lu Li fell silent for a moment, then slowly exhaled. No wonder. No wonder countless geniuses had tried over the decades without earning the wing's recognition. This wasn't some spiritual artifact, nor even a sacred artifact, but a genuine divine artifact. Even if it was only damaged. A damaged divine artifact was still a divine artifact. Its conditions for recognition were absolutely not as those geniuses had imagined. Just having high enough talent will do. Instead, it involved compatibility, spiritual energy attributes, and possibly even deeper soul-level matching. And the fact that he had gained recognition was likely inextricably linked to his rainbow god-level talent, spiritual materializer. The old principal himself was a spiritual materializer. Since the Godslayer wings were his legacy treasure, they would naturally feel an innate affinity toward martial artists with the same type of talent. This must be a secret unknown to others, Lu Li murmured to himself. Otherwise, the old principal's successors wouldn't have left a divine artifact component out in the open for incoming freshmen to casually attempt recognition every year. They probably assumed this pair of wings was merely a spiritual artifact. Precious as it was, it still wasn't enough for experts at the martial emperor level to stoop to forcibly seizing it. If anyone knew this was a divine artifact, even a damaged one, the threshold of Kyoto Martial University would have long been worn flat by the footsteps of various martial venerables and martial emperors. The word divine artifact in the understanding of the entire Dacia martial world existed only in ancient legends. Each of those legendary divine artifacts possessed heaven-destroying and earth-annihilating power. The heaven-slaying spear rumored that a single thrust could pierce through stars. The heaven-suppressing seal, one strike could subdue the 8 wastes. Every martial artist was familiar with these names, though no one had truly seen them. And he now possessed a divine artifact. Although incomplete, Lu Li suppressed his inner astonishment and began to carefully examine the 3 new skills. The first was concealment. Concealment innate to God-slaying wings, suppress your aura and reduce your presence. Current proficiency, great success. Effect can conceal the host's cultivation realm, preventing outsiders from discerning true strength. Can mask the energy fluctuations when skills are unleashed, reducing the probability of being detected by enemies. Lu Li's eyes lit up. In this world, martial artists probe their opponent's strength either through sensing the intensity of their chi and blood or by detecting fluctuations in spiritual energy. The concealment skill happened to cover both of these. It could hide not only cultivation realm, but also the aura fluctuations of skills. An enemy who could not perceive his true strength would inevitably misjudge the situation in combat. Moreover, that description about reducing the probability of being detected by enemies made him think of more applications. This is a god-tier skill for ambushes. Lu Li could not help but marvel. It should work well for escaping too. When you cannot win, just hide, and no one can find you. He imagined that scenario. What if he offended a powerful figure from a martial emperor family and got hunted down? He could activate concealment and disappear into the crowd, leaving his pursuers standing on the street with no clue where he went. Just thinking about it sent shivers down his spine. The second was flight. Flight innate to God-slaying wings, grow wings upon your back and soar through the skies. Current proficiency, perfection. Effect, extraordinary flight speed with complete freedom of movement in the air, no inertia constraints. Minimal spiritual energy consumption allows for sustained flight over long periods. Lu Li's gaze lingered on those 4 characters for a full 3 seconds. Flight belonged exclusively to martial emperors. Only those who cultivated to the 5th stage of the martial emperor realm, transforming chi and blood into halos, could condense them into ethereal wings to walk upon the void. Below the rank of martial king, no matter how talented or powerful one might be, flight remained impossible. Yet Lu Li was merely at the peak of the 4th stage as a martial king, and he already possessed the ability to fly with proficiency directly reaching perfection. This meant he could execute any maneuver in midair. Instant acceleration, instant directional changes, completely free from inertial constraints. A typical martial emperor's chi blood wings were essentially just slightly larger versions of regular wind wings, adequate in speed, but limited in agility. His god-slaying wings, however, might allow him to dance through the air itself. Perfection in flight. Liu Li gazed out the floor-to-ceiling window at the sprawling city lights of Kyoto, at night his hands itching with the urge to try. He would definitely need to find an empty place someday to test how fast he could fly. But it was late at night, and he was in the heart of Kyoto City. If he flew out the window now, tomorrow's headline would probably read Mysterious Martial King, shot down by city defenses for breaching Kyoto airspace. Better to keep a low profile. The third skill was X-ray vision. X-ray vision, innate to God-slaying wings, concentrates spiritual energy into the eyes to pierce through obstacles and perceive the essence of all things. Current proficiency, minor success. Effect can penetrate ordinary matter within 1 foot. Can observe the essential structure of objects, including formation nodes, equipment, forging patterns, pill compositions, meridian chi blood circulation within martial artists, and more. Can observe the essential structure of objects. Liu Li became intrigued. This description was far more interesting than he had imagined. X-ray vision was not merely about seeing through walls. It was about directly perceiving the essence of things themselves. Where exactly were the nodes in a formation? How did the forging patterns flow across equipment? He could even observe the meridian chi blood circulation within others' bodies. He tried concentrating his spiritual energy into his eyes. A warm sensation spread across his eyeballs as though something was gently massaging his optic nerves. Then he looked down at the cola can on the coffee table. The metal surface of the can gradually became transparent in his vision. He saw the dark brown liquid inside shifting slightly with bubbles rising slowly from the bottom. Pushing his spiritual energy output further, he could even discern the liquid's component structure. Water, sugar, caffeine, carbonic acid, caramel coloring. Each layer separated before his eyes. It was a remarkable experience, like viewing a blueprint broken down into countless layers. He then turned his gaze toward the wall. The 1-foot-thick partition wall turned semi-transparent gray in his vision, revealing the bedroom wardrobe behind it with clothes neatly folded inside. If this skill could observe an opponent's meridian chi blood circulation, would it not allow him to directly see through their cultivation methods pathways? The more Liu Li thought about it, the greater the value of this ability seemed to grow. How did their true chi circulate? Where did their strength concentrate? What move would they execute next? He could predict all of it in advance. It was like having a heavenly eye open. 3 skills, each with its own utility. Truly remarkable. These 3 skills were incredibly effective. Now he had the confidence to challenge an early-stage martial emperor. Just then his phone rang. It was Lin Chen. As Liu Li answered, the girl's clear voice came through the receiver, carrying an invigorating energy that instantly lifted his mood. Liu Li, I heard you really made a name for yourself at Kyoto Martial University today. Liu Li chuckled in response. Just doing my best. All credit goes to the deans of various colleges. All right. I have already officially registered at the support academy. Tomorrow I will only accompany you to register at the remote academy. The girl on the other end of the phone was clearly overjoyed. Great. Liu Li, when the time comes, I am going to let everyone know you are my boyfriend. That way I will not have those pesky flies buzzing around me all day. They will finally leave me alone. Lin Chen was the young miss of a martial emperor family in Kyoto. She was beautiful, and her awakening during the college entrance exam had revealed a golden legendary skill. She was destined to become at least a martial sage in the future. Such a girl, beautiful from a prestigious family with extraordinary talent. Which great family would not want her? Liu Li could only sigh. Miss Lin, are you using me as a shield? He did not mind, but such situations would be troublesome for ordinary people. But for Liu Li, this was bullying points handed to him on a silver platter. The more the better. Don't you want it? Lin Chen teased sharply. How dare I refuse? At your command, Miss Lin, I will face any danger without hesitation. Liu Li quickly played along. Liu Li, you are the best. Those people, I truly cannot stop them. Grandpa asked me to tell you. If anyone causes you trouble because of me, just beat them up as you please. For the martial emperor families, do not beat them to death. As for the other families, they deserve it. Liu Li, meet me at Kyoto Martial University at 8 tomorrow. We will go register together. Liu Li laughed and agreed. Understood. Chen, see you tomorrow. The entrance to Kyoto Martial Arts University was bustling with its annual peak energy today. A massive red banner hung from the top of the gate tower. The 8 grand characters, warmly welcome new students, were emblazoned across it. Both sides of the school gate were lined with welcome booths from various colleges. At the Melee Combat College's booth, a giant sword model towering taller than a person stood upright. The Range Combat College was adorned with shimmering bows and magic staffs. The Mental College projected iridescent semi-transparent emblems into the air using spiritual power. Only the Support College's booth remained the most low-key. A folding table, a paper sign reading Support College registration desk, and a senior student nodding off, while leaning on the table, were all that could be seen. A sea of people surged about. Freshmen carried bulky bags and small parcels, gazing around with excitement. Their parents trailed behind, laden with even more luggage and incessantly offering various reminders. Some were driven straight to the gate by parents in luxury cars, while others had traveled dozens of hours by high-speed rail from other provinces, dragging suitcases and drenched in sweat. A diverse throng converged at the university entrance, forming a noisy ocean of humanity. Lin Chen emerged from the crowd, holding onto Liu Li's hand. She wore a simple white dress today, her long hair loosely cascading over her shoulders, yet she stood out like a radiant pearl amidst the crowd. Sunlight fell upon her, and the surrounding clamor seemed to fade into mere background noise. So beautiful. She's a freshman. She's definitely the campus beauty queen for first years. Her looks would be top tier even across all of Kyoto Martial Arts University. Who's that guy beside her? Why is he holding her hand? Him? I recognize him. He's the one who had the god-slaying feathers at the summit of the 9-layer demon-suppressing tower acknowledge him as their master yesterday. His name is Luli. That Luli, the national top scorer with full marks. Yes, but I heard his full marks were just grinding out basic swordsmanship and basic movement techniques, which are the most elementary skills. What's the point of maxing them out? In actual combat, they'd still get crushed by higher-tier martial arts. That's not entirely fair. He is after all a 7-color god-level talent awakened. Good talent doesn't necessarily mean high combat power. It's just a support-type talent. A mental manifestation master sounds impressive, but what good would it be in a real fight? Exactly. Mental manifestation masters aren't what they used to be. Since that person perished, the lineage has been broken. Their skills are now inferior to Golden Legend tier talents. I heard the Talent Skills Research Institute even wants to remove mental manifestation masters from the god tier talents. Gossip drifted in from all directions just loud enough to reach the concerned party's ears. Lenny Chen's brows furrowed, her fingers tightening slightly. She knew that tone too well. Back in Jiangxing, those people had discussed Lu Li in exactly the same manner. 3 years, a full 3 years. Now that they had arrived in Kyoto on a grander stage, yet some people still spoke the same words. She was about to speak when Lu Li gently tugged her hand. Let's go. His tone was so flat, as if he hadn't heard anything. No need to pay them any mind. Lenny Chen looked up at him. In the sunlight, the young man's profile was sharply defined, and there was even the faintest trace of a smile on his lips. She paused for a moment, then couldn't help but smile. You really know how to let things go. It's not about letting things go. Luli led her through the crowd, his tone light and relaxed. I've just gotten used to it. Besides, they aren't entirely wrong. My basic swordsmanship and basic movement techniques really do lack technical depth. He stated a fact, but Lenny Chen could hear the unspoken half of his sentence. That even without technical depth, one could still slay the third demon lord at the Martial King realm. Your fame has indeed grown too large. Lenny Chen began counting on her fingers. The third full-score top scorer since the founding of the Great Xia dynasty, the god-slaying feathers at the 9-layer demon-suppressing tower willingly acknowledged you as their master. The deans of the melee ranged and mental colleges nearly came to blows fighting over you. And now you're holding hands with this campus beauty. All these halos layered together mean your troubles will only multiply in the future. She paused, tilting her head to look at Lu Li, a faint smile flashing in her eyes. But this makes me feel much more at ease. At ease? Yes. I was previously worried that once you came to Kyoto, all the troubles would stem from me. After all, I'm the eldest daughter of the Lin family. Many pursue me, and many envy me. But looking at it now, your own troubles are far greater than mine. She smiled, her eyes curving into crescents. Then please bear with me in the future, classmate Lu Li, since your troubles are the bigger ones anyway. Lu Li chuckled at her logic. He looked up at the golden glowing architectural complex of Kyoto Martial Arts University, bathed in morning sunlight, his voice carrying an unbridled sense of liberation. Then let the storm rage even more fiercely. I was worrying about having nowhere to stretch my muscles. But in his heart he was thinking, all this is bullying points. The more the better. Lenny Chen knew he wasn't boasting. In Jiangxing, she had witnessed him being beaten until drenched in blood by Zhao Tianyu, only for him to slice through that fourth-tier mid-stage Martial King Demon Lord in an instant upon his breakthrough. She had also seen him calmly declare he deserves to die, when the bloodthirsty formation enveloped the entire city, followed by his granduncle's 7-colored giant blade descending from the heavens. This man she had chosen, the greater the pressure of his strength, the larger his backing. He truly had nothing to fear. However, there is one person you must pay special attention to. Lenny Chen set aside her smile, her tone growing serious. Who? Lu Li asked in surprise. Yi Feng, the legitimate eldest grandson of Kyoto's Yi family, third place on the sophomore Dragon Tiger ranking mid-stage martial emperor. Lenny Chen slightly furrowed her brow upon mentioning this name. The Yi family is one of Kyoto's oldest martial emperor families with deeper roots than our Lin family. Yi Feng himself is no frivolous playboy. His later stage martial emperor realm was earned blade by blade, spear by spear. He ranked in the top 10 among freshmen right after entering university in his first year, then directly broke through from the peak of Martial King to the later stage of Martial Emperor in his sophomore year, skipping 2 minor realms in a single year. His third place ranking on the sophomore Dragon Tiger list was honestly earned by himself. Has he been constantly pestering you? Lu Li suddenly understood. He pursued me for over half a year. That's precisely why I ran off to Jiangxing. Lenny Chen's tone carried undisguised annoyance. I've told him countless times, but he won't listen. He finds every excuse to get close to me. Family gatherings, secret realm expeditions, you name it. Due to the Yi family's influence, I can't simply cut ties with him. She glanced at Lu Li. Now that he knows you're my boyfriend, he'll definitely come after you. Although Yi Feng is bothersome, his combat strength is indeed formidable. His swordsmanship follows a domineering path combined with the Yi family's hereditary heaven-grade cultivation method, the heaven-rending art. His ability to engage in direct confrontation ranks among the best at his realm. A second-generation rich kid, that's all. Lu Li's tone remained flat. I'll beat him every time he shows up. If anyone else heard these words, they would likely think him mad. A freshman claiming he would beat the later-stage martial emperor ranked third on the Dragon Tiger list. Absolute nonsense. Yet Lin Chen merely nodded as if listening to something perfectly ordinary. There's one more. She hesitated for a moment before speaking. However, this person is currently not in Kyoto, so you needn't worry for now. Who? Shen Jinghong, the top scorer on the senior year dragon humming list. A half-step martial venerable who had slain a true martial venerable. By now he had likely reached that realm. Lin Chen lowered her voice. He is currently training in a secret realm far from here, and usually doesn't interfere with school matters. But the matter of the god-slaying wings recognizing you as its master might make him quite displeased. Why? Because the god-slaying wings are an heirloom from his family's ancestors. Lin Chen spoke each word deliberately. Shen Xinshan, the first president of Kyoto Martial University, was Shen Jinghong's great-grandfather. That pair of god-slaying wings had been placed atop the 9-layer demon-suppressing pagoda for decades. Every genius from the Shun family had attempted to claim it, yet none could make it recognize them. Even Shen Jinghong himself had tried standing before the pagoda for 3 days and 3 nights, but the wings remained completely unresponsive. Lu Li fell silent. Having obtained the god-slaying wings meant he had taken an ancestor's legacy, though this item was never truly the private property of the Shin family. The old president Shen Xinshan had been clear when leaving behind the wings. They would belong to whoever was destined to wield them regardless of bloodline. Yet reasoning and emotion are two different matters. To the Shin family, this was their ancestral heritage. For it to be taken by an outsider would leave anyone uncomfortable. He has let it be known that once he returns from his cultivation, he intends to test your true worth. Lin Chen watched Lu Li's expression and added, however, Shen Jinghong differs from Yi Feng. Yi Feng is a pure playboy who bullies others through his influence. Shen Jinghong is upright and would never exploit his strength to oppress the weak. When he says he'll test your worth, he may genuinely just want to see what abilities you possess. But a testing from someone at the half-step martial venerable stage would still be enough to give you a hard time. This is somewhat difficult to handle. Lu Li frowned slightly. He was indeed feeling a bit frustrated. If the opponent were a pure bully, that would be straightforward. Deal with them one by one and earn bully points along the way. The key point was that Shen Jinghong wasn't a bully. He was a genuine martial arts genius, whose half-step martial saint cultivation was entirely earned through his own efforts. His challenge wasn't to bully others, but to see what kind of person had taken his family's ancestral relic. Facing such an open and honorable challenge, Lu Li found it difficult to strike too harshly. Moreover, the ancestor's item was indeed in his possession now, so he was somewhat in the wrong. But he wasn't afraid. It was just a challenge, not a life-and-death feud. If all else failed, he would just hold back at the critical moment. Let's go. Lu Li pushed those thoughts aside. I'll take you to register first. As they walked and talked, they had already arrived in front of the Remote Academy building. The main building of the Remote Academy was a streamlined silver-white structure, shaped like an arrow nocked on a bowstring, radiating both speed and power. The welcome plaza in front of the building was filled with demonstration platforms for various ranged attack disciplines, spirit power manipulation for the elementals, rapid archery performances for the Bao series. Flying needle precision for the hidden weapons series left the freshmen dazzled. At the center of the plaza, even a small sparring platform for ranged combat had been set up. 2 senior students were sparring above. One wielded an ice crystal longbow while the other controlled 3 hovering flying swords. Ice arrows and swords collided in midair, creating dazzling displays of light. As soon as Lin Chen approached the Remote Academy's registration booth, a small commotion erupted. Several senior sisters in charge of orientation brightened with excitement, and one with short hair quickly walked over, enthusiastically grasping Lin Chen's hand. You must be Lin Chen, right? Golden Legend talent. Blizzard. We've seen your files long ago. Just come to my station and fill out the registration form. Lin Chen was led away by the senior sister. Before leaving, she glanced back at Lu Li, who nodded to indicate he would wait there. He had barely been seated on the bench by the plaza for 2 minutes when a voice sounded from behind him. Handsome young man, we meet again. The voice was soft and alluring, like a feather gently brushing against his ear. Lu Li's back stiffened slightly as he turned to look. Su Qingwei, the president of the Remote Academy, a mid-stage, 7th rank martial venerable powerhouse. Today she wore a moon-white qipao with her long hair loosely gathered at the back of her head, adorned with a jade hairpin. The qipao's high slit revealed glimpses of her snow-white calves as she walked. She stopped in front of Lu Li, looking down at him with a playful smile playing on her lips. Have you changed your mind? Ready to enroll in our Remote Academy? Sister's offer from yesterday still stands. A detached villa, a private cultivation room, a secret realm quota, and... She leaned forward slightly, her red lips drawing closer, her voice growing lower and softer. Contact information for the beautiful senior sisters. As she leaned forward, a faint orchid fragrance washed over him. Lu Li instinctively stepped back, twice his back hitting the armrest of the bench. President Su misunderstands. He steadied his breathing, trying to keep his tone normal. I'm not here to enroll. I came with my girlfriend Lin Chen. I've already joined the support academy. The smile on Su Qingyue's face faded visibly. She knew all about Lin Chen, the pampered daughter of the Lin family, one of Kyoto's noble martial families. Even before enrolling, she had been crowned the campus beauty of Kyoto Martial University. She straightened up, crossing her arms, looking down at Lu Li from above. That pose accentuated her figure even more, and several passing freshmen nearly walked into pillars as they stared. "So it's you, Lu Li." Her tone carried an indescribable dissatisfaction. "Not joining my remote academy is fine. Everyone has their own path, I won't force it. But on the very first day of school you've taken my remote academy's campus beauty away. Isn't that going a bit too far? Yesterday I personally invited you, and you refused. Today you come straight to my turf to poach." Her voice was loud enough for students within tens of meters to hear clearly. In an instant Lu Li felt himself locked under countless gazes. Among those looks were curiosity and surprise, but mostly hostility from the male students of the remote academy. A tall, thin boy wearing glasses adjusted his frames and whispered to his companion beside him. "Who is this guy? Running to our academy to steal our cabbage." His companion was a burly boy still carrying a training longbow who let out a cold snort at these words. "Didn't you hear the president say? It's Lu Li, the one who made the God-slaying wings recognize him yesterday. So what if he got a perfect score? Running to our remote academy's territory to pick up our campus beauty. Can we just tolerate this? Look at the president's expression. She's even more gorgeous when she's angry." Another boy muttered, but was immediately silenced when his companion covered his mouth. The surrounding noise grew increasingly chaotic, and standing at the center of the crowd, Lu Li felt as though he were being roasted over a fire. Su Qingyue's words were clearly meant to stir up hostility toward him. A martial venerable academy president publicly declaring that one of her male students had won over their campus beauty was more effective than anything else. The remote academy already had an imbalanced gender ratio with more males. Having a campus beauty like Lin Yichen spirited away by a boy from another academy on the very first day would make anyone feel uneasy. "Dean Su." Lu Li took a deep breath. "As the ancient said, it is difficult to deal with petty men and women. I really only came to register alongside my girlfriend. There are no other intentions. If you have nothing further, I shall take my leave." His words were cut short as he suddenly felt a faint tremor from the god-slaying wings within his spiritual sea. The tremor was barely perceptible, as though the wings had merely shifted in their slumber. A clear and unmistakable resonance then followed, emanating from Su Qingyue's direction. Lu Li's gaze involuntarily fell upon Su Qingyue's chest. Around her neck hung a jade pendant. It was roughly the size of a thumb, milky white throughout with an ancient and unadorned simplicity. Strung on a slender red cord, it rested quietly between Su Qingyue's collarbones. When Lu Li's spiritual power brushed against it, the god-slaying wings tremor intensified sharply, as if it had found a long-lost kin. Lu Li immediately recalled the system's notification. The god-slaying wings are an artifact of divine power, currently in a fragmented state. Once the host gathers all scattered components and completes the assembly, the artifact can be restored to its full glory. Could this jade pendant be one of the scattered components of the god-slaying wings? Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately channeled his spiritual power to activate the X-ray vision ability inherent to the god-slaying wings. The nascent stage X-ray vision could penetrate ordinary matter within a distance of 1 foot, allowing him to observe the essential structure of any object. He wanted to examine the internal composition of the jade pendant and confirm whether it was truly a fragment of the divine artifact. Spiritual energy surged into his eyes, a warm sensation spreading through his eyeballs. The world around him began to layer into visibility, the air transforming into a semi-transparent gossamer. He focused his gaze on the jade pendant at Su Qingyue's chest. Its surface gradually dissolved in his vision, revealing the structure within. It was an extraordinarily complex matrix of runes, each thread finer than a hair by 1,000-fold layered and interwoven into a precise three-dimensional formation. The rune style was identical to that of his god-slaying wings. The flowing multicolored luminescence matched the wings' radiance perfectly. It was indeed a component of the god-slaying wings. A surge of excitement rose within him, but just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, he suddenly realized a problem. The X-ray vision had penetrated the jade pendant, and naturally also the clothing behind it. Su Qingyue's moon-white qipao had become a semi-transparent mist in his vision, followed by her undergarments, and then Lu Li felt his heartbeat skip a beat. "How dreadful," he muttered inwardly, desperately trying to retract his gaze. The X-ray vision was his first true use of the skill, and the shutdown process was far from as swift as he had imagined. Spiritual energy retraction had a brief delay, and within that delay, his eyes remained in X-ray mode, his gaze unconsciously lingering a moment longer on Su Qingyue. And that single moment was more than enough. Su Qingyue was a stage 7 martial venerable. At her level, her 6 senses were keen beyond mortal imagination. It wasn't merely being stared at. Someone glancing at her from over 10 meters behind could register with crystal clarity. This young man before her had been staring fixedly at her chest for several full seconds. Not some furtive stolen glance, but an unabashed, unwavering gaze laced with an almost absorbed intensity. Su Qingyue's blood surged within her for a moment. She was a martial venerable, the dean of the remote academy, and had spent nearly 20 years at Kyoto Martial University. All these years men had certainly cast their glances her way. The attention she drew on the street was never lacking. Those gazes were either furtive peeks from afar or polite appreciation. No one had ever dared to stare so fixously at her chest for so long, not like Luli had. And this young man had publicly rejected her the day before. Su Qingyue took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil within. Her expression remained unchanged, a playful smile still graced her lips. That wretched boy, I'll make him regret this. She thought, grinding her teeth inwardly. But as dean she could not lose her composure in front of so many students. A martial venerable flying into a rage over a stage for martial king would damage her dignity. Besides, he had truly done nothing wrong. Only glanced at her a few times. If she lost her temper over this, it would only paint her as petty and vindictive. Let it go? Impossible. Su Qingyue lightly brushed her fingers against the jade pendant at her chest, then returned her gaze to Lu Li, her smile widening by a fraction. Student Lu Li, she said in a soft voice. Since you've come to the remote academy, why not come in and stay a while? You are the top scorer from yesterday's 3 academy competition after all. Standing at the doorway hardly seems fitting. Several of our academy's lovely young ladies would also like to make your acquaintance. Several female students of the remote academy blushed and lowered their heads at these words, while some bold ones simply winked at Lu Li. Lu Li didn't dare linger another moment. The X-ray lag had already filled him with unease. Now Su Qingyue's tone sent a chill down his spine. She must have noticed what he did just now. The brighter she smiled, the more she likely wanted to tear him apart. No need to trouble yourself, Dean Su. I still need to register at the support academy. He quickly clasped his hands in a respectful bow and began stepping backward. I shall surely visit another time. For now, please excuse me. Without waiting for Su Qingyue's reply, he turned and walked away. His pace was swift and hurried, as though ferocious beasts pursued him from behind. Su Qingyue watched his figure disappear into the crowd, then gradually withdrew her smile. She glanced down at the jade pendant on her chest. This pendant was something she had obtained from an ancient ruin in her youth. She had worn it close to her body all these years, and except for its durability and the way it kept her warm in winter and cool in summer, it had never shown any special properties. But in that instant, when Lu Li had been staring at it, it had grown slightly warm. Had it been merely an illusion? Su Qingyue furrowed her brow, shelving the thought for now, and turned to enter the remote academy building. She would have plenty of time later to investigate the pendant. As for that little rascal Lu Li, the days were long. She would have ample opportunity to deal with him. Lu Li walked briskly out of the remote academy plaza, stopping only when he reached a small garden beside the spiritual academy building. He exhaled deeply, a patch of his back already damp with cold sweat. That was too close, he murmured to himself, wiping his forehead with the back of his hand despite there being no actual sweat. But the harvest was considerable. That jade pendant was indeed a scattered component of the god-slaying wings. The problem was that the pendant hung around Su Qingyue's neck. Su Qingyue was the dean of the remote academy and a mid-stage stage 7 martial venerable, and he had been detected using X-ray vision on her. That feud is sealed for good. Lu Li leaned against a stone pillar in the garden and sighed to the sky. Next time I see her, I fear I'll either not survive or lose another layer of skin. What is the way to obtain that pendant? That's no easy task. He was pondering how to retrieve a jade pendant from a martial venerable's neck when his phone suddenly rang. A message from Lin Chen, registration complete. Senior sister has arranged my class and dorm. Where are you? Shall we go to the opening ceremony together this afternoon? Lu Li replied with a message, tucked away his phone, and quickened his pace toward the remote academy. The pendant matter could wait. Right now, accompanying Lin Chen was what truly mattered. Jingdu Martial Arts University Principal's office. Fang Jinyue leaned back in his chair, holding a communicator in his hand, an odd smile playing on his weathered face. The voice from the other end of the communicator was loud and irritable, shaking the microphone slightly. Old Lin, you've changed too fast, haven't you? Didn't you tell me yesterday to take good care of that kid Lu Li? You said he's a rare talent, that Chen has good taste, that we'll all be family soon. How did things change overnight? Did you drink something to make you forget? The communicator fell silent for a moment, then Lin Funan's roaring voice exploded through. Oof. This little devil must have used some dark magic to bewitch my eldest granddaughter. She can't stop mentioning him. Last night at dinner she talked about Lu Li at least 20 times from start to finish. What Lu Li said, what Lu Li gave her, how Lu Li did this. My ears are practically calloused. She used to come home and talk to Grandpa first. Now she just clutches her phone and chats until midnight, not even eating the apple one peeled for her. This little devil must be properly tempered. Fang Jinyue burst out laughing. He had lived for many years, but this was the first time he'd seen Lin Funan like this. That Lin, the overlord who once dared to clash with the alien army on the battlefield, now reduced to an irritable old cat by his granddaughter's boyfriend. So how do you want me to temper him? Young people, they can't have everything too smooth. Too smooth, and they'll get arrogant, and when they get arrogant, they lose sight of themselves. You have so many geniuses at Jingdu Martial Arts University. Just arrange a few to give him a lesson, let him know there are always greater heights beyond the peaks. Don't let him think that because he got top marks in the national exam he's invincible. Otherwise his tail will stick up to the sky later. Alright, I understand. Fang Jinyue hung up the communicator, his fingers tapping lightly on the desk twice. He naturally knew that no matter how sour Lin Funan was being, he wouldn't truly want to destroy Lu Li. If he really wanted to, he wouldn't have made this call to look into matters. he would have simply sent someone to discipline him directly. This old man talked big on the surface, but in his heart, he was actually paving the way for Lu Li. A young man newly arrived in Jingdu with too sharp an edge would do better to suffer a small setback at the martial arts university than to crash and burn out there. Better to learn a lesson here. Moreover, being able to withstand Jingdu Martial Arts University's waves of challenges was itself the best sharpening stone. Whether a dragon or a mere worm, it would be known after some tempering. On the playground, the freshman assembly officially began. Thousands of freshmen sat densely packed in the venue divided into 4 squares by academy. The Melee Combat Academy and the other 2 academy formations were the most imposing. Every freshman sat upright, their eyes carrying undisguised pride. The Support Academy had the fewest members with barely over 200 seated sparsely. More than half of them kept their heads bowed, apparently long accustomed to being invisible at such large gatherings. Zhou Wenyuan stood in the corner of the faculty line looking at his academy's pitiful formation, his heart a mix of emotions. Then he cast another glance at Lu Li sitting in the very front row of the Support Academy formation. This gentleman had just refused the generous invitations from 3 academy deans yesterday and voluntarily chosen the Support Academy. At this moment, he was leaning back in his chair, his right hand casually resting on the armrest, his expression so relaxed, as if he came on vacation. Lenny Chin sat in the front rows of the Remote Combat Academy formation more than 10 meters away from Lu Li. From Zhou Wenyuan's angle, he could clearly see that at least half of the boys in the Remote Combat Academy formation were secretly stealing glances at Lenny Chin. Fang Jinyue walked onto the rostrum. Today he wore a dark gray Zhongshan suit, and on his feet were the same black cloth shoes. The moment he stood firm, the noisy chatter of thousands of freshmen in the entire venue fell silent at the same instant. No one called for silence, nor did anyone release any pressure. It was a natural hush. Because the old man standing on the platform was one of the few Wu God-level warriors in Daxia. New students, Fang Jinyue's voice rang out. Welcome to Jingdu Martial Arts University. No speech manuscript, no cliches. Just 6 simple words, and then he began to speak. It wasn't about grand theories. He spoke of Jingdu Martial Arts University's history, how Principal Qinshan once suppressed the alien rifts with his own power alone, how he manifested the 9-level demon-suppressing tower with all his spiritual energy to permanently seal the spatial rifts. He spoke of Daxia's martial arts predecessors, those heroes who blocked the alien armies with their flesh and blood on the battlefield. He spoke of Jingdu Martial Arts University's motto, martial arts serve the nation, the strong serve as shield. 8 characters. Each character was written in blood. You can sit here today not because of your exceptional talents or privileged backgrounds, but because someone shielded you from the darkest threats. Fang Jinyue's gaze swept across the entire venue. Remember them, learn from them, then become people like them. The entire venue fell silent. Even the wind seemed to have stopped. Then he shifted tone, his manner suddenly growing lighter. Of course, while inheriting the glory of our predecessors, don't forget to look. This year's cohort has no shortage of talent. Take student Lu Li for instance. News that the Daxia College entrance examination top scorer had chosen the Support Academy the day before had spread everywhere. Thousands of eyes simultaneously turned toward the very front row of the Support Academy formation. Daxia's perfect score, national examination top scorer, 3 items of transcendent mastery, dual Awaken 7-colored divine tier talent, spirit manifestation master, 9-level demon suppressing tower, and God-slaying wings both acknowledged him as master. Any one of these titles, if placed on an ordinary person, would be enough to last a lifetime. Fang Jinyue's tone was unhurried and composed. But titles are just titles, strength is what truly matters. Therefore, he suddenly smiled. A smile that to Lu Li's eyes seemed anything but benign. This year's freshman challenge match rules will be slightly modified. A ripple of murmurs spread across the playground. Everyone knew about the freshman challenge match. It was a tradition of the first week of school. Each freshman received 3 base points and could challenge any fellow freshman of the same level. Each match cost 1 point from each participant, with the winner taking their opponent's point. These points were highly valued at Jingdu Martial Arts University. They could not only be redeemed for cultivation methods, pills, equipment, and training room time. They could even be exchanged for one-on-one mentoring sessions from instructors. Due to their strong purchasing power, they were already being traded on the black market for tens of thousands of yuan per point, and there was no supply to match demand. 3 points might seem modest, but for a freshman it represented substantial starting capital. In light of student Lu Li being the perfect score national examination champion and the owner of the God-slaying wings, the school has decided to directly reward him with 100 points. The entire venue erupted in shock. 100 points. That was over 30 times what an ordinary freshman received. Not to mention the freshmen, even among the veterans who had been there for 1 or 2 years, few had triple-digit points in their accounts. At this moment, everyone's gaze toward Lu Li changed entirely. It was envy, naked, unhidden envy. A male student from the Melee Combat Academy leaned in to whisper to his companion beside him. I heard this top scorer is no real deal. The exam only tested basic sword techniques and movement skills, so his actual combat ability is probably mediocre. Handing 100 points to him, that's just wasting them, isn't it? His companion nodded in agreement. Exactly. Beat him once, and you earn a point. Even if you lose, you only forfeit 1. No matter how you calculate it, there's no loss. Even if we can't beat him, that's fine too. Beating him up would be cathartic anyway. He's too arrogant holding hands with such a beautiful girlfriend on the first day of school and receiving 100 points. All the good fortune has gone to him. You can sign up on the school website. It's a shame that upperclassmen can't participate. On the podium, Fang Jinyue seemed to suddenly recall something important and tapped the microphone. Oh right, there is one more special provision. Given that student Lu Li possesses extraordinary combat prowess, having achieved a breakthrough mid-battle within the bloodthirsty formation and slain the third demonic son of the Transcendence cult, it is evident that his practical combat ability far exceeds that of ordinary freshmen. Therefore, for this challenge tournament, the rules governing challenges against student Lu Li have been relaxed. There is no grade restriction and all enrolled students may sign up. The entire venue fell silent for a moment. Then chaos erupted. No grade restriction. That means not only freshmen can challenge Lu Li. Those upperclassmen from second year, third year, even fourth year, could all come too. The veterans who had been grinding at the Martial University for a year or two. Their cultivation base started at least at the peak of Martial King, with Martial Emperors being commonplace. And Lu Li was a freshman. Lenny Chen suddenly clenched her fists. She turned to look at Fang Jinyue on the podium, her lips pressed into a thin line. This was not some special provision at all, but blatant targeting. Yet Fang Jinyue showed no excess emotion on his wrinkled face. Having finished that sentence, he moved on to the next topic, as though announcing what the cafeteria was serving that day. As though what had just been announced was as mundane as the day's cafeteria menu. Sitting behind the formation of the remote academy, Yifeng slowly curled his lips into a smile. He was a second-year student and had no obligation to attend this freshman assembly. He had come today simply to catch a glimpse of Lenny Chen. It had been a week since he last saw her, and hearing she had found a boyfriend, he needed to see for himself what kind of person she was with. Someone who could make it out of a small place like Jiangsheng was nothing more than a rural genius with a bit of talent. People like him showed up every year at the Kyoto Martial University, dazzling through the first semester, only to be reduced to their true colors by the second. Yifeng had no intention of wasting much time on such minor figures. But now things were different. A grade restriction-free challenge tournament plus 100 free points thrown in was like dangling a piece of fat before a pack of wolves starved for 3 days. And Yifeng happened to be the one with the sharpest teeth among them. Go back and tell all the brothers who can fight to sign up. Yifeng tilted his head and instructed a minion beside him. Plus one more thing, anyone who can knock Lu Li down on the challenge platform receives an extra 1,000 points from me personally. The minion's eyes lit up, and he immediately pulled out his phone to start sending messages to the group. The moment the message went out, the second-year circle under Yifeng's command exploded. 1,000 points, a figure that would make even a Martial Emperor's heart race. Normally, a month of Secret Realm missions earned only a couple hundred points. Winning 1,000 from a single challenge was like pie falling from the sky. The freshman assembly closed amid a buzz of discussion. The moment the dismissal whistle blew, something eerie unfolded on the playground. Most freshmen were not in a rush to the cafeteria or dormitory. Instead, they simultaneously pulled out their phones, logged into campus Wi-Fi, and navigated to the challenge tournament registration page. Then within 3 seconds, every freshman's expression underwent an almost identical shift, from excitement to shock, from shock to despair, from despair to cursing under their breath. Holy shit. 398 people already challenged. We haven't even left the playground yet. Everyone check the posts on Campus Network. Someone placed a bounty. A second-year named Yifeng is offering 1,000 points to anyone who knocks down Lu Li. Several other upperclassmen have added bounties too. 8,000 points. Holy heavens, everyone go grab your spots now. Once they're gone, you won't get in. A frenzied wave of registrations surged across the playground. Lu Li remained seated where he was, pulling out his phone to check the campus network and watch in real time as the number beside his name spiked uncontrollably. From 398 to 500. From 500 to 1,200. Every refresh brought a dramatic surge. The phone screen's refresh rate could not keep pace with the enrollment growth. 1,000, 2,000, 2,005, 3,000. The number kept climbing. It finally settled at 3,835. 3,835 challengers for Lu Li. This number shattered the entire Kyoto Martial University campus network. The comments section completely collapsed. This must be a record, right? Not just Kyoto Martial University, this number has never appeared in the entire history of the Great Xia Collegiate Challenge tournaments. How many people did this kid offend? It's not necessarily about offending someone. He has 100 points sitting in his account. Winning against him nets a point, plus there is Yifeng's 1,000-point bounty. Who wouldn't be tempted? 3,800 people in a relay battle. Even if each person fights for 1 minute, that is over 60 hours straight. He would be exhausted to death. Do you think he will just give up and forfeit? Lenny Chen jogged over from the remote academy formation, still clutching her phone. Anxiousness rarely appeared on her face. She understood all too well how brutal the challenges at Kyoto Martial University could be. Even with protective rules preventing lethal moves, facing 3,800 opponents in consecutive battles, even winning each with minimal effort, would accumulate exhaustion on a staggering scale. Moreover, among those 3,800 were not only freshmen, but also upperclassmen at the Martial Emperor level. They would not strike immediately, but would wait until he was depleted both physically and mentally, then move in to claim their prize. Lu Li, what should we do? I will go beg my grandfather. No, wait, I will go find Principal Grandpa first. She said this while turning to run toward the principal's office. Luli grabbed her wrist firmly. Principal Grandpa. His eyebrows rose slightly. Lin Yichen paused mid-step. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke quietly. Principal Fong is my grandfather's sworn brother. They served together on the battlefield back in the day, a bond forged in life and death. Luli fell silent for a moment, then understood everything. Why would Fong Jingyue suddenly award him 100 points during the opening ceremony, then immediately announce challenge rules with no grade restriction? This was no coincidence at all, it was a calculated sequence. Lift him up high first, draw out maximum hatred, then unlock the cage, and release 3,800 starving wolves to practice against him. Who else, but the old vinegar jar Lin Bunin, could orchestrate all of this? He could not help but laugh. A martial emperor certainly knew how to throw resources around, but where others might just sulk over jealousy, this one dragged several thousand people to beat him up. No need to look for the principal. Luli released Lin Yichen's wrist. I know what is going on. Lin Yichen stood frozen. Luli offered no further explanation, simply rising to his feet and stretching. Among the crowd still lingering on the playground, countless gazes descended upon him from all directions. Some wore expressions of schadenfreude or pity. Others practically vibrated with anticipation, waiting for the spectacle. He let his gaze slowly traverse those faces, meeting every stare that lingered on him without flinching. He had been worrying about lacking enough bully points to collect. Now 3,835 were voluntarily presenting themselves, one for the taking, two for the price of one. Let the storm rage harder. He took Lin Yichen's hand and walked toward the playground exit without looking back. Behind him the challenger count ticked up once more. 3,852. But nobody knew that tomorrow would be the day Luli put on a show. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows of the flat, the night over Jingdu had deepened to its darkest. Lin Yichen sat on the sofa, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her skirt. She watched Luli leaning against the opposite sofa, his expression never once changing throughout. Calm, and even carrying a trace of expectation she could not quite fathom. Luli, can you really do this? She finally blurted before she could stop herself. Luli was already scrolling through the campus challenge roster on his phone. 3,852 names ran densely from the top to the bottom of the screen. He chuckled without even looking up. Don't worry, I checked. The competition rules may have been revised, but the core framework remains. You can request a ceasefire after 10 matches per day. It's not like all 3,800 people are coming at once. If it really came down to one match at a time, I'd have enough for hundreds of days. What exactly am I afraid of? Lin Yichen paused, then the tension that had gripped her shoulders all evening finally released. As a freshman, she hadn't studied the specific rules of the challenge tournament in detail. Who would have thought someone could be challenged by 3,800 people simultaneously? Hearing Luli explain it, the heavy stone in her chest truly settled. 10 matches per day. Even if the upperclassmen proved troublesome, at least there would be no risk of being ground to exhaustion in an endless relay war. Still, she bit her lip and her voice dropped. I'm sorry. I've dragged you into this. Luli finally lifted his gaze from the phone screen and looked at her. The girl's eyes were slightly reddened on the verge of tears. She was not the kind of girl who simply cried whenever trouble arose. On the contrary, she was very clever. She thought it over calmly. This matter was highly suspicious. Someone was clearly behind it. I've been thinking. This must be my grandfather's doing. Lin Yichen's voice was muffled as she buried her face into her knees. He's always doted on me the most, but he's also the pettiest. Yesterday at dinner, I only mentioned your name a couple dozen extra times. He used to complain that I never told him about school. Then when I do, he finds it annoying. I only said how amazing the magic backpack you gave me is. I only mentioned your exploits in Jiangxing, didn't I? I only said Grandpa Fong personally stepped in to help you out, didn't I, eh? He's just so petty. She lifted her head and looked at Lu Li with pitiful, pleading eyes. How can a martial emperor hold a grudge against his own granddaughter? Lu Li silently pondered in his heart. If his own daughter were to be won over by another man, he suspected he would react exactly the same way. This wasn't about holding a grudge. It was a vinegar jar toppled completely. But he never voiced that aloud, merely smiling. It's fine. Are you really not angry? No. Lu Li's tone was sincere. He truly was not angry. What was there to be angry about? Lin Binan's move, though seemingly designed to torment him, was actually equivalent to handing him a grand gift. Over 3,800 challenges. Even if only a third were red name bullies, that would still amount to over 1,000 sources of bully value. Moreover, every match was an open arena battle, unlike before, when he had to passively take beats before being able to counterattack. The system judged that arena challenges could also earn bully value. Such a favorable opportunity was rarely found, even with a lantern. He was almost tempted to send Lin Binan a silk banner inscribed with 4 characters, timely rain. He simply tossed his phone onto the coffee table, where the challenge count, already edging past 3,009, glowed starkly in the darkness. 10 matches, that's all. I'll finish 10 tomorrow and continue the day after. No rush. The next morning, the arena district at Jingdu Martial University was packed shoulder to shoulder. It was the most central architectural complex in the entire martial arts teaching zone. 18 standard arenas were arranged in a bagua formation, each with a side length of 20 meters. The platforms were cast from special alloy inscribed with dual runes for shock absorption and defense, capable of withstanding any attack below the martial emperor realm. Tiered spectator stands surrounded each arena. The stands for all 18 arenas were interconnected with a full capacity to accommodate 12,000 spectators simultaneously. At this moment, all 12,000 seats were filled to capacity. Corridors, passageways, and even the trees outside the arena district were crawling with people. The Freshman Challenge Tournament at Jingdu Martial University drew viewers every year, but never had any year been like this one. For in the entire history of the university, no student had ever been challenged by over 3,800 people simultaneously. No freshman had ever stepped onto arena no. One on the second day of the semester. And no arena match had ever caused the top experts on the sophomore Dragon Tiger ranking to claim front row seats an hour early. Place your bets. The odds are open. A lean young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses weaved through the stands holding up a tablet whose screen scrolled with real-time odds data. Bet on how many rounds Luli can last. The lowest odds right now are under 10 rounds at 1, 2 to 1. The highest odds are fight until all registered challengers are cleared at 500 to 1. Hurry up and place your bets. The line closes 5 minutes before the match begins. I'm betting he won't last 10 rounds. A burly Close Combat Academy student pulled out his student card and tapped 10 points. The person beside him immediately chimed in. Exactly, the matchups follow registration order. I checked the list. Those at the top are all upperclassmen. There are several Martial Emperor beginners alone. What does Luli, a peak Martial King, have to fight with? Same here. I'm throwing all 10 points on him, finishing within 10 rounds. A long queue formed at the betting table, with most people placing their wagers on either under 10 rounds or under 20 rounds. Occasionally someone tossed a few points onto over 100 rounds, immediately drawing peals of mockery. At that moment a hand reached in from outside the crowd and slapped a student card onto the betting table. 1,000 points, betting on Luli to fight until the very last round. The entire venue fell silent for an instant. 1,000 points, that was no small sum. An ordinary student might not accumulate 1,000 points throughout their entire university years. There were barely a handful of people across the entire Jingdu Martial University who could casually produce 1,000 points to gamble. Everyone turned their heads toward the owner of that hand. 17th on the sophomore Dragon Tiger ranking, Lin Feiyu. He stood outside the crowd, arms crossed, a faint half-smile playing on his lips. What? Nobody brave enough to take this. The face of the betting organizer, that lean young man, shifted. He recognized Lin Feiyu. Everyone at Jingdu Martial University knew Lin Feiyu was Lin Yichen's cousin, and Lin Yichen was Lu Li's girlfriend. What he understood even more clearly was that the true boss behind this betting operation was Yifeng, a sophomore. The rivalry between Yifeng and Lin Feiyu was an open secret throughout the entire sophomore class. Brother Feiyu, what are you? The lean young man offered a nervous smile, attempting to smooth things over. Cut the nonsense. Just tell me, are you taking this or not? Lin Feiyu's tone carried an aggressive edge. Odds of 500 to 1 right. If I win, you owe 500,000 points. Can you even afford to pay? Or does Yifeng's operation only dare to accept small bets and shrink from large ones? Sweat beads welled on the lean young man's forehead. 1,000 points at 500 to 1. If Luli truly won, that would be 500,000 points. He couldn't cover it even if he were sold. But in front of so many people, if he dared not accept, the reputation of this betting operation would be finished right there. Accept it. A voice sounded from behind the lean young man. Yifeng emerged from the crowd, hands in his pockets. He walked up to Lin Feiyu, a faint smile lingering on his lips. My brother-in-law wants to throw money away. How could I refuse? 1,000 points right. Accept it. Who's your brother-in-law? Lin Feiyu's expression darkened, but then he let out a short laugh. Fine, you've got courage. Don't come crying to me when you can't pay up. Yifeng did not respond further, merely smiling, his gaze drifting past Lin Feiyu to rest on the girl in the white dress seated in the very front row. Lin Yichen was entirely focused on the arena entrance. Just then a staff member's voice echoed from the entrance of the arena. Freshman Lu Li, enter. A deafening roar erupted from the stands. Lu Li stepped out from the entrance corridor. Dressed in a simple black training uniform, he carried no weapons. His pace was neither fast nor slow, his expression calm and unreadable. He looked less like a challenger about to face his first brutal battle, and more like someone who had happened to stroll by and decided to stop for a look. He stood firm at the center of the arena and silently summoned the system in his mind. System, let me confirm once more, can I actually earn bully points normally on this arena? Ding. Indeed. The arena challenge qualifies as an official combat scenario. Red name bully points will be granted in full. Ding. Blue name opponents, though not true bullies, but hostile nonetheless, will yield 50% of the standard bully points. Ding. Good luck, host. Lu Li's eyes lit up. Red names and full blue names at half. In other words, no matter who stepped onto the arena, he would profit. It merely depended on whether they were a true bully or just an ordinary opponent. With 3852 challengers on the list, even if only half bore red names, that would still mean over 1,900 reliable sources of full bully points. The remaining half, though yielding only 50%, would amount to a staggering sum given the sheer volume. His previous bully points had been entirely depleted during his battle against Li Feiqian, leaving his account completely empty. Today I will fight 100 matches. Lu Li's voice suddenly rang out clear and loud enough for every person present to hear. The stands fell silent for a heartbeat before erupting into chaos. 100 matches. Wasn't the daily limit 10? And this fellow claims 100. What blatant nonsense. The staff member glanced down at the matchup list, then looked up at Lu Li, a subtle expression crossing his face. 30% pity, 70% anticipation of the show. First match, Senior Li Tai from the Advanced Combat College, rank 4, Martial King Peak. A burly young man stout as an ox leapt onto the arena. The surface of the arena trembled slightly under his weight. With every step he took, the alloy platform beneath him emitted a dull, resonant echo. Bare-chested, he displayed thick, coiling muscles. Floating above his head was a name only Lu Li could see. A red name. 1,000 bully points. You're that top-scoring prodigy. Li Tai flexed his wrists, his knuckles cracking audibly, an unguarded sneer playing on his lips. Such soft and tender skin. You've practiced basic blade techniques for a few days, and now think you're invincible. Today, Senior will teach you what genius really means. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Li had already moved. Step by deliberate step, unhurried and calm. Li Tai hesitated for a fraction of a second, then instantly condensed his chi and blood energy into his right arm and threw a devastating punch. The strike, wreathed in the terrifying power of a martial king at his peak, hurtled toward Lu Li's face, tearing through the air with a piercing crack. Lu Li tilted his body slightly, allowing the blast of force to whistle past his ear. Then he raised his hand and casually backhanded Li Tai across the face. No one caught how quickly he had struck. They merely saw Li Tai's fist miss its mark, followed by an exceptionally crisp slap echoing across the entire arena. Li Tai's head snapped to the side, his burly frame staggering backward 3 steps. Before he could regain his footing, a second slap came, then a third, a fourth, a fifth. Over a dozen slaps in succession, each one striking the exact same spot on his face. Li Tai tried to dodge, but couldn't evade. He tried to block, but couldn't resist. Lu Li's footsteps followed him like a shadow, his hand seeming to possess some form of guidance. No matter how Li Tai twisted or darted, the palm would land on his face in the very same instant. After more than 10 slaps, Li Tai's left cheek was swollen, like rising dough, his senses completely scrambled. With a misstep, he tumbled off the arena. On the arena, Lu Li lowered his hand, his expression unchanged. Ding. Host has earned 800 bully points. Current balance, 800 points. A pity I didn't get the full points for the bully value. He muttered to himself, then glanced toward the staff. Next match. A dead silence fell over the stands. Is this the power of a peerless movement technique? I knew better than to underestimate any footwork art, even a basic movement technique. Know nothing, do you? Basic movement and basic blade arts may sound unremarkable, but they were forged through endless blood and sweat on the battlefield by countless ancestors of great Xia. Exactly. These are the quintessential essences. And some still look down on them. Look at that slap in the face now. Just then the staff member spoke up. Second match, Senior Zhao Mingxing from the Advanced Range College, rank 4, Martial King Peak. Zhao Mingxing was a tall, lean figure carrying a composite bow. Upon stepping onto the arena, he drew his string without a word and unleashed a rapid volley of arrows. A dozen arrows condensed from chi and blood sealed off every possible angle of evasion for Lu Li. Without bothering to dodge, Lu Li simply reached out and slapped the air repeatedly. Every single arrow was shattered palm by palm. Then, as per routine, he walked forward, dealt a few casual slaps, and reduced his opponent to a swollen mess. A few in the stands could no longer force a laugh. Third match, fourth match, fifth match. And so it continued until the 18th match, all against senior students. Their cultivation ranged from the lowest peak of Martial King to the highest half-step Martial Emperor. Weapons varied from swords and blades to bows, crossbows, and hidden projectiles. Tactics spanned from direct clashes to attrition warfare to hit-and-run harrying. Not a single one lasted past 2 minutes. Not a single one managed to avoid Lu Li's palm. Every senior student carried off the arena bore a face swollen to the size of a pig's head. Even the medical team waiting at the sidelines wore expressions of utter bewilderment. This newcomer is too ruthless. Why hit people in the face? The atmosphere in the stands gradually shifted from initial excitement and schadenfreude to a complicated unease. Those who had placed bets on it ending within 10 matches were already wiping sweat from their brows. On the campus network's live stream thread, the rate at which comments flooded the screen visibly accelerated. This is his 18th match, and he hasn't even broken a sweat. Look closely at his slaps. Each one lands on the exact same spot. His control over the force is simply monstrous. Precisely. He swells the flesh, but never damages the bones. Such precision is probably beyond many martial emperors. Wasn't his basic blade technique said to lack any real skill? Someone explain what's going on with those slaps. 19th match. The staff member's voice had grown somewhat mechanical. Lu Hu Bang, rank 99 from the sophomore cohort. Zhou Xiong, rank 5, Martial Emperor, early stage. The stands finally erupted into chaos. A Lu Hu Bang contender. An early stage Martial Emperor. This was the strongest opponent to appear so far, and the first true threshold standing before Lu Li. The previous peak Martial Kings and half-step Martial Emperors, while formidable, had not yet crossed the chasm between Martial King and Martial Emperor. The gap between a Martial Emperor and a Martial King, indeed even between peak Martial King and early Martial Emperor, represented a qualitative leap. Chi and blood transforming into a protective aura, doubling combat effectiveness. This was an iron law of the martial world. Zhou Xiong stepped onto the arena. He was of ordinary build, clad in a gray training uniform, carrying a broad-backed battle saber. Unlike the noisy, boastful opponents before him, Zhou Xiong did not utter a single word from stepping onto the platform to taking his stance. He merely regarded Lu Li in silence. Lu Li could feel the concentrated, restrained aura radiating from him, like a fierce tiger lying in wait within the grass. Rank 99 on the Dragon Tiger list carried both the arrogance of its competitors and the strength to match. For the first time, Lu Li grew slightly serious. It was the instinctive focus that arises when facing a worthy opponent. His 5 fingers on his right hand slowly opened, then gently closed. In the previous 18 matches, he had relied on his palms. However, the realm gap between a martial emperor and a martial king could not be bridged by mere slaps. He took a deep breath, and then he drew his blade. A long 7-colored blade materialized out of thin air in his grip, condensed from pure spiritual force. The runes etched along its surface pulsed like countless minute blood vessels. The moment Zhou Xiong saw the blade, his pupils contracted sharply. He tried to retreat, but the blade light had already fallen. One strike. A simple slash from head to toe, devoid of any flourish, containing only power and speed reduced to their purest extremes. Zhou Xiong raised his battle saber to parry, condensing his chi blood aura into a thick protective shield along the blade. The 7-colored slash descended, splitting the shield like paper. The saber flew from his grasp, and then Lu Li's palm came again. Zhou Xiong, the 99th ranked Dragon Tiger list fighter, once famed throughout the sophomore year as a great blade dancer, was now being slavishly slapped, like a complete novice utterly incapable of fighting back. This time Lu Li slapped with exceptional care. After all, the opponent was a martial emperor with tough skin. He needed to put real force into it to make it red. After 40+ slaps, he finally stopped, having transformed Zhou Xiong's sharp square jawline into a perfectly round face. Zhou Xiong climbed back to his feet on the arena, shot Lu Li a profound look, and then jumped down on his own. I concede. That previous strike had been so fast he hadn't even realized how he had lost. He finally realized one thing. He stood no chance against Lu Li. This man required no flashy martial techniques whatsoever. Against absolute speed and overwhelming power, all frills were merely superfluous. The originally raucous voices in the stands had vanished without a trace. Beneath the arena, more than a dozen senior students whom Lu Li had previously slapped into puffiness still stood watching. Not a single one had left. They had all been waiting to see Lu Li get beaten down by someone stronger. Only when Zhou Xiong stepped off the platform did their expressions finally shift. Could this Lu Li truly fight 100 matches? No. I refuse to believe it. Up ahead lie the top experts of the sophomore Dragon Tiger list, waiting to crush him. Not a single one of the upperclassmen, whose faces were swollen like pigs, had left the stands. Sitting in the front row with their puffy faces, they locked their gazes onto the platform, erupting into enthusiastic cheers whenever a new contestant jumped up. Then 10 minutes later, that new contestant joined their ranks with palm marks on his face identical to theirs, as if carved from the same mold. When the 67th match ended, someone finally couldn't hold back. Whoever said Lu Li was a fake championship title holder? Come out and face it. A boy with a face so swollen his eyes could barely stay open stood up, swinging his fist angrily at the crowd around him. Basic sword techniques with no technical merit. Average combat ability. Is this what you call average? I'm at the peak of Martial King realm, and I couldn't even withstand one slap. And you call this average? Several boys beside him, with similarly swollen pig-like faces, awkwardly looked away. These rumors had originally come from their mouths. Yesterday, people everywhere were saying Lu Li's perfect score had been fabricated, saying his basic sword techniques were mere showpieces in actual combat. Now each of them had personally experienced those showpieces at the cost of a face slapped into a swollen mess. Look at the campus network, someone whispered. Everyone hurriedly took out their phones. On the Kyoto Martial Arts University Campus Network forum, a post titled, Lu Li Challenge Match Live Thread, had already reached over 30,000 replies. The reply volume was still surging at over a dozen per second, causing the entire forum's servers to lag. 67 matches. 67 wins, undefeated. Not a single opponent lasted 5 minutes. Pay attention to his palm strikes. Every slap lands on the exact same spot. He precisely targets the soft tissue between the cheekbone and jaw with each strike, maximizing swelling while minimizing actual damage. Honestly, I've never learned such precise anatomical application in my martial medicine class. Save the boasting top commenter. Isn't it hard enough just to admit he's a monster? This isn't boasting. I'm a senior at the Auxiliary Academy, and my research direction is martial arts human ergonomics. My advisor just watched the live stream and slammed his desk, saying this freshman's spiritual energy control precision has already reached the level of a professional forger. A forger? The blacksmiths at the Auxiliary Academy. You're the blacksmith, your whole family are blacksmiths. Forgers have the highest spiritual energy control precision requirements of all majors on campus. A beginner-level forger can achieve micron-level precision in spiritual control. Figure it out yourselves. Another silence fell beneath the post. Micron-level control precision used for slapping faces. This wasn't using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. This was using a dragon-slaying blade to kill a chicken. Yet Lu Li on the platform wasn't looking at his phone. He was focused on the new challenger who had just jumped up and used the exact same routine as the previous 67 matches to slap the opponent down. When the referee announced the start of the 68th match and called out the 68th name, something utterly unexpected happened below the platform. 8 challengers simultaneously raised their hands. They were precisely the 8 challengers from matches 68 through 75. I concede. I concede too. We concede. The referee was stunned. The stands were stunned. Even Lu Li, who was about to deliver a slap, was stunned. 8 people, as if they had coordinated, chose to forfeit simultaneously. They hadn't even stepped onto the platform, and from the stands across dozens of rows of seats, they loudly shouted concede. Lu Li's expression froze on his face, and alarms blared in his mind. Concede. If they concede, where am I supposed to earn bully points? 8 people would cost him at least several thousand bully points. This hurt more than killing him. No, Lu Li blurted out. The entire arena fell silent for a moment. All eyes focused on him. A person who had been conceded by 8 opponents simultaneously actually said, "No way. Has this kid gotten addicted to fighting, or did his brain get broken?" Lu Li also realized he had overreacted. He cleared his throat, quickly adjusted his expression, and forced a smile that carried both exhaustion and stubbornness. What I mean is, since they've come, how wasteful not to spar on the platform. Nobody believed his nonsense. But Lu Li couldn't care less. The important thing was that no more people could concede. He had to change his strategy. In the following matches, Lu Li's fighting style changed noticeably. His blade was no longer the crisp and clean one-strike, one-kill style. Instead, mistakes began to appear. His footwork also grew unsteady, occasionally supporting himself against the platform edge with his hand. The release of his chi and blood energy was no longer surging and powerful, but waxed and waned like a furnace fire about to burn out. The pig-faced upperclassman below finally perked up. He's running out of steam. A sophomore with a face swollen like a ball stood up, excitedly waving his fist. He's fought so many matches, his chi and blood are nearly depleted. Hang in there, brothers behind us. No matter what, don't concede. Drag him to exhaustion. Right? Stall him to death with endless matches. Our swollen faces can't be in vain. Whoever concedes is a bastard. Fight him to the death. Those contestants who had been hesitating whether to continue challenging were reignited with hope upon hearing these words. Exactly. 70 consecutive matches in a wheel war, and even an Iron Man would collapse. No matter how monstrous Lu Li was, he was still only at the peak of Martial King realm. His chi and blood capacity had an upper limit. As long as they didn't concede, they could exhaust him to death. By then they would be the ones who ended Lu Li. What an impressive title to boast about. And so no one conceded anymore. Below the platform, Lin Yichen's worried heart leaped into her throat when she saw Lu Li's staggering steps, and her eyes instantly reddened. Just as she was about to rush onto the platform to drag Lu Li down, the young man suddenly tilted his head slightly and blinked in her direction. She froze, then her heartbeat steadied. This bastard is faking it. Could he be trying to trick more people into challenging so he can keep earning points? She let out a soft breath and confirmed this guess in her mind. Right, that must be it. He's looking to shear more sheep again. Lin Yichen quietly sat back down, even forcing a concerned expression as if cooperating. She thought silently to herself. These challengers are truly pitiful. Not only do they get slapped by Lu Li, but they're also treated like leeks to be harvested. In the 87th match, Lu Li barely won, being knocked back 7 or 8 steps by the opponent's fist aura. In the 91st match, Lu Li narrowly won, getting kicked in the shoulder by an opponent rolling twice on the platform and grimacing in pain for quite a while. The cheers from the pig-faced upperclassmen below grew louder and louder, everyone desperately cheering on the next challenger. In the 93rd match, Lu Li wretchedly won, having his arm clothes torn by an opponent's hidden weapon, revealing a thin layer of flesh wound underneath. Finally, the 100th match arrived. The referee glanced down at the match bracket, then raised his head, his voice carrying a hint of solemnity. Match number 180th on the sophomore Dragon Tiger ranking, Zhao Hong. Peak of the early stage, Martial Emperor at the 5th stage, a Fist Master. The moment the name was announced, a wave of murmurs erupted from the audience stands. Contestants on the Dragon Tiger ranking, even those ranked at the bottom, were 1 in 10,000 strong. At the peak of the early stage, Martial Emperor, just one layer of paper away from the mid-stage, combined with the combat multiplier from fist technique specialization. His actual combat ability was considerably stronger than that of Zhou Xiong from earlier. A burly figure rose from the back of the audience stands. Zhao Hong was stocky and broad-shouldered, his fists a full size larger than an ordinary person's. He did not charge onto the arena shouting and cursing like the previous fighters had, but climbed the steps with deliberate, measured calm. Each footfall struck the alloy flooring with a resonant thud. The arrogance inherent to Dragon Tiger ranking competitors kept him from exploiting another's weakness. But now it was his turn, and he could not help but feel a flicker of satisfaction at the advantage this presented. Boy, making it to the 100th match is genuinely impressive, Zhao Hong said, rotating his wrists, his tone weighted 3 parts admiration and 7 parts pity. But this is where it ends. My fist, shall we fight or not? Lu Li straightened, his voice hoarse with exhausted impatience. The rest of Zhao Hong's words caught in his throat. His expression darkened, and he abandoned further words, stamping his right foot against the ring before launching forward like a cannonball bursting from its barrel. This was a full power strike from someone at the peak of early-stage martial emperor cultivation. Lu Li's gaze sharpened slightly. For the final match, he needed to make it convincing. He drew his blade. The seven-colored longsword met the fist energy head-on, erupting in blinding radiance. Then his sword arc faltered ever so slightly, his body stumbling as he deliberately exposed his chest. Zhao Heng's fist crashed squarely into his chest. His body was sent flying backward, and he forced a spray of blood from his lips mid-air. The blood arced high and far, painting a shocking curve across the alloy surface at the ring's edge. The crowd below inhaled sharply in unison. Lu Li, Lin Yiqin shot to her feet. Even knowing it was fake, seeing that blood made her heart clench violently. Lu Li crashed onto the platform, blood trickling from his mouth, half kneeling with his left hand pressed to his chest, gasping for air. Across from him, Zhao Heng paused. He sensed something odd about the impact of that punch. But before he could dwell on it, the Lu Li across from him rose again. Cough. Not over yet. Lu Li's voice carried just the right amount of weakness. He staggered upright, pointing his blade's tip toward Zhao Heng, blood still staining his lips. Again. Any lingering doubts Zhao Heng had were suppressed. He roared, pushing his fifth-stage martial emperor's vitality to its limit, condensing fist energy around himself into a fearsome blood-colored tiger. The entire audience held their breath. Lu Li moved. He gripped the blade with both hands, pouring every last trace of his depleted vital energy into the strike. And then, the tiger and the blade's light collided. The radiance was too brilliant for anyone to keep their eyes open. After a dull impact echoed through the arena, the luminescence gradually faded. Everyone witnessed the final outcome. Both Lu Li and Zhao Heng fell to the ground motionless. The referee began counting seconds, and the thousands in attendance fell completely silent. At the seventh count, Zhao Heng's fingers twitched, but he ultimately could not prop himself up. By the ninth count, Lu Li's fingers had gripped the edge of the platform, levering himself upward bit by bit. His arms were trembling, his knees shaking. Yet in the end he stood, and Zhao Heng did not. Match 100, Lu Li wins. The entire venue erupted. An indescribable complex emotion swept through everyone. 100 matches. This freshman, derided as a fraudulent top scorer, had defeated every challenger with an unblemished record, leaving them all battered and bruised. Even two martial emperors from the sophomore Dragon Tiger ranking had fallen to him. That final moment when he collapsed and then rose again stunned everyone, regardless of how others had viewed him unfavorably before they were forced to concede at this moment. This kid had something. The bruised upperclassmen below fell silent as one. Zhou Xiong, wearing his swollen and red face, stared at the figure still trembling on the ring, and after a long while managed to force out a single sentence through gritted teeth. Damn it, I'll find someone to keep challenging him. Those around him turned to stare in unison, and Zhou Xiong grew furious under their gaze. What are you looking at? Tomorrow he'll definitely still be in a depleted state. I don't believe he can hold out. Hope reignited among these upperclassmen with battered faces. They began gathering allies, going door to the dorms of those who had not yet signed up to challenge, offering rewards to beat Lu Li into submission. Lu Li was helped down from the ring by Lin Yiqin and two classmates from the auxiliary academy. His head drooped against Lin Yichen's shoulder, his steps unsteady, and his breathing faint, a perfect portrayal of someone who had exhausted every last ounce of strength. The surrounding audience parted, automatically applauding as they watched. It was not until the apartment door clicked shut behind Lin Yiqin that Lu Li lifted his head from her shoulder and straightened up. Then, as if nothing had happened, he walked to the kitchen and retrieved a can of ice-cold cola from the refrigerator. Lin Yiqin remained frozen in her supporting pose, watching the person who had appeared on the verge of death just a minute ago tilt his head back and gulp down cola. For a moment, she did not know what expression to make. Were you doing that on purpose? She finally found her voice. Lu Li drained half the can in one go, let out a satisfied burp, then collapsed onto the sofa with a grin like a fox who had just stolen a chicken. You're really clever. I needed credits, so I took this chance to earn more, so I can afford to marry you. Lin Yichen's face flushed from her neck to her forehead in plain sight. She opened her mouth to scold him, but her mind went blank and no words came out. Finally, embarrassed and angry, she stomped her foot, turned, and marched out. At the doorway, she paused, glared back at him, and silently mouthed 3 words, "In your dreams." Then she slammed the door and left. Lu Li leaned back on the sofa, listening to the fading footsteps in the hallway, and threw back his head, laughing. After dinner, he sat cross-legged in the center of the cultivation room and summoned the system panel. A pale blue virtual screen unfolded before him. System, what is my total bully points for today? Ding. Current bully points balance 108500. 108,500. Lu Li's grin stretched from ear to ear. Back in Jiangqing, he had worked himself to exhaustion, killing Zhao Tianyu, and only earned 25,000. But today, 100 arena matches, 0 risk, 0 casualties. He had spent the entire day slapping people and walked away with over 100,000. The efficiency was remarkable. Enough to break through to the 5th stage martial emperor, he said, staring at the number, feeling a stir of restlessness. But he quickly suppressed that thought. Winning all 100 matches today was already shocking enough. Tomorrow, suddenly appearing on stage as a martial emperor after being at the peak of martial king would be. Even a fool could tell he was putting on an act. Those who had been eager to continue challenging him, upon seeing Lu Li at the martial emperor realm, 9 out of every 10 would concede right there. How was he supposed to farm bully points like this? He couldn't break through. Not until he cleared the challenge list at least. But if he didn't break through, how could he strengthen his combat power? Admittedly, he had grown somewhat weary by the later rounds today despite the performance. Yet Zhao Heng's punch alone would have been more than enough to handle without relying on a spiritual shield. As challengers grew stronger, he would inevitably encounter truly formidable opponents. After consideration, his gaze fell upon his cultivation techniques panel. System: typically high-tier cultivation techniques can raise blood and chi limits. Shouldn't my devouring divine art do the same? Ding. Affirmative. Currently at the introductory stage for the first layer with a 10% devouring efficiency and 1% success rate. Would you like to expend bully points to enhance proficiency? Spend bully points. Take the devouring divine art's first layer to transcendent mastery. Ding. Requires 5,000 bully points. Do you confirm? Confirm. 50,000 bully points instantly evaporated. The next moment, an incomprehensible surge of massive power erupted simultaneously from every inch of Lu Li's flesh and blood. The qualitative transformation brought by advancing the devouring divine art from introductory stage to transcendent mastery ran far deeper than any previous breakthrough. He could clearly feel his blood and chi seething, voraciously devouring the surrounding spiritual energy, then refining and integrating it into his flesh and blood. A continuous series of cracking sounds echoed from within his body as every bone underwent retempering, growing harder and more resilient. His meridians were repeatedly scoured by that golden blood and chi, and the flow rate they could withstand surged, nearly doubling. Only after a full 2 hours did that power gradually subside. Lu Li opened his eyes, glanced down at his hands, and slowly clenched them. With a sharp crack, his palms generated a slight sonic boom. He could clearly sense the changes within himself. His blood and chi total had not increased dramatically, but its quality had improved by more than a notch compared to before. If his blood and chi had been ordinary gasoline before, it was now high-purity aviation fuel. He summoned the system panel again. Realm 4th stage, Martial King, mid-stage, blood and chi value 500, 008, 0000, devouring divine art, first layer, proficiency, transcendent mastery. Devouring efficiency 30. Devouring success rate 1%. The blood and chi upper limit for a 4th stage Martial King mid-stage had been forcibly doubled from 40,000 to 80,000. Exactly doubled. His current blood and chi value of 50,000 already exceeded the upper limit of an ordinary 4th stage Martial King at its peak. And this was only the effect of the first layer of the devouring divine art. Worth it. These 50,000 were absolutely worth every point. Lu Li clenched his fists, feeling the explosive power radiating through his knuckles. Though he remained at the 4th stage Martial King mid-stage, his pure blood and chi power could already overwhelm most early-stage 5th stage Martial Emperors in direct combat. If Zhao Heng challenged him again today, he wouldn't even need to pretend. Standing still and letting him strike wouldn't breach his defense. He still had over 58,000 bully points remaining. After a moment's thought, his gaze shifted to his talent panel. System: increased the proficiency of Spirit Manifestation Master. Ding. To advance the 7-colored divine talent, Spirit Manifestation Master, from introductory stage to minor success, requires 5,000 bully points. Do you confirm? Another 50,000 points. Lu Li felt a pang of pain, then gritted his teeth and confirmed. A force completely different from blood and chi tempering surged into his mental sea. This time, advancing from introductory to minor success didn't broaden that vast ocean. It deepened it to unfathomable depths. His spiritual power total didn't increase. Instead, it became far more refined. The will blade representing the spiritual edge at the center of his mental sea, previously a blurry light sword. At this moment, it was voraciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual power. The sword body grew increasingly clear and solid. Ding. Host talent, Spirit Manifestation Master, proficiency has advanced to minor success. Ding. Host has acquired the Spirit Manifestation Master's exclusive skill, Manifestation Technique. Lu Li paused in confusion. Aren't I already able to manifest items? Why is there another manifestation technique? He recalled that previously manifesting items had been instinctive. Condensing a 7-colored long blade in his hand meant shaping spiritual power into a weapon form, then solidifying it. The process was entirely different from the manifestation technique described by the system. He opened the skill details. Manifestation technique: minor success, quickly manifest a spiritual item at any designated location within 30 meters of the host. This manifested object is entirely composed of colorless and odorless spiritual power, can exist independently detached from the host's body, and its attributes are identical to those of items the host manually condenses. At current proficiency, manifestation range is 30 meters. Each manifestation consumes minimal spiritual power, and there is no cooldown. Lu Li read through it 3 times word by word. His pupils gradually dilated as an uncontrollable excitement welled up from his chest. Colorless, odorless, any designated location existing independently detached from the body. Isn't this the power of God's hand? He raised his right hand, aimed at the sandbag in the corner of his cultivation room, and activated manifestation technique. No 7-colored radiance appeared, nor any visible energy fluctuation. The instant he activated the skill, a colorless, transparent, long blade identical to his 7-colored one materialized out of nowhere directly above the sandbag, descending vertically in a strike. The sandbag split cleanly in two without warning, iron sand cascading across the floor. Holy shit, Luli sprang to his feet. He tried another application. 3 meters away on the ground, a colorless, transparent brick appeared suspended in midair. Walking over, he tapped it, solid as hard as steel. He sucked in a breath, his mind instantly racing through countless tactical applications. An enemy charging with a fist. Suddenly a brick appears beneath their feet, sending them flying. An enemy preparing an ultimate attack. A blade manifests above their head and slashes down. An enemy chasing him. Suddenly a transparent wall appears in front of them, causing them to crash into it. But the system had said he was thinking too small. The true strength of this skill wasn't about ambush tactics. It was about creating completely unpredictable attacks. No blade glow, no killing intent, no blood and chi fluctuation. When an enemy is fully focused on guarding the front, a blade suddenly appears. What unintended effects could this produce? And it's colorless and odorless. Luli suddenly thought of an even more insidious application. If he covered the arena floor with invisible bricks, his opponent would stumble into one after 2 steps forward, then another after retreating 2 steps. That wouldn't be a fight. That would be walking a dog in a cage. I'll test it tomorrow. Satisfied, he closed the system panel, flopped onto his bed, and drifted into deep sleep with a smile on his lips. Outside the window, a few lights still burned in the direction of Kyoto Martial University. The campus forum threads about today's events had already climbed to the 100,000th reply. The top voted comment read only one sentence: "Can Luli fight again tomorrow?" No one knew the answer, but everyone agreed. The #1 arena tomorrow would be even more packed than today. Among the many bruised and bandaged seniors recovering from their injuries, a Dragon Tiger ranking expert named Zhou Xiong was knocking on doors one by one, his face covered. "Tomorrow we have to beat Luli into a swollen mess. We're increasing the bounty by another 100 points. Behind the scenes on the campus network, registration numbers continued to climb quietly through the night. Luli's challenge list grew longer once more. The next morning, the audience seats in the arena area were filled even earlier than the day before. People were already holding breakfast to claim their spots before dawn had fully broken. By 8 a.m., when the competition officially began, the viewing stands around the 8 arenas were packed like sardines once again. "Do you think Luli can still fight all 100 matches this time?" A freshman from the remote combat academy wearing black-framed glasses spoke with an obvious hint of disbelief. "I don't think that's realistic." His companion was a tall, thin male student from the closed combat academy. "Look at him yesterday. He was knocked down vomiting blood in the final match by Zhao Hong. It's obvious he suffered serious internal injuries. It's only been one night. No matter how expensive the pills are, they can't possibly restore him to full health." A female student from the Spiritual Cultivation Academy interjected. "I saw someone analyzing on the campus forum that his condition yesterday was most likely faked." A girl from the Spiritual Academy chimed in beside them. The tall, thin boy let out a scoff. "Faked? Even vomiting blood was faked. Did that moment when he fell and got back up look any amount of acting to you? If that was all acting, he deserves an Oscar for his performance." In the very front row of the stands sat a group of unmistakable figures. They were uniformly battered and bruised, those senior students who had been slapped by Luli the day before. Several of the more severely injured were even wearing sunglasses. They simply couldn't face anyone without them. Today they'd come to watch Luli get beaten. Zhou Xiong sat in the center with the worst facial swelling of the group. Luli had been particularly diligent when he'd struck him the day before, and the results of those 40-plus slaps wouldn't fade overnight. Zhao Hong beside him hadn't fared any better either. Though the final strike from yesterday hadn't broken any bones, every handprint on his face remained clearly visible. Today, based on the registration order, many of the top fighters from the sophomore Dragon Tiger rankings should be up, Zhou Xiong said, while scrolling through his phone's matchup schedule, his words slightly slurred from his swollen cheeks. "I really want to see how Luli dies today." A sophomore from next to him raised his device. "I specifically bought the newest phone model. It's all for capturing the moments when he gets beaten. I counted 37 slaps he gave me yesterday. Today I'm going to post his most humiliating high-definition photos on the campus network and keep them pinned at the top for a week. I brought a power bank. The battery is enough to record all day long. I've already chosen the background music for the editing." The senior students with swollen faces were rubbing their hands together eagerly, their excitement resembling the festive atmosphere of Chinese New Year. On the arena, Luli made his entrance. His steps were noticeably better than yesterday, each one planted firmly. His face was rosy and healthy, looking exactly like someone who could easily fight another 100 matches. "Empty bravado," Zhou Xiong ground out between clenched teeth. "Not necessarily," came a calmer voice from nearby. "Don't forget who his girlfriend is. Linny Chen, the legitimate daughter of the Lin family, and her grandfather is Lin Bannon. As the direct granddaughter of a martial emperor-level family, she has access to whatever high-grade pills she needs. A single heavenly-grade healing pill would restore 7 or 8 out of 10 of even the most severe internal injuries overnight. The true daughter of the martial emperor family." Someone murmured, their tone thick with envy like an overturned vinegar jar. Then all eyes instinctively drifted toward the figure in the pale cyan dress sitting in the very front row of the remote academy section. Lini Chen sat there, her gaze fixed on the arena. I heard they returned to the same residential compound together yesterday, whispered a well-informed senior, his expression as if sharing top-secret intelligence. Which compound? The one next to campus called Cloud Summit Heavenly Realm. That's the one where the price per square meter equals an ordinary family's lifetime wages. Luli, a bumpkin from Jiang City, how could he ever afford a place like that? It's definitely the Lin family's. Damn it, it's unfair that people have such different fates. Damn it, my goddess. What does that guy Luli have that makes him deserve her? A sophomore boy who had a secret crush on Lini Chen suddenly stood up, his face flushed red. His fingers frantically tapped on the screen. I'm going to challenge Luli. I'm signing up right now. I'll beat him into a real pig face. Amidst the commotion, the referee's voice rang out. First match begins. Luli's first opponent was a peak martial king from the sophomore close combat academy. He won in the same, barely, fashion as yesterday, dodging, blocking, then a slap. The only difference was that today his movements were even slower than yesterday, each dodge hanging by a hair's breadth, making it seem like he could collapse at any moment. Yet he never fell. By the 13th match, an opponent of real caliber finally appeared. Ranked 92nd on the sophomore Dragon Tiger list, a swordsman at the early stage of the 5th level martial emperor. The senior students with bruised faces perked up. Zhou Xiong even led the chanting with synchronized cries of defeat. Lu Li. Lu Li and the swordsman fought for nearly 15 minutes before Lu Li emerged victorious in an extremely grueling manner. He was struck by a blade and sent flying backward, his back colliding with the protective pillar at the edge of the arena as blood sprayed from his mouth. Lini Chen gripped the armrest tightly, but soon relaxed her grip. Before he fell, his fingers had formed a gesture behind his back that only she could see. The 30th match featured another top fighter from the sophomore Dragon Tiger list. Ranked 85th at the half-step to mid-stage martial emperor, a martial artist specializing in fist techniques. This match was even more grueling for Lu Li. His left arm was struck by a heavy punch, going limp as if the bone had been shattered. Yet he managed to defeat his opponent with a single strike, using only his right hand and sword at the final moment. The entire arena fell silent when the referee declared Lu Li the winner. Dragging his supposedly broken left arm, Lu Li walked to the center of the arena and glanced down at the crowd. Zhou Xiong watched the young man, who couldn't even raise his arm, for a long silence. Then, in a tone he didn't even realize he was using, he said, "He's still standing despite all this. I'm starting to admire him a bit." The bruised seniors exchanged glances. Though they didn't want to admit it, it was hard to vilify someone who kept fighting on the arena floor, even with a broken arm. Then Lu Li began his next maneuver. His left arm was broken, and his right leg was crippled. After the 30th match, he found an unknown wheelchair and sat down in it. The referee's face turned green, but since the rules didn't prohibit wheelchairs, he could only grit his teeth and continue calling out numbers. "Let's try out my manifestation technique," Lu Li silently thought to himself, while sitting in the wheelchair, resting his chin on one hand. The challenger for the 31st match was a senior from the Martial Academy at the peak of the Martial King realm. Upon seeing Lu Li in such a crippled state, he grinned so widely his ears almost reached his temples. With an expression of someone who had just found treasure, he jumped onto the arena. He didn't even draw his sword, strutting confidently toward Lu Li. Then he was launched into the air, actually flying. His foot struck an invisible, yet incredibly hard object 3 meters away from Lu Li, and he toppled forward, like slipping on a banana peel. Before he could recover, something hard struck the back of his head. He struggled to get up, but his knee hit an invisible wall the moment it touched the ground. Then an unseen blade flat slammed against his back, scooping him out of the arena like garbage. From the stands, the audience could only watch as a challenger suddenly started rolling on the ground, and then flew off on his own. "Referee's a fraud. This is a fix." A senior with a swollen face burst to his feet, redder than when he'd been slapped yesterday. Lu Li must have bribed the fighter. Match fixing. This is match fixing. Exactly. Who does something that outrageous? That guy was obviously faking it. I know that fighter. He's from the sophomore close combat academy. He definitely took money from Lu Li. The referee, face ashen, called a timeout and pulled up the arena surveillance footage to watch carefully 3 times. After all 3 viewings, his expression shifted from anger to shock. The arena surveillance was high-end equipment equipped with spiritual energy sensing modules capable of detecting traces of spiritual fluctuations within the arena. The footage revealed that at the moment the fighter fell, at least 4 positions on the arena simultaneously registered spiritual condensation reactions. The referee looked up at Lu Li in the wheelchair, his expression changing. Are you a spiritual manifestation practitioner?" Lu Li leaned back in his wheelchair, one hand supporting his chin, his tone weak, but carrying a hint of humility. "I only just awakened a few days ago, and haven't quite mastered it yet. Please forgive my inadequacy." The referee fell silent for several seconds. He was in his 40s, yet it was the first time he had ever encountered a freshly awakened spirit manifestation master. Within mere days of awakening, he had bested an opponent at the peak of Martial King in actual combat. No violation, he declared, and then the remainder of the tournament devolved into an invisible slaughter. Lu Li sat motionless in his wheelchair, occasionally lifting his eyelids. Yet every challenger who stepped onto the arena would encounter inexplicable accidents 3 to 5 meters away from him, tripping mid-stride, crashing into walls during sprints. A marksman from the ranged academy, unwilling to concede, stood at the arena's edge and loosed an arrow from afar. But the moment he drew his bowstring, he dropped to his knees, clutching the back of his head. A burly fighter from the melee academy, relying on his thick skin, charged forward recklessly, only to slam into an invisible wall after 2 steps, blood gushing from his nose. The stands fell completely silent. Those spectators who had come to see Luli beaten now wore expressions as though they had all swallowed whole lemons. This is a spirit manifestation. From the upper tier of the stands, an elderly man with white hair and a white beard spoke slowly. He was none other than Shin Amo, the vice dean of the Spirit Academy, who had come specifically to watch Luli's match. The mentor beside him gasped sharply. An invisible spiritual energy manifestation. How many days has he been awakened? At this level, could our peak martial emperor spirit psychics achieve such a feat? Shin Amo fell silent for a moment, saying nothing more. Below, perceptive senior students began to recognize the true nature of what was unfolding. Among them stood Dongfang Yu, first among the third-year Spirit Academy students, arms folded, watching from a corner of the stands with her gaze fixed on the arena. This freshman. He is not merely manifesting weapons. Her voice carried an undercurrent of disbelief. What he has summoned is an independent entity capable of completely concealing its form and aura. I am no match for him. Her companion's eyes widened in shock. Senior sister, is it really that exaggerated? Dongfang Yu did not answer, only gazing at the youth seated in the wheelchair on the arena, speaking each word with deliberate emphasis. This person will be formidable in the years to come. Just then the 78th match commenced. The referee called out a name, his tone noticeably more solemn. 78th match, sophomore 30th on the Dragon Tiger ranking, Zhao Hong. 5th stage, mid-level martial emperor, ranged archer. A brief silence fell over the stands before erupting into sudden commotion. 30th on the Dragon Tiger ranking, 5th stage, mid-level martial emperor. This was the highest-ranked competitor to appear since the tournament began, and the one with the most cultivation base. Zhao Hong rose to his feet, his tall frame carrying a composite bow shimmering with silver light across his back. Rather than leaping onto the arena like the previous challengers, he ascended steadily, step by step, his gaze locked coldly on Luli. I have been observing your manifestation technique for quite some time. Zhao Hong said, his voice low but measured. Your manifest range extends roughly 30 meters around you, and within that radius you can materialize objects at any position. As long as I keep my distance, your manifestations cannot touch me. No sooner had he spoken than he moved, vanishing in an instant to the far end of the arena, creating nearly 20 meters between himself and Luli. He then unslung the silver bow from his back, drew the string, and an arrow forged from condensed wind elemental energy materialized upon the bow. Its tip pointed directly at Luli in his wheelchair. Luli cursed inwardly. This Zhao Hong was no ordinary opponent. He had been testing his manifestation technique against melee fighters all along, but a ranged archer was truly a troublesome matchup. Who said my manifestations cannot attack? Luli muttered under his breath. Zhao Hong's first wind arrow flew from the string at speed, carving a white streak through the air. Luli sidestepped to dodge, while channeling his spiritual sense toward Zhao Hong's rear. He had already positioned multiple manifestations around him earlier, merely withholding the strike. His spiritual sense pinpointed 2 locations. Then he activated the manifestation technique. 2 invisible hammers entirely formed from condensed spiritual energy materialized from thin air. They struck from perfectly calculated angles, aimed directly at Zhao Hong's vitals and spine. Zhao Hong sensed danger. His 5th stage martial emperor perception detected the subtle disturbance the moment the hammers appeared behind him, yet there was insufficient time to mount any response. The hammers' trajectories were too precisely engineered. No matter how he moved, at least one would connect. Bang! Oh! Zhao Hong's body curled violently like a shrimp, his silver bow flying from his grasp. Both hands pressed desperately against himself as he fell straight down onto the arena floor. Instant silence swept across the entire arena. Every male spectator instinctively clamped their legs together, their faces twisted in expressions of shared agony. Zhao Hong lay curled on the arena, eyes rolling back, foam at his lips, his body trembling involuntarily. His mouth opened as if to speak, but his mind went blank. He collapsed unconscious. The entire venue froze in collective shock. Disgraceful. Zhou Xiong's expression resembled someone who had swallowed an entire plate of flies. Is this even something a human being would do? Zhao Hong beside him turned ashen. Calling him a pig's head would be too generous. Someone like him deserves to be punished in a bamboo cage. A senior student who had endured over 40 slaps the day before spoke with a trembling voice. The referee at the edge of the arena stood with his mouth agape, caught in an internal battle between professional ethics and visceral revulsion. He wanted to halt the match, but after racking his brain through the Kyoto Martial University Challenge Rules Manual, there was no clause prohibiting strikes to that area. Doesn't this count as a violation? The referee's assistant whispered. The referee took a deep breath and closed his eyes. No. Several sophomore girls screamed in unison and hurled their support signs toward the arena. Within the support academy's formation, some lowered their heads in silence, others fought back laughter until their shoulders shook, while a few pulled out small notebooks to take careful records. In the corner of the stands, Dongfang Yu covered her face, her ears burning crimson. How exactly did I praise him just now? Her muffled voice came through her fingers. I take it all back. Every single word. Lenny Chin sprang from her seat, her face flushed so deeply it could fry an egg. After her lips moved several times, she finally managed to choke out, Luli, you absolute bastard. Luli remained unfazed. He simply leaned back in his wheelchair, one hand supporting his chin, his expression innocent and calm, as though none of what had just occurred concerned him in the slightest. Yet inside he was laughing wildly. Ding. Host has received full bully value 3400 points. Just that one strike and I earned 3400 bully points. Luli quickly calculated in his mind. Yesterday he had fought 100 matches, struggling through half-day performances just to deliver slaps. But today, in one instant, he had earned 3,400 points. That single blow had completely depleted his opponent's bully value. The efficiency was simply astonishing. Much faster than earning bully points through slaps. Could there be a weakness bonus for striking that area? Luli glanced at his system panel and silently made a decision. From now on, when dealing with bullies, he would aim right there. The referee swallowed hard, his voice hoarse as he announced 78th match, winner Luli. Luli withdrew his gaze, leaned back in his wheelchair, and coughed weakly twice. Next, below the arena, those who had been queuing to challenge him all stepped back in unison. Several Dragon Tiger ranking experts who had been confident about ending Luli's streak began whispering amongst themselves about whether to swap numbers with those ahead in line. Even more sophomore boys ranked beyond the 80th position were already sneaking backward. I'm not fighting, declared a Marshall King peak-ranked contestant at position 90, his face ashen. I concede. Can I still withdraw at this point? Why don't we all just forfeit? I don't want to end up like Zhao Hong, his companion, said, his voice trembling. Among the senior students still in line, Qin Yueshan, ranked 31st on the Dragon Tiger ranking, rose to his feet with a grave expression and spoke in a deep voice. What is there to fear? Zhao Hong specializes in ranged combat, so his close-quarters defense is lacking. We melee fighters have thick skin and tough bodies. Should we be afraid of this? He paused, then turned to his companion and whispered, Do you have steel protective gear? Let me borrow one. Qin Yueshan was escorted onto the platform, or rather he walked up himself. His steps were steady, his back straight, his expression resolute and unwavering, the very picture of an iron-willed man. Qin Yueshan stood firm at the center of the arena. He took a deep breath and stared straight ahead. The gymnasium fell silent for a moment. Everyone was waiting. Qin Yueshan opened his mouth, then closed it. In his lifetime, he had struck down martial kings, borne the weight of martial emperors, ranked 31st on the Dragon Tiger list, and though he dared not claim invincibility, he had never once lost face. He glanced at Lu Li, then at Zhao Hong, still twitching on a stretcher below. Qin Yueshan raised his hand. I concede. 3 words, earth-shattering. Qin Yueshan turned and walked away without pausing. The competitors beside him, who had been eager to step forward, froze, then suddenly understood. Even the experts on the Dragon Tiger list had surrendered. Why shouldn't they? If you can't win, admit defeat. It's not shameful. Better than ending up like Zhao Hong. I concede too. Yeah, I concede. You're too good, brother, I'm convinced. Student Lu Li's combat prowess is extraordinary. I admire you deeply and will not embarrass myself today. The scene spiraled completely out of control. One competitor after another rose from their seats to concede. Some muttered hollow pleasantries, others said nothing and simply turned to leave. Some didn't even climb onto the platform, just sat in the stands and raised a hand from afar to call it quits. Lu Li rose from his wheelchair. He sprang up directly, then strode toward the center of the arena in long, purposeful steps. The entire venue fell silent. Below, the row of bruised senior students turned to stone. They stared with wide eyes at the imposing Lu Li on the platform. He's standing up. Isn't he disabled? Haven't his legs been crippled? And his arms broken? Where is he? Where's the wheelchair? That bastard was acting. Lu Li stood at the center of the arena, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. You challenged me first, and now that you realize you can't win, you want to just walk away. Does such a thing exist? What else do you want then? Someone shouted from the stands. 2 options. Lu Li held up 2 fingers, his tone calm. First, each of you transfers 20 points to me. Second, you come up here and let me slap you 10 times. Choose for yourselves. The arena erupted. 20 points was no small sum for an ordinary student, equivalent to hundreds of thousands of yuan. What was even harder to accept was the second option. 10 slaps to the face in front of the entire school. You're being too oppressive, someone roared. If you escape today, don't let me lay eyes on you around campus again. Lu Li's tone remained arrogant. The campus network's backend has all registration data. You can't escape, any of you. He even smiled as he said it. That smile completely ignited the powder keg. These senior students, all of them tyrants within their own academies, could they possibly swallow this? Being publicly threatened by a first-year freshman was unbearable. It's just a challenge. I'll fight you to the death. Someone leaped from the stands straight onto the platform. Brothers, beat that bastard to death. I don't believe he can keep going forever. Exactly. If you've got the guts, don't run. Fight until the end of time. There are too many of us. 1 minute per person will exhaust him to death. Those who had already conceded sat back down. Those who had hesitated made up their minds. The arena floor erupted in collective fury. Faces twisted with rage formed a surging wave, their chanting so loud that the alloy platform beneath them hummed with vibration. Lu Li watched this scene, a barely perceptible curve lifting the corner of his mouth. He knew today might be his last chance to gather bully points. Once this batch was harvested, his name would echo through Kyoto Martial University for good. After that, only the true top talents would come challenging. There would be no more 3,800 newcomer welcome packages. Very well. Lu Li's voice suddenly rose above the din of the entire venue. Today we fight 3,000 battles. He stopped pretending. A 7-colored long blade appeared in his hand, its flowing, iridescent light more dazzling than yesterday's. The first competitor to charge hadn't even steadied himself before being slapped away. Then came the second, the third, the fourth. Lu Li no longer pretended to stumble or feign weakness. His palm strikes were sufficient to deal with most opponents. Only when a high-ranked Dragon Tiger list expert emerged would he draw his blade, and every strike was decisive. Is he even human? If someone stammered. That bastard was fooling us all along. I will never forgive him. Everyone charge. I refuse to believe a attrition battle can't kill him. All registered participants come take a slap. One each. 3,000 people will wear him out. I'll make it my mission to take 2 slaps before stepping down to lighten the burden for the brothers behind me. A burly man beat his chest, shouting a tragic battle cry. Yet when the count reached 150, Lu Li on the platform hadn't even altered his breathing. By 300, a thin sheen of sweat appeared on his forehead. At 500, he still stood perfectly straight, his eyes clear and sharp. Meanwhile, the competitors lining up below had gone from fury to silence, from silence to an unnameable dread. Was he even human? By 8 o'clock in the evening, all the lights in the gymnasium blazed on, illuminating the arena like broad daylight. Lu Li faced his first milestone of the day, the 1,000th challenge in succession. Standing at the edge of the platform was a top 80 second-year expert from the Dragon Tiger list, whose cultivation had reached the early peak of martial emperor wielding a spear. He had been heartily encouraged by his companions before stepping up, told that his spear techniques gave him an advantage in ranged combat. Then he was cleaved in one stroke, launched off the platform with his weapon, and crashed heavily into the spectator seating barrier. Is he human? Over 1,000 battles, and not even tired. The morale below finally began to crumble. Someone started counting on their fingers. Even if each battle took only 10 seconds, 1,000 battles would require 10,000 seconds. Nearly 3 hours of continuous high-intensity combat. Moreover, many opponents were far from weak, and engagements lasted far longer than 10 seconds. This person had been fighting since morning and hadn't taken a single sip of water. I'm done. A second-year martial king ranked around 1,200 threw his towel to the ground. He pulled out his phone, opened the campus network's points transfer page, and walked to the platform with swift, practiced movements. 20 points right. Transferring now. I concede. The 20 points arrived in real time. Lu Li glanced down at the notification flashing on his phone screen, but the smile that formed on his lips instantly froze. Wait, I want bully points, not transfer points. Next, he forced calm into his voice. But those queued behind him seemed to have coordinated. They marched up one by one, handed over their points, and promptly turned and left. Lu Li watched the numbers in his account flash and leap. The figure on his phone screen bounced upward like a frantic timer. When the first wave of mass transfers ended, his point balance had already broken past 100,000. Yet his heart was nearly shattering. I came here to farm bully points, not to collect protection money. This can't continue. Let's pause for now, Lu Li suddenly announced. Today ends here. We continue tomorrow. Lu Li sheathed his 7-colored blade and walked out through the arena passage. Only when his figure had completely disappeared into the far end did the noise explode. Curses, complaints, and sighs erupted all at once. In the darkest corner of the stands, Yi Feng's expression was darker than the shadows themselves. He had been sitting there for a full 8 hours. Yi Feng's subordinate beside him looked even worse, his voice trembling. Boss, if that Lu Li really holds out until the end, we're finished. Lin Fei, you bet 1,000 points at 50 to 1. That's 50,000 points. We couldn't pay it back even if we were sold. Where would we get that many points? Yi Feng shot to his feet, fist clenched. I'll find a way tonight. I absolutely cannot let him reach the final round. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes, his mind racing through several calculations. Ordinary experts were no longer sufficient. Today, several competitors from the top 100 of the Dragon Tiger rankings had been defeated by Lu Li. Zhao Hong, ranked within the top 30, was still lying in the medical ward. Even Chun Yueshan, that iron-willed man, had conceded defeat. Ordinary martial artists at the mid-stage of Martial King or below were nothing but easy prey before Lu Li. Only someone ranking in the top 10 of the second-year Dragon Tiger rankings stood a chance. Suddenly his subordinate's eyes lit up. Boss, I just remembered something. I know a few people who would absolutely hate Lu Li to their core. Among the top 10 on the second-year Dragon Tiger rankings, several harbor secret affections for Su Qingyue, the dean of the remote academy. Those guys are completely obsessed with her. Yi Feng frowned. How does that relate to Lu Li? His subordinate chuckled and pulled out his phone, flipping through several photos. Boss, look. I took these yesterday at the remote academy plaza. That Lu Li fellow stared at Dean Su's chest for several seconds. Look at that angle. That expression makes it seem like he wanted to devour her. Yi Feng's eyes suddenly blazed with excitement. The photos were captured from an exceptionally cunning angle, though anyone who saw them would naturally assume the boy was secretly ogling Su Qingyue's breasts. How do you even have photos like that on your phone? I was originally trying to photograph Dean Su. His subordinate gave an awkward laugh and quickly changed the subject. With these photos, there's no doubt those hardcore fans of Dean Su will take the bait. Yifeng handed the phone back to his subordinate, a complete plan already forming in his mind. Having spent 2 years navigating the politics of Kyoto Martial Arts University, he knew that beyond Su Qingyue's secret admirers, there existed another faction he could recruit. Wang Chao Ma Hanzhong Long Zhaohu. Go spread this news to them, Yifeng said. Those four, his subordinates' eyes also lit up. Those four are the golden signboards of the second-year closed combat academy. They occupy 4 of the top 10 seats on the Dragon Tiger rankings. What they despise most are fortune hunters who live off women. Lu Li, a poor kid from Jiangxing, slept with the Lin family daughter and was so arrogant on the arena. Just add a little spice to the story, and those 4 won't be able to stay seated. Yifeng nodded in satisfaction. Lu Li, he muttered to himself, a cold sneer curling his lips. Let's see how arrogant you can still be tomorrow. That late night, several posts quietly emerged on the Kyoto Martial Arts University campus forum, swiftly climbing onto the trending list. The first post was titled, Freshman Lu Li suspected of cohabiting with the Lin family heiress, Cloud Summit Heaven Realm penthouse exposed. The accompanying image showed Lu Li and Lin Yichen entering the residential compound together the previous evening. The post meticulously dissected the market value and floor plan of the Lin family's penthouse, and conveniently calculated Lu Li's family background in Jiangxing. An ordinary family, absolutely incapable of affording luxury property in the core district of Kyoto. The second post carried an even more explosive headline, Full Score Champion Lu Li caught peeping at remote academy, Dean Su Qingyue. The photograph's angle was exceedingly sly. Lu Li's gaze landed precisely on Su Qingyue's chest. The poster did not directly write peeping. Yet that series of analyses proved far more vicious than any direct accusation. Less than half an hour after the post went live, the comments had surged past 10,000 replies. Some called Lu Li a pervert. Others sighed that Su Qingyue was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. Still others questioned whether the photo was staged. The fire spread from the campus forum to chat groups across every college. It dragged countless people into late-night debates. Lu Li is truly a pervert. How dare he profane our Dean Su? That's a martial venerable. How does a mere martial king dare to peep at a martial venerable? Wait, this kid has gotten too bold. Fair point though, Dean Su really is stunning. Have all the people of the remote academy died? Their academy beauty was stolen by the auxiliary academy, and now even the dean is being peeped at. Where are your academy's experts? Are you just going to swallow this insult? Someone began fanning the flames. What nonsense. The remote academy's experts are all still in the secret realm and the competition arena. They haven't returned yet. Wait until they see this post. Let's see if they can keep their cool. The remote academy students had been struck at their most sensitive spot, their anger boiling over uncontrollably. Our senior Su Fei is still in seclusion. When she comes out and sees this, 10 Lu Li won't be enough for her to fight. Our Chung Yang, ranked in the top 10 of the second-year Dragon Tiger rankings, didn't come to watch today's matches. When he sees this, he's going to lose his mind. I'm calling him right now to challenge that pervert. Meanwhile, in the dean's office, Su Qingyue sat cross-legged in her office chair, a cucumber sliced mask plastered across her face. She was passionately dueling with the internet trolls on the campus forum, using an alternate account. Taking on 10 opponents single-handedly, her fingers flew across the keyboard like a pianist. Just then, that very post was shoved to the very top of her screen. Su Qingyue's fingers froze, and the cucumber slices slid off her face. She zoomed in on the photograph and scrutinized it carefully. Her hands began to tremble. That angle, that distance. She knew better than anyone what had actually happened that day. Yet from this angle in the photo, no matter how you looked at it, it appeared as though Lu Li was fixated on her chest. Which bastard took this photo? Su Qingyue slapped the desk, making the monitor jump. The cucumber slices bounced off her collar and fell back down. She didn't bother tidying up and continued scrolling. The comment section had completely fallen apart. Some praised her figure as youthful and radiant. Others cursed Lu Li for being recklessly arrogant. Still others wrote hundreds of words late at night, deeply reminiscing about their youth spent secretly admiring Dean Su. All sorts of nonsense filled the thread. It's all that brat Lu Li's fault. Su Qingyue gnawed on a cucumber slice. If he hadn't been staring at my jade pendant that day, how would this photo exist? Now the entire school thinks an 18-year-old freshman took advantage of me. Where am I supposed to save face? She took a deep breath and grabbed the communicator on her desk. By the time she dialed the first number, her voice had already regained the stern authority of the remote academy dean. Hello, it's me. Have your good-for-nothing brother challenged Lu Li for me tomorrow. After 3 calls, Su Qingyue leaned back against her chair, a faint smile curling her lips. You little brat. Aren't you so capable? Let's see how you fight tomorrow. At midnight, Lu Li lay wrapped in a bathrobe on the leather sofa of his Cloud Summit Heaven Realm penthouse. The campus forum posts were already unreachable on his phone screen. They actually dared to smear the school dean. No wonder it got censored. He chuckled with delight, tossed his phone aside, and opened the system panel. Ding. Current bully value balance, 258500 points. Achievement points, 30. 258,000. The number left him momentarily stunned. This is truly a heaven-sent fortune, Lu Li murmured, leaning back against the sofa. He caught his breath and sat upright. System allocate points directly. Consume bully value to break through to the early stage of 5th rank martial emperor. Ding. Host has comprehended the complete intent, spiritual blade. Conditions for breaking through to martial emperor are met. Ding. Consuming 5000 bully value to stabilize the foundation of intent. Consuming 3000 bully value to enhance blood chi. Ding. Blood chi increased by 4000 points. Current blood chi 8000. Ding. Congratulations host on breaking through to the early stage of 5th rank martial emperor. An indescribable surge of power exploded from the deepest recess of his dantian. The greatest difference between a martial emperor and a martial king lay not merely in the total volume and density of blood chi. It lay in the awakening of intent. A martial king could only wield intent during combat, but only at the moment of breaking through to martial emperor could a warrior's body truly bear the weight of intent. Every bone, every meridian, every inch of flesh and blood was being reforged by this intent. He clenched his fist. He could clearly feel that his current self could kill 3 of yesterday's selves with a single punch. This was not a simple accumulation of power, it was a qualitative leap. Luli was not yet satisfied. He continued gazing at the panel where more than half of his bully value remained. System continue. Raise my mental strength to the early stage of martial emperor as well. Ding. Mental strength is an independent cultivation system and is not fully synchronized with the blood chi realm. Current host mental strength level late stage of 2nd rank. Ding. Raising mental strength to the early stage of 5th rank martial emperor requires 10 bully value points. Confirm. Luli felt a pang of heartache. 100,000. Blood chi breakthrough had only cost 90,000, yet mental strength alone demanded 100,000. But he knew all too well where the core competitiveness of a spiritual materializer lay. Blood chi determined his physical combat prowess. Mental strength determined the upper limit of his materialization techniques. The reason he had been able to strike wherever he pleased on the arena that day was precisely because his opponent's mental strength was far below his own. If he encountered a powerhouse at the same level of mental strength, his materialized objects risked being detected in advance. 100,000 bully value points. Spend them. Confirm. Ding. Consumed 1000 bully value. Host mental strength increased by 1000 points. Current mental strength 1100 points. Ding. Host's spiritual telekinesis has broken through to the early stage of 5th rank martial emperor. A refreshing coolness entirely unlike the tempering of blood chi flooded in from his brow. Luli felt his spiritual consciousness being gently lifted, then slowly expanding outward in all directions. The world around him became clearer than ever before in that instant. This was the indiscriminate perception granted by mental strength. What shocked him most was the qualitative transformation of the core of his spiritual consciousness sea. The once formless sea condensed into a fist-sized orb of multicolored radiance. That sphere of rainbow light rotated slowly, emitting a faint ring of multicolored aura with each rotation. His spiritual origin had become multicolored. Luli raised his right hand and activated his materialization technique. A colorless, odorless, transparent long blade silently appeared 300 meters away. With a thought, the blade elongated to 6 feet. With another, it reshaped into a serrated knife. From the arising of the intention to the completion of materialization, it was as precise as an extension of his own body. The spiritual telekinesis of early-stage martial emperor is truly something else, completely different from before. But why does 11,000 points of mental strength only qualify as early-stage martial emperor? After all, even spiritual telekinesis masters at the 6th rank of martial saint typically ranged from 10,000 to 100,000 points. Could it be the innate talent of spiritual materializers? Or perhaps the effect of this divine artifact, the god-slaying wings? He gazed down at his fingers and murmured to himself. The materialization range has expanded more than threefold, and precision and stability have improved by well over double. He attempted several, even more complex operations. All succeeded. All flowed as smoothly as breathing. Tomorrow, guess quite a few experts will show up. I'll make them all kneel and call me father. Satisfied, he closed the system panel, flopped onto the bed, and drifted into a deep sleep with a smile on his lips. Yifeng narrowed his eyes, his mind racing through several calculations. Ordinary experts were no longer sufficient. Today, several competitors from the top 100 of the Dragon Tiger rankings had been defeated by Lu Li. Zhao Hong, ranked within the top 30, was still lying in the medical ward. Even Chun Yueshan, that iron-willed man, had conceded defeat. Ordinary martial artists at the mid-stage of Martial King or below were nothing but easy prey before Lu Li. Only someone ranking in the top 10 of the second-year Dragon Tiger rankings stood a chance. Suddenly his subordinates' eyes lit up. Boss, I just remembered something. I know a few people who would absolutely hate Lu Li to their core. Among the top 10 on the second-year Dragon Tiger rankings, several harbor secret affections for Su Qingyue, the dean of the remote academy. Those guys are completely obsessed with her. Yifeng frowned. How does that relate to Lu Li? His subordinate chuckled and pulled out his phone, flipping through several photos. Boss, look. I took these yesterday at the remote academy plaza. That Lu Li fellow stared at Dean Su's chest for several seconds. Look at that angle. That expression makes it seem like he wanted to devour her. Yifeng's eyes suddenly blazed with excitement. The photos were captured from an exceptionally cunning angle, though anyone who saw them would naturally assume the boy was secretly ogling Su Qingyue's breasts. Early that morning, the spectator stands at the arena were even more crowded than the previous 2 days. Before dawn broke, the stands were already packed with a sea of faces. More people had come this time than in the past 2 days. Not only were there freshmen and sophomore upperclassmen whose faces had been turned into mush from slaps, but also many junior students. These junior students usually spent their days in secret realm trials or secluded cultivation, rarely appearing at the freshman challenge competition stands. The moment Dean Su Qingyue of the remote campus entered the gymnasium, the air in the entire spectator stand seemed to freeze for an instant. She wore a modified moon-white qipao today. Her arrival fell upon the noisy gymnasium like a beam of moonlight. All eyes were drawn to her figure. Walking straight ahead, without glancing sideways, she reached the remote campus section and took her reserved seat with grace. Dean Su came too. Doesn't she never watch the freshman challenge competition? What's going on today? Are you silly? Didn't you see that post on the campus network yesterday? That photo tisk. I didn't expect Dean Su herself to be even more beautiful than in the picture. Exactly. If it were me, I'd keep staring too. Whispers from behind surged forward like tidal waves. Su Qingyue sat motionless, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. On the other side of the stands, Lin Feiyu and Lin Yichen sat side by side. Lin Feiyu crossed his leg, clutching a handful of melon seeds in his hand. Yesterday, Junior Lu Li was truly formidable, Lin Feiyu quipped as he cracked open the seeds. The campus network has erupted. Gossip about him surrounded by beauties has already surfaced. Tisk, what a fortunate man. Even I, as his brother-in-law, am envious just watching. Lin Yichen rolled her eyes and replied with conviction. I believe in him. You believe in him? Lin Feiyu spat the seed shells into his palm and nodded towards Su Qingyue's direction. I'm a man and I don't believe it. It's simply too enormous. Lin Yichen followed his gaze to Su Qingyue, her eyes instinctively lingering for a moment on a certain spot. She glanced down at herself, fell silent for a moment, and then her voice grew uncertain. Could it be that all men prefer that kind? Before Lin Feiyu could tease her further, a familiar commotion echoed from the gymnasium entrance. Lu Li had entered the arena area. He stood at the center of the stage, his right hand casually tucked into his pocket, scanning the line of challengers still waiting below. The first competitor climbed up, transferred 20 points via his phone without hesitation, and walked away without looking back. Those with points paid directly, while those without accepted their fate and stepped up to take the slaps. After enduring 10 strikes, they covered their faces and descended from the stage. Below, people still waiting in line murmured complaints. It's my own fault for being foolish and greedy. I thought I could gain an advantage, but ended up suffering a huge loss. Exactly, and those instigators who stirred up trouble, they're the ones who convinced me to challenge Lu Li. They called me a fraud top scorer, said my basic sword techniques lacked skill. Now I really want to slap myself. My 20 points. I saved them for half a semester. My handsome face. I have a date with my girlfriend today. In less than 3 hours, the long queue had dwindled to just 7 people. When the names of these 7 were announced over the gymnasium speakers, an irrepressible stir rippled through the crowd. Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Wang Chao, and Ma Han, Golden Brand sophomores from the Melee campus, all ranked in the top 10 of the Dragon Tiger list. Han Feier, Zhao Jun, and Li Qianni, top 3 sophomores from the remote campus, also among the top 10 on the Dragon Tiger list. All 10 from the sophomore Dragon Tiger list had arrived, except for Yi Feng himself and 2 who were out of town. All 7 were late-stage martial emperors. Looking at the sparse line of only 7 remaining below the stage, Lu Li's expression grew increasingly unfavorable. His plan to harvest bully points today had been completely ruined by those posts from last night. How many bully points he had lost? It's all Yi Feng's fault. Lu Li's gaze swept past the stage and locked onto the figure in the stands. Yi Feng sat there, a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Lu Li narrowed his eyes. Just wait. Today I'll ruin you. He withdrew his gaze, took a step forward, and his voice echoed throughout the entire gymnasium. How boring. 7 are left. Why don't you all come at once? The entire venue erupted in shock. All 7 top-ranked Dragon Tiger list members at late-stage Martial Emperor realm attacking together. Has this kid lost his mind? No matter how monstrous his performance had been over the past 2 days, he had only fought against Martial Kings and low-tier Martial Emperors. Late-stage and early-stage Martial Emperors were completely different concepts, let alone 7 of them. 4 of them formed a close combat squad with seamless coordination, while the other 3 were experts in ranged firepower coverage. The expressions of all 7 below the stage darkened simultaneously. Just as Zhang Long was about to refuse, Lu Li raised a single finger and pointed toward Yi Feng in the stands. But I have a condition. Senior Yi Feng, you recruited these 7, didn't you? Dare to make a bet with me. 100,000 points. I'll fight all 7 of them alone. If I win, I get the 100,000 points. If I lose, I'll give you 100,000. The gymnasium fell silent. All eyes turned to Yi Feng. His smile froze for an instant. 100,000 points was no small amount. Ordinary students could never accumulate that in several lifetimes. But with the entire school watching, could he back down? Absolutely not. He was the legitimate young master of a prestigious Martial Emperor family. Moreover, he didn't believe 7 late-stage Martial Emperors couldn't defeat a single Lu Li. Agreed. Yifeng rose to his feet and responded in a loud voice. Lu Li nodded, then turned towards Su Qingyue, his tone becoming somewhat more polite. Dean Su, you hold the highest status here today. Would you do us the honor of bearing witness, so no one can deny their loss later? Su Qingyue slowly rose, her moon-white qipao gleaming softly under the gymnasium lights. Her gaze fell upon Lu Li, the corners of her mouth curving slightly upward. No problem. But since I'm joining in the fun, would you mind if I place a bet as well? She paused, reaching up to gently touch the jade pendant at her chest. Lu Li, if you lose, join my remote campus. If you win. She unfastened the milky white jade pendant and dangled it before Lu Li's eyes. This jade pendant is yours. Lu Li's gaze lingered on the pendant for a moment. The god-slaying wings trembled faintly. Within his spiritual consciousness, the resonance far stronger than before. A smile curled at the corners of his lips. Very well. Then I asked Dean Su to bear witness. The 7 individuals filed onto the stage one by one. Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Wang Chao, and Ma Han. All 4 were burly men clad in black training uniforms from the melee campus, standing in formation with an aura as heavy and immovable as a mountain. Han Feier, Zhao Jun, and Li Tianyi stood on the opposite side, each gripping a ranged weapon. With all 7 late-stage martial emperors releasing their auras simultaneously, the air above the stage seemed to thicken. Lu Li stood at the opposite end of the stage, his hands hanging naturally at his sides with no unnecessary movements. Haha, the show begins. Recording it. Spectators below cheered excitedly, and others joined in the commotion. Someone's finally going to put him in his place. 7 emperors joining forces. Unbeatable in the sophomore class. To be honest, this Lu Li is truly arrogant. Fighting 7 emperors alone. What does he think he is? Maybe he broke through to Martial Emperor yesterday. Haha, if he broke through to Martial Emperor, I'll eat 3 caddies of shit while standing on my hands. A fat man slapped his thighs, laughing uncontrollably. Others around him joined in the jeering. Screenshot it. The whole school will witness this. But the next moment, blood and chi surged through Lu Li's entire body on the stage. A majestic aura erupted, so overwhelming that the front row spectators collectively leaned backward. Martial Emperor. That aura was not peak Martial King. It was a genuine Martial Emperor. Several senior students in the front row simultaneously widened their eyes and stood up unconsciously. They had just fought against Lu Li a few days ago when he was clearly at the peak of Martial King realm. In just one night, he broke through to Martial Emperor. From the peak of Martial King to Martial Emperor. That chasm crossed in an instant. Someone suddenly turned their head to look at the chubby guy who had spoken so arrogantly before, their gazes all falling on him in unison. The smile froze on the chubby guy's face, his mouth gaping wide enough to fit an egg. I was joking. Bro, I've got something fresh and still warm here. Want to try it? The entire arena erupted in laughter, but before the sound could fade, the referee's voice rang out. Begin. The moment those words left his lips, all 8 people on the platform moved simultaneously from their positions. Han Feier from the ranged group struck first, drawing her ice crystal bow to its full extent as 3 frost-white arrows shot out in a triangular formation. Zhao Jun formed a sword gesture with both hands, and 3 flying swords from his back transformed into 3 streaks of light attacking from the upper, middle, and lower paths simultaneously. Li Tianyi crossed his arms, and 12 silver-white throwing knives flew continuously from his sleeves, their blades shimmering like shattered starlight under the lights. The combined firepower from the 3 ranged attackers was nearly flawless. 3 concurrent attacks from different angles descended upon Lu Li, eliminating every possible evasion route. Simultaneously, as the ranged assault rained down, Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Wang Chao, and Ma Han fanned out in formation, closing in from 4 directions to surround him. At this moment, Lu Li did something no one expected. Rather than retreating, he charged forward directly toward Zhang Long. Lu Li's speed was astonishing. He evaded the 3 ranged attackers' assault in an instant, while simultaneously engaging the 4 melee fighters in close combat, completely neutralizing their ranged firepower with his body as a shield. Su Qingyue's eyebrows lifted slightly. This little bastard is truly cunning. He first mingles with the 4 melee fighters, blocking the 3 ranged attackers' lines of sight. Then he stealthily closes the distance, and suddenly, her words trailed off. On the platform, 2 brilliant 7-colored light beams suddenly erupted from Lu Li's back. A pair of wings condensed from spiritual power erupted open behind him. Spanning nearly 3 meters, each feather shimmered with iridescent colors in the sunlight. He slammed his wings downward, launching himself straight up from the melee fighter's encirclement. The speed was so fast that cameras could only capture a blurred afterimage. Su Qingyue closed her eyes. Those 3 ranged fighters are in trouble. The first to collide with the blade was Han Feier. She barely had time to draw her bowstring. The instant Lu Li landed, his left foot became the pivot point, while his right leg swung out like a steel whip compressed to its limit. All the power of that kick was concentrated into his toe. The toe tore through the air with a sharp sonic boom, carrying golden chi energy, sweeping toward Han Feier's waist. Her pupils constricted sharply, her body instinctively wanting to retreat backward. But her reaction speed couldn't match Lu Li's kicking speed. Han Feier was swept horizontally through the air, flipped twice mid-flight, and crashed heavily onto the front of the spectator stands. Li Tianyi's reaction was half a beat faster than Han Feier's. As Lu Li kicked Han Feier away, he had already thrown all 4 remaining throwing knives from his hand. After delivering the first kick, Lu Li didn't retract his leg at all. Using the momentum, he twisted his body another half rotation. Li Tianyi's throwing knives all missed. Lu Li rushed toward Li Tianyi quickly. Then came a kick. The force drove through from his back to his chest, sending Li Tianyi flying through the air like a kite with a broken string. He crashed heavily onto the spectator stand's railing. Zhao Jun no longer had the presence of mind to control his flying swords. Before he could even change his hand seal, he saw both teammates fly past him from either side simultaneously. Lu Li's figure stopped abruptly before him, golden chi blazing around the young man like flames. Lu Li twisted his waist and hips, bringing his left leg down in a chopping motion from above Zhao Jun's head. Zhao Jun's knees buckled, and his body sank involuntarily. Spiderweb-like cracks spread outward from his feet across the platform surface. The next moment, Zhao Jun's body was pushed backward by the residual force of that kick, and he tumbled off the opposite end of the platform. 3 kicks, 3 ranged fighters eliminated. The entire sequence, from Lu Li unfurling his wings to the last ranged fighter hitting the ground, took less than 3 seconds. The audience fell silent for a moment, then erupted in deafening gasps of astonishment. On the platform, the 4 melee fighters had already reorganized their formation. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu advanced head-on, while Wang Chao and Ma Han flanked from both sides, their coordination flawless. Lu Li landed, his wings fluttering once more to create distance, while his spiritual sense quietly expanded. Wang Chao was charging along the flank when his right foot was about to land. Suddenly, an invisible, odorless brick appeared beneath it. His toe struck the brick, throwing him off balance as he tumbled forward. Zhang Long's fist attack had only just begun to gather momentum when his heel caught on a raised obstacle, causing his strike to veer off course. Watching the 4 melee fighters struggle against his manifested objects, Lu Li knew the moment had arrived. He stopped creating distance and stood his ground, raising his right hand and curling his fingers as if grasping something. Golden vital energy and 7-colored spiritual power spiraled from his palm, materializing a blade in his hand. The sword measured 3 chi and 3 cun in length, its edge shimmering with intricate golden patterns and intertwining 7-colored halos. The air parted automatically at the blade's edge. This was no longer the casual 7-colored long sword he had conjured before, but something forged after his breakthrough to martial emperor. This was the true fusion of his vital energy and spiritual power. He gripped the blade and drew breath. Within him, 80,000 units of vital energy and 11,000 units of spiritual power surged simultaneously. He slashed. The blade's tip traced across the platform, sending a slash energy skimming along the ground. Golden blade chi merged with 7-colored spiritual power, creating an arc-shaped wall of energy 2 meters high and over 10 meters long. All 4, Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Wang Chao, and Ma Han, were struck simultaneously as though by the same invisible hand. Their protective energy barriers shattered almost in unison, and the 4 figures flew outward in different directions, crashing heavily against the platform's edge. Silence fell over the platform, for bodies lay scattered across the arena. The referee stood with his mouth agape, frozen for a long moment before finally remembering his duty. Lu Li wins. The 12,000-person stands erupted instantly. Some tossed their caps into the air, while others embraced strangers beside them, roaring in excitement. Someone held up their phone, frantically replaying the footage of that strike, while muttering repeatedly, "This is what an early-stage martial emperor can produce." The senior students with swollen faces in the front row forgot their pain and rose with the crowd to applaud wildly. Yifeng sat in the stands, his expression shifting from confident calculation to utter disbelief. His face turned ashen, lips trembling as he opened his mouth several times, but managed no words. Lin Feiyu leaped from the stands, closing the distance to Yifeng in 3 quick strides and extending his hand. 100,000 points. Plus the 1,000 points I bet yesterday at 500 times odds. That's 500,000. 600,000 points total. Transfer it within 3 days, or I'll hang a banner at the principal's office. Yifeng's eyes reddened. 600,000 points. Even as the direct line heir of the Yi family, he couldn't spare that much. Something glistened at the corner of his eye, but it never fell. He clenched his teeth and forced the words through. 3 days. I'll give it to you. Su Qingwei rose from her seat and descended the stands with graceful strides, stepping onto the platform until she stood before Lu Li. She lifted her hand, pinched the red cord around her neck, and gently pulled. The milky white jade pendant she had worn close to her skin for over a decade slid from her collar, still warm from her body. She wrapped the red cord around Lu Li's neck, her hands circling the back of his head as she secured the knot. Her fingers moved with gentle care. "Little brother, I find myself increasingly intrigued by you." She stepped back, then turned her moon-white chi-pao swirling in an elegant arc across the platform as she walked toward the stands. The hushed whispers below erupted into chorus of teasing calls. "Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap." She put it on him herself. Director Su placed it on him with her own hands. "And that's a jade pendant she's worn against her skin for over a decade. What kind of treatment is this?" You should have seen that smile of hers. This isn't about giving a jade pendant, it's clearly about giving. This Lu Li kid was the school's enemy just 2 days ago, and now the goddess is handing him jewelry. Lin Feiyu stood in the stand, sunflower seeds spilling from his grip onto the ground. He glanced at Lu Li on the platform, wearing Su Qingyue's personal jade pendant, then at Lin Yichen beside him with slightly puffed cheeks. He decided not to go home today. Let whoever wanted to report to the old man do it himself. He wouldn't be the cannon fodder. Within the Yi family ancestral residence's study, Yi Feng stood before his father's desk, with his head bowed. In this life, he had not been without his share of troublemaking. Street brawls, injuries inflicted on the tournament grounds, bullying freshmen. These were all things he had done in abundance. This time was different. This time he owed 600,000 spirit stones. Speak. What happened? Yi Tian sat behind the desk, turning the pages of a ledger, without even looking up. He knew his son's nature too well. Coming to the study at this hour instead of sleeping meant he was in trouble again. Dad, I owe some spirit stones. Yi Feng's voice was more than a degree lower than usual. Yi Tian's hand paused over the ledger, then continued its steady rhythm. Spirit stones, after all. Student gambling disputes were nothing uncommon, mere thousands or 10,000s hardly worth noting. It's nothing. Merely a modest gambling debt. How much could it possibly be? Go find the steward yourself. His tone carried casual dismissal. Yi Feng drew a deep breath. 600,000 spirit stones. The study fell silent for 3 full seconds. Yi Tian's gaze sent chills cascading down Yi Feng's spine. How much? 600,000 spirit stones. Yi Tian surged to his feet. You wastrel. His fingers closed around Yi Feng's collar, spittle spraying across his son's face. 600,000 spirit stones. Do you have any idea what spirit stones fetch on the black market now? 30,000 per stone. That amounts to roughly 20 billion. 20 billion. Do you intend to squander the entire Yi family fortune? Yi Feng dared not wipe the spittle from his face, forced instead to lay out the details of the gambling incident, as best he could. Yi Tian listened, his expression cycling through shades of green and white, before he issued a cold snort. Tell them we have no money to pay. I am curious how they dare come knocking on the Yi family door. Nonsense. A voice of thunderous vitality erupted from the study doorway. Both Yi Tian and Yi Feng flinched in unison. Yi Chang'e stood in the entrance, draped in a gray cloth robe. He was the current master of the Yi family, a supreme powerhouse at the late stage of the 8th rank martial emperor. The fury on his face surpassed even what he had shown upon witnessing deserters on the battlefield. He first shot a glare at Yi Tian. You miser. Abandoning the Yi family's honor over petty money. Then his gaze shifted to Yi Feng. And you? Good for nothing. 600,000 spirit stones. The fortune I carved from my own life's blood outside. Do you think it was meant for gambling? Yi Tian shrank his neck under his father's verbal assault. Dad, 600,000 is indeed far too much. We are not a bank. Yi Chang'e slapped the doorframe with one palm. Spirit stones can be earned again, but once face is lost, it can never be retrieved. And what have you two done? One defaults on debts, the other gambles them away. You have reduced this old man's dignity to dust. He stepped into the study and dropped heavily into the master armchair, only then speaking in a measured cadence. I will go find that old dog Lin Jintian. If need be, we fight. The money cannot be paid. We would be reduced to beggars. Honor cannot be lost either. I will face him personally. If we reach a stalemate, the public announcement will state that the Yi and Lin families settled the gambling debt through martial exchange. He set down his tea bowl, his gaze falling once more upon Yi Feng, his tone suddenly turning sinister. And that brat Lu Li. How dared he bully my beloved grandson? I will make him regret it. Hearing these words, Yi Feng's eyes nearly reddened. The grievances he had endured over the past 2 days finally found their release in his grandfather's words. He bent forward toward Yi Chang'e, his voice carrying the grim satisfaction of clenched teeth. Grandfather, that Lu Li is utterly detestable. He possesses the strength of a martial emperor, yet feigned disability to deceive everyone. And he claimed the Divine Slayer feathers as his own. Using those wings' power, he fought 7 opponents simultaneously and left Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, and the rest all broken. Yi Chang'e's hand holding the teacup froze midair. He set the bowl down with deliberate slowness, his clouded old eyes suddenly sharpening like drawn blades. He fixed his gaze upon Yi Feng. What did you say? The Divine Slayer feathers accepted a master. Who claimed them? Yi Feng, oblivious to the tremor in his grandfather's voice, continued his accusations. Lu Li claimed them. 7-colored divine radiance erupted. The entire 9-tier demonic suppression tower blazed with light. The feathers descended from the tower's peak and merged directly into his chest. Runes unfurled across his back. All 10,000 students at the school witnessed it. Yi Chang'e fell suddenly silent. He sat in the master armchair, both hands resting upon his knees. Yi Feng continued speaking, but his grandfather could no longer hear a word. 60 years ago, he had been young, trailing behind his master Xin Qianshan. His master had walked ahead and suddenly said, Chang'e, should the day ever come when I depart, whoever can make the Divine Slayer feathers acknowledge them as master shall be my final disciple. Later, the alien races invaded. His master, with a single person's strength, fought tens of thousands of alien soldiers alone, and in the end transformed all his spiritual essence into the 9-tier demonic suppression tower to seal the rift. Those feathers lay quietly on the 9th tier, forever accompanying his master. For 60 years, countless geniuses had attempted to claim them. The Shen family's direct descendants, anomalies from the capital, prodigies from distant provinces. The feathers did not stir an inch. He had believed he would never see the day. Yichanga's eyes suddenly welled with tears, his lips trembling for a long while before a muffled phrase forced its way out. Master, the person you spoke of has finally arrived. Yi Feng and Yi Tian exchanged bewildered glances. Immediately arranged for messengers to deliver the spirit stones to Lu Li. Not a single one short. Yi Feng thought he had misheard. Grandfather. Yichanga paid him no mind. He rose and entered the inner chamber, emerging moments later with a rosewood lacquer box cradled in his arms. The box opened, revealing a pair of dark blue wings within. No larger than a palm, they were translucent, throughout their surfaces shimmering with an ethereal blue glow that flickered like a breath. Yi Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never known such a treasure existed in his family. Yichanga's fingers gently traced the edge of the wooden box. This was entrusted to me by my master all those years ago. He said the 7 colored wings are the core of the Divine Slayer feathers, and these blue wings are their counterpart. Whoever claims the core shall also receive the counterpart wings. Only a complete divine artifact can unleash its true power. Unfortunately, 5 other pairs of wings remain unaccounted for to this day. Tomorrow you will personally deliver this to Lu Li. Yi Feng stared at the wooden box, his face etched with shock. His voice trembled as he asked, Grandfather, but Lu Li. Yichanga cut him off. My master's final testament is written clearly. Whoever makes the Divine Slayer feathers truly acknowledge them becomes his direct disciple. Lu Li is my junior martial brother. By generation and seniority, when you meet him from now on you must address him as senior martial uncle. Yi Feng stood rooted to the spot, as though struck by lightning. His mouth hung open, his mind racing at full speed. I pursued Lin Chen for over half a year without success, yet Lu Li won her on the very first day. I assembled 7 warriors from the top 10 of the Dragon Tiger list to attack him, and he defeated all 7 in single combat. I owe him 600,000 spirit stones, and grandfather says every last one must be paid. And now, I must call him grandfather. Is Lu Li truly the bane of my existence? In Jingdu lay the headquarters of the Chaotua cult. The grand hall possessed no windows, its 4 walls were constructed from an unknown black stone. 6 figures sat around a circular table, clad in identical black robes that concealed all but their chins. Each emanated a distinctly different aura. They were the Council of Elders of the Chaotua divine cult, the most notorious traitorous organization across the entirety of Daxia. At the center of the round table, a blood-red crystal was projecting a sequence of images. Within the projection, a youth stood upon an arena platform. Golden aura and 7-colored spiritual energy intertwined to form a dazzling arc-shaped blade, curtain blasting 4 late-stage martial emperors flying simultaneously. Behind the youth, a pair of 7-colored wings slowly folded inward. The image froze on the precise frame where he wielded his blade. The first elder's finger tapped lightly upon the table, and the crystal projection extinguished. Why has the assassination plan for Lu Li yet to commence? Silence settled over the great hall for a moment before the third elder spoke first. A prodigy. His voice was hoarse and deliberate. I favor such geniuses above all else. He swept his hand across the table, and the blood-red crystal reignited the footage, rewinding until it halted on the moment Lu Li gripped his blade. 18 years old. An early-stage martial emperor. Defeated 7 late-stage martial emperors single-handedly. A spiritual manifestation master with a peerless 7-colored divine aptitude. The Godslayer wings have already recognized him as master. He topped the National College entrance examination with a perfect score and has comprehended the intent of spiritual edge, a killing aura of such caliber. With an intent like that, he would rank among the top prodigies even within the glorious heavenly demon clan. His vital essence must be exquisite, the second elder grunted through his nose. If he dies, he ceases to be a prodigy. To take on 7 late-stage martial emperors alone means his true combat strength has at least brushed against the threshold of a martial saint. He is merely a freshman now, so I propose dispatching a killer at the martial saint level to handle this matter. The moment the words left his lips, an immediate silence fell around the circular table. A martial saint. Within the Chaotua cult, those at this realm constituted elite core members. Deployed to any province across Daxia, any one of them would stand as a dominating authority. Sacrificing a martial saint to assassinate a college freshman is excessively lavish, the fourth elder remarked, shaking his head. He oversaw the cult's internal intelligence network. What is Jingdu Martial University? That old wreck Feng Jinyue sits in command there as a Stage 8 martial sovereign. The deans of all 3 principal colleges are Stage 7 martial venerables. A martial saint's life holds value as well. Trading one for a mere freshman's life is a poor exchange. Then what would you suggest? The second elder cast a cold glance at him. Send a martial emperor. Have you not seen that arena footage? He cleaved 7 late-stage martial emperors apart with a single slash. Sending a martial emperor would be assassination or merely delivering himself as prey. The two deadlocked, and the atmosphere around the table grew increasingly oppressive. Just then the ever-silent first elder tapped the tabletop once more. The motion was faint, yet the air throughout the grand hall seemed to freeze for half a second at the precise moment his finger descended. Enough. His voice was ancient and low. Cease your bickering. All fell silent. Slowly the first elder raised a hand and pushed his hood back, revealing a face so ancient it seemed out of place in this world. A full martial saint would draw too much attention. The defensive apparatus of Jingdu Martial University is far from weak. Sending a martial saint to die pointlessly makes no sense. But what of a half-step martial venerable? A peak stage 6 martial saint with blood chi numbering 1,000,000 units stands but a single step away from true martial venerablehood. Such cultivation is more than sufficient to slaughter an early-stage martial emperor student. Moreover, a half-step martial venerable possesses concealment techniques far superior to ordinary martial saints. Strike and vanish before one can fully retreat. Though easier to hide than a full martial saint, a half-step venerable risks failure, which is precisely why the choice of operative matters. The head elder interrupted him, turning his gaze toward the figure seated at the far end who had yet to speak. Sen Xiaoyun. Upon hearing the names, several elders at the table exchanged subtly altered expressions. Xiaoyun, a half-step into the stage 7 martial venerable realm. Ranked second among the previous generation of demon sons. Xiaoyun was one of the rare few renowned exclusively for assassination. He was a psionic master. His spiritual pressure could condense into invisible psychic filaments capable of silently severing a target's throat from dozens of meters away. He could also implant direct illusions within a target's mind, eliminating them without so much as a whisper reaching the ears of gods or demons. If Xiaoyun is the one going, I agree, the third elder stated. Xiaoyun, what is your assessment of Lu Li? The head elder asked the shadow behind him. Merely to kill him, Xiaoyun began, his voice as smooth as silk. Concealment is unnecessary. A direct strike suffices. However, to ensure a safe withdrawal, I require 3 days to study his routines. The head elder nodded. Then 3 days it shall be. Additionally, he does not reside within the university campus. He lives in a spacious penthouse within the Cloud Summit residence, passing through 3 city blocks. None of those 3 blocks harbor residing experts above the martial venerable stage. Opportunities abound. He produced a blood-colored token from his robes and tossed it to Xiaoyun. The divine blessing. Crush it at a critical juncture, and it will grant you the authentic combat power of a stage 7 martial venerable for the span of a single incense stick. Should adversity arise, employ it to secure your escape. Xiaoyun caught the token and stowed it within his sleeve. You overthink, head elder. Eliminating a mere freshman requires no divine blessing. Unless, the head elder's voice drifted from behind him. Should that senior uncle appear, do not engage. Retreat immediately. Your life holds far greater value than Lu Li's. Understood. The temple doors sealed shut heavy stone meeting frame with a dull thud. Silence reclaimed the circular table for a moment before the 5th elder finally broke it. Head elder, though Xiaoyun ranks as our premier assassin, he remains merely a half-step martial venerable. That young man Lu Li faced down 7 martial emperors. His combat strength has already brushed the threshold of a martial saint. What if he fails? The head elder offered no reply. He merely stared at the projection platform, now reduced to an ordinary blood-red crystal. Upon the Godslayer wings rests the blood of our glorious deity. At these words, every elder present bowed their heads, simultaneously pressing their right hands to their chests as they silently chanted the blasphemous name of their dark god. In bygone days, it was Shun Qianshan who wielded the Godslayer wings to slay the deity's mortal incarnation when all believed the gods to be invincible. That old wretch has been dead for 60 years. It took us 60 years to set the deity's grand design back on course. Now his successor has appeared. A fellow Awakener of spiritual manifestation, another recognized master of the Godslayer wings. He slowly raised his head, his voice dropping to a chilling coldness. Shun Qianshan's heir must die. Every soul at the circular table grasped the weight of those words. This youth named Lu Li was no longer merely a human prodigy, requiring elimination. He was the inheritor of the Godslayer wings, the doctrinal successor to the old man who had drawn blood from the gods themselves. Should he fully mature, he would become the next Shun Qianshan. Our glorious design is on the verge of unfolding. This time none shall dare obstruct our magnificent deity's descent upon this land. Inside the spacious flat, Lu Li sat cross-legged in the center of the living room with 2 items hovering before him. That milky white jade pendant and the God-slaying wings. The loot he had gathered today was ridiculously enormous. System summarize all earnings from today. He murmured silently in his mind. A pale blue virtual panel unfurled before his eyes. With over 1,000 ring battles throughout the day and the grand finale featuring one against the 7 emperors, the accumulation of dominance points proved far more efficient than the previous 2 days. Ding. Current dominance points, 315000. 315,000 dominance points. Still, those who got beaten up were the majority. Lu Li sighed with emotion. Of the thousands of challengers today, most had simply tapped out after receiving a single slap from him. The small gains had compounded into something substantial, netting him well over 100,000 dominance points. By comparison, his point earnings paled in comparison. Only 73,000 points. Yet this was still a colossal sum, sufficient to make the top contender on the Dragon Tiger rankings envious. These points represent real money, worth 2 or 3 billion. From now on, let's see who dares call me a gold digger. Lu Li muttered to himself as he closed the system panel and turned his attention to the 3 physical objects before him. He picked up the milky white jade pendant first. It was warm to the touch, glowing faintly in his palm. Luli could clearly sense the god-slaying wings resonating with it. It felt as though it were calling out to a long-lost relative. The system mentioned that the god-slaying wings are a fragmented divine artifact, so this pendant should be one of its components as well. Luli held both items in his hands, examining them from left to right. So here's the question: how do I assemble them? He spent half an hour tinkering with them in his cultivation room. He tried pressing the jade pendant against the phantom image of the god-slaying wings. No effect. He attempted using his spiritual sense to activate the pendant first, then the wings. Still nothing. Both items emitted their own faint glows, completely ignoring each other like two stubborn mules in a disagreement. Damn it. Luli grumbled, plopping down on the floor and finally giving up. Could it be that a crucial connecting component was missing, which is why the two refused to assemble? He thought about it and figured that guess was probably about right. The god-slaying wings were a divine artifact. The assembly of such an artifact could not be as simple as stacking building blocks. Never mind, not in a rush. Perhaps once he found that critical connecting piece, the three would combine, and the god-slaying wings would restore from their fragmented state to a complete divine artifact. What he did not know, however, was that the god-slaying wings had far more than just those two remaining components. There were fully over a dozen pieces in total. He rubbed his belly. He had not eaten since the afternoon. Just as he was about to head to the kitchen for something to eat, his phone suddenly rang. It was Lin Bana. "You little brat, what did you do to make my Ichin upset?" The moment the call connected, Lin Bana's voice came crashing down on him. "She's locked herself in her room since returning this afternoon and hasn't touched dinner. Not even a single bite of her favorite sweet and sour pork ribs, despite usually devouring it. Hurry up and coax her, or I'll flay you alive." Luli froze, staring at the already disconnected call. Ichin is upset. After the arena tournament, he had indeed returned straight to the flat. On his way back, his mind had been entirely consumed by thoughts of the god-slaying wings, completely ignoring Lin Ichin beside him. Now recalling that she had not spoken a word as they left the stadium together, he had assumed she was simply too exhausted and had let her return directly to the Lin residence. So she was actually angry. Confused, Luli had no choice but to seek help from his brother-in-law Lin Feiyu. Brother-in-law, what exactly happened with Ichin? Although Luli's combat strength defied the heavens, he was indeed quite dense when it came to such matters. Who asked him to be a lifelong single dog in both this life and the last? After the call connected, there was a few seconds of silence, and then Lin Feiyu's voice took on a tone of exasperation. "You absolute blockhead, aren't you? What else could it be? You were being all affectionate with that Su Qingwei on the arena. She personally hung the jade pendant she had worn against her skin for over a decade around your neck and declared in front of the entire school that she was growing increasingly interested in you. How do you think my sister feels?" Luli opened his mouth, his mind racing. He retraced the entire process of the arena matches. Su Qingyue's words, "increasingly interested in you." Under her sultry tone, they certainly invited misinterpretation. But he swore he was only interested in Su Qingyue's jade pendant. As for Su Qingyue herself, that kind of woman, Luli was confident he lacked the ability to handle her, let alone provoke her. That pendant is. He instinctively wanted to say it was a component of the god-slaying wings. "I don't care what the pendant is," Lin Feiyu interrupted. "Go coax my sister right now." The call disconnected. Luli stared at the call log on his phone screen, silent for a few seconds before dialing Lin Ichin's number. The phone rang for a long time before finally connecting. There was no one speaking on the other, and only faint breathing. "Ichin." Luli decided to get straight to the point. "Dean Su's jade pendant is a scattered component of the god-slaying wings." 2 seconds of silence passed on the other end before Lin Ichin's voice rang out. There was no tremor of tears, but her voice carried a slight nasal quality. "Really?" Her tone held equal parts doubt and hope. Luli recounted from the beginning the matter of the god-slaying wings being a fragmented divine artifact. From when the god-slaying wings acknowledged him and mentioned its scattered components to the moment at the remote academy's welcome event when his wings resonated with Su Qingyue's jade pendant. Dean Su said that probably because she noticed my particular interest in her jade pendant. Luli's tone remained calm. "But she has no idea I'm not interested in her." The silence on the other end lasted even longer. Then Lin Ichin's voice finally returned to normal. "So you're saying you were exchanging meaningful glances with Dean Su in front of the entire school, all for a jade pendant component?" "It wasn't exchanging meaningful glances, it was an open and legitimate wager. She personally put the necklace on you. She was standing, and I was sitting. She's taller than me, so she naturally placed it. It was perfectly normal. She also said she's becoming more interested in you. That's because she discovered my spiritual energy attribute can resonate with her jade pendant. A dean of a remote academy finding spiritual resonance intriguing is perfectly normal. Besides, I am a genius. Wouldn't it be natural for a dean to be interested in a genius?" Finally, a barely perceptible laugh came from the other end. Then, Lin Ichin's voice paused, taking on a slightly embarrassed tone. "I'll come find you tomorrow. I want to see that jade pendant of yours. Also, don't come to our remote academy anymore. And definitely don't see the dean again." "All right, whatever you say. I'll wait for you tomorrow." Luli hung up the phone and collapsed onto the sofa, letting out a long breath. He had learned his lesson today. From now on, he needed to report to his girlfriend first before doing anything, especially anything involving the opposite sex. He rolled over and sat up, opening the system panel. "System, since mental energy is so useful, let's enhance it further." Deduct from the bully points to increase blood chi by 100,000. Ding. Consumed 1000 bully points. Enhancing host's blood chi. Current blood chi 180,000 points. Ding. Remaining bully points for host 215000 points. A series of dense bone-cracking sounds echoed through his body. Golden blood chi surged wildly through his meridians. When he had previously broken through to Martial Emperor, his blood chi had leapt from 40,000 to 80,000. This blood chi value was already approaching double that of an ordinary early-stage Martial Emperor. But now it had directly jumped to 180,000, a figure that far exceeded the realm of an ordinary 5th-stage peak Martial Emperor. Under normal circumstances, the blood chi upper limit of a peak Martial Emperor was approximately 100,000 points. His 180,000 was 1.8 times that of a normal peak Martial Emperor. Golden blood chi roared through his meridians, and each breath caused the surrounding air to tremble faintly. He clenched his fist, and the air in the palm of his hand was forcibly compressed into ripples visible to the naked eye. Not bad. Again. System continue. Deduct 100 bully points to increase mental energy by 10,000. Ding. Consumed 1000 bully points. Enhancing host's mental energy. Current mental energy 2100 points. Ding. Remaining bully points for host 215000 points. A cool current surged from his glabella, tempering his spiritual sea of consciousness. The multicolored short sword at the center of his spiritual sea condensed from the spiritual edge, became more intricate and dense on its surface under the surge of mental energy. The fist-sized core of multicolored light in his spiritual essence spun faster, each rotation expanding the boundaries of his consciousness. Luli slowly opened his eyes. He summoned the system panel again. The data on the pale blue virtual screen had undergone earth-shattering changes. Host Luli. Martial Realm Peak, 5th Stage Martial Emperor. Blood Chi 180,000. Mental Energy 2100 points. Mental Energy Realm Mid, 5th Stage Martial Emperor. Cultivation Method Devouring God Art, 1st Layer Perfection 30 Devouring Efficiency 1 Success, Rate Divine Mind Technique Beginner. Talent Spiritual Manifestor 7 Color Divine, Grade Minor Success, Magic Mineral Water White Common. Awakened Intent Spiritual, Edge Minor Success. Skills Basic Blade Technique Perfection, Basic Movement Technique Perfection, Shadow Kill Blade Technique, Beginner Concealment, Great Success, X-Ray Vision, Minor Success, Flight Perfection Manifestation Technique Minor Success. Bully Points Balance 115000. Achievement Points 30. He gazed at the numbers on the panel and noticed something unusual. His mental energy of 2100 points had been assessed by the system as mid-level 5th Stage Martial Emperor. What was the typical mental energy for an ordinary mid-level 5th Stage Martial Emperor? He recalled it was around 7,000 points at most. That was already impressive among peers. So my mental energy limit must be far beyond 2100. The upper limit for a mid-level 5th Stage Martial Emperor's mental energy might be 30,000 or even 40,000. Luli mused to himself. The blood chi range for ordinary Martial Emperors is 50,000 to 100,000. Martial Saint 1 million to 10 million. Martial Venerable 10 million to 100 million. Martial Sovereign 100 million to 1 billion. These are the universal standards in the martial world. As for what lay beyond Martial Sovereign, he had no concept of it. The Great Xia Kingdom had almost no records of that realm. That was the legendary invincible realm, something only found in ancient texts. And as for the mental energy realm conversion, to put it simply, it was just the blood chi value divided by 10. An ordinary Martial Emperor would have mental energy ranging from 5,000 to 10,000. Martial Saint 10,000 to 100,000. Martial Venerable 100,000 to 1 million. Martial Sovereign above 1 million. His blood chi upper limit was twice that of an ordinary Martial Emperor. This was all thanks to the enhancement of the Devouring God Art. The mental energy was even more outrageous. For cultivators at the same level, mid-level 5th Stage Martial Emperors typically had mental energy between 6,000 and 7,000 points. He currently had 2100, which was at least 3 times higher. This is even more exaggerated than I initially expected. Luli looked at the system panel. My luck has been good these past few days. Why not try a draw? He hadn't used the system's 10 draw feature very often. Achievement points had accumulated to 30. System 10 draw. Ding. Consumed 10 achievement points, initiating 10 draw. Drawing in progress. A halo of light exploded across the pale blue system panel. 10 items were neatly arranged before him. Magic Backpack Purple Common 1. Blood Chi Pill 3. Mana Potion Blue Rare 4. Mental Perception Headband White Common 1. Puppet Doll White Common 1. Luli looked at this row of white and blue items, his expression twitching slightly. Fortunately, there's still a purple Magic Backpack. The luck isn't too bad. The Magic Backpack was decent. He already had one and Linny Chen had one too. But this thing could fetch a decent price at the auction house, so having an extra one wasn't a loss. The Blood Chi Pills and Mana Potions were better than nothing. Just consider them bonus rewards from the system. The Mental Perception Headband, when worn, could slightly enhance the range of mental energy perception. The Puppet Doll was a one-time use item that could create a phantom clone lasting 15 minutes. No combat power, only useful as a decoy. All trash. Luli sighed. Again. System continue with the 10 draw. Ding. Consumed 10 achievement points initiating 10 draw. Drawing in progress. The halo exploded once more. This time among the 10 cards one pointed to a region burning with pure golden light. Ding. Congratulations host for obtaining Devouring God Art 2nd layer gold legendary. Luli sat up straight suddenly. He quickly opened the item details. Devouring God Art 2nd layer, the second cultivation method of the divine class technique Devouring God. Cultivation requirements: must cultivate the first layer to perfection level. Must reach Martial Saint cultivation realm. Cultivation effect: devouring efficiency increased to 50. After killing enemies you can devour up to 50 of their blood chi to permanently increase your own blood chi upper limit. Devouring success rate 2. Bonus effect: unlocks passive soul devourer. After killing enemies you can devour a portion of their mental energy source. The first layer's devouring efficiency was 30, absorbing 30 of blood chi from killed enemies with a 1 success rate. The second layer jumped directly to 50 efficiency, with the absorption ratio also increasing to 50. The success rate was 2. This effect was heaven-defying. That soul devourer passive, devouring the mental energy source. It was literally tailored for his spiritual manifestor talent. Cultivating both blood chi and mental energy simultaneously, devouring from both aspects. Battle was essentially refueling for him. Worth it. Luli clenched his fist and waved it in the air. He calmed his emotions. System 1 final 10 draw. Ding. Consumed 10 achievement points initiating 10 draw. Drawing in progress. The halo exploded for the 3rd time. Ding. Congratulations host for obtaining skill disguise technique purple epic. Luli was stunned. Disguise technique. He quickly opened the skill description. Disguise technique unmastered active skill. Can disguise the host's cultivation realm, adjusting the displayed blood chi value to any number the host desires. At perfection mastery level, those below mid-level martial sovereign cannot see through the disguise. Luli bounced up from the sofa. This skill is great. What was his biggest headache right now? It was that his blood chi was rising too fast to hide. His current true blood chi value was 180,000 points. Walking around the campus of Kyoto Martial University, which instructor wouldn't raise suspicions after just one glance at him? The early-stage martial emperor combat power he had displayed in the arena was already exaggerated enough. If he was discovered to have already reached mid-level martial emperor tomorrow, that would no longer be explainable as merely a prodigy. That would be a monster. System spend bully points to max out the disguise technique mastery. Ding. To upgrade purple epic skill disguise technique from unmastered to perfection, 1,000 bully points are required. Confirm. 10,000 points. Barely a dent. Luli confirmed without hesitation. Ding. Disguise technique mastery upgraded to perfection. Current effect cannot be seen through by anyone below mid-level martial sovereign. Disguise range quasi-martial artist to 6th-stage peak martial saint. Luli immediately activated the disguise technique, adjusting his displayed blood chi value to 80,000 points. After completing all of this, Luli leaned back into the sofa and let out a long breath. The luck has been genuinely good. However, in a dark place unknown to Luli, a person was quietly watching him. Interesting. His blood chi and mental energy suddenly surged, then abruptly returned to normal. Is he using some hidden cultivation method? Or, let me observe a bit more. No rush. Better to be cautious. Kyoto Martial Arts University's 3rd cafeteria. This was universally recognized as the finest dining hall on campus. Luli sat by the window, a table laden with small dishes and bowls before him. Lenny Chen sat opposite him, chopsticks in hand, lifting a piece of sweet and sour ribs toward her mouth. These ribs came from a Tier 5 mountain pig emperor. A single serving at Kyoto Martial Arts University cost 100 spirit stones. Lin Feiyu sat beside him, his tray emptied, save for the remnants of the food he had been freeloading. What a wealthy fellow, must have earned quite a pile of spirit stones, hasn't he? Lin Feiyu stuffed the last piece of sauce beef from the faculty windows special section into his mouth. 60 credits a plate, I wouldn't even order that myself. You nearly cleared out their entire counter today, kid. Lenny Chen glared at him and tapped her chopsticks against the table. Can't even eat in peace without you shutting me down. Lin Feiyu set down his chopsticks, spread his hands, and instantly adopted a pitiful expression. Sis, you can't be throwing your sister to the wolves before we're even married. You eat a few slices of his beef and your heart aches. Wait until you marry into his family. Won't you strip the Lin household clean? Lin Feiyu. Lenny Chen's face flushed crimson in an instant. The young woman bit her lower lip and darted a quick glance at Lu Li from the corner of her eye. Seeing he was busily eating without offering any help, she kicked him beneath the table. Lu Li looked up with an innocent expression, then silently placed a rib onto Lenny Chen's plate. What a lively bunch you've got here. A voice came from behind them. Yifeng stood by the table, a palm-sized rosewood box cradled in his hands. His appearance today bore no resemblance to the strategic figure he had been among the tournament spectators. Lu Li. Yifeng did not sit. He set the rosewood box on the table, then withdrew his student card and transferred 100,000 points to Lu Li's account. His movements were crisp and decisive, leaving no room for hesitation. Only after completing this did he speak. My grandfather learned of the arena incident and reprimanded me severely. These blue feather wings, he asked me to pass them to you as a gesture of apology. He paused, his fingers tracing the edge of the rosewood box. My grandfather said this matters greatly to you. He hopes you will not let the god-slaying feather gather dust. Luli took the wooden box. The lid opened to reveal a pair of palm-sized blue wings resting quietly on black velvet padding. The god-slaying feather core within his spiritual consciousness trembled violently, its resonance far more powerful than when he had first encountered Su Qingyue's jade pendant. They were calling to one another frantically. Could this also be a component of the god-slaying feather? Luli thought silently and nodded to Yifeng. Seeing Luli accept the gift, Yifeng visibly relaxed. He took a step back, bowed deeply to Luli, and turned to leave. Lin Feiyu grew anxious, leaping to his feet to shout after Yifeng's departing figure. What about mine? Mister, you wouldn't be backing out of your word, would you? That was 500,000 spirit stones. Yifeng halted and turned his head, his tone calm. 600,000 spirit stones. The entire circulation across Kyoto Martial Arts University is less than 1 million. Where on earth would I conjure more for you? No spirit stones then. 100 billion in cash interest. Lin Feiyu's eyebrows instantly returned to their natural position. He knew all too well how difficult spirit stones were to obtain. On the black market they fetched 30,000 per single point. Moreover, spirit stones were simply unobtainable for purchase. They granted access to the cultivation tower, entry permits for secret realm trials, exchange privileges for heaven-grade techniques, weapons and armor in the school's treasure pavilion, all required spirit stones. I'll take it, Lin Feiyu replied without hesitation. Yifeng nodded. 100 billion was hardly a crippling sum for a martial emperor noble family, though it would still drain more than half of the Yi family's liquid assets. He cast one final glance at Lin Feiyu, a complex smile curling at the corners of his lips. Don't get cocky. My father said 30 years east of the river, 30 years west, the tide turns. I'll get every penny of this back. Lin Feiyu threw back his head and laughed loudly. Relax, old master, Yi would never dare touch me. My father has recovered. He broke through to Martial Venerable just days ago. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? His tone carried 3 parts vanity and 7 parts pride. After all, Lin Jinbei's 3-year coma had been a thorn in his heart, and that thorn had finally been pulled free. The composed expression on Yi Feng's face finally cracked, his eyes widening sharply. Uncle Lin is healed, and he broke through to Martial Venerable. Of course. Lin Feiyu's tail seemed ready to brush the clouds. A Martial Venerable grade spiritual essence crystal ball. The Lin family lacked nothing after Lu Li provided it. He repaired his spiritual sea entirely, and not only that. Using the essence power, he broke through to Martial Venerable in one stroke. He's currently at home stabilizing his cultivation. Yifeng fell silent for a moment, then spoke again, his tone finally relaxing. In that case, let this 100 billion serve as a congratulatory gift from the Yi family to Uncle Lin. Goodbye. With that he turned and departed, never looking back. Lu Li stored the rosewood box in his spatial ring and sat down to continue his meal. Lin Feiyu by his side kept refreshing his phone, watching the bank balance notifications pour in. His mouth had been hanging open since the beginning and hadn't closed once. Lu Li, I'm giving you 50 billion. Without waiting for any protest, Lin Feiyu transferred the funds immediately. Lu Li, I have to thank you. Without you I would never have won so much money. Without you, my father would still be lying in bed. After the meal the 3 of them strolled slowly along the Ginkgo Avenue at Kyoto Martial Arts University. Passing the school's treasure pavilion, Lu Li suddenly stopped in his tracks. The treasure pavilion was the official equipment trading center operated by Kyoto Martial Arts University. Its interior displayed a variety of spirit artifacts, pills, and rare materials. The counters on the first floor held items with clearly marked prices ranging from ordinary spirit artifacts costing a few thousand points to fine pieces at tens of thousands. The second floor required instructor-level clearance to enter. The third floor housed an auction house, hosting periodic bids for extraordinary treasures. Lu Li, holding Lin Yichen's hand, entered the first floor hall and headed straight for the armor section. The attending clerk was a junior-year senior student wearing the treasure pavilion uniform. She visibly froze upon seeing Lu Li. That face had been plastered across the campus network for 2 weeks. Freshman top scorer, the god-slaying feathers, chosen host, single-handedly defeating 7 emperors. It was impossible not to recognize him. Lu Li surveyed the counter, then extended a finger toward the silver-white light armor displayed at the center of the showcase. The armor was thin as a cicada's wing, its surface flowing with pale, silver rune-like defensive formations embroidered along the collar and cuffs. The price tag below read Ice Silkworm Spiritual Armor, low-grade spirit artifact capable of withstanding a full-force strike from any martial emperor below tier 5, late stage, priced at 12,000 spirit stones. Take this one out for me to try, Lu Li said to the clerk. He took the light armor and turned to measure it against Lin Yichen's figure. The young woman's slender frame suited the cinched waist design perfectly. Too expensive. Lin Yichen glanced at the price tag. 12,000 spirit stones translated to nearly 400 million in cash. Lu Li paid no heed and had already pulled out his student card to swipe. The clerk's hands moved faster than usual, terrified the benefactor might change his mind. Lu Li strolled through the weapons section again, his gaze settling on a longbow entirely of icy blue. The bow was crafted from a millennium-old mystical ice, with its string braided from ice silkworm threads. The price tag read, Ice Crystal Longbow mid-grade spiritual artifact top-tier equipment for ice attribute archers, increasing ice attribute attacks by 30% and featuring armor-piercing effects priced at 18000 points. Wrap this bow up. The saleswoman's hands were already trembling. She had been working at the Precious Treasure Pavilion for a year and had never seen a freshman buying things as casually as browsing a supermarket. Luli wandered over to the footwear section and selected a pair of silver-white short boots. Wind element runes were embroidered along the sides and miniature acceleration arrays were inscribed on the soles. The price tag read, Gale's Wind Boots low-grade spiritual artifact increasing the wearer's movement speed by 30% priced at 3000 points. The three items totaled 33,000 points equivalent to nearly $1 billion in cash. Every student on the first floor of the Precious Treasure Pavilion halted their shopping, their eyes all fixed on the young man at the counter. The saleswoman wrapped the three items with slightly trembling hands and offered them with both palms. Lenny Chin clutched the three gift boxes, her lips moving, but she could not resist whispering softly, "You really know how to squander money. It's for you. How is that squandering?" Luli's tone left no room for argument. Someone nearby recognized them. "Isn't that Luli? The one from the arena matches a few days ago. We all chipped in for his money to pick up girls. Sigh, my 20 points are now on someone else's girlfriend's feet. What do you have to sigh about? I got slapped 10 times and my face is still swollen. That pair of boots had my 1 point in it too." Luli could not be bothered to respond and led the deeply blushing Lenny Chin out of the Precious Treasure Pavilion. In the afternoon, he accompanied her to several spots around Kyoto Martial Arts University. At dusk, they enjoyed a sumptuous dinner at a renowned private restaurant outside the east gate of campus before he walked her back to the Lin residence. As night fell, Luli returned alone to Cloud Summit Realm. He took out the rosewood box and the milky white jade pendant together, placing them on the coffee table in the living room. The moment the two objects drew near each other, the god-slaying wings trembled within his spiritual consciousness. This time the tremor was far from insignificant. A faint resonance emerged between the jade pendant and the blue wings, with visible ripples forming in the air between them. The milky white glow emanating from the jade pendant interwove with the deep blue radiance of the wings, as if engaged in some silent conversation. No longer hesitating, he pressed both objects simultaneously into his spiritual consciousness. The jade pendant and blue wings sank into his forehead without any resistance. Above his spiritual sea, a phantom pair of 7-colored wings slowly unfurled. As soon as the blue wings entered the spiritual consciousness, they transformed into a stream of deep blue light and darted toward the 7-colored wings. The two pairs of wings drew closer slowly through the rain of light the moment their tips touched. The milky white jade pendant suddenly appeared, transforming into a blinding burst of white light that hovered between the two pairs of wings, securing them together like a precise clasp. 3 bursts of light exploded simultaneously. 3 colors intertwined into a magnificent curtain of light. Within the curtain, 4 wings slowly unfurled. 2 pairs of wings. The second form of the god-slaying wings was complete. As the light curtain gradually dispersed, Luli's back no longer bore the previous pair of translucent 7-colored phantom wings. Instead, there were 2 pairs of solid-feeling wings. Is it really done? Luli sensed the 4 wings behind him, hardly able to believe it. Last time he had worked on it for nearly half a day with no reaction. This time, pressing it to his forehead completed it automatically. He examined the position of the jade pendant within his spiritual consciousness. "No wonder I could not assemble it that day," he muttered to himself. "This jade pendant is merely the connecting piece between the 2 pairs of wings." Just then the system panel automatically appeared. Ding. The god-slaying wings have completed their second form combination. Ding. The host has acquired the passive skill Mental Defense Perfection. Effect 1. Passive trigger automatically resists 90% of all mental attacks. Effect 2. Active defense. When the host recognizes the attack and consciously activates defense, it can block 99% of mental attacks. Luli's eyes lit up instantly. Mental attacks were universally acknowledged as the most difficult type of attack to defend against in the martial world. They could only be resisted through sheer spiritual power. With this skill, when fighting mental masters in the future, he would essentially be wearing heavy armor that directly resists 90% of mental attacks. 90% passive damage reduction and 99% active damage reduction were enough to turn the tide at critical moments. It was also sufficient to make him unafraid of any mental attacks from martial venerables and below. The system's notification sound continued. Ding. The host has acquired the active skill Perfection Mental Rampage. Effect upon activation instantly multiplies the host's spiritual power by 10 for 10 minutes. No cooldown, but after the skill ends, the host will enter a state of spiritual exhaustion lasting 12 hours. 10 times spiritual power lasting 10 minutes. Luli repeated the words, his voice filled with suppressed excitement. His current spiritual power was 21,000 points, and with Mental Rampage activated it would reach 210,000. An ordinary mental master at the early stage of martial venerable typically had spiritual power ranging from 100,000 to 400,000. Does this mean that when I activate the skill, I would be equivalent to a mental power master at the early stage of martial venerable? This will be my trump card from now on. He clenched his fist secretly and read through the cooldown description again. A 12-hour weakness period meant he could only use it once per battle and could not activate it casually unless absolutely necessary. But if it truly came to a desperate situation, this move was the card that could turn the tables. System allocate points. Lu Li felt his luck tonight was simply overflowing. 100,000 bully points, all used to increase spiritual power. Ding. Consumed 10000 bully points. Spiritual power, 10000 points. Current spiritual power, 31000 points. Spiritual realm, 5th stage martial emperor mid-level. A familiar cool torrent poured into his glabella. The 7-colored short sword in his spiritual sea expanded slightly larger. The boundaries of his spiritual sea extended outward by a significant margin. Just then a sharp stabbing pain struck his glabella without warning. That was an attack from the spiritual level. An invisible arrow forged from spiritual power pierced across the wall and targeted the center of his spiritual sea with pinpoint accuracy. The arrow's speed was too fast, its timing too merciless. It specifically targeted that perfect interval when his spiritual sea was still stabilizing after just allocating points. The spiritual power condensed at the arrowhead was compressed to nearly a materialized state. Wherever it passed, the air was distorted into translucent ripples by the residual waves of spiritual energy. The hairs on Lu Li's nape instantly bristled. He had no time to wonder who it was. Instinct drove him to proactively activate his mental defense. The 7-colored short sword within his spiritual consciousness sea suddenly blazed with brilliant radiance. An invisible 7-colored barrier rebounded from the blade's surface, enveloping his entire spiritual consciousness sea. The moment the spiritual arrow struck the barrier, Lu Li felt as though someone had struck the back of his skull with a hammer. What the hell? Someone's trying to assassinate me, he roared inwardly. The spiritual arrow weakened drastically as it pierced through the barrier layers. With each layer of defense it penetrated, the spiritual energy at the arrowhead was stripped away. He could clearly sense that this arrow's original power was at least a full force strike of over 150 spiritual energy points. If he hadn't just acquired that divine skill of mental defense, if he hadn't just added 10,000 to his spiritual energy, he would have been finished. This arrow alone could have pierced a hole through his spiritual consciousness sea. He would have instantly become an idiot. What good would it do to have clone bodies at that point? What would be the point of revenge? Who the hell is trying to kill me? This was a high-end residential area near Kyoto Martial Arts University. Surrounding the area were security personnel at the Martial Emperor realm level patrolling 24 hours a day. Multiple defensive formations had also been installed. To sneak in silently without detection, one would need to be at least a martial saint. Could it be the Yi family? A thought flashed through Lu Li's mind. No, the Yi family is a martial emperor lineage, and they're allied with the Lin family. They wouldn't act like this. Could it be the Transcendence sect? Right? He had ruined their plans and killed one of their martial venerable elders. That seemingly indestructible arrow had been reduced to less than 1% of its original power after piercing through the barrier. After colliding with the 7-colored short sword condensed at the center of his consciousness, it dissipated with a hiss. Damn it, Transcendence sect. I'll definitely kill you. Lu Li closed his eyes, breathing heavily, his back soaked with cold sweat. He composed himself and spread his spiritual sense outward. At the same time, he activated another new skill without hesitation, Spiritual Frenzy. His 31,000 spiritual energy points suddenly exploded to 310,000 in an instant. The surging spiritual energy erupted from between his eyebrows, sending shockwaves radiating outward in all directions. He felt like a supreme deity gazing down upon everyone around him. Within a radius of hundreds of meters, every person's breathing and heartbeat became perfectly clear under the coverage of his 310,000 spiritual energy points. In the building next door, a man dressed entirely in black night-walking clothes was rapidly retracting his spiritual energy tendril. The man was slender and appeared to be in his late 20s. Although he had tried his best to conceal the spiritual energy fluctuations under Lu Li's current scan of 310,000 points, he was still detected. Since you're here, no matter who you are, you're dead. Xiao Yun, the #1 assassin of the Transcendence Divine Cult, ranked second among the previous generation of demon sons. A spirit master at the late stage of half-step 7th rank martial venerable with true spiritual energy, reaching 200,000 points. It was worth noting that ordinary early-stage martial venerable spiritual practitioners typically had only 100 to 400,000 points. But Xiao Yun's spiritual energy at the half-step martial venerable stage had already reached 200,000 points, truly making him a peerless genius. His face was slightly pale at this moment because that arrow had consumed 70% of his spiritual energy. 70% of 200,000 was 140,000. A full power strike of 140,000 spiritual energy points against a Lu Li with only 30,000. He had once used this same arrow to assassinate a top genius at the peak of martial saint with 100,000 spiritual energy at Moda Martial Arts University. That person's spiritual energy intensity was more than 3 times that of this Lu Li. Yet he was still killed by a single arrow piercing through his spiritual consciousness sea in the dormitory. It wasn't discovered until a full day later. The martial emperors and martial venerables of Modu Martial Arts University had investigated for a full 3 months without even catching a glimpse of him. These past 2 days he had already been lurking near Lu Li's residence for a long time. According to his operational principles, even the simplest targets deserve the time to observe their behavioral patterns. He needed to understand every move Lu Li made before delivering a decisive strike. This spiritual mental treasure is truly peculiar. Xiao Yun murmured to himself, a trace of amusement flashing across his face. 3 divine artifact components that had been separated for decades came together in his hands, as if by magic. It was precisely because of this that Shun Qianshan had managed to wound a deity back then. No wonder the Elder Grandmaster valued it so highly, even betting my life on it. He stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his figure almost completely merging with the darkness. 200,000 points of spiritual energy formed a thin barrier around him, enveloping his aura. Perhaps this is exactly my opportunity. Xiao Yun gently pursed his lips, balancing the long needle condensed from spiritual energy between his fingertips. Taking lives and seizing treasures. I excel at this. Kill him, and the god-slaying wings will be mine. With those words, Xiao Yun launched the arrow toward the leveling Lu Li. It was a terrifying strike containing 140,000 points of spiritual energy. What the hell? He actually blocked it. This is impossible. This strike had been the convergence of 70% of his spiritual energy. Xiao Yun didn't have time to think further. Something even more terrifying descended upon him. Within Xiao Yun's perception range, Lu Li's spiritual energy surged from over 30,000 to 80,000, then to 150,000, then to 200,000, finally stabilizing at 310,000. Fuck! Xiao Yun cursed involuntarily. His pupils contracted sharply and fear flashed across his pale face for the first time. 310,000 spiritual energy. That was the peak level of early-stage martial venerable. It was a full 100,000 points higher than his own 200,000. He had no time to ponder how a mid-stage martial emperor could possess spiritual energy at the martial venerable level. His instincts screamed at him to retreat immediately. But it was already too late. Lu Li's 310,000 points of spiritual energy crashed down upon him like a tidal wave, precisely locking off every possible escape route. The spiritual energy pressed upon him from all directions, crushing his 200,000-point barrier inch by inch back into his body. No longer concerned with concealment, Xiao Yun unleashed his full 200,000 points of spiritual energy, condensing it into a transparent mental shield before him. This shield had withstood a full power strike from a true early-stage martial venerable powerhouse, without a scratch, making it his ultimate life-saving technique. But under the crushing weight of 310,000 spiritual energy, it shattered like glass beneath a wheel, exploding into scattered remnants of spiritual energy. Xiao Yun spat a mouthful of black blood. His pure black pupils reflected the youth slowly rising from the neighboring balcony. He opened his mouth to say something. Lu Li never gave him the chance. His 310,000 points of spiritual energy, guided by Lu Li's will, transformed into an invisible giant palm. It encircled Xiao Yun from all directions. Xiao Yun's 200,000 spiritual energy had already been depleted by more than half, leaving him not even a shred of resistance. The invisible giant palm tightened slowly, and Xiao Yun could clearly hear the sound of his own body being crushed inch by inch. You? Xiao Yun managed only this single word. Then his eyes rolled back, and his body went limp, collapsing to the ground. His spiritual consciousness had been directly pulverized by Lu Li's 310,000 points of spiritual energy. Only an empty shell remained thudding against the floor-to-ceiling window before losing its final breath. The number 1 assassin of the Transcendence Divine Cult. The Demon Son ranked second from the previous generation, Xiao Yun, who had executed dozens of assassination missions against human geniuses without a single failure, died that night at the hands of his prey, whom he had been watching for 2 full days. Lu Li withdrew his spiritual energy and fluttered his wings, sweeping back to the living room from the balcony. When his feet touched the solid wood floor, his knees buckled slightly, nearly bringing him to one knee. The after-effects of spiritual frenzy hit harder and faster than he had anticipated. Ding. Host has slain a half-step 7th-rank warrior, earning 158500 intimidation points. Ding. Host's current intimidation value, 177000 points. Ding. The Devouring Divine Art has activated. Host's blood chi permanently increased by 1000 points. How many people has this guy killed? His intimidation value is over 150000. This Devouring Divine Art is too powerful. The 1% chance actually succeeded. Increased by 1000 blood chi points. Holy shit. Am I about to break through? Lu Li sat cross-legged in the center of the living room, his eyes closed. His divine sense still bore the after-effects of the mental ferocity. A dull ache deep in his temples surged like tidal waves, one after another. But at this moment he had no time to care. On the system panel, the settlement for slaying Xiao Yun had finally arrived. Ding. Successfully slaughtered Xiao Yun, a half-step 7th-rank martial venerable powerhouse. Triggered the devouring effect of the first layer of the Divine Devouring Art, masterful proficiency, absorbing 30% of Xiao Yun's blood and chi essence, permanently enhancing the host's blood and chi. A vast torrent of blood and chi power surged from the void into his dantian. It was the primal blood and chi that the Divine Devouring Art had forcibly stripped from Xiao Yun's corpse. This blood and chi flowed into his meridians like molten magma, causing his entire body to glow with a faint golden light. His blood and chi value started climbing from 180,000, 19,000, 240,000, 270,000, finally stabilizing at 280,000. At that moment, a crisp cracking sound echoed from deep within his dantian. The sound resembled a seed breaking through its shell in the soil. Lu Li gazed inward at his dantian and saw a crystal the size of a rice grain appear in the once turbid sea of blood and chi. A blood and chi core, the mark of a martial saint. From martial king to martial emperor, one condenses blood and chi from a gaseous state into a liquid state, transforming it into gang energy. The blood and chi throughout the body undergoes a qualitative shift. From martial emperor to martial saint is a further step. One condenses the dispersed gang energy from the entire body into a solid crystal core. With this core, blood and chi is no longer a consumable, but a regenerable source of power. The blood and chi values of ordinary martial saints vary from 100,000 to 1 million, a tenfold difference. It all depends on the quality and accumulation of this crystal core. Lu Li's newly formed core shone brilliantly with golden radiance. As he broke through, the divine devouring art automatically activated, inscribing devouring runes onto the crystal core. His blood and chi value skyrocketed at the same instant the core formed. His dantian was like a fissure pried open, granting access to the source of power itself. He felt like a living furnace ablaze with power. Only after half an hour did the surging power gradually subside. He summoned the system panel once more. Host Lu Li, Martial Path Realm, early stage of 6th rank Martial Saint. Blood and chi value 500,000. An ordinary early stage Martial Saint had a blood and chi value of 100,000 to 200,000. The threshold for mid-stage Martial Saint was 500,000. Having just broken through to early stage Martial Saint, his blood and chi value had already reached mid-stage. With his current blood and chi power, if he encountered those 7 top 10 contenders on the Dragon Tiger list again, one slash would suffice. Moreover, with his breakthrough in Martial Realm, his Divine Sense had also been boosted. Divine Sense 41000 points. 14-1. Although his Divine Sense realm had not yet broken through to Martial Saint, it had jumped from 31,000 to 41,000, an increase of 10,000 points. This is wonderful. Lu Li clenched his fists. With his current strength, even without using mental ferocity, he could easily overpower an ordinary late-stage 6th rank Martial Saint in direct combat. If he activated mental ferocity, his over 400,000 point Divine Sense would crush all who were below mid-stage Martial Venerable. But it's not over yet. I still have 150,000 bully points. He glanced at the bully point balance on the system panel. Slaying Xiao Yun had earned him 150,000 points, and adding the previous remainder brought the total to 158,500 points. System, add all 150,000 bully points to Divine Sense. Ding. Consuming 150,000 bully points. Increasing host Divine Sense. Divine Sense 150,000 points. Current Divine Sense 56,000 points. Divine Sense realm late stage of 5th rank Martial Emperor. Lu Li immediately gazed inward at his Divine Sense C. Deep within the Divine Sense C, on the shaft of the 7-colored short sword at the center, several intricate rune patterns had been added, and the blade tip trembled slightly, emitting a clear and resonant sword cry. 56,000 points of Divine Sense. This number was already close to that of an ordinary mid-stage 6th rank Martial Saint. Holy crap, 56,000 points, and still not broken through to the Martial Saint level spiritual telekinesis. Lu Li paused. If he remembered correctly, the Divine Sense of an ordinary early stage Martial Saint was roughly between 10,000 and 20,000 points. With his 56,000, he should have long since broken through to Martial Saint. This meant his Divine Sense upper limit was far higher than ordinary people's, just as his blood and chi upper limit was 3 to 4 times that of martial artists at the same realm. The upper limit of his Divine Sense also far exceeded the normal range. Looks like my Divine Sense, like my blood and chi, has a much higher upper limit than ordinary people at the same realm. He murmured to himself. Is this a hidden effect of the 7-colored god-level talent of the spiritual manifestation master, or a bonus from the god-slaying wings? But he did not dwell on this question too much. After all, his total Divine Sense amount was what it was. The realm was merely a label. When fighting, opponents would feel the crushing force of 56,000 Divine Sense points. Now there's a more important matter: cultivating the 2nd layer of the Divine Devouring Art. System, learn the 2nd layer of the Divine Devouring Art. Then consume bully points to raise the 2nd layer's proficiency to beginner. Ding. Learning the 2nd layer of the Divine Devouring Art requires 500 bully points. Confirm. Confirm. Ding. Learning successful. Current proficiency of the Divine Devouring Art, 2nd layer beginner. 2nd layer effect: devouring efficiency increased to 50%. After killing an enemy, you can devour up to 35% of their blood and chi to permanently increase your own blood and chi upper limit. Additional passive: soul devour. After killing an enemy, you can devour 5% of their Divine Sense essence to permanently increase your own Divine Sense upper limit. Current soul devour success rate 15%. This is excellent. From now on I can devour divine sense as well. He nodded secretly, although the soul devour success rate was only 15%. With his killing speed, a 15% probability would still yield steady additional divine sense growth. This technique suited bullies indoctrinated by the transcendent God perfectly, those with nothing but slaughter on their minds. He stood up and stretched his body. His bones crackled loudly. Then a problem occurred to him. His current strength would be too conspicuous walking around the Kyoto Martial University. Just a few days ago he had been a 4th-rank martial king, and in less than a week he had become a 6th-rank martial saint. If this breakthrough, not just the Kyoto Martial University, the entire Great Xia would erupt in chaos. System activate disguise technique. He activated the disguise technique. Ding. Disguise technique activated. Current display martial path realm early stage of 5th rank martial emperor blood and chi value 0 points. Divine sense realm mid stage of 5th rank martial emperor divine sense value 0 points. Lu Li nodded in satisfaction. The disguise technique's proficiency had already reached masterful proficiency. Perceivers below mid-stage martial emperor could not see through it whatsoever. The data he revealed now was exactly the level a gifted new student should have. Breaking through to early stage martial emperor during the arena competition with divine sense slightly higher than peers. Everything was perfectly reasonable. Everything made perfect sense. Just then a voice came from the dark void. Splendid. Splendid. Lu Li's entire body bristled with alarm. He spun around toward the source of the voice. From the shadows in the corner of the living room, a hunched old man stood there, having appeared without a sound. Fang Jinhua, the president of Kyoto Martial Arts University, an 8th-rank Wu Emperor. Lu Li's mind raced through several calculations within a fraction of a second. How much had he witnessed? When had he started watching? Had he seen everything? The entire breakthrough to martial saint. Was Lu Li's disguise technique useless against him? Should he bring up his senior uncle? No. Last time an avatar had intervened it was in Jiangxing, and Fang Jinhua would certainly have investigated. This time it was Kyoto. There was absolutely no alternate self nearby. Fabricating a story would only dig him deeper into trouble. Just as he was frantically calculating how to respond, Fang Jinhua spoke first. The old man stepped forward from the shadows, his hands still clasped behind his back. He walked to the center of the living room, not looking at Lu Li, but instead gazing up at the crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling. I sensed at the moment that assassin made his move. The Supreme Transcendent Sect's #1 assassin. A half-step 7th-rank expert with 200,000 units of mental power. Fang Jinhua's voice remained calm. But instantly that person's terrifying track record flashed through his mind. He also recalled the gnashing of teeth from his old friend the president of Magu Martial Arts University whenever that man's name was mentioned. This assassin had killed over a dozen human prodigies in merely a few short years. A ruthless individual capable of escaping even from those at the late martial venerable stage. Xiao Yun, the Supreme Transcendent Sect's foremost assassin, possesses 200,000 units of mental power and stands at the late martial venerable stage of the half-step 7th rank. His last known activity in the Kyoto jurisdiction was several years ago. Last year he assassinated one of Magu Martial Arts University's top geniuses at the peak of martial saint and escaped unscathed. He paused, his gaze finally settling on Lu Li. I saw that mental arrow strike your forehead. At that moment, I feared my brand new top-scoring student was about to be lost. Lu Li remained silent. He did not know Fang Jinhua's purpose in coming. If an 8th-rank Wu Emperor truly sought his demise, Lu Li wouldn't even have the opportunity to unleash his mental frenzy. But you did not die. You not only withstood that strike, but also exploded with mental power comparable to an early-stage martial venerable, crushing Xiao Yun's spiritual sea into dust. A half-step 7th-rank venerable. A martial venerable with 200,000 units of mental power, the Supreme Transcendent Sect's #1 assassin, was crushed to death by a mere martial emperor. Fang Jinhua shook his head slightly at these words, a complex smile touching his lips as if marveling at something inconceivable. A super assassin who had sent shockwaves throughout all of Daxia had been squeezed to death by a first-year college student. Not even given the chance to send out a distress signal. He swallowed hard. Then something even more unforeseen occurred. You broke through to Martial Saint during battle. Your vital force surged to 500,000, mid-stage Martial Saint. Achieving mid-stage Martial Saint vitality immediately upon breakthrough. In my over a century of life, I have seen countless prodigies. You rank second. Nobody dares claim first. Lu Li's mouth twitched slightly. Fang Jinhua had indeed witnessed everything from beginning to end. The old man did not pause, continuing onward. This is not all. Immediately afterward, your mental power also surged dramatically, rocketing past 50,000. Blood refinement, bone tempering, spirit crystallization. Your breakthrough bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the old principle back then. Especially that sudden surge in mental power. It mirrored the old principle exactly. When he mentioned the words old principle, his voice carried a trace of reverence and nostalgia. Back then the old principle was still at the peak of Wu Emperor. The heavenly demon army pressed against our borders, and tens of thousands of alien races poured forth from the spatial rifts. The old principle single-handedly withstood the heavenly demon army. In the end, the heavenly demon deity descended in person. That was a presence transcending the 9th rank, the realm your current textbooks call invincible. Above Wu Emperor lies the invincible. Throughout our race's history, barely anyone has ever stepped into that realm. Fang Jinyue's gaze grew, distant, seeming to pass through Lu Li and return to that battlefield drenched in blood. Everyone believed the old principle would surely perish. A peak Wu Emperor confronting a divine realm beyond invincibility was like throwing eggs against a boulder. At the final moment, the old principle detonated his mental power to its absolute limit. In that instant, his mental energy multiplied tenfold, shattering past the 100 million mark. The mental power of an 8th-rank peak Wu Emperor exploded to the peak of the invincible realm, reaching the half-step divine stage. He forcibly suppressed a strike from the heavenly demon deity with his mental power alone, then combined it with the god-slaying wings to wound that deity, driving it back into the spatial rift. His gaze returned to Lu Li, an inexplicable light flashing within his eyes. The technique you just used to crush Xiao Yun mirrors exactly what the old principle employed to suppress the deity. Tenfold mental power explosion. Old principle, your legacy finally has a successor. The god-slaying wings have found their next heir. His voice caught slightly as he spoke these words. May the old principle's spirit in heaven bless our great Daxia, sending us a super genius whose brilliance shines through the ages. For one must understand, the present Daxia faces both internal turmoil and external threats. Within, the supreme transcendent sect stirs chaos and corrupts humanity. Beyond, alien tribes from outside the realms watch with predatory intent. If not for those 5 elder Wu emperors holding the line, Daxiao would surely have long been trampled under foreign oppression. Lu Li fell silent for a moment before speaking. Principal I. He wanted to explain something, but Fang Jinyue raised a hand to stop him. No explanation needed. Everyone has their own secrets. The old principal also had secrets back then. He never explained anything to anyone. All opportunities belong to oneself. The old man's voice was calm and peaceful. I have come today not to question you, but to tell you 2 things. He raised one finger. First, the supreme transcendent sect sending Xiao Yun to kill you this time means they have grown serious. Xiao Yun was an ace-level assassin within the supreme transcendent sect. With his death, the elders there will surely erupt in fury. Next time they will not send a lone assassin. They may deploy the Elder Council. Guard yourself well. A second finger rose. Second, news of your breakthrough to Martial Saint will not leave beyond myself. Kyoto Martial University is your school, and you are my student. It is only natural for a teacher to protect their student. No matter what secrets you harbor, as long as you do not betray humanity or betray Daxia, Kyoto Martial University will forever be your home. The old man lowered his hand and clasped it behind his back again. His figure turned slowly toward the darkness. Cultivate diligently. When you feel ready, come find me. I will take you to meet the old principal's direct senior disciple. He is not exactly easy to deal with at present, but he has been waiting for you all along. His tone carried an unusual quality when he said these words. The old man's figure vanished into the darkness. A barely perceptible ripple rippled through the void before settling into stillness. The training room fell quiet once more. Only beyond the floor-to-ceiling window, the runes atop the 9-story demon-suppressing pagoda in the distance continued their eternal faint glow. A fine prospect. Kyoto Martial University has finally struck gold. Cultivate him carefully. Daxia will surely produce a true dragon capable of suppressing all races. Lu Li walked along the Ginkgo Avenue of Kyoto Martial Arts University. He wore the fresh gray uniform of the Auxiliary Academy and carried a half-finished cup of soy milk in his hand. His pace was neither fast nor slow. Beneath the ginkgo trees lining the path, clusters of students huddled together, scrolling through campus forum posts. See that guy? That's Lu Li. The one who fought 7 emperors alone the day before yesterday. Do I need to introduce him? Who on campus doesn't know him now? The 3rd top scorer with perfect marks since the founding of the Great Xia dynasty. The divine-slaying wings recognized him as their master in the 9-story demonic suppression tower. In his first semester, he had already defeated 7 of the top 10 on the sophomore Dragon Tiger rankings. I was there when it happened. That final strike sent 4 people flying simultaneously. The energy from his blade severed the alloy support posts at the edge of the arena. You should have seen Yi Feng's expression back then. His face turned completely green. What do you think his current cultivation level is? To take on 7 emperors solo, he must be at least at the peak of Martial Emperor realm. Actually, even peak Martial Emperor might not be enough. I suspect he's already brushed against the threshold of Martial Saint. Impossible. It's only been a few days since enrollment. Going from Martial King to Martial Saint. Even a rocket couldn't achieve that. I think he's just at the late stage of Martial Emperor with the added boost from those wings. The top 3 on the junior year Dragon Tiger rankings are all at peak Martial Emperor, rumored to be in secluded cultivation attempting to break through to Martial Saint. When they emerge, I wonder if they'll come to test their blades against Lu Li. Wouldn't need to ask. Shen Jinghong has already made it clear. He'll measure Lu Li's strength upon returning from the secret realm. That man tops the senior Dragon Tiger rankings and is half a step away from Martial Venerable. Enough, let's not say more, he's coming. Lu Li walked past them without breaking stride, his expression unchanged. He had grown callous to these discussions over the past few days. From the nobody of Jiangsheng to the monster of Kyoto. From facing challenges from 3,800 opponents to battling 7 emperors alone. His reputation spread across Kyoto Martial Arts University at a speed that even surprised him. Today was the first materials science fundamentals class of the new semester at the Auxiliary Academy, and he needed to reach the classroom before Zhou Wenyuan took attendance. Past the Ginkgo Avenue, another 200 meters brought him to the Auxiliary Academy's territory. Compared to the grand buildings of the other three academies, the main building of the Auxiliary Academy appeared drab and unremarkable. It was an old brick building 4 stories tall, its exterior walls covered in climbing ivy. Every morning the hammering from the forging workshop and the herbal fragrance from the alchemy room would drift out together, blending into a scent unique to the Auxiliary Academy. Before he even reached the building, Lu Li heard a cacophony of shouts and curses. On the small square in front of the building, which was usually deserted, crowds had gathered in dense rings. Most of those on the outer rings were first-year students from the Auxiliary Academy, wearing the same gray uniforms as Lu Li. Their faces were flushed with anger, fists clenched tight, yet no one dared to step forward. A few girls had red-rimmed eyes being pulled backward by their companions. At the center of the crowd were a dozen or so freshmen from the Close Combat Academy and the Ranged Combat Academy. At their forefront was a burly freshman from the Close Combat Academy, his sleeves rolled up to reveal his muscles, his heel tapping rhythmically against the ground in an arrogance that was impossible to miss. Is this all the Auxiliary Academy has to offer? With 3 days remaining in the challenge tournament, you can't expect to go undefeated without fighting at least once, the burly man sneered, pointing his finger dismissively at the Auxiliary Academy students. The school requires each freshman to compete in at least 3 matches during the 7-day tournament. Yet over half of your Auxiliary Academy hasn't stepped onto the battlefield even once. What are you waiting for? Points to grow legs and run into your pockets. Behind him, a girl from the Ranged Combat Academy let out a scornful laugh, her tone dripping with contempt. The seniors have said it. The Auxiliary Academy finishes last every year for a reason. If you can't win, just admit defeat instead of cowering and refusing to even step onto the arena. You've certainly mastered the art of playing the coward. Several nearby freshmen from the Ranged Combat Academy chimed in with jeers, their voices rising in mockery. Exactly. Dare not fight, and you came to a martial university. Lu Li is Lu Li, and you're just you. Don't tell me you think the Auxiliary Academy has turned things around just because Lu Li came from here. He's a monster while you're merely blacksmiths. Have you really started believing you're somebody? A few upperclassmen from the Auxiliary Academy juniors and seniors pushed through the crowd. They had been occupied in the forging workshops and alchemy rooms upstairs, but the commotion below drew them down to investigate. The more they listened, the worse it became. A junior wearing goggles jammed his forging hammer into his waistband and squeezed to the front, wanting to speak up for the younger students, but before he could utter a word, someone from the opposite side cut him off. Aren't you all just the guys we beat last year? His companion sighed, leaning in to whisper. Forget it, don't argue with them. This is just our fate at the Auxiliary Academy. Don't you remember last year's freshman championship? We were cornered at the entrance by those from the Ranged Combat Academy for an entire afternoon, shouting challenges at us, but we still endured it in silence in the end, didn't we? That's different. The junior ground out through clenched teeth. Last year they at least showed some restraint. This year they've come straight to the teaching building. Lu Li has already established our reputation to the heavens, and yet we're still being blocked at the entrance and called cowards. It's infuriating. But what can we do? Charge up and fight. Can you beat their leader? I know that guy. He's ranked in the top 10 among close combat freshmen and sits at the peak of martial king. I'm a forge worker. My chi and blood power doesn't even match an average martial king. Going up there would be throwing points away. The Auxiliary Academy is always the punching bag. I thought having Lu Li would make them tone it down, but instead they've gotten worse. The junior removed his goggles and wiped away the dust with his arm, his voice heavy with resignation. Suddenly someone in the crowd shouted, Lu Li's here. All eyes turned toward the edge of the gathering. There stood Lu Li in his gray academy uniform, half a cup of soy milk in hand at the periphery of the crowd. He had been standing there for an unknown length of time. From the expression on his face, it was clear he'd heard every insult. The air in the square grew still for a moment. The burly Close Combat Academy leader saw Lu Li, and his arrogant smirk faltered his heel, stopping its rhythmic tapping. Behind him, the Ranged Combat Academy girl instinctively stepped back half a pace. But they quickly composed themselves. No matter how formidable Lu Li was, he was still just one person. Besides, the rules of the freshman championship were clear, challenges only between peers. No one could interfere in others' matches. Lu Li didn't glance at them. He walked steadily into the crowd. Give me the list of Auxiliary Academy students who haven't completed their 3 matches. His voice remained calm. The student hesitated, then frantically searched through a stack of papers on the desk to find the roster and handed it over. Lu Li scanned the list. Over 40 names, all first-year students admitted to the Auxiliary Academy this year. They weren't avoiding the fights, they simply couldn't win. Students at the Auxiliary Academy focused their cultivation on forging alchemy and rune engraving. Their chi and blood power was inherently weaker than those at other academies. Facing freshmen from the close combat or ranged academies meant essentially surrendering points. Lu Li slammed the roster onto the table. He fixed his gaze on the dozen or so troublemakers. His eyes swept across each of their faces in turn, finally settling on the burly leader at the front. The burly man felt his spine tingle under that stare. He opened his mouth to say something diplomatic, but his throat constricted as if grabbed by an invisible hand. So you want to challenge, huh? Luli pulled over a chair, sat down, crossed his legs, and took a sip of the soy milk. The freshman championship allows free challenges between peers. I know the rules. He set the cup down and surveyed the group of challengers, his voice low, yet carrying clearly to everyone present. Then I'll challenge you. Luli's words sent a chill down the spines of the dozen or so close combat and ranged academy freshmen across from him. You've been shouting and cursing at the auxiliary academy's entrance for half the morning. Isn't it true you simply want a challenge? Very well. Today I'll take on each and every one of you. Every single person here by the rules of the freshman challenge tournament. 1 point per match minimum. The more points you have, the more matches I'll fight. The air in the square froze solid for a full 3 seconds. Zhou, the burly leader of the Close Combat Academy, his facial muscles twitched several times, the arrogance from moments ago, now completely gone. The girl from the ranged academy behind him instinctively stepped back another half step. The dozen or so people exchanged glances. The bluestone slabs beneath their feet felt like hot irons, making it impossible to stand still. Was this some kind of joke? Yesterday on the arena, Lu Li had cleaved 4 top 10 Dragon Tiger ranking experts with a single blade strike. All 4 were late-stage martial emperors. Any one of them could have dismantled the entire group of over a dozen with ease. Asking them to fight Lu Li. This wasn't a challenge. It was lining up to get slapped. After a few seconds of silence, someone in the crowd spoke up. It wasn't an offer to fight, but a warning backed by the rules. Lu Li, what you're doing violates school regulations, a tall, thin boy from the ranged academy said, forcing composure into his voice. While the freshman challenge is technically free for all, it requires mutual consent. Forcing others to fight you amounts to assault without provocation. Article 37 of the Student Code is crystal clear. Unprovoked assault on classmates carries penalties ranging from a 10-point deduction to outright expulsion. No amount of points can withstand such punishment. Exactly. Another boy from the Close Combat Academy chimed in with growing boldness, his tone strengthening. You may be skilled, but rules still apply. This is Kyoto Martial University, not somewhere you can run rampant. Rules. Luli set down his half cup of soy milk and rose from his chair. Did you think about rules when you were blocking the Auxiliary Academy entrance, calling everyone cowards, eh? When you singled out freshmen from the Auxiliary Academy who couldn't fight and snatched their points like easy prey, did rules cross your mind? When you mocked them for forging weapons, were rules on your lips? With each question, Luli stepped forward, and the dozen or so opponents retreated in unison. One freshman at the back tripped over his teammate's foot while backing away too hastily, nearly sending them both tumbling. Where were your rules when you bullied them? Zhou Tai's lips quivered. He refused to back down in front of so many people. He was ranked in the top 10 among Close Combat Academy freshmen. His mouth opened and closed several times before he finally forced out a few words. Anyway, the rules are the rules. You can't force us. Who said I wanted to force you? He suddenly smiled. That smile was more chilling than his earlier calm demeanor. If they won't fight me, fine. But I have a short temper. When I see something that bothers me, I tend to act on impulse. In those moments, rules cease to matter. Then he turned back and slipped his hands into his pockets. 10 points per person, right? Zhou Tai hadn't even processed what the words meant before the youth in gray academy robes was already in motion. Still instinctively trying to counter with his peak martial king cultivation, he crossed his arms into the iron wall formation. His countless repetitions of the iron wall technique proved worthless against that palm strike. It crumbled like cheap paper. The blow sent him spinning in place, his left cheek swelling shut. What the? You're actually going to fight? The bespectacled boy shrieked and spun around, desperate to disappear into the crowd. He considered himself a notable figure at the academy for a year. Before coming here, he'd boasted to his classmates about going to the auxiliary academy to pick on some pushovers. Now all dignity and composure were forgotten, his legs moving faster than his mind could process. But he'd barely taken 2 steps before a hand seized the back of his collar and yanked him backward, his chin cracking against the bluestone pavement. Luli, my uncle is the vice dean. How dare you hit me? A girl from the ranged academy called out as she retreated, simultaneously reaching for the composite bow on her back. Her fingers barely grazed the bowstring when a palm struck her shoulder, sending her flying sideways like a severed kite. She crashed into 2 companions, and all 3 tumbled into a heap. Luli, Grandpa Lu, I was wrong, okay? Don't hit my face. A chubby freshman from the Close Combat Academy crouched on the ground, clutching his head, too terrified to even run, trembling uncontrollably. Luli glanced down at him, his gaze as cold as an ice blade, then delivered 3 sharp slaps to that round face. He tossed the boy aside like a chick and landed him near Zhou Tai. He couldn't show mercy. In his vision, each of these teenagers floated with thousands of red numbers above their heads. These were all bullying points. Zhou Tai had 3,200. The bespectacled boy showed 2,008. The most vocal girl from the ranged academy carried a staggering 4,005. This woman had been bullying others around campus using her family's influence. Luli had never found such a concentrated group before. Now they'd come to him on their own. If he didn't beat every single one of them into puffballs, he'd be letting everyone here down. Ding. Congratulations, host, on punishing a bully. Earned 800 bullying points. Ding. Congratulations, host, on punishing another bully. Earned 500 bullying points. Ding. Congratulations, host, on punishing a third bully. Earned 1200 bullying points. In under 3 minutes, all 12 or so freshmen who'd come to blockade the door lay sprawled across the bluestone pavement. Every single one of them bore swollen pig-like faces tangled together in a heap. The Auxiliary Academy freshmen stood with mouths agape, eyes still red from crying. Those girls who'd been cursed at until tears streamed down their faces moments before now gripped the hems of their academy robes, fresh tears still clinging to their cheeks. A girl in round glasses pressed the registration form to her chest, sniffing, as she told her companion beside her he really stood up for us. Several older students from the sophomore and junior ranks had been watching the whole scene in silence from the front. Then the senior at the very front shoved his goggles up onto his forehead and bellowed toward Lu Li. Lu Li, we'll cover the school fines for you. Just keep hitting them. Exactly. I'm putting in 10 points. A shorter boy clutching a forging hammer raised his hand alongside him, reaching into his pocket for his student card. Behind him, a taller senior yanked off his protective face mask, his voice rising above all the noise in the square. 10 points is nothing. I'm from the Zhang family of blacksmiths. My uncle heads the school's armed forces department, and my father is the richest man in Xia. I've got plenty of points. I'm throwing in 1,000 points. Beat the hell out of these bastards. Let them learn what it costs to block the Auxiliary Academy's entrance. With that, he stood tall and looked around. Even the fourth-year senior who'd been standing silently in the porch shadows was moved. He wore the teal robe of the alchemy workshop, and he never meddled in inter-academy disputes. But now he removed his gloves and descended the steps slowly, his tone solemn. Junior brother, go ahead and do it. Our Auxiliary Academy folks may not match those three in a brawl, but we forge the finest spiritual artifacts, brew the best pills, and inscribe the most intricate rune arrays. Points, we've never lacked them. Since you've helped us settle this score, we'll share the fines together as a whole academy. He turned and gestured toward the seniors behind him, and immediately echoes of agreement rang out from the workshop windows. Right? Go for it, junior brother. Our Auxiliary Academy knows how to forge refined pills and inscribe runes. We supply half the equipment and medicines for all of Kyoto Martial University. We're loaded with points. Beat them all to a pulp. Lu Li glanced back at them, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Then he turned back toward the row of swollen-faced bodies scattered across the ground and crouched down. Today is just the beginning. There are 3 days left in the freshman challenge. If any of you dare to block the Auxiliary Academy entrance and make a sound during these 3 days, I'll beat you every single time I see you. Let's go. He turned his head to look at the freshmen from the Auxiliary Academy. Behind him, their eyes still red. Go to the Melee Academy. These words fell like a spark into dry firewood. Hundreds of Auxiliary Academy students wearing gray uniforms fell silent for a moment, then erupted into chaos. The tall forging department senior who had just shouted, "I'll offer 1,000 points," stepped forward first. His face bore the expression of someone whose 3 years of pent-up frustration had finally found an outlet. Behind him, upperclassmen from the second and third years rose to their feet in unison. The newcomers were still hesitant. When suddenly faced with the prospect of blocking someone's door, their steps fell half a beat behind the seasoned upperclassmen. The girl from the ranged academy, her face swollen into a mess from Lu Li's slaps, struggled to get back on her feet. She pressed her hand against her cheek and screamed through her gap-toothed mouth to a nearby Melee Academy student. "Hurry, go tell the third-year seniors. Lu Li is coming. Lu Li is going to block the Melee Academy's door." That boy, clutching his face swollen like a steamed bun, scrambled and tumbled toward the Melee Academy in a panic. News traveled faster than legs. Before that boy even reached the main gate of the Melee Academy, the campus forum had already exploded. A post titled, "Lu Li leads the entire Auxiliary Academy in a show of force targeting the Melee Academy," climbed to the front page within 3 minutes of being posted. It bore a crimson, explosive tag. "Lu Li is too arrogant. After beating people up, he's not satisfied. He's bringing a crowd to block their doors." The Melee Academy is the largest in the entire school. A single freshman with a bunch of blacksmiths thinks he can take them on. So what if he's arrogant? Didn't you call him arrogant when he fought 7 emperors alone yesterday? What happened? All 7 ended up defeated. No matter how skilled Lu Li is, can he defeat the masters on the Dragon and Tiger rankings from the third year? The top 10 are all peak martial emperors, and the number 1 Xiao Jinyu is said to have already touched the bottleneck of martial saint. Someone immediately rebutted. That's not necessarily true. Zhang Long, the number 1 on the second-year Dragon and Tiger ranking, you know him. He's the strongest in the second-year Melee Academy. Last time he challenged the third-year Dragon and Tiger ranking, he managed to reach the 30th position. Isn't that impressive enough? But then a few days ago during the arena match, Lu Li cleaved him apart with a single strike. Exactly the top 10 on the Dragon and Tiger rankings. Lu Li slapped each one, and with his final strike sent 4 flying. I've heard several of them still haven't gotten out of bed. Serve you right. Your Melee Academy and Ranged Academy treat the Auxiliary Academy as an ATM for points every year. Why didn't you call it arrogance when you were blocking their doors and calling them cowards? Now that you've hit a tough opponent, you're starting to complain. Where in the world is such a good deal? Exactly. When the Auxiliary Academy was forging equipment and refining pills for you, why didn't you curse them? You took their gifts and swallowed their pills, then turned around to block their doors. As everyone buzzed with discussion, someone started a live stream. The broadcast title was straightforward. Lu blocking the Melee Academy entrance live coverage. In the frame before the grand marble colonnade of the Melee Academy, a figure in gray academy robes stood boldly at the main entrance with hundreds of fellow auxiliary academy students in matching gray uniforms massed behind him. The main building of the Melee Academy ranked among the most impressive structures on campus. 8 massive pillars supported a classical Roman-style portico, with 2 crossed battle knives carved in relief above the doorway, their edges sharp and menacing. At this moment the plaza was packed with people, all students who had flocked from various academies to watch the spectacle. Some held up their phones to stream the scene. Others had brought small stools and sat by the flower beds cracking seeds. Some had climbed the ginkgo trees bordering the square to watch this unprecedented door-blocking showdown from above. Lu stood at the main gate of the Melee Academy. Students kept emerging from inside, but no matter who stepped across that threshold, they found the challenge scroll waiting in Lu's hand. Freshman Challenge Tournament. Lu from the Auxiliary Academy challenges you. Do you accept? Lu spoke with calm detachment, though the challenger's face turned pale in an instant. Some still clung to a glimmer of hope and asked cautiously, "Didn't you say that paying the points or taking 10 slaps yesterday would settle it?" "I've already paid my points. 20 points transferred to you." Lu wore an expression of innocent candor. "That was yesterday's matter. Today they're blocking the Auxiliary Academy's door. Today's business is separate. I slap." The person was sent flying before finishing the word. Beside him, a bolder student reasoned that as a 4th-year senior at peak martial emperor realm, he was someone of consequence in the Melee Academy and couldn't simply back down. He stomped the ground and launched himself upward, his fists crisscrossing through the air as white energy trails carved arcs straight toward Lu's face. Lu didn't even lift his eyelids. He reached up, casually grabbed midair, and flicked downward with gentle precision. Bang! The granite floor cracked into a spiderweb pattern of shallow depressions. The man lay in the crater with his hands still frozen in punching position, eyes fixed on the sky, utterly unable to comprehend how he'd been subdued in a single move. A Melee Academy girl barely crossed the threshold when she caught sight of the scene. Her eyes widened in shock, and she spun around to flee back inside. Lu's voice pursued her from behind like a death warrant. "The freshman challenge rules state free challenges between students of the same grade. Where do you think you're running to?" Then he stepped across the threshold and dragged her back from the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. Slap, slap, slap. 5 slaps in succession. Ding. Host punished a bully, earned 800 bully points. The girl clutched her face and sobbed as she ran back to the dormitory. She would never forget how the Auxiliary Academy people bullied them. In less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, over 20 more swollen-faced victims appeared on the stone pavement at the Melee Academy entrance. The rest had learned their lesson. They refused to come out anymore. Windows and doors throughout the teaching building snapped shut, one after another, curtains drawn tight. A few Melee Academy students returning from elsewhere spotted the scene on the plaza from a distance and immediately turned tail and ran without a second thought. Can any experts come out and handle Lu? A freshman trapped inside the teaching building pressed his face against the window, his voice heavy with grief and despair. "Handle my ass." A bandaged senior behind him replied coldly. This was Zhao Heng, whose face was still swollen from earlier. Leaning against the windowsill, his tone laced with the bitterness of experience, he said, "Just now Wei Changfeng from the 3rd-year Dragon and Tiger ranking, number 10. He went out. Peak martial emperor." The way he charged out with such momentum. 3 steps on the ground, launching him into the air, a mountain-splitting palm strike aimed straight at Lu's skull from above. The force alone flattened a section of rose bushes in a flower bed. And the result? 1 slap sent him flying. The freshman murmured from his position at the windowsill. He'd witnessed the whole thing through the curtain gap. Wei Changfeng flew backward faster than he'd charged forward, crashing headfirst into the rose bush, with petals covering his head and face. What about the top 5 from the 3rd-year rankings? The top 3. The top 5 are either in seclusion or out training. Xiao Jinyu is still attempting to break through to Martial Saint. He's been in death seclusion for over a month now. All the 4th-year experts are out training. They won't be back for at least another month. Nobody currently on campus in the Melee Academy can stop that bastard. With him blocking the door like this, won't the school do anything? How would they intervene? School rules state that during the freshman challenge period, freshmen can freely challenge any student in the school. This rule exists to encourage freshmen to spar and exchange techniques. Who would have thought someone would twist it to blockade another academy's door? Zhao Heng found the very notion absurd, even as he spoke it. Who would have dared do such a thing before? But Lu, a 1st-year freshman, has now blocked off the entire Melee Academy teaching building. Suddenly someone lowered their voice and said, "We beg Senior Xiao Jinyu to emerge from seclusion." The phrase rapidly spread through the group chat from a handful of people in the Melee Academy's grade group to hundreds, all chanting the same plea in unison. "Senior Xiao Jinyu, please emerge from seclusion." Just then a massive surge of chi and blood energy erupted from the direction of the back mountain behind the Melee Academy. It was like a long dormant beast suddenly opening its eyes. The clouds in the sky were forced apart by this surge of energy, revealing a clear blue expanse above. After the shockwave passed, a heavy pressure lingered in the air. "Someone has broken through to Martial Saint," someone in the crowd shouted in disbelief. That's the direction of Senior Xiao Jinyu's seclusion. A Melee Academy freshman sprang to his feet, his face transforming with wild joy. He turned and shouted toward the teaching building. Senior Xiao Jinyu has emerged from seclusion. Senior Xiao Jinyu has broken through to Marshall Saint. The Melee Academy students inside the teaching building erupted in excitement. Some slammed their desks, others embraced, and several had already bolted out of the classroom, sprinting toward the back mountain. A slight disturbance rippled through the auxiliary academy ranks on the plaza. Several freshmen instinctively stepped back, half a pace, their faces paling. Marshall Saint. That was a realm they could barely aspire to reach. Luli, standing at the very front, didn't move. He remained perched on the edge of the flower bed, half-finished cola can still in his hand. He merely tilted his head slightly to glance toward the back mountain, then lowered his gaze and took another sip. Wei Changfeng, lying in the flower bed, struggled to his feet from among the rose bushes. His right cheek was still swollen, but his eyes no longer held the defeated dullness from earlier. Bracing himself against the flower bed's edge, he straightened up and spoke to Lu Li in a hoarse voice. Xiao Jinyu has emerged from seclusion. He is our Melee Academy's top prodigy from the 3rd year and the number 1 on the Dragon and Tiger ranking. He was already at peak Martial Emperor before entering seclusion and now has broken through to Martial Saint. You can't defeat him. Martial Saint, huh? Lu Li muttered to himself. Waited this long. Finally someone worthy has arrived. Behind the campus of the Melee Academy on the secluded mountain, the stone door of the meditation cave exploded into countless fragments. Before the dust could settle, a tall figure emerged slowly from within. Xiao Jinyu, the legitimate grandson of the Xiao family in Kyoto, topped the Dragon Tiger ranking for juniors at the Melee Academy. Clad in a moon-white training uniform, after over a month of seclusion, he had finally broken through to Martial Saint. Standing at the cave entrance, he sensed the chi and blood crystal that had just formed in his dantian. For an ordinary early-stage Martial Saint, the chi and blood value ranged between 1,000 and 2,000. But as soon as Xiao Jinyu's crystal core condensed, his chi and blood value surged toward 3,000. This number had already reached the threshold of mid-stage Martial Saint. Early-stage Martial Saint, with 3,000 chi and blood. Not just the top 20 on the senior year Dragon Tiger ranking. He was confident he could fight anyone in the top 10. He could finally put that woman Su Fei in her place. The two of them had been competing since their freshman year. This time he had broken through to Martial Saint first, and could finally breathe easy. He adjusted his robes and strode down the mountain, a self-satisfied smile playing on his lips. It had been a month since he last appeared. The juniors must have missed him terribly. Before his seclusion, he had been the face of the Melee Academy. People used to chase him down the streets, shouting how handsome senior brother Xiao was. Now that he had broken through to Martial Saint and emerged from seclusion, he expected a cheering crowd lining the path, flowers and applause, and perhaps even a few pretty junior girls confessing their feelings on the spot. He had already planned his expression. He wanted to give the juniors a sense of nonchalance, as if breaking through to Martial Saint was nothing special. Then he walked to the teaching area. Indeed, the entire courtyard awaited him. The plaza in front of the main Melee Academy building was packed with students, a dark mass of faces. On the outer rings, several layers of students from other colleges had gathered to watch the spectacle. Some were even holding up phones to live stream. Xiao Jinyu nodded secretly to himself. It seemed his influence had grown even stronger. A whole procession just for his emergence. But he quickly realized something was wrong. Those people were not cheering. Several juniors in the front row had red-rimmed eyes as if they had just been crying. In the corner, someone held a banner that read, "Begging senior brother Xiao to seek justice for us." Even stranger, dozens of people sat along the flower beds on the plaza, all with swollen faces like pigs. Xiao Jinyu glanced over and noticed the pig-faced one on the far left looked somewhat familiar. Looking more closely, wasn't that Wei Changfeng, ranked 10th on the junior Dragon Tiger ranking? Wei Changfeng sat on the edge of the flower bed, fresh palm marks on his face, and several rose petals tucked into his hair. Xiao Jinyu's smile froze. He knew Wei Changfeng well, peak Martial Emperor. Whoever had beaten him this badly must have at least touched the threshold of Martial Saint. Changfeng, who did this to you? Xiao Jinyu asked deeply. Before Wei Changfeng could speak, several senior students familiar with Xiao Jinyu rushed over, all talking at once. Once they started, they did not stop. From the freshman challenge onward to how Lu Li had defeated 7 of the top 10 on the sophomore Dragon Tiger ranking. Then to how Lu Li had come this morning with hundreds of students from the support academy and blocked the Melee Academy's main gate. With each segment, Xiao Jinyu's expression darkened further. By the time they mentioned that Lu Li was currently blocking the main gate and threatening to beat any Melee Academy student who came out one by one, his face had gone black enough to drip ink. Preposterous. Xiao Jinyu roared. He took a deep breath and a pair of silver-white chi blood wings suddenly spread from his back. The wingspan exceeded 4 meters, the silver light flowing like solid matter. The chi blood wings snapped violently, and he shot upward from the ground, hurtling toward the Melee Academy's main gate. The group of Melee Academy students on the ground erupted instantly. Wei Changfeng, who had just been sitting by the flower bed groaning with his swollen face, was the first to rise and give chase. Even the juniors with grievances on their faces seemed pumped with adrenaline, swarming after Xiao Jinyu's flight path toward the school gate. Haha, Lu Li is finished, someone shouted while running. Everyone go watch. We must record, must live stream. The students holding phones charged to the front. Live stream viewership skyrocketed from 1 to tens of thousands. Senior brother Xiao is so handsome. I want to have your baby. A girl from the Melee Academy shouted, her voice cracking with excitement. Beside her, her companion rolled her eyes and pulled her down from the steps. Stop yelling. Do you think senior brother Xiao is some foundation cream general? A slang term popular within the Melee Academy, referring specifically to those flashy fighters whose looks were impressive but combat skills were lacking. At the main gate of the Melee Academy, Luli stood there. Xiao Jinyu landed 10 paces away, the silver chi blood wings folding slowly behind him. His gaze swept over Luli. Early-stage martial emperor with a chi and blood value of around 8000. You're Luli. Xiao Jinyu's voice was sharp and cold. Luli nodded. He didn't even take a fighting stance, merely pulling his hands from his pockets and rotating his wrists. To Xiao Jinyu, this kid's attitude was 100 times more arrogant than Wei Changfeng had described. He stopped wasting words. His right foot slammed onto the granite ground, causing the earth to quake violently. His body shot forward like a cannonball, leaving the barrel. His right fist drew back to his waist, channeling all 3000 points of chi and blood power into this single strike. Xiao family, heaven-rending fist. One punch exploded forth, the fist aura transforming into the phantom of a massive silver sword. The sword phantom stretched 3 zhong in length. Wherever the blade edge passed, the air was torn apart with a piercing sonic boom. The intent of the fist and the intent of the sword were fundamentally different. But the Xiao family's ancestral heaven-rending fist had woven sword intent into its piercing force. Once the fist was thrown, it became a sword edge. The power of this punch could shatter 3 meters of alloy armor, enough to pierce through both the protective chi barrier and the body of an ordinary early-stage martial saint. Luli did not retreat. He didn't even dodge. His right foot stepped back half a pace, his right fist clenched, and the spiritual energy of the divine devouring art within his body circulated wildly along a specific trajectory. The golden crystal core in his dantian trembled slightly, and 500 points of chi and blood power burst forth. Then he too threw a punch. Today, as a newcomer from the support academy, he would use the Melee Academy's most prized approach. Fist against fist, hard against hard. His punch had no technique, just a simple straightforward strike. Backed by 500 chi and blood, the power of this punch needed no fancy title to define it. The moment the two fists collided, a visible shockwave erupted across the plaza. The blast wave spread outward in concentric rings. The granite ground cracked open in a broken circle spanning over 10 meters in diameter, centered on the point of impact. The instant Xiao Jinyu's silver fist aura made contact with the opposing blade, his right sleeve shattered from the cuff all the way to his shoulder. Then he was sent flying backward like a baseball struck by a bat, crashing hard into the edge of the flower bed. His right arm hung at his side, trembling uncontrollably, blood seeping from his fist and dripping into the soil. One punch. Martial Saint Xiao Jinyu defeated. The ice cube in Wei Changfeng's hand dropped completely to the ground, shattering into pieces. The students holding phones for live streaming were collectively stunned. The frame captured the moment Xiao Jinyu struggled to his feet from the rubble, his face ashen and defeated. The girl who had just been screaming, "Senior brother Xiao is so handsome, I want to have your baby," now stood with her mouth open, unable to utter a single word. But Xiao Jinyu was after all a prodigy of the Xiao family. Though his right arm was ruined, he drew the long sword at his waist with his left. A 3-foot blade of green steel left its scabbard. Wielding the sword with one hand, he concentrated 3,200 points of chi and blood power into the blade. This was his ultimate trump card, the sword art that could reverse the stars and rivers. Sword light cascaded like a waterfall flowing upward, each strike more ruthless than the last. He had once used this very sword during his sophomore year to defeat a visiting instructor who had just broken through to martial saint. The Xiao family patriarch himself had praised him as the greatest sword talent in a century. Xiao Jinyu's sword techniques flowed seamlessly in one continuous motion. Luli's response was completely different. His upper body remained still while his feet shifted sideways half a pace. With a simple footwork technique, he slipped through the gaps in the 9-layer sword curtain. Then Luli extended his left hand, index and middle fingers pressed together and gently clamped onto the ridge of that silver-white longsword. All 9 layers of sword light dissipated simultaneously. Xiao Jinyu's pupils contracted sharply. Straining with all his might, he tried to pull the sword free, but those 2 fingers held it completely motionless. Luli raised his right hand and slapped Xiao Jinyu across the left cheek. Xiao Jinyu was sent flying horizontally through the air, spinning 3 full rotations before landing. Half his face swelled instantly like risen dough. Ding. Acquired 2,000 bully points. Luli casually thrust the sword he was pinching into the ground. Then he walked over, grabbed Xiao Jinyu from the ground, and slapped him again. Ding. Acquired 1,900 bully points. 7 or 8 consecutive slaps. Finally, the bully points above Xiao Jinyu's head were cleared. Xiao Jinyu lay in the rubble, both cheeks swollen high, his eyes reduced to 2 narrow slits. He opened his mouth to say something, but only managed a muffled whimper. What reversed stars and rivers? What Xiao family sword intent? Before that single finger, it had all become a joke. He finally understood where those rose petals in Wei Changfeng's hair had come from. Lu Li tossed him back beside the flower bed and brushed the dust from his hands. Then he turned to face the crowd still frozen in shock with their phones raised. The first words he spoke were enough to make Xiao Jinyu wish he could faint right there. Next. Lu Li's voice was not loud, but in the deathly silent Close Combat Academy plaza. Those two words struck every eardrum like a hammer. The entire crowd fell silent. Xiao Jinyu was still lying in the crushed stone pile by the flower bed. His cheeks on both sides were swollen, like risen dough buns, his eyes reduced to two thin slits. He struggled to squeeze out a few mumbled words from his swollen lips. How is this possible? No one responded, as if it were a joke. Even an expert at the early stage of martial saint couldn't survive a single blow, a mere slap. How long could they last? Wei Changfeng instinctively shrank back deeper into the flower bed. He had witnessed firsthand how Lu Li dealt with Xiao Jinyu. When that fist connected, the very air seemed to tremble. The fact that he could still sit up and curse after taking that slap was already a miracle. There was no way he dared advance further. Since none of you are coming forward. Lu Li slid his wrists back into his pockets, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Then I'll simply move forward. The moment those words left his lips, his figure vanished from where he stood. His speed was beyond the reach of ordinary martial artists' naked eyes. One moment he had been standing at the edge of the flower bed, the next he materialized at the heart of the Close Combat Academy crowd. 500,000 units of chi and blood surged through his body, and the golden crystal core in his dantian accelerated its rotation. Golden chi erupted from all 36,000 pores across his body, leaving a straight golden trail behind him. Against opponents who hadn't even reached martial saint, his physical speed alone was already a dimensional strike. In his vision, the dense crowd on the Close Combat Academy plaza had red numbers floating above their heads in thick clusters. Some showed 3,000, others 5,000, and the highest one. The third-year student ranked 5th on the Dragon Tiger list, who was hiding behind the crowd, secretly making a phone call for backup. Above his head hung a conspicuous 8200 points of bullying value. Lu Li's eyes lit up. He charged into the crowd, his right palm already striking the left cheek of the red-named man. That man was the top student in the Close Combat Academy's third-year boxing specialization at the peak of Martial Emperor. He loved ambushing students at the entrance of the Support Academy. Last month he had even boasted, every freshman from the Support Academy will be beaten wherever I find them. Lu Li's slap sent him flying horizontally, crashing into 3 companions behind him and sending all 4 tumbling into a heap. Ding. Congratulations to the host for punishing a bully. You have gained 4500 points of bullying value. Damn. Awesome. Lu Li grew even more excited. He drove his elbow into the abdomen of a tall, thin boy who had just flanked him for a sneak attack. The boy curled into a shrimp-like position, dropping to his knees and clutching his stomach, crying out for his mother. Another sweep of his leg knocked down 3 freshmen who had been creeping around behind him, attempting to ambush him. With each of Lu Li's moves, at least one person flew outward or collapsed. His path through the crowd resembled a streak of golden lightning. Wherever the lightning struck, bodies fell. Those Close Combat Academy students who usually fought in coordinated harmony were nothing more than a swarm of headless flies. Chaotic fist energy, palm energy, and leg winds rained down upon Lu Li from all directions. Yet not a single strike could graze his clothing. Lu Li didn't even bother using movement techniques. He relied purely on his physical speed and reflexes to weave through the crowd. With every slap, someone fell. In the Support Academy's formation, the tall senior watched with eyes blazing. He bellowed to his companions behind him. Lu Li is already engaged. Let's not back down. Let's give it to him. Make them pay for everything they've put us through over these years. Hundreds of students in gray academy uniforms behind him erupted in fierce indignation. Amidst the chaos, Lu Li called out without turning around. I am challenging you all seniors. Do not interfere. His voice cut through the cacophony of screams and the sound of bodies colliding. Does the school even have a rule against one person challenging thousands? The entire Close Combat Academy plaza froze for half a second. Thousands. One person challenging thousands. If anyone else had said it, everyone would have called them mad. But from Lu Li's mouth, they all knew he was serious. The crucial point was, he actually seemed capable of pulling it off. The Support Academy members exchanged bewildered glances. The tall senior lowered his raised hand, his jaw twitching repeatedly. Finally, he scratched his head and retreated back into the formation. All right, we'll listen to you. We'll just watch. The teaching directors of the Close Combat Academy, including the director and 3 deputy directors, all came running out from the teaching building. They stood beneath the corridor, watching their own students flying through the air across the plaza, their mouths shaking worse than Zhao Hang's. Quick, go find Principal Zhao. This breaks all rules. A single freshman chasing down thousands of students. When this gets out, how can our Close Combat Academy survive in the capital? Just then, stop. A deep, thunderous roar exploded from the sky. Zhao Wuji, the principal of the Close Combat Academy, smashed directly through the window of his top-floor office. Despite his towering 2-meter frame, he landed as lightly as a falling leaf. His 7-stage late martial venerable chi and blood power pressed outward like an invisible mountain in every direction. The students caught in the melee were forced back several steps by this overwhelming pressure. Lu Li, what do you think you're doing? Zhao Wuji's temple veins throbbed. He looked at his students sprawled across the ground, faces swollen like pigs' heads. Wei Chongfeng, Zhao Heng, Zhang Long, and Xiao Jinyu, whom he had placed his hopes on, only to see beaten into a pulp. Since the founding of the Close Combat Academy, not even visiting opponents from other schools had been beaten this badly, let alone other schools. Even the ranged academy attacking their doorstep had never been this brutal. Lu Li rose from the crowd. He glanced at Zhao Wuji's face, now the color of pork liver. Good afternoon, Principal Zhao. His tone was as proper as any model student's. There was no sign that he was the one who had swollen everyone's faces. I'm simply sparring with the seniors. Zhao Wuji's lips twitched. Sparring. Was this what they called sparring? Nearly 1,000 students lay scattered across the plaza, each face swollen like a pig's head. This was clearly a one-sided beating. He took a deep breath, forcing down his anger, and turned toward an elderly man in gray robes standing at the outermost edge of the crowd. His tone carried the weight of accusation. Zhou Wenyuan, what excellent students you've bred. Look at what he's done to our Close Combat Academy. From behind the crowd, Zhou Wenyuan, the principal of the Support Academy, emerged at a leisurely pace. He appeared a full head shorter than Zhao Wuji, yet walked steadily with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of calm composure. When he stood before Zhao Wuji, his qi and blood suddenly surged. A wave of qi and blood, denser and more substantial than Zhao Wuji's, erupted from within him. This pressure forced the surrounding students to stagger backward. You. Zhao Wuji's face changed drastically. You've broken through to the late stage of martial venerable. This news was too shocking. Who was Zhou Wenyuan? The principal of the Support Academy. The most inept principal in the entire school. That background figure who sat in the corner drinking tea at every year-end summary meeting. When the three principals competed for new students, he never dared to open his mouth, helplessly watching as the other three academies picked off promising talents one after another. How could someone who had been so inept his entire life possibly be at the late stage of martial venerable? Moreover, the thickness of this qi and blood did not suggest a recent breakthrough. He must have been cultivating at the late stage of martial venerable for many years. Humph. Zhou Wenyuan removed his hands from behind his back and crossed them over his chest. When I was weak, I never sought excuses. I only lamented that my students lacked prodigies. But if the principal of this Support Academy cannot even protect his own students, then I might as well quit early. He took a step forward, forcefully pushing back against Zhao Wuji's late-stage martial venerable pressure. But whoever dares to bully the weak, Zhao Wuji, get past me first. Zhao Wuji said angrily, his voice dropping to freezing point. Your student is breaking school regulations. Article 37 of the regulations stipulates that beating fellow students without justification results in a minimum deduction of 10 points or even expulsion. Look at all these people on the ground yourself. Is this considered friendly sparring? Yes, this is sparring. Zhou Wenyuan said calmly, nodding his chin toward Lu Li. Lu Li, one person means a 10-point penalty, right? Pay up. Count how many you've beaten yourself. Lu Li pulled out his student card from his pocket and held it up to the sunlight, his tone so calm it made people want to punch him. Director Zhou, I already counted. I hit 273 people in total. Adding the dozen or so from yesterday, let's round it up to 300. 3,000 points, I'll transfer them now. Zhao Wuji felt his temporal arteries about to burst. 3,000 points. This kid just says he'd transfer them without even blinking. He naturally knew this kid was wealthy. Yifeng had lost 100 million points because of him. Besides, who in the entire Kyoto Martial University didn't know that the Auxiliary Academy students had abundant points? Refining a spiritual artifact could earn over 100 points per piece. A single pill refinement session could yield several hundred more. One student alone could accumulate more points than dozens of students from the Melee Academy combined. What is this counted as? Buying the right to slap faces with money. This is bullying. Everyone knows Lu Li is rich. Everyone knows every student in your Auxiliary Academy is wealthy. Served you right. Zhou Wenyuan puffed out his chest, looking at them as one might regard a poor relative. Just because we're rich means we deserve to be bullied. When the Melee Academy blocked our entrance, I never saw you come out to uphold justice, you poor wretch. Zhao Wuji's face flushed from liver-colored to purplish-black. He was in the late stage of the 7th rank martial venerable, the head of the Melee Academy, a prominent figure in the martial world of Great Xia. In his entire life, no one had ever directly called him poor wretch. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. It wasn't that he didn't want to curse back, but every word Zhou Wenyuan spoke hit the mark. You're bullying others too much. I'm bullying others too much. Zhou Wenyuan's voice suddenly rose. He extended his index finger, pointing toward the entrance of the Melee Academy building. How many years has your Melee Academy been treating our Auxiliary Academy freshmen's points as easy prey, snatching them year after year? Calculate it yourself. Whenever you're short on points, you block our entrance and challenge us. You treat our Academy's freshmen like ATMs. Tell me, you're the one bullying first, and now you're accusing me of bullying too much. Zhao Wuji was forced back half a step by Zhou Wenyuan's rapid-fire accusations, his face cycling through shades of blue and red. At that moment, a purple afterimage swooped down from a far landing, without a sound, the hem of a moon-white qipao still settling. Su Qingyue's voice, carrying 3 parts languidness and 7 parts glee, arrived first. Brother Zhou, you're quite fiery today. Su Qingyue shook her head with a half-smile, her graceful steps leading her between the two arguing parties. His gaze swept over the sea of swollen faces with an almost satisfied expression. Behind him followed Mo Wentian, the dean of the mental academy. Zhao Wuji, you say Lu Li is bullying others, then let me ask you. Your Xiao Jinyu is at the early stage of martial saint while Lu Li is only at the early stage of martial emperor. He's a martial saint challenging a martial emperor. Who's bullying whom here? This question struck exactly where it hurt Zhao Wuji most. Zhao Wuji's mouth twitched, unable to respond. But he beat up all our second and third year students. How do you explain that? Zhao Wuji pointed at the numerous battered faces on the ground. Oh. Su Qingyue turned to look at Lu Li, her face breaking into a smile. Lu Li, you're at the early stage of martial emperor, and those you challenged were at the later stages and peak of martial emperor. Wouldn't that count as you winning against stronger opponents? Yes. Zhou Wenyuan immediately understood and replied. That's right. My Lu Li fights across ranks. Did you hear that? Fighting across ranks. Su Qingyue smiled even more brilliantly. There's no rule in the school regulations that forbids fighting across ranks. Zhao Wuji was trembling with rage, even his beard quivering. You're showing favoritism. Su Qingyue's smile vanished as she flicked open a folding fan she carried with her. Brother Zhou, let me discuss something with you. Lu Li has already slapped the face of the Melee Academy. He can't go and slap the Ranged Academy's face too. She was pleading on behalf of the Ranged Academy in advance. From the air, she had observed Lu Li's speed weaving through the crowd, far faster than even an early-stage martial saint. The Ranged Academy feared nothing more than an opponent who could close the distance instantly. If he broke through to them, their fate wouldn't be any better than the Melee Academies. Zhao Wuji was momentarily at a loss for words. Su Qingyue was truly playing a clever game. Zhou Wenyuan turned around with his hands behind his back. Dean Su, rest assured. Our Lu Li never hits women. Zhao Wuji nearly spat blood on the spot. What was this old man saying? That's good then. Zhao Wuji turned his gaze to Mo Wentian, clinging to his last hope. He hoped this dean of the mental academy, known for fairness and strictness, would uphold justice. Mo Wentian stroked his white-streaked beard and spoke slowly. Brother Zhao, I see this as one willing to strike and another willing to endure. It's a freshman challenge tournament. While the deans traded barbs, Lu Li continued weaving through the crowd. The force he applied was exquisitely controlled. He never actually injured anyone severely, but he made certain every face swelled beyond recognition. His ears caught the dean's arguments while his mind rang with the constant pinging of system notifications. Ding. Defeated red-named bully earned 2,000 bully points. Ding. Defeated red-named bully earned 3,200 bully points. Ding. Defeated red-named bully earned 6,800 bully points. Ding. Defeated red-named bully earned bully points. The system notifications rang more frequently than New Year's Eve bells, and the bully point balance on his panel skyrocketed. Martial artists in this world were all fond of fighting and showing off their prowess. Having sparred on platforms since childhood, they treated brawling as second nature. But the bully system's criteria came from an entirely different world. Under 21st century rules, fighting was wrong and bullying was wrong. No matter who was right or wrong, striking first was always wrong. Every fight these students had ever been in, every person they bullied, they were all meticulously recorded by the system. For Lu Li, this was like a rat stumbling into a grain bin. Looking around the entire plaza, he saw walking bullies everywhere. In just half an hour, over 300 Melee Academy students had fallen under his palm. From first-year freshmen to third-year veterans. From ordinary newcomers to Tiger Dragon ranking experts. Anyone with a red name floating above them. Not a single person escaped his massive palm strikes. The Melee Academy had their share of unyielding fighters. Several top-ranked third-year Tiger Dragon ranking experts temporarily organized a proper ambush. Among them were peak martial emperors who could openly contend with ordinary martial saints. They formed a textbook-style combination attack formation used by the Melee Academy. 6 people per group, 3 in front and 3 behind. The 6 chi and blood fluctuations synced almost perfectly. Their fist auras converged at the formation's center point into a torrent slamming toward Lu Li's chest. Lu Li didn't even raise a hand to block, letting the combined force of the 6 punch directly into his chest. Then the aura shattered against him like steel, exploding into a scattered wave of chi. The 6 were all pushed back simultaneously by the rebound force, their webs of thumbs splitting. They saw the pale golden chi barrier surrounding Lu Li's chest. That was a martial saint-level protective aura. Lu Li flicked his chest close, and then kicked, sending the front row flying, along with the 2 behind them rolling into the flower bed together. The remaining 3 turned and ran. Holy crap, this Lu Li is too fierce. Someone cried out miserably from the crowd. A sophomore whose face had been beaten to a pumpkin sat on the steps, tears streaming up as his nosebleed stained his clothes red. A scholar may be killed, but not humiliated. Lu Li, I hate that I can't defeat you. Beside him, his companion spoke with sorrowful empathy. Stop wailing, I can't beat him either. I couldn't even block his slap, and my dad's a guest professor at the Melee Academy. How am I supposed to face him when I go home? A nearby freshman clutching his right cheek was also sobbing. My face. I have dinner plans with a senior today. How am I supposed to go looking like this? Beside him another boy holding his left cheek added gloomily. Don't worry, your senior got slapped away by Luli too. I saw it with my own eyes just now over by that flower bed. Is Luli some kind of pervert? Why does he love slapping faces so much? Is Luli some kind of pervert? Why does he love slapping faces so much? No one answered him. Luli turned a deaf ear to all of this. His eyes were fixed solely on those red numbers flashing wildly. The bully points balance on his system panel jumped from 8500 to 100 and 2300. The thrill of watching his deposit numbers soar rapidly was more addictive than anything. Finally, he withdrew his hand and brushed the dust from his sleeves. The Melee Academy Plaza was littered with hundreds of students lying in heaps, their faces swollen like pumpkins. Those still barely standing retreated in unison over a dozen steps, and no one dared to approach anymore. He scanned the area to confirm there were no more red names standing in the plaza. Only then did he take out his student card from his pocket and waved it toward Zhao Wuji. Director Zhao, the 3,000 points have been transferred. I've finished challenging everyone. Sorry to bother you today. He turned around and waved to the hundreds of his fellow Auxiliary Academy students with red-rimmed eyes. His movements were casual and natural. Thunderous cheers erupted from the Auxiliary Academy's formation. A tall senior raised his forging hammer above his head and waved it vigorously, while freshmen hugged each other, jumping and shouting. Let's go to the ranged academy, Luli said. Smack. A blow landed on Zhao Wuji's face. It was the folding fan in Su Qingyue's hand, striking him squarely on the forehead. The strike from a martial venerable at the late stage left his forehead red and swollen on the spot. The dean of the Close Combat Academy, despite being in enough pain to bare his teeth, couldn't stop laughing. Laughing so hard, he doubled over, tears welling in his eyes. You old hag, look at you now. Huh? Weren't you laughing so loudly just now? Keep laughing. Give me another smile, why don't you? Su Qingyue trembled with rage, the hem of her moon-white qipao quivering slightly. She pointed her folding fan at Zhao Wuji's nose. Her face, usually adorned with a practiced charming smile, was now flushed crimson. She had been gloating over his misfortune only moments before. Seeing Zhao Wuji's iron-pale face and Xiao Jinyu lying on the ground battered beyond recognition filled her with immense satisfaction. The Remote Academy and Close Combat Academy had been locked in rivalry for years, competing for new recruits for points and for secret realm quotas. They were the fiercest rivals on campus. Whenever Zhao Wuji suffered a setback, she was delighted. She had even done Zhou Wenyuan a small favor speaking up for the Auxiliary Academy. It was also that Luli wouldn't come after the Remote Academy. But she never expected this brat to finish with the Close Combat Academy and immediately turn his wrath on her. Look at them. The Close Combat Academy got beaten to a pulp, haha, how amusing. Those were the very words Su Qingyue had just been speaking. She had been standing on the edge of the flower bed, her moon-white qipao standing out vividly. Her folding fan gently waved, half concealing her beautiful face that bloomed like a flower with every smile. Between every laugh and frown, the natural allure of a mature woman radiated effortlessly, drawing the gazes of several students watching from afar. Under normal circumstances, Zhao Wuji might have taken time to appreciate the view. After all, Su Qingyue had become dean of the Remote Academy, not only through her 7th-stage martial venerable cultivation, but also thanks to that ageless face that time itself could not defeat. Now Zhao Wuji was seething with rage, smoke practically rising from his orifices at her laughter. You've finally met your match. Zhao Wuji pointed at Su Qingyue and Mo Wentian, his fingers trembling as he laughed. What angered him most was Mo Wentian's perpetual gentlemanly facade. Hundreds of his close combat students had been beaten to a pulp, yet Mo had not even lifted an eyebrow. When disputes arose between students of the Remote Academy and Mental Academy at mediation meetings, he would always utter the same phrases. It's just students matters. Some sparring is beneficial for them. I see merit in both sides. He took all the kind words while offering no real conclusions. Now that ever-gentlemanly face still carried a faint, elusive smile, as though he had somehow absolved himself entirely from this dispute, completely forgetting that his own academy had been racking up points at the Auxiliary Academy's expense these past years. Then Lu Li's voice rang out. Let's go to the Remote Academy. It was like rain after a long drought. He laughed with unrestrained glee 10 times brighter than Su Qingyue's mockery earlier. Even the blow he had received from her fan felt like pure bliss. He turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the hundreds of pig-faced students still groaning in the square. Notify every able-bodied close combat student. Follow me to the Remote Academy to witness the spectacle. Those who can walk should walk. Those who can't, have your roommates carry you. I'm in a fine mood today. Anyone who doesn't go is refusing to give me face. The pig-faced students in the square exchanged bewildered glances. Xiao Jinyu gazed blankly at his academy dean through swollen, squinted eyes, his mouth slightly open, as if to say, I'm in this state, and you want me to go watch. But then, it instantly clicked. They were going to witness the Remote Academy's destruction. Students leaning against walls in agony supported one another, rising from the ground one by one. Having just been beaten to shreds by Lu Li, they naturally harbored deep hatred toward him. Yet upon learning that his next target was the Remote Academy, beneath that resentment, a twisted anticipation began to stir. Human nature was such that in one's own misfortune what one most desires isn't personal fortune, but that others share the same fate. The closed combat academy had already been thrashed. Why should the remote academy remain untouched? Hardship must be shared equally. Su Qingyue was absolutely fuming. She genuinely believed she had done Zhou Wenyuan a favor, standing up for the auxiliary academy when Zhao Wuji had been bullying them. The remote academy and closed combat academy were natural rivals. Helping Zhou Wenyuan squeeze Zhao Wuji had been merely a casual favor. But even a casual favor counts as a favor. That damn kid Lu Li surely wouldn't turn his back on her, would he? She never imagined this little bastard would immediately add the remote academy to his target list. Her figure darted forward, the folding fan retracting from Zhao Wuji's forehead. A purple afterimage still lingered where she had stood before she appeared before Zhou Wenyuan. Brother Zhou, her voice hurried, her folding fan snapping against her palm. You must persuade Lu Li. He's already humiliated the closed combat academy. He cannot go after our remote academy too. I helped you out just now. A person should act reasonably. Zhou Wenyuan stood with hands behind his back, watching her with a grin, his expression identical to Mo Wentian's obsequious decency from earlier. Unhurried and unfazed, his eyes carried something akin to an elder's indulgent affection watching a junior's outburst. Rather than responding to Su Qingyue, he merely tilted his head slightly, gesturing for her to look at the auxiliary academy freshmen in the square, whose faces still bore swollen marks. Su Qingyue followed his gaze. Some still had bandages across their noses, others sporting purple bruises around their eyes. Before today, these students had been trapped in their classrooms for days on end, cowering away from the jeers and curses hurled at them by both the closed combat and remote academies at their doors. That girl from the remote academy was at her most arrogant when she hurled insults like cowardly turtles at the auxiliary academy. For the points we will take from the remote academy, we at the auxiliary academy will provide them. Zhou Wenyuan spoke calmly. Lu Li's mission to right the wrongs against the auxiliary academy had not yet concluded, and matters between students, those were beyond his jurisdiction. Su Qingyue stamped her foot in desperation, the hem of her moon-white qipao fluttering wildly with her agitated movements. All traces of a martial venerable's dignified bearing had long vanished into the clouds. She turned to address the remote academy students, still lingering, their faces drained of color. What are you standing around for? Run back to the academy and raise the alarm. Tell everyone to prepare themselves. Open all the arena gates wide. Do not let yourselves be cornered in teaching buildings like dogs. In range versus close combat, the most crucial thing is maintaining distance. Those who can fly should fly. Hearing their own academy dean's words, those students took off at once. Some smarter ones immediately picked up their phones to spread the warning. Lu Li and the sea of several hundred auxiliary academy students behind him were already on the move. Su Qingyue bit her lower lip, a flash of resolve crossing her eyes as she murmured to herself, "No, I must get back before that little bastard does." A purple afterimage flashed, but another figure materialized before her. Dean Su. A moment. Zhao Wuji appeared beside Su Qingyue. This is a matter between students. Let them settle it themselves. We'll just watch. Lu Li is challenging across cultivation realms. And not just one opponent. He's taking on thousands. Word of the incident spread faster than Lu Li's footsteps. Inside the main building of the remote academy, students who had only moments before been gloating over the melee academy's battered faces suddenly found their laughter turning to ash. Just then a fresh notification flashed across every screen in unison. Lu Li is advancing toward the remote academy. The alert came with a video attachment. A vast contingent of hundreds of auxiliary students marched forward. The youth at their forefront rolled up his sleeves, his stride measured and unhurried, a wicked smirk curling his lips. For a heartbeat, the entire teaching building fell deathly silent, then erupted into pandemonium. What a... Lu Li is charging at us. The melee academy was just annihilated. We were just mocking Xiao Jinyu's ruined face, and now it's our turn. A junior boy who had just ended his live stream sprang to his feet. A student leaned out a window, only to lock gazes with the approaching gray silhouette. Control yourselves. A strikingly tall girl pushed open the door to the junior training chamber and stepped out. Su Fei, the premier prodigy of the remote academy's third year, ranked second on the Dragon Tiger list, a half-step martial saint. She had been forcibly summoned from her meditation. Her phoenix-like eyes currently blazed with piercing combat intent. Behind her stood more than a dozen elites from the junior Dragon Tiger list, each gripping a ranged weapon, their auras as steady as stone. For all his speed, Lu Li is merely a single man, not a deity. We are nothing like the mindless brutes of the melee academy. We possess range, mobility, and intellect. His greatest asset is speed, which is why we shall fight him within these halls. In narrow corridors, his velocity advantage is halved. Su Fei's words tumbled forth with rapid precision. All combat-ready personnel disperse according to your standard squad formations. Do not congregate on the plaza where he can wipe us out in one sweep. Fan out into the corridors and classrooms. Assign 3 squads per location to rotate and harass him. The moment he crosses the threshold, rain arrows, then immediately displace. Do not engage in prolonged combat. We will wage a war of attrition. Even if he is forged of iron, his vital energy has its limits. With thousands of us, each loosing a single shot, we will grind him down to his death. Exactly. Form up into individual squads, deploy them one by one. A youth on the Dragon Tiger list immediately echoed the orders aloud simultaneously, drawing his comm device to broadcast tactical directives across the grade channel. The melee contingent stood clustered on the plaza and invited complete annihilation. We shall not repeat their folly. Sniper teams occupy the upper floor windows. Pair off for mutual cover. Resist the temptation to greedily pursue damage. Ground teams seal the main corridors with interlocking bow and hidden weapon crossfire. Senior Sister Su Fei speaks true. If we cannot defeat him outright, we will exhaust him through sheer attrition. The Remote Academy's mobilization moved at a completely different caliber than the melee contingents. The latter had been caught flat-footed, battered senseless against their own gates. Having observed the live feed, the Remote Academy had orchestrated a complete tactical deployment in an astonishingly brief span. There were no jeers, no reckless solo charges. Only disciplined individuals snapping into place like a seasoned elite regiment. Upon reaching the grand entrance of the Remote Academy's main building, Lu Li found the silvered portico utterly deserted. During the Melee Academy's ordeal, at least dozens of fearless souls had dared to stand upon the plaza. The Remote Academy, however, offered not a single soul in sight. Not even the gatekeepers could be found. The great doors stood agape, revealing corridors swallowed in profound silence. Where has everyone gone? Behind him, a towering senior from the forging department peered anxiously over his shoulder, a forging hammer resting on his hip. Could they have all scattered? Is this how timid the Remote Academy truly is? His words had barely left his lips when Lu Li stepped across the threshold. 3 frost-tipped arrows, 2 flaming throwing darts, and a singular soundless shadow bolt shot forth. They struck from 3 converging angles along the corridor. The moment the 3 shooters concealed behind the stairwell released their arrows, they simultaneously drew their bows back and melted away into retreat. They offered him not a single window for retaliation. Lu Li's figure flickered momentarily in place, then shot forward at a velocity too swift for the mortal eye to follow, threading seamlessly through the interstice of their assault. Only pinprick-sized punctures marred the floor where the projectiles had struck. He stood now at the very center of the Academy's entrance. The instant his feet found purchase, a second barrage descended. This volley descended from above. 6 hair-thin darts fell in utter silence through the ceiling gaps. Simultaneously, a classroom door at the corridor's terminus flew open. 2 archers flashed from concealment, loosed a triple barrage in rapid succession, then immediately ducked back inside. Playing cat and mouse with me? Lu Li twisted his torso to evade the strike, his lips curling slightly as he watched the archers vanish. The Melee Academy had fought with brute force. This academy sought to wage guerrilla warfare. Thousands of foes scattered and concealed themselves within the building's labyrinthine structure. Hunting them down one by one would be an arduous and tedious endeavor. Worse still, they could perpetually shift positions, siphoning his vital energy bit by bit. This was a tactic far more cunning than the blunt force approach of the Melee Academy's brutes. However, this is precisely the method for dealing with ordinary opponents. With that thought, he summoned the God-slaying wings. 2 magnificent pairs of wings erupted from his back with a thunderous resonance. His mastery of the God-slaying wings' second form, coupled with its innate aerial arts, had long transcended the boundaries of mortal comprehension. His velocity redoubled, eclipsing even his performance at the Melee Academy, his form dissolving into a streak of prismatic light that tore through the corridors. Rather than running straight, he pressed against the walls and vaulted across the ceiling, carving a jagged Z pattern through the architecture. A squad concealed around the stairwell bend had barely drawn their strings when a golden afterimage shattered the air and came hurtling toward them. 3 of them never even caught a glimpse of his face before simultaneous backhands sent them flying. It's too fast. He's moved beyond just doubling his speed. An archer concealed behind the second-floor balustrade screamed in sheer panic. Concealing yourself rather deep, aren't we, eh? The archer was backhanded into a dizzying spiral, tumbling head over heels down the staircase for an entire 2 flights. Upon the roof of the teaching building, Su Fei monitored the real-time casualty feeds streaming across the campus network. Her usually impassive features grew progressively more furrowed with dread. In less than a quarter hour, over a dozen squads had been routed. His velocity defied the very paradigm of the martial emperor realm. The strategy of corridor harassment had been a fundamental miscalculation from the outset. Lu Li was simply too swift. The narrow architecture offered him no impediment whatsoever. Instead, it had merely caged their own forces within a single structure, allowing him to pick them apart at his leisure. To compound the catastrophe, he had deployed the God-slaying wings. The maneuverability of those legendary wings within confined spaces surpassed even the exaggerated accounts she had read in Shun Qinshan's biographies. He carved right-angle turns with effortless precision, completely disregarding the laws of inertia. It was an affront to the very laws of physics. Outside the teaching building, 4 figures descended upon the plaza in succession. Su Qingyue arrived first, remaining suspended in midair to observe the carnage below. As she watched the relentless streaks of golden light and the cascading wails of pain echoing from her academy's halls, her hand instinctively pressed against her chest. Zhao Wuji landed shortly after. Rather than hovering, he simply settled into a cross-legged position, produced a pouch of melon seeds, and began crunching them leisurely. Mo Wentian drifted down to the edge of the planter with unhurried grace, his hands concealed within his wide sleeves. Zhou Wenyuan was the last to arrive, folding his hands behind his back as he stood flanked by the 3 academy deans. The remote academy folk at least possessed some tactical acumen. Mo Wentian observed, nodding slightly, as he tracked Lu Li's ever-shifting silhouette through the corridors. They understand how to leverage the architecture to blunt his momentum, scattering their forces to force him to run himself ragged. Dean Su's disciples certainly possess commendable tactical discipline. Zhao Wuji's cracking of the melon seeds ceased abruptly, a scowl darkening his face. Old Mo, are you implying my melee academy lacks any brains at all? That we're nothing but mindless brutes standing on the plaza waiting to be annihilated? Ha, I never claimed such a thing. Mo Wentian chuckled, waving his sleeve dismissively. Zhao Wuji finally lost his patience, flicking the seed shells into the planter before pointing sharply at the teaching building's windows. Observe Lu Li's vital energy gauge. The technique coursing through him is profoundly sinister. It continuously devours the life force of those it strikes. You actually believe you could exhaust his vital energy through attrition? Keep dreaming. The deans turned their gazes inward in unison, and indeed they witnessed the pale golden aura encircling Lu Li, actively siphoning the residual vital energy from the battlefield. This was an entirely unprecedented cultivation art. The longer the engagement, and the greater the number of adversaries, the more his vitality swelled rather than waned. A flicker of astonishment crossed Su Qingyue's features, her slender brows drawing together. Within the teaching building, Lu Li had long ceased keeping count of his fallen adversaries. His footwork was as elusive as a phantom serpent striking from its den, his velocity weaving through the halls like a specter. He fought his way from the first to the 3rd floor, chased enemies to the rooftop, then retaliated all the way back down to the 2nd. Any remote academy student foolish enough to expose themselves, regardless of the concealment angle, was dragged into the open and dispatched with a single devastating backhand. The archery prowess the remote academy students prided themselves upon was rendered utterly worthless in his presence. Before their arrows could even graze their intended marks, he had already breached the next corridor's bend. Ha, why does the remote academy consist entirely of cannon fodder? Su Qingyue, where are your elite forces? Zhao Wuji called out, still casually cracking his melon seeds, while hovering in midair. What of that young woman Su Fei? Ranked 2nd on the junior Dragon Tiger list, a half-step martial saint, who famously kite Xiao Jinyu's entire half-cycle during the last internal tournament, without letting him so much as brush her robes. Why hasn't she revealed herself today? Su Qingyue's gaze remained locked on the turmoil within the building, her own anxiety far surpassing Zhao Wuji's casual taunts. She knew Su Fei well. This girl always commanded with decisive authority and bore the undeniable stature of the remote academy's foremost genius. Moments ago she had been distinctly issuing formation orders, yet now her presence had completely vanished. Was it possible that? Unlikely. Su Fei wielded ice attribute archery, possessed exceptional mobility and close-quarters survivability. Even in defeat, she would not be swiftly eliminated. Nor had the 4th-year prodigies, those early-stage martial saints who usually kept a low profile, made an appearance. Any single one of them should have been capable of withstanding a prolonged engagement. Yet now the only sounds echoing through the building were screams of pain and the dull thuds of arrows striking empty air. Those warriors had vanished as if they had never existed. Deep within the remote academy's teaching building, in a practice room with sealed windows, Sophie leaned against the wall, her ice crystal longbow resting diagonally across her shoulder. Opposite her sat 2 early-stage martial saints from their senior year. One was Luo Hachong, specializing in wind-aligned archery, and the other was Li Xuani, who cultivated both hidden weapons and traps. Both were elite senior students of the remote academy, rarely seen before junior classes. Sophie had already prepared to join them for the operation. She had already run through several tactical scenarios in her mind. At that moment the door pushed open and 3 figures entered, led by Gu Chun, the top student of the 3rd year at the Spiritual Academy. He was tall and slender with a fair complexion. A faint ripple of spiritual power hovered near his brow, the unmistakable sign of a recent breakthrough to martial saint, his divine, yet unrefined. Behind him followed 2 early-stage martial saints from the 4th year of the Spiritual Academy. One of them idly toyed with a transparent crystal condensed from pure spiritual energy. The other stood with arms crossed, his gaze cold and stern. Gu Chun had originally planned to make a stunning debut at the 3rd year Dragon Tiger ranking tournament, announcing to the entire campus that the Spiritual Academy's 3rd year now had a martial saint guarding it. However, the arrival of Lu Li had thrown all his plans into disarray. A mere 1st year had slashed his way from martial king straight to martial saint, felling elites from both the melee and remote academies like wheat before a scythe. In the shadow of such overwhelming momentum, his own breakthrough seemed lackluster. Join forces, Gu Chun stated flatly, planting himself across the table. Luo Hachong and Li Xuani exchanged a glance, their brows knitting tighter. Luo Hachong's voice was thick with hesitation. 6 martial saints ganging up on a single freshman. It won't look dignified even if we win. By the time Lu Li finishes his matches, the whole school will be lining up to mock us. Think about it. What's the harm in 6 martial saints taking on one 1st year? Lu Li will go down in the academy's history books anyway, and will be remembered as the fools who teamed up against him. Li Xuanyi nodded silently. But what if we lose? We'll become the laughingstock of all Jingdu. 6 martial saints teaming up on Lu Li only to end up with our faces swollen like pigs. What a legacy. Even if we win, we'll be ridiculed for life. How aren't you overestimating Lu Li? Gu Chen raised an eyebrow, a hint of disbelief coloring his tone. He pointed to himself, then to the 2 senior martial saints beside him. His vital energy and blood qi are indeed monstrous. No martial saint can withstand a single punch of his. He is a spirit manifestation master, yes, but manifestation and direct spiritual attack are 2 entirely different disciplines. I'll concede that if he gets within arm's reach, none of us could block him. But what if we keep him at bay? He raised a hand and snapped his fingers. Suddenly, a visible halo of spiritual power flared from his brow. Those of the Spiritual Academy never need to charge into an opponent's range. A spiritual impact is silent and invisible, stunning the target briefly. If he's dazed for even a few seconds, we'll have plenty of time to beat his face into a swollen mess. Or do you prefer to be picked off one by one and suffer the same fate? A brief silence fell over the tactical rehearsal room. Sophie raised her eyes, meeting Gu Chen's gaze with a cool voice. Do not underestimate him. We don't truly know Lu Li's depths. From enrollment to now, every time we've thought we'd seen his full hand, another trump card of blood qi and combat power has been revealed. He deflected the Shao family's heaven-rending fist. 6 melee elites couldn't breach his protective aura. What's to say he doesn't have a hidden defense against spiritual attacks? She paused and shifted her tone. But Gu Chen has a point. Spiritual power is indeed the only dimension of his abilities we haven't tested yet. If he can't withstand the impact, even a few breaths of days would be enough time to turn this bastard's face into a plum. It's worth trying. Luo Hachang and Li Xuanyi exchanged a glance and slowly nodded. Then we'll fight as planned. Gu Chen exhaled in relief, approached the table, and unfurled a floor plan of the remote academy's main building. His fingers circled the 3rd floor corridor. You'll set up your formation at the end of the corridor and wait for the signal. The 3 of us will hide behind the partition walls of the side classrooms. Once he enters the effective range of our spiritual impact, we strike. Across the corridor, Lu Li had just dragged out a sophomore who had been lying in wait in a supply closet. After landing 2 sharp slaps, he tossed the boy into a corner. From the opposite stairwell, 3 archers sprang out and loosed a volley of arrows in rapid succession. He unfurled his wings and darted forward, skimming 3 steps along the wall to dodge every projectile, then turned and lashed out with 3 backhanded strikes, felling all 3 simultaneously. The system's cheerful chimes kept ringing, tallying up his bully points. Before he could even let a smirk form, a massive surge of spiritual power crashed violently into his divine sea. It manifested as a towering wall of force, a combined spiritual impact forged by 3 martial saint-level psionic masters. Like 3 tsunamis merging into a single cataclysmic wave, it smashed into his spiritual consciousness with world-shattering force. Gu Chen and the 2 senior martial saints all possessed spiritual power at the martial saint realm. Spiritual attacks are formless and intangible, able to bypass aura defenses and strike directly into the depths of consciousness. A standard early-stage martial saint caught squarely by such an impact would at best be stunned for several breaths, at worst collapse into an immediate coma. Zhao Wuji, who had been watching while snacking, stopped mid-chew, straightened up, and growled. This is bad. He turned his glare toward Mo Wentian, dean of the Spiritual Academy, his eyes sharp as blades. That old softy is actually vicious, ordering students to gang up on Lu Li. Mo Wentian kept his hands folded inside his sleeves, chuckling slowly with his usual gentle tone. Haha, this is merely a spiritual impact. It won't truly harm Lu Li. At most, it'll make him stagger for a few breaths. While the Melee Academy failed to capitalize on openings, the Remote Academy will step in. It's after all just a sparring match. No need to push too far. Lu Li's body froze in the middle of the corridor. His movement halted for an instant, and that single fraction of a moment was clearly captured by Sophie, hiding at the corridor's end. Her ice crystal longbow was already drawn taut, a frost-piercing arrow 3 feet in length condensing upon the string. Luo Hachang's wind arrow was knocked and ready. Li Xuanyi's hidden weapons were poised between his fingers. The very instant Gu Chen's spiritual impact breached Lu Li's divine sea, the passive skill spiritual defense activated by the 2nd form of the god-slaying wings triggered automatically. The cataclysmic wave of spiritual force slammed into an invisible, weightless, yet impenetrable rainbow-colored barrier. In passive defense mode, spiritual defense negates 90% of incoming spiritual attacks. Of the colossal spiritual power Gu Chen and his 2 companions had pulled together, less than 10% actually reached Lu Li. Lu Li stood completely unaffected, showing absolutely no reaction. What the hell is going on? The smile on Gu Chen's face froze completely. How can his spiritual barrier be this solid? Impossible. Mo Wentian's hands concealed in his sleeves clenched tightly. For the first time, the expression of utter disbelief appeared on the old man's face. Gu Chen's combined assault could shake the consciousness of even an early-stage martial venerable. How could he remain completely unaffected? Zhao Wuji laughed aloud beside him, his mirth utterly unrestrained. Huh, Emma, look at you today. Who was it that just said, we'll just turn Lu Li's face into a plum? Let's see who ends up looking like a pumpkin. Suspending midair, Su Qingyue watched the scene unfold inside the teaching building, her lip twitching. 3 martial saint-level psionic masters from the spiritual academy had launched a collective assault on Lu Li. And yet they couldn't even stagger him. Zhou Wenyuan stroked his beard and spoke slowly, a trace of pride in his voice. This student, even this old man, cannot fully fathom him. Back in the corridor, Lu Li slowly turned his head. His gaze pierced through the wall, locking onto Gu Chun and his 2 companions hidden in the classroom. He raised a hand and pointed directly at them. Gu Chen's heart sank as he tried to retract his spiritual power and abort the attack. But it was already too late. The god-slaying wings on Lu Li's back flared violently, and he smashed through the corridor wall, bursting into the classroom. In one fluid motion, he punched and kicked the 2 senior martial saints flying. He then grabbed Gu Chun by the collar, hoisted him into the air, and slammed him against the building's load-bearing pillar. With a sharp, resounding slap, he left Gu Chen's divine C ringing like a bell, and his face instantly swollen to twice its size. Trying to ambush me. Lu Li's voice remained perfectly calm. Gu Chen's lips split and bled as he tried to speak, but his swollen mouth made no sound. Lu Li tossed him into the corner, turned on his heel, and launched himself back toward the end of the corridor. Sophie's frost-piercing arrow whizzed past his wingtip, embedding itself in the wall and exploding into a spray of ice crystals. Just as she knocked a second shot, Lu Li's palm was already pressing against her shoulder, pinning her firmly to the wall. With his other hand, he snatched Luo Hachang's ankle out of the air, yanking him from the ceiling and smashing him down onto Li Shuani. The 2 seniors tumbled into a tangled heap. Lu Li casually dusted off his hands. Scattered across the floor of the teaching building lay a pitiful sight of swollen, purple-faced brutes. Only the relentless chiming of the system notifications continued to echo. Anyone from the remote academy still hiding, come out. Those who surrender will receive exactly 3 slaps, then compensate the support academy with 10 points. That's it. Case closed. Otherwise, I'll turn every last one of you into pumpkins. The echoing footsteps in the teaching building gradually came to a stop. Along the corridor lay students from the remote academy, beaten black and blue and strewn about haphazardly. Su Fei pushed herself up against the wall, her left cheek marked with a bright red handprint. She did not cry. She merely leaned on her ice crystal longbow, her gaze complicated as she watched the gray figure at the end of the corridor. Lu Li stood by the railing of the second-floor hallway, holding a sophomore male student from the remote academy, whom he had just dragged out. The boy hunched his neck, covering his face with both hands, his bow discarded on the ground. Through muffled sobs, he pleaded, "Please don't hit my face." Lu Li shoved him toward the wall and brushed the dust from his palms. "Remote academy, anyone else here who hasn't been dealt with yet?" His voice wasn't loud, but it carried across the entire remote academy. The gray group chat for remote academy erupted instantly, messages flooding the screen at breakneck speed. What does he mean? Who hasn't been dealt with yet? He's calling people out by name while beating them. A scholar can die, but not be humiliated. Who does he think he is, acting so arrogantly? Let's fight him. I'd rather suffer the beating than let him look down on us like this. But some remained calm and analyzed the situation. A junior with a swollen right cheek sat in the corner of the classroom, holding his phone up to read character by character as he typed. 6 martial saints surrounded him alone. Su Fei's frost-piercing arrow only grazed his wings. Luo Changhe was dragged down and used as a punching bag by him. Even the martial saints got beaten into swollen faces. What do you think you can do if you go up there? You just end up lying there longer too. The grade group fell silent for a long moment. Those who had been shouting, "Fight him," moments ago now hovered their fingers above their screens, unable to type a single character. Then an ID with the title Remote Academy Sophomore Archery Class Representative cautiously sent a message. "I have a question. If I go out there now and let him slap me 3 times, will I avoid getting beaten into a swollen face?" Earlier near the Melee Academy, I saw a few people who surrendered voluntarily. They seemed to only take 3 hits. What's the difference between 3 slaps and a swollen face? Aren't they both just him slapping your face? There is a difference. A swollen face takes half a month to go down, but 3 slaps heal in 3 days. I have a blind date next week. I can't show up with a pork face. The statement was delivered with such righteous indignation, mixed with heartbreaking resignation, that the group fell silent once more. Then someone shared a screenshot from the campus network showing Lu Li blocking the entrance to the Melee Academy, with one sentence highlighted. "Voluntarily surrender and take 3 slaps. Those who resist get slapped until they swell up. I don't care anymore. I have points anyway. I'll submit my points and surrender. 3 slaps are better than being beaten into a swollen face." A sophomore from the remote academy known for his generosity with points was the first to speak up in the group and immediately pulled out his phone to submit a surrender request on the campus network. Once someone took the lead, others could no longer hold back. Students in the hallway began emerging from their hiding spots. They formed a crooked long queue, each holding up their student cards. Some were still clutching their left cheeks where they'd just been slapped. Others were completely unmarked, having quickly surrendered their points to stay safe when they realized the tide had turned. The queue stretched from the second-floor hallway down to the stairwell and wound through the first-floor lobby. It was a magnificent sight, like the lunch rush at the cafeteria. Outside on the plaza, Zhao Wuji's mouth never stopped moving. He laughed so hard he slapped his thigh, then turned to shout at Su Qingyue. "Huh, Su Qingyue, did you see that? The remote academy is lining up to surrender. Haha, our melee academy has real courage. Not a single person from our academy surrendered. We were all beaten into swollen faces and carried out. Not one coward. Su Qingyue bit her lower lip. She watched her students form a long line, each approaching Lu Li, bowing their heads to scan their points. Then they meekly offered their faces to receive 3 slaps. Her eyes grew redder by the moment. She had just been mocking Zhao Wuji's academy for getting their students beaten into swollen faces. Now her own students weren't even fighting. They were simply lining up to surrender. This was harder for her to accept than seeing them beaten. When she saw several senior martial saints in the queue waiting to receive slaps from that kid, tears finally spilled over. These little bastards. They're embarrassing me. She wiped her eyes roughly with her sleeve, her voice trembling with anger and frustration. I'll make sure to train them properly from now on. Everyone gets double target practice every day, no excuses. But Zhao Wuji wasn't done watching yet. He turned and slapped the shoulder of Mo Wentian, the dean of the Mental Academy, heavily. Old gentleman, what's so funny? Look over there. The Mental Academy folks are here, too, coming to surrender. Good heavens, they're still in their Mental Academy uniforms and standing in such neat formation. On Mo Wentian's face, which always wore that benevolent smile, the muscles were stiffening inch by inch. He followed Zhao Wuji's finger and looked in that direction. Outside the side door of the remote academy teaching building on the walkway, a group of students in deep blue Mental Academy uniforms were lining up behind the remote academy's surrender queue. At the front was Shen Wuxin, a senior-year martial saint who had just been part of the group that surrounded Lu Li with Gu Chen. His left cheek was already slightly swollen. He'd clearly taken 3 slaps, and he was walking back while clutching his jaw. The Mental Academy, the most prestigious and proud academy at the Capital Martial Arts University, had actually surrendered. This is outrageous. Mo Wentian could no longer maintain his composure. His hair and beard bristled as he stomped, shattering the blue bricks at the edge of the flower bed beneath his foot. His voice shook the ginkgo trees on the plaza, their leaves rustling violently. You unworthy students. You've disgraced the entire Mental Academy. Go back and face the wall to reflect on your mistakes. Lock yourselves in the confinement rooms, and I'm deducting all your meditation points for this semester. A faint voice came from within the queue. Dean, stop scolding. Can't you admit you couldn't defeat the Auxiliary Academy's dean either? Mo Wentian nearly choked on his rage and collapsed. The Auxiliary Academy's dean had been at the mid-level of martial venerable back then. He'd relied on his elaborate equipment and endless pills to match the other 3 academy deans in a draw. It was worth noting that Zhao Wuji, Su Qingyue, and Mo Wentian himself were all top-tier experts at the late stage of martial venerable. Lu Li sat on the steps at the entrance of the teaching building with 2 crooked lines of figures before him. One line wore the silver-white uniforms of the remote academy. The other line wore the deep blue uniforms of the Mental Academy. Stretching from the second-floor hallway down to the first-floor lobby, they looked from afar like 2 parallel serpent formations. When he tapped the doorframe with his knuckles, the queue moved forward one by one. They meekly handed over their cards to scan their points, then bowed their heads and offered their faces to receive 3 slaps each. The system notifications chimed more enthusiastically than ever. Ding. Defeated Remote Academy's blue name bully earned bully points 1200. Ding. Defeated Mental Academy's red name bully, full bully points 3000. While casually waving his fan, he quietly calculated in his mind. Most of the timid ones from the Remote Academy were blue name. Red name bullies were rare. Fortunately, there were enough of them that the small amounts added up. The Mental Academy contingent was almost entirely red name, each worth several thousand bully points. No wonder they were experts at looking down on others and secretly undermining them. After both lines finished, the bully points balance on his system panel had surpassed 58000. The total points had skyrocketed to an amount he could barely calculate on the spot. He rose to his feet and turned to observe the academy deans on the plaza, each wearing a different expression. Su Qingyue's eyes still held traces of moisture. Zhao Wuji laughed so hard he had a stitch in his side, leaning against the flower bed and rubbing his stomach. Mo Wentian was jumping up and down, cursing at the retreating figures of the Mental Academy's surrendering students. Only Zhou Wenyuan remained standing beneath the ginkgo tree with his hands clasped behind his back, nodding slightly toward him. Auxiliary Academy. Lu Li waved to the gray formation behind him. That's all for today. Let's head back to the academy to distribute the points. Lu Li glanced at the system panel. 55,780 bully points. This number quietly rested in the corner of the virtual screen. 55,000. He had come to Jingdu and fought over 1,000 arena matches, barely accumulating 100,000 points. Yet in just one morning he had swept through all 3 academies from top to bottom, and his bully points had directly broken past the 500,000 mark. 8,700 people just surrendered. 10 points each, totaling 87,000 points. Head back. Today Auxiliary Academy is holding a spoils distribution meeting. The square fell silent for a moment. A spoils distribution meeting. He actually said spoils. Several students from the Melee Academy, their faces swollen like pork and leaning on crutches, exchanged bewildered glances. Lu Li was the one fighting against us. The points are ours too. He's taking our points back to throw a celebration banquet. Lu Li is using our points to give benefits to his classmates. What kind of nonsense is this? Wei Changfeng beside him spoke in a desolate tone. Just accept it. Who asked us to block their door first? From the auxiliary academy formation, deafening cheers erupted. Let's go. Following junior brother Lu means we get meat to eat. For the first time in my life, I think our auxiliary academy's gray uniform looks this handsome. Hundreds of people marched back to auxiliary academy in a grand procession, singing loudly. Luli pulled up his student card balance and showed it to everyone. 87,000 points. The entire auxiliary academy from freshman to senior year totaled no more than 800 students. On average, each person could receive 100 points. Do you know what 100 points means? Ordinary freshmen only receive 3 startup points upon enrollment. Working yourself to death doing tasks for a whole semester might only accumulate a few dozen points. 100 points is enough to exchange for a low-grade spiritual artifact at the Treasure Pavilion or redeem a purple-grade technique at the Scripture Pavilion. A few freshmen huddled in the corner, phones in hand, crunching numbers on calculators. The results made their eyes shine with excitement. But the upperclassmen from second and third years, standing in the front rows, spoke up first. The tall senior brother carrying a forging hammer spoke in a booming voice. Junior brother Lu, we cannot accept these points. Just distribute them to the freshmen. His words sparked immediate agreement from several other second and third year auxiliary academy students nearby. Exactly. This is all thanks to you, junior brother. How can we, your seniors, have the face to claim these points? Before today, how many times did those 3 academies block our doors? Didn't we always hide in our buildings like cowardly turtles? Today you single-handedly helped us vent our frustration, so naturally the points belong to you. To be honest, we're only poor during freshman year. Once we reach sophomore year, everyone knows auxiliary academy students are rolling in wealth. Refining a spiritual artifact and listing it at the Treasure Pavilion sells for at least several hundred points, and a good batch of pills starts at over 1,000. The freshmen haven't even started their basic forging and alchemy classes yet, they're short on cash, so 100 points each would serve as perfect startup capital for them. We'll skip ours. A third-year male student in a cyan alchemy room robe spread his hands and added half-jokingly, making the surrounding upperclassmen laugh out loud. A freshman girl with glasses felt her nose tingle at their words. Seniors don't say things like that. If you hadn't been protecting us, that group from the Melee Academy would have beaten us badly when they blocked the door earlier. Even though you didn't fight, you stayed in front of us the whole time, without leaving, and we all saw it. Several freshmen beside her nodded vigorously in agreement. At that moment, the tall senior who called himself son of the richest man stepped out from the crowd. He pulled out his phone and displayed his campus card balance publicly, chin raised high, with a voice ringing clear as hammer strikes. All right, stop pushing it back and forth. It's decided. Junior brother Lu Li keeps 80% of the points, the rest goes entirely to the freshmen, and we seniors won't take a single point. Also today, junior brother Lu displayed his divine power, beating students from all 3 academies, from freshmen to seniors, until their faces were swollen like pigs. How can we not arrange something to match this occasion? Tonight at Juman Lu on treating. The whole academy goes. Drinks and meat in abundance. Anyone who doesn't go is looking down on me, Zhang Taizhu. Zhang Tieju, are you crazy? Booking Juman Lu will cost how many points? I've got points. I'm willing to spend them. Zhang Taizhu dug into his pocket and pulled out a card, flicking it between his fingers. The senior students of the auxiliary academy cheered, and the freshmen smiled through tearful eyes. Zhou Wenyuan stood by a pillar under the old brick building's porch, hands behind his back, watching the scene unfold. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. But the other 3 academy directors wore much darker expressions. Zhao Wuji stood beneath the ginkgo tree, his thick arms crossed over his chest. Behind him trailed a group of Melee Academy students whose faces were swollen like pork, all looking thoroughly defeated. Su Qingwei stood 3 paces opposite him, her eyes still slightly red. Mo Wentian kept his hands tucked into his sleeves. The fierce energy of his earlier outburst, hair and beard bristling, stomping in rage, had largely subsided. He had returned to his usual placid, amiable expression. Zhao Wuji let out a gruff laugh. Old Mo, how many from your mental academy surrendered? I was counting just now. There are quite a few in line wearing those dark blue uniforms. Mo Wentian's eye twitched slightly. He didn't respond. Su Qingwei clenched her teeth, her gaze sweeping over the surrendering students from the remote academy in the square. Look at how the auxiliary academy handles things. Su Qingwei's voice wasn't loud, but it sent a chill down the spines of several remote academy students nearby. And look at yourselves, you little bastards. Their entire academy stood united as one, and after winning they shared the points together. What about you? 6 martial saints joined forces to ambush a single freshman, and not only did they get beaten down, but the rest lined up to surrender their points. The girl's eyes reddened as she opened her mouth to speak, but Su Fei beside her placed a hand on her shoulder to stop her. Su Fei's left cheek was still swollen. Director, the responsibility is mine. I devised the tactics and initiated the alliance. We calculated his speed, blood chi, and flight trajectory, but we completely overlooked his spiritual power defense. This misjudgment has nothing to do with the junior students. I failed to defeat him. Su Qingwei gazed at Su Fei's face, half swollen and bruised, her anger caught in her throat, unable to rise or fall, ultimately dissolving into a long, weary sigh. It's truly a case of someone else's peaches and plums filling the world while one's own family reaps bitter fruit. Sigh. All of you go back and reflect. As long as Luli remains at Auxiliary Academy for even one day, our Academy members must keep a low profile whenever they encounter him. Anyone who dares to block the Auxiliary Academy's doors again won't need him to fight. I'll break their legs first. That said, Zhao Wuji suddenly shifted the topic, his tone growing contemplative. As long as this bastard stays at Wuda for another day, the dignity of our 3 academies' elite seeds will continue to be trampled beneath his feet. The few capable seniors in their 4th year are still training elsewhere, and by the time they return the opportunity will have long passed. Mo Wentian's fingers concealed within his sleeves gently rubbed together as he spoke slowly. There is a way, though. He cannot remain at Wuda indefinitely. Several outstanding 4th-year students have taken on a mission to explore the spirit realm, but they're short-handed and reportedly need one more person. Zhao Wuji's eyes lit up instantly. You mean insert Lu Li into their team? The secret realm lies outside, not in Jingdu. The spirit realm is fraught with danger, perfect for him to suffer hardship and temper his arrogance. If he gets beaten down in there, he won't be so arrogant when he returns. Exactly. Get rid of this bastard. Just seeing him is annoying. Su Qingyue slapped her folding fan against her palm, her eyes brightening as well. The 3 directors gathered closely together, rapidly finalizing their plan through a series of quick exchanges. When the celebration banquet at Juman Lu finally ended, the night of the capital was already illuminated with lights. Zhang Tieju's face was flushed from drinking, supported on either side by 2 junior brothers from the sophomore forging department as they helped him walk back. He was still mumbling incoherently, calling for senior brother Lu another round. Lu Li bid farewell to everyone at the entrance of the restaurant and returned alone to Cloud Summit Heavenly Realm. As soon as he entered the house and tossed his coat onto the sofa, his phone rang. Lin Yichen's photo appeared on the screen, that candid shot he'd stolen of her dozing with her head tilted on the high-speed train. He picked up the call, but before he could even say hello, she spoke first. Lu Li, you really stole the show today. I heard about it from home. You beat students from the Close Combat Academy all the way from freshman to senior year, and you've got the ranged and mental academies lined up outside your door begging to surrender. Dean Su was reduced to tears by you. I was scrolling through the campus network at home and nearly dropped my phone into the fish tank. Lu Li flopped onto the sofa and chuckled as he recounted the day's events in a nutshell. Then it struck him. Lin Yichen hadn't shown up today. Neither had Lin Feiyu. Given her nature, she wouldn't have missed something this dramatic that had the whole school watching. Before he could ask, Lin Yichen answered. Neither my brother nor I went to school today. Something came up at home. That old master of the Yi family, Yi Chang'e, Yi Feng's grandfather. A genuine martial sovereign personally came to my house today to file a complaint against Lin Feiyu with my grandfather. Not only did he swindle the Yi family out of 10 billion, but he also humiliated his grandson right there in front of the entire school. In the end, Master Yi of the Yi family left a parting word. Lin Bonan, if you don't give me an explanation, I'll be back tomorrow. My grandfather had no choice but to have my father give Lin Feiyu a sound beating. My own uncle had just woken from a coma, having recently broken through to martial venerable status and was itching for a fight. Just imagine it. A martial venerable beating up a martial emperor. My brother's still stuck in bed, his back covered in bruises. He can't even get up. Lu Li grinned with schadenfreude, then steered the conversation back on track. Lucky you had something come up today and didn't go to school. Otherwise I'd feel bad about beating up your ranged academy bunch. Heh. Lin Yichen's laughter took on a meaningful edge. Guess what I overheard? Principal Grandpa called my grandfather. He said those 3 deans jointly recommended you to the school, saying you not only have exceptional martial arts talent and strong spiritual power, but also rich combat experience. There happens to be a spirit realm reconnaissance mission that needs 1 person for senior year, and you're the most suitable candidate. Lu Li paused for a moment, then tilted his head back to stare at the ceiling, simultaneously amused and exasperated. The revenge came so quickly. I had just beaten up all 3 academy campuses that morning, and my alcohol hadn't even worn off by afternoon. 3 deans immediately submitted a joint petition to send me away. The efficiency was almost like a forced march. Normally, when academies bicker over resource allocation, it drags on from year's start to year's end, but when it comes to settling personal scores under the guise of official business, they move with ruthless speed. I only beat up your students. Was it really necessary? Besides, I wasn't the one who struck first. The Close Combat Academy blocked the Auxiliary Academy's entrance, the Ranged Academy set up an ambush, and the Mental Academy joined forces for a sneak attack. I just defended myself, yet all 3 deans are acting like victims. Our dean Su Qingyue actually cried. Do you think that's warranted? Lin Yichen's voice trembled with suppressed laughter. A 7th grade martial venerable, the head of the Ranged Academy, shedding tears before the entire school. I've known her since 1st grade. Back then she was the campus beauty of the Kyoto Martial University, the goddess in countless boys' hearts. After all these years, I'd never seen her cry. Lu Li, you're the first person I've met who could make Dean Su cry. The campus network is flooded with posts about you and her now. Is that so? Those people just won't let it go. Lu Li shook his head and steered the conversation back to business. Let's talk about something important. What's the situation with the spirit realm? How dangerous is it? I just asked Principal Grandpa. Lin Yichen's tone grew serious as well. This spirit realm was first discovered half a year ago with its entrance located in the Days Mountain Range 300 kilometers from the capital. It formed when the spiritual consciousness of an ancient powerhouse survived their death, merging with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to create an alternate dimension. Inside lie vast quantities of ancient inheritances, medicinal pills, and spirit weapons. The entrance is extremely special. It only permits those below the rank of Martial Venerable to enter. Anyone exceeding the Martial Venerable realm will be instantly teleported back to their original location the moment they cross the threshold, no matter how much they suppress their cultivation. Since its discovery, the military has dispatched several elite teams to explore it, yet fewer than 1 in 10 has returned alive. Those who survived brought back considerable ancient techniques and high-tier spirit artifacts along with troubling news. A half-step Martial Emperor-level alien race has established a stronghold deep within the spirit realm. Over the past few months, the alien race's activities have grown increasingly aggressive, and the seal at the spirit realm's entrance has loosened multiple times. If left unaddressed, this could jeopardize the entire Great Xi'an nation. She paused, her voice softening. Many prodigies have been lost inside. Last year, Shanghai Martial University dispatched a 5-person squad, and only 1 returned. And even then their spiritual sea was severely damaged. Principal Grandpa asked me to let you know. If you don't wish to go, he can directly sign and reject the 3 deans' recommendation. Grandfather shares the same sentiment. He mentioned that while you may deserve a beating, you haven't officially wed into the Lin family yet, so we can't allow our new son-in-law to take such risks. Lu Li leaned back against the sofa. The spirit realm, one that only allows those below Martial Venerable to enter and harbors a half-step Martial Emperor-level alien creature. These conditions combined form a hunting ground perfectly tailored for him. Having just finished dispatching the 3 academies at Kyoto Martial University, he'd accumulated plenty of bully points. Going forward, no one would dare provoke him. He'd been worrying about where to continue harvesting those points. This spirit realm mission was like a pie falling from the sky. Ordinary alien creatures were walking bully point factories, and a half-step Martial Emperor. That was a mobile goldmine of bully points. Moreover, within the spirit realm, there were no school regulations or deans keeping watch. He could deploy his own techniques freely. His peerless manifestation art, his 500,000 blood chi value, and his 56,000 spiritual power. With Spirit Madness activated, he'd have a crushing advantage of 560,000 spiritual power. In the spirit realm, he could use these abilities without restraint. As for that so-called half-step Martial Emperor alien creature, he was even more eager to test his strength against it. He still didn't know exactly how powerful he truly was at this stage. Without stepping on the scale, he couldn't be certain, but the spirit realm would serve as the perfect testing ground. As for any other dangers, his clone's combat power had already reached the 9th rank invincible realm, surpassing even the Martial Emperor. Who would he fear? No problem, I'll go. His voice was calm and resolute. Don't worry, you already know my current strength. Below the Martial Emperor, I'm invincible. There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone. Then Lin Chen let out a soft laugh carrying a hint of pride she hadn't even consciously recognized. She didn't try to dissuade him. She knew him far too well. When the Bloodlust formation descended in Jiangxing, he hadn't backed down. When he faced challenges from over 3,800 people on the arena, he hadn't retreated. She simply spoke softly, her voice as gentle as a feather touching water. Then I'll go inform Principal Grandpa. Be careful. Kyoto, the headquarters of the Transcendent Sect. Inside that windowless black, great hall, blood-red flames burned silently on the ceiling, projecting the shadows of the 9 elders onto the stone walls, elongating and shortening at will. The 3rd elder placed the blood jade cigarette case on the table with a clatter, shattering the silence. He drew out a black cigarette from the case, flicked a flame from his fingertip to light it, took a deep drag, and exhaled slowly. The smoke coalesced into a contorted face before him, letting out a silent scream for an instant before dissipating. Any news from Xiao Yun's side yet? What's your hurry? The 2nd elder's voice was as cold as something dredged from an ice vault. She reached out and lightly touched the blood-colored crystal before her, projecting a satellite map of Kyoto Martial University. Xiao Yun has always been cautious. He typically lurks around the target for about a week to scout enemy movements. He only arrived in Kyoto 3 days ago, and by convention he'll need at least 3 more before making his move. I expect word of success within the next couple of days. The 4th elder tossed an intelligence report onto the table with a dismissive air. True enough. Xiao Yun's mental power reaches 200,000, comparable to a spirit master at the peak of early Martial Venerable realm. I've reviewed Lu Li's combat footage repeatedly. His blood chi is profound, and his swordsmanship exquisitely refined. But his mental power barely reaches 20 to 30,000, at most a lamb waiting for slaughter before a half-step Martial Venerable specializing in psychic attacks. A single mental shock would shatter his consciousness and kill him instantly. We should hear good news in 2 days. Yes, the 5th elder agreed. Xiao Yun once assassinated their Martial Saint Peak genius at Magic City Martial University. Even a Martial Emperor stationed nearby failed to detect it. Killing one Lu Li is just a matter of waiting 2 more days. A series of low laughs rippled around the round table. The Grand Elder sat in silence beneath his hood throughout, and the elder's laughter gradually faded as all eyes turned toward him at the head of the round table. Enough! The Grand Elder spoke, his voice aged and low. Dismissing the matter of Xiao Yun, he slowly raised his hand and placed a fist-sized blood-red crystal sphere at the center of the round table. Inside the crystal sphere, a mass of dark red mist continuously shifted forms. As the mist churned, the soundless wails of countless wronged souls could be faintly discerned. Every elder present froze their breath, catching as they beheld the crystal sphere, a vessel containing the life essence of millions of innocent souls. I haven't summoned you here to debate the fate of a martial emperor. Xiao Yun will handle his own affairs. The Grand Elder's emaciated fingers traced slowly across the surface of the crystal sphere. A crimson halo flowed along his fingers. Our grand plan has reached its most critical juncture. The refined blood of millions of ordinary humans has been gathered. The life force of 100,000 warriors is complete. Just days ago, we finalized the collection of awakening energy from 1,000 purple-talented individuals. Now we need only one final step, the awakening energy of 4 orange-talented beings. And these 4 must be peerless prodigies, anomalies beyond compare. Mediocre orange talents won't suffice. They must possess the strength of at least a martial saint. The third elder exhaled smoke, his brows furrowing slightly. Orange talents are rare enough as it is, and requiring super genius caliber. The entire Great Xia produces barely a dozen such individuals per year. Gathering 4 would be nearly impossible. No need to worry about gathering them, the Grand Elder said calmly. The sect master has already arranged everything. That spirit realm that suddenly appeared, it was the work of our great sect master. According to reliable intelligence, the military department plans to send the top prodigies from Kyoto and Magic City martial universities to investigate. Those orange talents will come to us on their own. Once the spirit realm altar is activated, those geniuses' awakening energy will serve as the kindling, while the millennia-old vengeful souls accumulated deep within the spirit realm will become the fire. Our sacred sect's grand endeavor, meticulously planned for over a decade, is finally within reach. I shall take that decisive step upon this altar. All elders rose simultaneously, pressing their right hands to their chests and bowing low, a posture identical to when chanting the transcendent sect's doctrines. Reverence, awe, and fanaticism warred across every face. The Grand Elder had been trapped at the peak of the 7th stage martial venerable for countless years, unable to cross that threshold. Congratulations, Grand Elder. You can finally take that pivotal step and attain the power of a martial emperor. The Grand Elder offered no response, merely stowing the crystal sphere into his sleeve and rising slowly. Prepare the spirit realm altar. Not a single one of the 4 orange talents is to be lacking. The remaining elders exchanged glances around the round table, none daring to mention Xiao Yun again. In their eyes, the life and death of a martial emperor genius paled to insignificance against the impending coronation of a martial emperor. Kyoto Cloud's Summit Heavenly Realm. Lu Li ended the call with Lin Chen and tossed his phone onto the sofa. Moments ago, he had spoken with righteous conviction on the phone. Below a martial emperor, I am invincible. Above invincibility, I have someone. But in truth, he understood better than anyone what that wretched spirit realm truly was. Only those below the martial venerable tier could enter, and a half-step martial emperor alien had held dominion there for uncounted years. Several waves of elite forces dispatched by the military had perished there, with 9 out of 10 lost. Speaking casually about it was one thing, but actually sacrificing his life in such a desolate alternate dimension would be far too costly. Over 500,000 bully points still untouched in his account. A man who doesn't spend his fortune is a bastard. He rose from the sofa and summoned the system interface. A pale blue holographic display materialized before him, lines of data scrolling across the screen. Host Lu Li. Martial Arts Realm 6th Stage, Early Martial Saint. Blood Chi value 500,000 points. Spiritual Power 560,000 points. Spiritual Power Realm 5th Stage, Late Martial Emperor. Bully Points Balance 557,800 points. 557,000 bully points. This windfall had come at great cost. His gaze swept back and forth between the Blood Chi value of 500 and the Spiritual Power of 560,000 points. 560,000 spiritual power equaled that of a mid-stage martial saint spirit thinker. 500 blood chi represented the standard of an ordinary mid-stage martial saint. But against that half-step martial emperor alien lurking in the depths of the spirit realm, neither figure was sufficient. System allocate points. Spend 2400 bully points to increase spiritual power by 2400. Ding. 2400 bully points consumed. Host spiritual power increases by 2400 points. Ding. Current spiritual power 8000 points. Ding. Remaining bully points 317800. A cool surge poured into his consciousness from between his brows. Deep within his spiritual sea, the rainbow-colored source light spun, with sudden intensity, expanding the boundaries of his consciousness outward by a significant margin. At the center, the multicolored short sword swelled larger, still, every groove emitting a soft luminescence that painted the entire spiritual ocean in brilliant hues. The process wasn't complete. The threshold for breaking through to the 6th stage early martial saint was crossed the moment spiritual power reached 800 points, and the system's notification chimed immediately after. At the moment of crossing that threshold, a sword cry erupted from the depths of his spiritual consciousness, shaking his awareness into a brief void. When the echo faded, he discovered his entire spiritual sea had transformed once more. The boundaries of his spiritual sea had stretched to distances he'd never imagined possible. What surprised him most was that with his breakthrough in spiritual power realm, his spiritual power surged again to 1000 points. His blood chi value increased synchronously from 5000 to 55000. A spiritual power of 1000 points equaled that of an early-stage martial venerable spirit thinker. When unleashing spiritual frenzy, he could reach 1 million. This was already touching the threshold of a half-step martial emperor's spiritual power level. He murmured to himself, then returned his gaze to the blood chi value on the system panel. 55000 blood chi value. Spiritual power had reached 1000. Normally blood chi and spiritual power should be cultivated in sync. But the gap between these two metrics for Lu Li was truly enormous. After consideration, he decided that blood chi and spiritual power shouldn't be too far apart. No matter how high the spiritual power, if the body couldn't withstand a single strike from an opponent, it would be useless. Those aliens in the spirit realm wouldn't engage him in spiritual power battles. They preferred direct physical combat. System continue upgrading. Spend 300 bully points to increase blood chi value by 300 points. Ding. Consumed 300 bully points. Post blood chi value increased by 300 points. Ding. Post current blood chi value 85000 points. Remaining bully points 17800. As the system upgrade sound echoed, a scorching golden torrent erupted from the depths of his dantian. This physical enhancement wasn't as earth-shattering as his previous major breakthroughs. It was simply that the golden blood chi crystal core at the center of his dantian expanded significantly, from the size of a grain of rice to that of a fingernail. With the surge in blood chi power, his spiritual power rose accordingly, as well, jumping from 1000 to 1000 points. A martial saint with 850 blood chi value had already reached the level of an ordinary late-stage martial saint. Based on this ratio, his blood chi limit at the martial saint realm should be around 2 million, possibly even reaching 3 million. Host Lu Li. Martial arts realm 6th stage, mid-martial saint. Blood chi value 85000. Spiritual power 12000 points. Spiritual power realm 6th stage, early martial saint. Bully points balance 17800 points. 850 blood chi 100 spiritual power. When unleashing spiritual frenzy 2 million spiritual power could crush any opponent below a martial emperor. Even that so-called half-step martial emperor in the spirit realm might not withstand a direct assault of 5 million spiritual power. He silently calculated in his mind. An ordinary martial venerable's blood chi range was between 1 million and 10 million. With 900 blood chi, now he was still one step away from the threshold of a martial venerable. The next morning, a military transport aircraft sat on the square of Kyoto Martial University. This transport had been specially dispatched by the Daisha Military Command to carry the spiritual realm mission execution team. Lu Li stood at the edge of the square wearing a black combat suit. This combat suit had been personally delivered by Zhou Wenyuan, the dean of the Auxiliary Academy, the night before. It was a top-grade spiritual energy artifact capable of withstanding attacks at the martial emperor level. He deactivated his concealment technique, allowing his true aura, 850,000 chi blood value, and 12 million spiritual power, to radiate without restriction. Zhou Wenyuan from the nearby Auxiliary Academy had rushed over early that morning to see them off. Dark circles under his eyes suggested he hadn't slept well the night before. He pressed several vials of his academy's own restoring spring pills and spirit calming powder into Lu Li's hands. These were all valuable items, rare finds that could fetch hundreds of points each on the open market. Lu Li didn't refuse, carefully tucking the pills into his combat suit pocket. The tall senior Zhang Taiju stood behind Zhou Wenyuan, his voice still booming. Junior brother Lu, come back soon. The celebration wine at Jumin Lu hasn't been finished yet. A figure emerged from the administrative building. Fang Zhenyue had rarely swapped his usual Zhongshan suit for a black practice uniform today. He walked with his hands clasped behind his back, neither hurried nor leisurely. As he approached the aircraft's boarding stairs, an invisible pressure weighed down the entire fuselage, sinking it slightly. The propellers seemed to slow involuntarily. Fang Zhenyue's gaze fell upon Lu Li, and his whole body gave a slight tremor. His pupils contracted, his breath catching, as if suspended. In all his years he'd encountered more geniuses than meals he'd eaten. But he'd never seen anything like this, such an extraordinary prodigy. What peerless monster is this? The youth standing before him radiated an aura that made his heart skip. Over 80,000 in chi and blood. Over 100,000 in spiritual power. These numbers on an early-stage martial saint couldn't simply be called genius anymore. A typical early-stage martial saint would have chi and blood between 100,000 and 200,000. Lu Li had over 800,000. For spiritual power, a normal early-stage martial saint would possess 10,000 to 20,000. Lu Li, however, possessed over 100,000 in spiritual power. His cultivation reached the martial saint realm, yet his capabilities matched those of a half-step martial venerable, an impossibility that shattered all conventional understanding passed down through generations. Fang Jinyue recalled that night at Cloud Peak Heavenly Realm just days prior when he'd witnessed this youth break through to martial saint mid-battle, his chi and blood surging from 180,000 to 500,000. At that moment he'd considered Lu Li the most monstrous prodigy since Daxiao's founding. But how much time had truly passed? The numbers had climbed from 500,000 to 800,000. Even a rocket couldn't accelerate that fast. Only the legendary gods reborn in cultivation tales could match such rapid growth. Why do you possess such extraordinary chi and blood along with spiritual power far beyond what a mere early-stage martial saint should have? Fang Jinyue's voice carried unmistakable disbelief, his tone rarely betraying such emotion. He reached out and clapped Lu Li on the shoulder. The examination results deepened his silence. 850,000 in chi and blood, immensely profound with solid foundations. 12 million in spiritual power, dense as crystal. The golden core in his dantian was several times larger than a typical martial saint's. The chi and blood levels, while extraordinary, at least fall within the expected range for a martial saint. But what about this spiritual power exceeding 10 times the norm? Fang Jinyue withdrew his hand, a wry smile touching his voice. If I hadn't witnessed your breakthrough with my own eyes just days ago, I'd suspect possession. Even the former principal at your age hadn't reached such heights. Monsters are monsters, Fang Jinyue muttered to himself, shaking his head. For Daxiao this was momentous. A rare occasion, given how long it had been since the realm produced an 8th-grade martial emperor, let alone a 9th-grade invincible. The neighboring races watched Daxiao with predatory eyes precisely because the realm lacked a supreme powerhouse capable of commanding respect. Even counting Lin Bahanan and Yi Chang'e from the capital, the 2 martial emperors from Demon City, and himself, that only amounted to 5 martial emperors, a fragile deterrent. All 3 were aging. Lin Bahanan past 80, Yi Chang'e similar in years, Fang Jinyue already over a century old. The absence of worthy successors weighed heavily on the martial world's conscience. Should this youth reach invincible strength, Daxiao's burdens would lighten considerably. The rear cargo door of the transport slowly descended, revealing a spacious cabin within. 3 young warriors clad in identical combat suits leapt from the cabin and headed toward Fang Jinyue. Leading them was a senior male from the Close Combat Academy, broad-shouldered and powerfully built. Qianlei ranked second on the Close Combat Academy's prestigious Dragon Tiger list as a half-step 7th-stage martial venerable. Few opponents his rank could survive 3 of his strikes, and during a military academy assessment in Kyoto, he'd once cleaved a 3-zhang-tall mutant beast in a single blow. Trailing behind him was a senior female from the Ranged Combat Academy carrying an ice blue bow. Tall and striking with an aloof beauty, she bore a resemblance to Su Fei, the top talent from the junior year of the Ranged Combat Academy. Yet her demeanor carried a maturity and composure that set her apart. Su Yin'er topped the Ranged Combat Academy's Dragon Tiger list as another half-step 7th-stage martial venerable. Her gaze fixed on Lu Li with unmistakable curiosity. Bringing up the rear was Shen Jinghong. Clad in a deep blue battle uniform with a long sword at his hip, he led the Dragon Tiger list as a half-step 7th-stage martial venerable who had slain an actual early-stage martial venerable. He stood as Kyoto Martial University's undisputed #1 among current students and was the great-grandson of Shen Qianshan, the original owner of the God-killing wings. His face was lean with deep restrained eyes that paused briefly upon seeing Lu Li. Any one of these 3 alone would be considered a formidable prodigy at Kyoto Martial University, capable of leading ordinary secret realm missions independently. That the principal had unprecedentedly grouped all 3 together spoke volumes about how seriously the school regarded this spiritual realm mission. So this is the top scorer who turned the entire Martial University upside down. Su Yin'er spoke first, her tone laced with playful teasing. She approached Lu Li and surveyed him from head to toe. My sister contacted me first yesterday. She's always been fiercely competitive. She called in the middle of the night and broke down after just a few words. Su Fei, the top talent of her junior year, had half her face swollen from a freshman's slap in front of the entire school. I thought it must be some peerless monster of a vicious character, but it turned out to be you, a freshman junior brother. Just normal sparring. Lu Li felt a slight warmth rise to his cheeks. He could remain composed while slapping thousands on the arena, but handling such direct teasing from a victim's family member wasn't his strength. Qianlei walked over and patted Lu Li's shoulder with measured force, then gave his chest a light punch. Your cultivation may be lacking, but taking on 6 martial saints alone shows solid combatability. I accept you as a team member. Cultivation and combat strength are different things. But competitions aren't the same as real battlefields. Shen Jinghong withdrew his gaze. I wonder about his spiritual power. The spiritual realm differs from other secret realms. Its ancient vengeful souls can corrupt any mental consciousness. No matter how strong one's chi and blood, insufficient spiritual power makes them a liability to the entire team. I've seen more than one peerless genius stride confidently into the spiritual realm's entrance, only to be carried out by teammates whose mental consciousness had been devoured by vengeful souls, reduced to a broken man unable to even remember his own name. Fang Jinyue spoke suddenly after hearing Shen Jinghong. Xiao Yin was personally slain by Lu Li a few days ago. The air at the rear of the cabin froze in that instant. All three stopped simultaneously. A look of pure shock crossed Qian Lei's rough features for the first time. Su Yun'er's fingers tightened around the folding fan she'd been idly toying with. The crisp snap of broken fan ribs echoed clearly in the silent cabin. Shen Jinghong's pupils contracted slightly as he fixed his gaze on Lu Li. For the first time, an unmistakable gravity entered his eyes. Xiao Yun's spiritual power rivaled that of an ordinary martial venerable. Whoever could kill him possessed spiritual power at least 30% stronger. And Lu Li had just demonstrated his own spiritual power right before their eyes. 12 million. That's not far short of an early-stage martial venerable's spiritual psionic master. If Lu Li employed any secret technique to further amplify his spiritual power, he genuinely could have killed Xiao Yun. Su Yun'er blinked, glancing between the principal and Lu Li, her playful smirk finally fading. Xiao Yun is dead. That guy had a notorious reputation. Back during the Demon City Martial University assassination case, even two martial emperors joining forces couldn't capture him. His spiritual power was said to match that of a martial venerable. How did you kill him? Crushed him with spiritual power. Lu Li stated matter-of-factly, without concealment. Qian Lei clicked his tongue in astonishment. Shen Jinghong withdrew his gaze and pressed his lips together almost imperceptibly. Has he already made the god-killing wings truly recognize him as master? Shen Jinghong muttered under his breath. Regardless of how much concern and skepticism they'd harbored about this spiritual realm mission, they had now confirmed one thing. The freshman the principal had inserted into their team was not a burden requiring them to divide their attention, but a genuine comrade capable of fighting side by side. The cargo door of the heavy transport aircraft closed slowly, sealing out the farewells of the Academy's auxiliary staff from the plaza. The four of them took their seats by the windows, with Fang Zhenyue occupying the seat nearest the cabin door. The cabin was quiet. The engine's roar had been dampened by military-grade soundproofing runes, leaving only a dull, steady vibration. Qian Lei unslung his broad-backed heavy blade and leaned it against his seat. Su Yun'er sat by the window, her fingertips idly plucking at her bowstring. Shen Jinghong occupied the rearmost corner of the cabin, his long sword resting across his knees, eyes half closed. Lu Li sat alone by the cabin door, gazing at the sea of clouds beyond the porthole. Fang Zhenyue opened his eyes, also looking out at the clouds, and spoke. This situation is unlike anything we have faced before. I feel unsettled in my heart, so I have decided to accompany you and steady the situation. The cabin fell silent for a moment. All four looked up toward the principal. Who was Fang Zhenyue? An 8th-stage martial emperor, principal of the capital martial university. After living so many years, what great storms had he not witnessed? For a century-old martial emperor to speak of being unsettled in his heart, this journey into the spirit realm was undoubtedly far more perilous than the few lines in the mission briefing suggested. Qian Lei broke the solemn silence, first his rough voice filling the cabin. Young brother Lu Li, once we enter the spirit realm, you stay behind us seniors. His broad palm gave Lu Li's shoulder a gentle pat. You've seen the mission briefing about the spirit realm. It says a half-step martial emperor-level alien race lurks within. But rest assured, we three veterans haven't simply drifted through Daxiao for nothing. In one-on-one combat, we certainly cannot match a half-step martial emperor. But with three of us fighting together, no one below the martial emperor realm stands a chance. Besides, a true martial emperor-level powerhouse could not possibly exist in that spirit realm. A martial emperor is one who has comprehended the great Tao, while a mere ancient fragmented spirit realm could never sustain the full might of a martial emperor. At most, there might be a remnant soul of a half-step martial emperor. A remnant soul and a true martial emperor are two entirely different things. And this time, Principal Fang himself, a genuine 8th-stage martial emperor, is present to hold the rear. In all of Daxiao, none can stand against him. We are quite secure. Su Yun'er nodded, as well folding away her fan. Qian Lei's words may be crude, but his reasoning is sound. Junior brother Lu Li, we acknowledge your combat strength, but the spirit realm is not like the sparring arena. The alien races and resentful souls in the spirit realm. Resentful souls lack physical form and are immune to physical attacks. Only spiritual arts can harm them. Your spiritual power is formidable, but in terms of offense you will likely need further refinement. We too will handle ranged engagements. Qian Lei will take close combat, and you will coordinate from the center, striking only when you have spare capacity. Lu Li listened to their guidance, and said nothing more, merely nodding slightly. He could tell these three seniors were genuinely looking out for him. It was not the condescending disdain of veterans toward newcomers, but rather the standard arrangement of experienced team members for a rookie. Although with his true strength today these three seniors tied together might still not match him, he appreciated their kindness all the same. Shen Jinghong had remained silent, leaning against the cabin wall with his eyes closed in meditation. Only after Qian Lei and Su Yun'er had both finished speaking did he suddenly open his eyes and say calmly, with junior brother Lu Li present, I believe even a typical early-stage martial emperor would pose no threat to us. The cabin fell deathly quiet once more. Qian Lei's jaw nearly hit the floor, and Su Yun'er's fingers, which had been plucking the bowstring, froze in midair. Principal Fang Zhenyue did not refute the statement, but merely nodded slightly, a faint, meaningful smile touching his lips. Qian Lei and Su Yun'er's gazes darted between Fang Zhenyue and Lu Li. Not afraid of an early-stage martial emperor. Shen Jinghong himself had already reached the half-step 7th-stage martial venerable realm. For him to speak thus about a freshman, just how deep was this kid's reservoir of trump cards? They recalled the words Principal Fong had spoken on the plaza just now. Xiao Yun was personally slain by Lu Li. At the time they had taken it as the principal merely covering for the boy, but now it might very well be true. Someone capable of killing Xiao Yun must possess actual combat strength several tiers higher than they had previously estimated. Lu Li himself was slightly startled. He knew Shen Jinghong was not an ordinary person. Among his peers, Shen Jinghong was the first to see through his concealed strength in a single glance. He was unsure whether the other had truly perceived his secret card, the spiritual domination, or had simply made an intuitive judgment. Could it be that his ancestors left some records detailing the god-rendering feather's spiritual domination ability? That must be it. Lu Li thought to himself. This remark was undoubtedly boosting his reputation. He did not respond verbally, but instead gave Shen Jinghong a subtle appreciative nod. Fang Zhenyue, however, did not allow this optimistic atmosphere to spread unchecked. He slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping over the four young people one by one, his tone growing grave. Lu Li, do not underestimate the enemy. The most terrifying thing in the spirit realm is not that half-step martial emperor alien, but the remnant souls of martial emperors. Those remnant souls are bizarre entities formed when the spiritual sea of an ancient martial emperor does not dissipate upon death, merging with heaven and earth's spiritual energy and resentment chi. They lack physical form, yet they can invisibly erode your spiritual sea, corrupting your mind and memories. You may believe you are fighting alien creatures, unaware that your perception has already been tainted and everything you see is an illusion conjured by the remnant soul. By the time you realize the truth, your spiritual power will have been gnawed to tatters, and your body will become nothing more than an empty shell. Should the martial emperor remnant soul you encounter have specialized in spiritual arts during its lifetime, the danger would be even greater. A martial emperor who cultivated spiritual power exclusively will leave behind a remnant soul whose spiritual intensity far exceeds that of other martial emperors, more insidious and unpredictable than any fellow realm cultivator's spiritual sense. Possession of your bodies is entirely possible. The methods of a martial emperor are beyond your current comprehension. Your thoughts, your will, your sense of self, all are utterly defenseless against a martial emperor-level spiritual pollution. He withdrew his gaze and took 4 jade talismans from his robes, placing one before each student on their seats. Each talisman was thumb-sized, smooth as congealed fat, and cool to the touch. The front of each talisman bore an ancient spatial rune. The 4 received them with solemn reverence. Remember, the moment you enter the spirit realm, if you encounter danger you cannot overcome, immediately crush the transmission talisman and retreat. Do not be reckless, do not hesitate. These talismans were forged by this old man, using the great Tao of time and space, capable of tearing open the void and transporting you back to Daxia from the spirit realm. These are but a few of my most precious reserves. Creating such transmission talismans was no trivial matter. The materials alone had cost the principal decades of gathered star realm stones and empty cicada jade. Several batches had been ruined before producing so few successes. Yes, we thank you, Principal, for bestowing these treasures. The 4 rose in unison, offering a deeply respectful salute. Deep within the spiritual realm, a blood moon hung in the heavens. At the very center, embraced by a ring of mountains, stood a colossal altar. Its octagonal structure was crowned by black obsidian pillars, each 10 zhang high, stationed at every corner. The altar's surface was hewn from a single slab of unknown dark crimson stone, polished to a mirror-like sheen that reflected the sinister glow of the blood moon above. The air hung thick with the metallic stench of blood. Thousands of semi-transparent, vengeful souls screamed in silent torment around the altar, most of them martial artists who had either strayed into the spiritual realm or been sacrificed to it. Dozens of figures clad in black robes moved about the perimeter of the altar. Each held a chain in hand, the other end fastened to a variety of monstrous beasts. Dragged forward by chains laden with resentful energy, the beasts emitted low, despairing roars from their throats. The robed figures pushed them forward one after another to the altar's edge. Crimson talismans upon the altar's surface slithered forth of their own accord, coiling around the beasts like countless tentacles before contracting with violent force. The creatures' bodies were brutally ruptured, their flesh and bone dissolving into a thick, congested mist of blood. This bloody essence was greedily devoured by the altar. How much remains? The Grand Elder of the Transcendence sect stood beneath an obsidian pillar due north of the altar. A hint of agitation betrayed itself in his slightly trembling voice. Reporting to the Grand Elder, the beast blood sacrifice is 90% complete. Only the final batch remains. The robed subordinate bowed deeply in response. I am not asking about the beasts, the Grand Elder replied, his voice dry and hoarse as he slowly turned around. I am asking about those 4 orange tier gifted. What does the intelligence say? How far along are the people from Kyoto Martial University? The robed man withdrew a blood-colored crystal from his sleeve, projecting a brief message of encrypted intelligence. His gaze swept rapidly across the projection, and he lowered his voice even further. The intelligence indicates that the 3 prodigies from Kyoto Martial University's senior year, Qian Lei from the Close Combat Academy, Su Yun'er from the Ranged Arts Academy, and Xin Jinghong from the Mental Spectrum Academy. Along with that, freshman Lu Li are already aboard the transport heading to the spiritual realm. He paused, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed. However, President Fang Jinyue of Kyoto Martial University is also on that same transport. The air grew unnaturally still for a moment. A flicker of discomfort crossed the Grand Elder's face. Fang Jinyue. He had actually followed them here. If there was a single person the Grand Elder dreaded encountering most at this critical juncture in all of Daxiao, it was undoubtedly Fang Jinyue. Although Fang Jinyue had been stagnating at the peak of the 7th stage martial venerable for years, appearing but a single step away from martial sovereign. But everyone knew how terrifying a true martial sovereign could be. Beneath a martial sovereign all are but ants. This was no mere figure of speech, it was the sobering self-awareness every martial artist at their realm was forced to confront. Yet in an instant a chilling smile curled the corners of the Grand Elder's lips. His gaze swept over the crimson talismans upon the altar, writhing and twisting with latent power. This altar itself was one of the Transcendent Sect's supreme trump cards. Once fully activated, not even a martial sovereign could breach it by force. Moreover, it remained an open question whether Fang Jinyue could even enter the spiritual realm. Besides, this had all been factored into the plan. Then informed the Patriarch. Initiate Plan B. Plan B. The robed man standing behind him stiffened imperceptibly. Having served alongside the Grand Elder for so many years, he had never heard of any contingency known as Plan B within the Transcendent Sect. Yet he dared not ask further. He simply pressed his right hand to his chest and bowed deeply. He then turned and swiftly retreated into the shadows behind the altar. The Grand Elder stood alone beneath the obsidian pillar, his gaze piercing through layers of blood mist toward the direction of the spiritual realm's entrance. Xin Jinghong, Qianlei, Su Yun'er, each was a peerless prodigy with talents exceeding the orange tier, the future pillars of Daxia cultivated with the nation's utmost resources. And then there was that freshman Lu Li. His talent surpassed even the highest orange tier, a 7-colored divine grade talent. A person such as this presenting himself voluntarily was far more valuable than any orange tier gifted he had originally intended to capture. For individuals. Precisely for. The plan was immaculate, every variable accounted for. So why then did an inexplicable sense of impending failure stir within him? The Grand Elder kept those words locked within his throat. He continued, gazing up at the blood moon looming over the altar. No, it cannot be. I must be overthinking it. Besides, I have prepared numerous contingencies. Success is guaranteed. Outside the spiritual realm's entrance within the restricted military zone, the transport aircraft descended slowly onto a helipad. A kilometer from the entrance, the military's barbed wire fences and towering walls came into view. A fortified sentry tower stood every 20 paces. Fully armed soldiers patrolled the walkways between the towers. At the entrance to the spiritual realm, the air was thick with a mixture of spiritual energy, resentful aura, and spatial currents. Xin Jinghong stood at the forefront of the group and produced a military map from his backpack. The map detailed the terrain of all known regions within the spiritual realm. Alien strongholds and zones dense with vengeful souls were circled in crimson. This map had been purchased with the blood and lives of numerous reconnaissance squads. According to intelligence, spatial transmission at the spiritual realm's entrance is entirely random. Upon entering, the 4 of us will be dispersed to separate locations. With good fortune, we might regroup within a kilometer radius. With bad luck, an entire mountain range could separate us. His fingertip tapped a location marked with a triangle on the map. Our rendezvous point is here. The location is relatively secure, the terrain defensible and difficult to assault, with no major alien nests in the vicinity. Memorize this map. Upon entering the spiritual realm, make your way to the rendezvous point immediately. If you encounter large groups of aliens, en route, do not linger in battle. Prioritize regrouping. Spatial turbulence within the spiritual realm may disrupt communications. Use transmission talismans if necessary. Understood. Qianlei hoisted his broad-backed heavy blade onto his shoulder and grinned broadly. Don't worry, I've got thick skin and tough hides. Whatever random drop this teleportation gives me, I'll roll with it. Honestly, it would save me the trouble if you dumped me right in the middle of an alien nest. Su Yun'er shot him a withering glance. Do not act recklessly once inside. If you encounter a threat you cannot overcome, shatter your transmission jade talisman and retreat immediately. Fang Jinyue stood at the rear of the group with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone uncharacteristically grave. As long as we return to Daxiao, we will be safe. The 4 of them conducted final checks on their personal gear. Their eyes swept over the tactical map one last time, etching the contours of every terrain feature, mountain range, and densely populated soul zone into their memories. Xin Jinghong reached out to test the resistance of the spatial membrane at the entrance's edge, then stepped forward, crossing into the spatial rift first. A silvery white light curtain flickered over his body, and he vanished silently into the radiance. Su Yun'er followed closely behind. Qianlei adjusted his heavy blade on his shoulder, flashing a grin at Lu Li. See you in the spiritual realm. His figure passed through the light curtain and disappeared. Lu Li, Fang Jinyue's voice called out from behind him. Standing 3 paces from the entrance, the headmaster wore no excessive expression, merely offering a quiet word. The spiritual realm is not simple. Remember, never underestimate the enemy. Lu Li glanced back at the headmaster and nodded. He then turned and stepped into that silvery white spatial rift. Deep within the spirit realm, a blood moon hung in the sky. A rift in space flickered briefly at the realm's periphery. Shun Jinghong tumbled out of the silver light, his footing unsteady. 3 towering martial venerable auras surrounded him, pressing down like 3 massive mountains simultaneously. His 5 fingers had already closed around the sword hilt, but the blade ultimately refused to leave its scabbard. Elder Mo Wuji of the Transcendence, Sect 4th Elder. Why are you all here? Standing front and center, Elder Mo Wuji tucked both hands into his sleeves, revealing an evil smirk as a trace of cruelty curled at the corners of his mouth. He extended his hand and pressed downward lightly. An invisible, intangible cage of spatial force contracted simultaneously from all directions, binding Shun Jinghong and his sword firmly in place. Shun Jinghong could even feel his bones being compressed inward inch by inch. Summoning every ounce of strength, he surged his vital energy through his body, attempting to draw the long sword from its scabbard even a single inch, yet the blade remained stubbornly motionless. Meanwhile, the 5th Elder on the left began forming hand seals with both hands. Rumble. Dozens of chains condensed from resentful energy shot violently from his sleeves, wrapping around Shun Jinghong's limbs and torso. The moment the resentful energy chains made contact, Shun Jinghong felt his vital energy forcibly drained away by an eerie force. His bloodshot eyes locked onto the 3 martial venerables before him. Gritting his teeth, he forced out each word painfully. You, Transcendent Sect. This is your conspiracy. The final elder holding the rear was the 2nd elder. She was simply waiting for the opportunity when the 2 elders had suppressed Shun Jinghong's vital energy and spirit to their lowest point. Then she extended 2 fingers, condensing a semi-transparent silver-white needle at their tips, a spiritual piercer. Shun Jinghong's mental energy was merely around 100,000, already exhausted from being attacked by 3 martial venerables simultaneously. The spiritual piercer pierced through his forehead between the eyebrows. His entire body convulsed violently, his head tilted to one side, and he fainted. From the ambush to his subjugation, only a few breaths had passed. The little pup from the Capital Martial Arts University, you've fallen for it. After waiting so long, you finally arrived. If only we didn't need your complete innate talent. There'd be no need for such trouble. The 4th Elder withdrew his hand, produced a specially crafted spell-suppressing chain from his sleeve, and bound Shun Jinghong securely before tossing him casually to 2 robed cultists behind him. Qian Lei was the 2nd to enter the spirit realm. His broad-backed heavy blade proved useless this time. Before he could even steady himself or observe his surroundings, 2 martial venerable auras pressed down upon him from 2 directions simultaneously. He hadn't even reached for the hilt at his waist when a spiritual shockwave struck him directly in the chest. He grunted heavily and collapsed to the ground. Foolish brutes who only know close combat pay a steep price. 2 Transcendence Sect elders approached. Qian Lei grabbed him and dragged him away. Su Yuner tumbled out of the spatial rift. Whether her luck was good or bad remained uncertain. She landed not far from Shun Jinghong. The moment she touched ground, she spotted Shun Jinghong bound tightly, her reaction remarkably swift. She immediately reached behind her back for the teleportation jade pendant at her waist, ready to shatter it. But before she could act, a withered hand emerging from the void seized her throat. You won't have time to use that teleportation token, the 2nd elder remarked, plucking the unbroken jade from Su Yuner's grasp and crushing it into powder with a casual squeeze. Shun Jinghong, Qian Lei, and Su Yuner were thrown one after another at the base of a stone platform surrounding the altar, their bodies bound together with spell-suppressing chains. Meanwhile, at the entrance on the opposite end of the spirit realm's edge, the moment Lu Li emerged from the spatial rift, he sensed a massive spiritual storm crashing down upon him. His mental defense activated instinctively, buying him precious seconds. Without even glancing toward his attacker, he summoned the god-slaying wings. The 7 colored feathers flapped violently, transforming his entire body into a straight golden streak as he shot dozens of zhang away, leaving the 2nd wave of attacks behind. Then he bolted far away in a flash. 2 Transcendence Sect elders clad in black robes trimmed with dark red emerged slowly from behind a withered tree. One stood tall and gaunt like dead timber, a faint silver-white glow still lingering between his brows from concentrated mental energy. The other was stocky and solid. With a single palm strike against the nearby dead tree, he split the ancient trunk apart with a thunderous crack. The 2 elders stared at each other in astonishment, then glanced toward where Lu Li had vanished. What the hell? How could Lu Li withstand my spiritual storm of 300,000? He didn't even stagger, just ran. He's faster than a rabbit. The slender elder withdrew a crimson communication crystal from his sleeve, his tone filled with disbelief. The stocky elder struck the withered tree beside him with a palm. His speed is even more absurd. Those wings are certainly no ordinary item. What movement technique combined with wings can create such distance instantly? We 2 martial venerables can't even catch up. That must be the god-slaying wings. That's a divine artifact, the slender elder muttered quietly. Lu Li had long since flown several li away. He lowered his flight altitude. The dark blue secondary wings of the god-slaying wings nearly merged completely into the background beneath the dim celestial canopy of the spirit realm. Only after confirming there were no pursuers behind him did Lu Li find a patch of black thorn bushes, concealing his figure completely within the shadows of the thorns. This damn thing is neither an alien race nor some wraith. It's the Transcendent Sect's trap. All martial venerable experts. To deal with me, a martial saint, they've mobilized 2 martial venerables. It seems the entire Transcendent Sect has been activated. At least 8 martial venerable elders plus dozens of cult members. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Judging by the situation, the other 3 seniors were likely already in the Transcendent Sect's hands. The teleportation jade token was useless against sudden attacks from multiple martial venerables. At the central altar, the Great Elder stood at the forefront. His brows were tightly knitted. His eyes revealed a trace of rare panic and unease. Great Elder. Bad news. The Slender Elder arrived in haste. That Lu Li escaped and Elder 9 is pursuing with full force. Information about Lu Li flashed through the Great Elder's mind. A freshman, the top scorer of Daxia, just broke through to Martial Emperor. What did you say? What bullshit? He spoke as if reprimanding a subordinate, yet also as if bolstering his own courage, forcing composure. He's just a Martial Emperor, but you're 2 martial venerables. Even if he's extraordinarily talented and the God-slaying wings have recognized him as their master, he's still just a Martial Emperor. This time in the spirit realm, as a mere Martial Emperor, he has no protection from a Martial Emperor. Nor does he have the protection of his uncle, who is half a step toward Martial Emperor. All of you elders and skilled sect members depart immediately. You must capture Lu Li before the ritual begins. There's still half an hour. Remember, I want him alive. The surrounding Transcendence Sect elders and other robed figures all agreed. Their eyes were filled with cruelty and killing intent. Capturing a Martial Emperor freshman. It was simply too easy. We will surely not fail the Great Elder's orders. This time the Great Elder will definitely break through to Martial Venerable and reach the realm of Martial Emperor. Lu Li crouched deep within the blackthorn thicket, pressing his breath to an almost imperceptible whisper. Above him, figures clad in black swept past at regular intervals, their divine sense scanning the ground back and forth. The Transcendent Sect had truly spared no expense this time. Even he could perceive no fewer than 8 fluctuations of martial venerable aura, not to mention the martial saints and martial kings conducting carpet searches. What exactly is the Transcendent Sect plotting? He pressed his fingers to his brow. To mobilize the entire Transcendent Sect and lay such a grand ambush in the spirit realm, waiting for students from Jingdu Martial University to walk right into it. This move didn't resemble mere retaliation in the least. He never bothered to ponder what he couldn't figure out anyway. Besides, he had clones, specifically a Martial Emperor level clone simply standing there. Once his mental frenzy was activated, even if a 9th stage invincible expert came, Lu Li had full confidence to make his escape. Could the Transcendent Sect conjure a 10th stage deity out of thin air? If they possessed such power, Daxia would long ago have fallen to the Transcendent Sect. What truly caught his attention were the numbers floating above those robed figures' heads. Every robed figure sweeping past at low altitude carried a crimson-black domineering value reading that was absurdly high. What kind of search team was this? They were nothing more than walking red envelopes lining up to gift him domineering value. As Lu Li was lost in thought, 3 robed figures turned onto the left path of the blackthorn thicket. Leading them was a young man of about 27 or 28, who, unlike the others, wore no demon mask revealing a sharp-featured face. His features were handsomely carved with an indefinable sinister quality dwelling between his brows. He wore the same dark red trimmed black robes as the other sect members, except a silver skull emblem adorned his collar, a distinction none of the others possessed. This man was named Han Yuan, the sect's current second demon son, and once the pride of Daxia's first military academy. He awakened an orange combat talent at 19 and stepped into the martial saint realm at 22. Everyone had predicted he would join the most elite special operations units of the Daxia military. Until during a secret realm mission, he personally slew 3 of his teammates with his own hands for 1,000-year bloodlingji that could aid his breakthrough to Martial Venerable. After the military hunted him for a full year, he simply defected from humanity and surrendered his soul to the Transcendent Sect's evil deity. The 2 robed figures trailing behind Han Yuan were both at the peak of the Martial King realm. Both wore demon masks and carried curved swords, the standard issue issued by the Transcendent Sect. The 3 of them had clearly searched for a while, without any findings. One removed his demon mask to fan himself, revealing a face drenched in sweat, his hair slightly long as he complained while walking. Could it be that Elder Zhou's eyesight has failed him from old age? He said. Lu Li fled east, but we've searched so long we haven't found so much as a hair. The other man with a flat haircut grumbled in response. Save your breath. If an elder catches you gossiping behind their back, watch out for retaliation. Do you still want your Huan pill next month? Han Yuan walked ahead, sniffing derisively upon hearing his subordinate's conversation. You 2 combined can't defeat a single Lu Li, so don't blame the elder for poor eyesight. He paused, his tone casual, as if chatting idly. That said, this plan truly was brilliant. Those 3 geniuses from Jingdu Martial University, every one of them impossibly arrogant. But once they entered the spirit realm, they were subdued before they could even activate their teleportation jade talismans. Now we're just missing that Lu Li. Rumor has it that kid topped the national examination with a 7-colored divine grade talent. If they capture such a person for sacrifice, the elders should surely grant us additional credit. The long-haired Martial King rubbed his hands together eagerly. The flat-headed Martial King hung his mask at his waist and chuckled twice. When the Great Elder breaks through to Martial Emperor, our Transcendence sect will have 2 Martial Emperors, who would still hide in this godforsaken place without a trace of daylight. Fortress City's secret realm's resource points. All of them can be openly divided with Daxia. Perhaps Senior Han Yu could return to the First Military Academy. Han Yuan's lips curled slightly upward. He had defected from the First Military Academy nearly 6 years ago. The faces of the 3 teammates he had personally killed had already grown indistinct in his memory. Yet he always remembered how the Academy's senior professors had responded when the military was hunting him. The First Military Academy has no such student. Deep within the thicket, Lu Li caught every word. His fingers unconsciously snapped a blackthorn branch. So that was it. The Transcendence sect was capturing these geniuses to use their innate bloodline gifts to complete some kind of sacrificial ritual, helping the Great Elder break through to Martial Emperor. The 3 senior students were still alive. But once that altar was ready, they would become offerings upon the chopping block. The Transcendence sect was going to have 2 Martial Emperors. Since when had he known about this? No way. Shouldn't he go out and report this to the principal? Lu Li changed his tune. His clone was also a Martial Emperor. What was he afraid of? He carried with him a fully powered Martial Emperor level enforcer. If things truly came to a desperate moment, he would simply unleash his clone. Martial Emperor versus Martial Emperor, and he would personally pick off the remaining Martial Venerables one by one. Since the seniors are not in immediate danger, I might as well take the opportunity to farm more domineering value. These 3 stragglers were the perfect appetizers. Absorbing this wave of domineering value from these 3 would boost his spiritual sense by another notch. He silently activated the concealment skill from his god-slaying wings, pressing his aura even lower. Emerging from the shadows of the blackthorn thicket, he used dead trees as cover and trailed the 3 at a distance. His gaze swept over each of them in turn. Above Han Yuan's head floated 18300 domineering value points. The 2 Martial Kings weren't bad either, one at 87000 and the other at 75000. They were delivering themselves to his door. They wouldn't be leaving. Lu Li seized the right moment and strode directly out from his hiding place. Han Yuan was the first to turn around. When he saw Lu Li, what flashed in his eyes wasn't alertness, but an uncomfortable kind of excitement. We've been looking for you so long, and you actually delivered yourself to our doorstep. Very well, it saves me from crawling through these damn thorns. Dealing with a target at this level, sharing the credit with others, simply wasn't worth it. He planned to capture Lu Li on his own and claim all the merit. But almost at the exact moment Han Yuan's words fell from his lips, an invisible mental shock exploded from Lu Li's brow. 15000 points of spiritual power, comparable to early-stage martial venerable spiritual force. It crashed toward the 3 without reservation. No dazzling manifestations. No 7-colored sword glares. This was pure spiritual suppression. The careless smile on Han Yuan's face hadn't yet faded. Under the crushing weight of 150 spiritual power, his pupils contracted sharply, too late to even open his mouth to call for help. He was lifted into the air by a single hand grasped by Lu Li. The 2 Martial King subordinates fared even worse with absolutely no resistance against 150 points of spiritual impact. Their spiritual power barely exceeding 10,000 points was like paper boats colliding with a tsunami. They didn't even have time to react before rolling their eyes back and collapsing limply to the ground. I ask you, answer. Lu Li's voice was calm. Han Yuan made muffled gurgling sounds, his hands desperately clawing at Lu Li's fingers. He was the second demon son, a martial saint realm expert, once a genius looked up to by countless people at the First Military Academy. But now, pinned in the air by that hand, he experienced for the first time what it felt like to be completely crushed. What's your plan? How many people have you captured? The altar lies deep within the spirit realm. The Great Elder intends to use your bloodline awakening power to complete a blood sacrifice, breaking through to Martial Emperor in one stroke. Han Yuan squeezed broken syllables from his throat, his voice distorting from oxygen deprivation. Shen Jinghong and the other 2 are still alive, trapped near the outer ring of the altar. They were searched. Their teleportation jade talismans are already shattered. You can't escape. Han Yuan's pupils dilated slightly, his lips moving for a long time before sound emerged. Once the Great Elder breaks through to Martial Emperor, with 2 Martial Emperors standing side by side, you still won't escape. Lu Li gave him no further chance to speak, his 5 fingers tightening. Han Yuan kicked his limbs twice before going limp. His corpse fell into the thicket. Beep. Congratulations on eliminating 3 bullies. Domineering value 345000 points earned. Beep. Host domineering value 352500 points. Lu Li glanced at the system panel showing the kill confirmation and domineering value settlement, then at the 3 corpses on the ground. He bent down, collected their waste tokens and magical artifacts, and without looking back slipped back into the depths of the blackthorn thicket. Holy shit. What kind of cult organization is this Transcendence sect? 3 people, and that's over 300 domineering value. Han Yuan's corpse lay crumpled among the black thorn bushes, quickly consumed by the soft soil of the spirit realm. The bullying value on the system panel jumped from 0 to 355,000. The thrill of a successful strike was always intoxicating. Luli had barely risen to his feet when another mental scan of the martial venerable tier swept overhead. He immediately crouched low, pressing himself flat against the shadows of the thorns like a lifeless stone. Once the scan had passed, he did not rush to act. The Transcendence cult's attention was still fixated on tracking his whereabouts. The outer search parties had not yet formed a complete encirclement. They were operating independently, scattered and isolated. He needed to take advantage of this window and harvest as much as possible. System, allocate all 350,000 points of bullying value to my spiritual power. Ding. 350,000 points of bullying value consumed. Host's spiritual power increased by 35,000. Ding. Host's spiritual power now stands at 155,000. Excellent. Let's keep going. He unfurled the god-slaying wings and skimmed just above the ground, weaving between dead trees and jagged rocks. He carefully bypassed several search teams' main contingents. On the far bank of a dried riverbed, he found his second group of prey. For hooded figures, all at the peak of the martial emperor realm. No martial venerable elder was leading them. The strongest among them boasted a spiritual power of less than 8,000. He stood by the riverbank, speaking into a communicator, his tone suggesting he was being reprimanded. The other three squatted amid the rubble, having removed their ghost masks entirely. One massaged his ankle, another chewed on dry rations, and the third dozed against a boulder. Not a single defensive formation among them. Luli did not use his spiritual power, nor did he draw his blade. He circled downstream and approached from behind. Only when he was 3 paces away from the outermost figure, still rubbing his foot, did the man hear the faint sound of gravel shifting behind him. The man turned, mouth opening to shout, but a sharp palm strike to the throat silenced him instantly. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. The one chewing rations reacted faster, frantically reaching for the curved sword at his waist. Before the blade cleared its scabbard, a palm strike to the back of his neck dropped him. The dozing man fared even worse. He never opened his eyes, dying instantly beneath a single blow to the crown of his head. The fourth man, still receiving his lecture over the communicator, finally sensed movement behind him and turned. He saw Luli. The device slipped from his fingers, his superior's enraged voice still crackling from it. Hello? Report. Do you hear me? Less than 3 breaths to end the fight without alerting anyone else. The system panel displayed 4 separate entries of bullying value totaling 163,000 points. The second wave proved even more rewarding. On his way back, Luli encountered a lone hooded figure traveling alone. The man moved swiftly with steady, measured strides, his chi and blood fluctuations brushing close to the threshold of the martial venerable realm. His bullying value clocked in at 237,000. A truly formidable opponent, glowing a deep, dangerous purple. Confident in his strength, he had traveled without any companions. Luli trailed him for a short distance, confirming there were no reinforcements nearby. As the man passed a crooked ancient tree, Luli emerged from behind it and unleashed a direct spiritual crush. The man staggered forward 2 steps and collapsed unconscious. A martial saint at the peak possessed significantly stronger spiritual power than the previous groups, but even that could not withstand Luli's staggering 150,000 points of spiritual assault. Luli wasted no words and ended him with a single palm strike to the back of the head. Between the 2 waves, he harvested a full 400,000 points of bullying value. By the time he collected the 210,000 points from the third lone martial saint, his total had climbed to 700,000. Just as he prepared to hunt again, multiple martial venerable level mental scans swept overhead simultaneously. Luli froze in place and pushed the concealment ability of his god-slaying wings to its absolute limit. In the distance, a group of previously scattered hooded searchers suddenly stopped in unison and drew their curved swords and rapidly converged toward a single direction. Several teams were redirecting simultaneously, closing in on the area where Han Yuan had gone missing. The 9th Elder had already noticed multiple teams disappearing within his sector and was tightening the search net. Damn it. That damned Luli didn't destroy his jade token and leave. He's still killing people inside the spirit realm. Does he think we, the Transcendence cult, have no one? All of you assemble. The convergence was swift. Search teams across various zones were rapidly pulling together. Groups of 3 consolidated into squads of 10, which then merged into larger formations. Luli lay concealed within a fissure of a massive boulder, watching as a column of dozens marched past. The vanguard was none other than the 9th Elder himself, his chi and blood fluctuation exceeding 3 million, distorting the very air around him. His spiritual power was no less than 100,000. Behind him trailed 22 black-robed cultists, their cultivation ranging from peak martial emperor to martial saint. Their respective bullying values stretched out before Luli's eyes like a dense carpet, easily totaling well over 1 million. 1 million points of bullying value right in front of him. Luli's mind raced through calculations. Converting his current 400,000 points into chi and blood would bring his total to 1,250,000. Though far short of the 9th Elder's 3 million, it would at least prevent him from being killed in a single strike. Eliminating all 22 of the Elder's subordinates would yield at least 1 million additional points. He could pour those gains directly into his spiritual power afterward. Perhaps he could take down this 9th Elder. And if things went horribly wrong, he still had his clone trump card hidden in reserve. Do it. Fortune favors the bold. Worst case, I summon the clone. Leaning against the rock wall, he closed his eyes and funneled all 700,000 freshly acquired points in one decisive move. System add 400,000 points of bullying value entirely to my chi and blood. Ding. 400,000 points of bullying value consumed. Host's chi and blood increased by 400,000 points. Current chi and blood 1,250,000. Current Martial Realm 6th stage, mid-level Martial Saint. Deep within his dantian, the golden core of chi and blood swelled once more, growing noticeably larger. Once the surge of power settled, Lu Li opened his eyes again. He slipped from the crevice, dampened his presence, and using the concealment of his god-slaying wings, slowly maneuvered toward the 9th Elder's column from the flank. Kyoto. Laughter echoed across the skies above Kyoto Martial University. A black-robed old man materialized in the air. A torrent of black chi and blood surged forth, smashing directly toward the 9th-tier demonic suppression pagoda. Today I shall reopen the spatial rift and welcome the descent of the heavenly demons. The 9th-tier demonic suppression pagoda erupted in brilliant blue light, condensing midair into a spear of pure spiritual energy, thrusting straight into the firmament. The black chi and blood collided with the blue spiritual spear halfway through the sky. A terrifying aura like a solidified crimson tsunami exploded outward in all directions. The surrounding air shrieked under the crushing pressure of that presence. Even space rippled and trembled. Insolent brat. Wu Tian, you the leader of the Transcendence cult dare storm Kyoto and run rampant. You're simply courting death. Huh. Then come and face me. The masters of the Lin and Yi clans, heads of Kyoto's foremost martial emperor families, arrived in an instant. Huh. Come at me if you dare. Today we settle this once and for all. Wu Tian swiftly turned and fled in one direction. Old Lin, notify the two immortals of Shanghai. We'll gang up on that bastard together. Don't let him escape. After secretly lurking behind Elder Geo for a period of time, Lu Li felt the moment had arrived. Materialization art activated. Hundreds of ice arrows condensed from spiritual energy appeared in the sky. When the sky-filling ice arrows appeared above the group of black-robed men, most of them were still chatting with their heads down. The arrow rain came without any warning. There was no fluctuation of chi and blood, no preparatory motion that a normal attack would have. It was as if those arrows had been suspended above their heads from the very beginning, only that no one had bothered to look up. The first arrow pierced through the throat of a young martial emperor. He was half-crouched on the ground, tying his shoelaces. He did not even have time to let out a single scream. His entire body was nailed into the mud by the arrow. His eyes bulged wide, his lips twitched, wanting to cry for help, but his throat could only produce a hoarse gasp. As blood foam gushed from the corners of his mouth, he was still thinking about how he finally had the strength to marry Jiang Suyao from his hometown. She was the legitimate daughter of the senior branch of the Jiang family. She was famously a beauty of noble birth. The second, third, and fourth arrows followed in quick succession. The arrow rain was devastatingly powerful. Several black-robed men at the perimeter had barely drawn their curved swords before being simultaneously pierced by multiple ice arrows. A burly man with a short beard held his blade horizontally above his head. Drawing on years of combat experience, the moment he heard the whistle of the arrows, he channeled all his chi and blood into the sword, attempting to withstand the onslaught. When the ice arrows struck the blade, they shattered into countless fragments of razor-sharp ice. A flicker of hope surged within him. He thought he might survive. But then more ice arrows pierced through the shattered fragments, embedding themselves in his chest, abdomen, thigh, and shoulder. He collapsed onto the riverbed with a thunderous crash, gazing up at the crimson sky of the spirit realm. As his final breath escaped his lungs, it formed an almost inaudible whisper. I still owe my third brother my life. Now I can never repay it. Panic erupted through the crowd like a plague. A young martial emperor, terrified beyond thought, forgot to draw his weapon and turned to flee downstream along the riverbed. His speed was among the fastest for his cultivation level. 3 strides, and he had already shot over 10 zhang forward. Yet the ice arrows were faster. 3 ice arrows pierced straight through him from chest to back, and he crashed heavily onto a pile of gravel, his hand still outstretched toward Elder Geo. His entry into the Transcendence sect had depended entirely on his father's position as a sect deacon. He had told people more than once that joining the Transcendence sect was simply to accumulate a few years of seniority. Once he had gathered enough merit, he would apply for a posting back home to become the master of a sect hall. Someone roared in panic amid the chaos. This is divine transformation level spiritual materialization. Didn't he just awaken as a spiritual materializer? Why is his proficiency so high? That is a colorless, formless manifestation that even a spiritual martial venerable might not be able to master. No one answered him because no one could explain. An ice arrow rain supported by over 100,000 units of spiritual power was simply beyond their comprehension. Most of them had never even witnessed materialization arts with their own eyes. In their understanding, this was a domain only accessible to 7th-rank spiritual materialization martial venerables, and their intelligence reports had clearly stated. Lu Li, a freshman 18 years old whose spiritual materialization talent had awakened less than 2 weeks ago. An awakener with less than 2 weeks of experience wielding materialization arts that should only be controllable by a 7th-rank martial venerable. Could he have been possessed by some ancient martial emperor? This thought flashed through the minds of several black-robed men simultaneously. They nearly began fighting for their lives at the same moment. Some summoned their ultimate defensive spiritual artifacts. A bronze shield flew from their palm and grew with the wind, but after unfolding to only 3 feet, it was pierced through by several ice arrows nailing both man and shield to a dead tree. Others bit their tongues to ignite their essence blood, creating a semi-transparent crimson barrier before them. The moment the ice arrows struck the barrier, his eyes bulged and blood seeped from all 7 orifices. Some fell to their knees and raised their hands in supplication, screaming, "I surrender. I am leaving the Transcendent sect. Do not kill me." But the ice arrows did not cease. It was not that Luli was heartless. Every one of those men bore tens of thousands of tyranny points upon their heads. Every pair of hands was stained with the blood of the innocent. They had no right to surrender. Elder Joe's roar had not ceased since the moment the arrow storm fell. With sweeping gestures of his sleeves, he shattered every ice arrow, aimed his way the fragments, carving crimson trails across his cheeks. All he could do was protect himself. He could only watch helpless as his own disciples, the younger generation entrusted to him by colleagues, were impaled upon the riverbed before his eyes. His teeth ground together, veins bulging in his eyes, as he unleashed furious palm strikes toward the falling arrow storm. But the boy who had unleashed the materialization art was long gone. Luli was no fool. He made his escape the moment the technique finished. Only the system's chiming notifications rang out. Ding. You have eliminated a tyrant. 89000 tyranny points. Ding. You have eliminated a tyrant. 107000 tyranny points. Ding. You have eliminated a tyrant. 158000 tyranny points. A relentless cascade of elimination notifications erupted across Li's pale blue interface, like festival fireworks. All 22 sect members were eliminated. 3 were early-stage martial saints, each bearing tyranny points starting from 100,000 at minimum, with the highest reaching 180,000. Adding the scattered gains from the remaining 19 martial emperors, this single materialization strike yielded a staggering 1.5 million tyranny points. 1.5 million. Previously at Kyoto Martial University, he had spent all that effort competing and ambushing others, accumulating barely 700,000 in total. All to build his reputation as a notorious bully. Back at Kyoto Martial University, he was already established as the premier tyrant. But this ambush in the spirit realm netted him 1.5 million. I have struck it rich. Luli rode his god-slaying wings and fled recklessly. System convert all 1.5 million tyranny points directly into spiritual power. Ding. Consumed 1500 tyranny points. Host spiritual power increased by 1500 points. Current spiritual power 30500 points. Ding. Host spiritual power realm midstage 6th rank martial saint. 305,000 points of spiritual power. The moment this number crashed down upon him, the spiritual sea within his mind's eye did not expand outward as before, but instead collapsed inward with sudden force. The entire seascape seemed pressed downward by an invisible hand reaching from its depths. It suddenly doubled in depth. The 7-colored short sword forged from the essence of spiritual edge. It vibrated with a humming resonance as the rune patterns etched across its blade began to proliferate at an unprecedented pace. Rather than continuing to grow in size, the blade's tip lifted sharply, ascending from the sea's center to circle its inner walls in a slow, graceful dance. The sword was no longer motionless. Each revolution sent concentric rings of 7-colored ripples rippling through the consciousness sea. The entire spiritual consciousness sea churned into a self-sustaining energy field woven together by countless overlapping wave rings. This sensation differed fundamentally from any previous spiritual power augmentation. Past increases had either expanded the sea's boundaries or reinforced the sword's physical form. But this time was different. It was not about the increase or decrease of quantity, but a structural reorganization. The short sword appeared to be undergoing metamorphosis, transforming from mere weapon into something closer to a living entity. Could this little sword one day manifest beyond his control to aid him in battle? However, now was not the time to ponder such matters. Behind him, a surge of chi and blood as intense as a volcanic eruption drew ever closer. Elder 9 was catching up. The Transcendent Sect Elder's eyes were blood-red like a trapped beast driven to madness. His white hair stood rigidly on end, shaken by his own aura, while crimson energy flames wrapped around him like a suit of burning armor. His signature technique was a golden martial art known as the Blood Flame Purgatory Palm. When 3 million units of chi blood power were pushed to their absolute limit without reservation, the blood flame between his palms was hot enough to instantly melt an entire set of standard battle armor. He struck a palm toward Luli. Luli glanced back once and knew he could not meet this head-on. His feet never stopped. The god-slaying wings fluttered continuously, using the terrain to constantly alter his trajectory. He kept his body always outside the range of the blood flame palm strikes. The commotion he had created had already drawn every search team still assembling in the vicinity. From the distance, several martial venerable auras were rapidly closing in on this direction. If he dragged this out any longer, he would be surrounded. I originally only intended to strike and flee, but since you insist on throwing yourselves at me, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Lu Li, realizing he had been exposed, decided to simply kill to his heart's content. He unfurled his wings once more, maintaining concealment as he continued evading Elder Nine's relentless pursuit. He then charged straight toward the outermost elite squads of the Transcendent sect. Those on the periphery had no idea what was happening. They only knew that Lu Li was being desperately pursued by Elder Nine and about to be struck down with a single palm. So they naturally moved to intercept and ambush Lu Li. This is a monumental achievement. It was a 6-person squad, 1 martial saint and 5 martial emperors. They were moving swiftly through a withered forest, converging on Lu Li's position. The woods were dim, and the martial saint at the forefront held a rune-etched lantern to light the path ahead. The light from his lantern suddenly swept across a face. The face was young calm, and less than 3 feet away. The lantern slipped from the martial saint's grip, struck the gravel, showered sparks, and went dark. The withered forest echoed only with the dull thud of blows and the heavy sound of bodies hitting the ground. 3 breaths later, Lu Li walked out from the opposite end of the forest. His system panel displayed another 400,000 bully points added to his total. He did not stop. Behind him, Elder Nine had already rendezvoused with 2 martial venerables. The 3 were pursuing rapidly. Over the next 5 minutes, Lu Li encountered 2 more search teams in motion. Both were led by martial saints, 1 squad of 4, the other of 8. They were all hastily making their way toward Elder Nine's location. Yet no one could have imagined that the freshman being chased across the mountains by Elder Nine would suddenly appear right before them, let alone that his strength was so monstrously abnormal. A crushing wave of over 100,000 spiritual energy points swept over them. Both teams were eliminated on the spot. Bully points surged by nearly another 800,000. Lu Li looked at his total exceeding 1.2 million and felt wild with jubilation. System. Convert all bully points into chi blood value. Ding. Consumed 125,000 bully points. Host chi blood value 125,000. Ding. Host chi blood value 25,000. Ding. Host martial cultivation has reached late stage 6th rank martial saint. Damn it. 2.5 million chi blood value, and I still haven't broken through to martial venerable. As his chi blood value increased, Lu Li felt a wave of profound comfort wash over his entire body. Streams of chi blood energy flowed inward from the outside and circulated through every corner of his being. Those streams of chi blood energy ultimately converged within his Dantian's chi blood crystal core. Feels incredible. Elder Nine chasing me around like this. Wasn't that exhilarating? I'm going back now and slaughter you. At this moment, the entire Transcendent sect elite forces stationed across the spirit realm area finally erupted into chaos. Panic spread through everyone's hearts at a speed far surpassing the transmission of orders. The communication channels were flooded with frantic shouts. Someone whispered that the kid could conjure out of thin air a rain of arrows that killed without blinking. Ice arrows appearing directly overhead. Others screamed in rebuttal that those were not arrows at all but blades, a colorless, odorless long sword of spiritual energy. One person shrieked hysterically, the elders were all wrong. He is not a 5th rank martial emperor, he is a martial venerable. Have you ever encountered a martial emperor whose spiritual power could rival a martial venerable? The intelligence was faulty. This was no ordinary freshman. This was a deception. These overlapping voices slowly ground the fighting spirit of the entire elite force into powder. A 12-person squad that had just assembled and was preparing to reinforce the core region came to a collective halt on the ridge. Their leader, a martial saint at the peak, tore off his demon mask, revealing a face slick with sweat. I joined the Transcendent sect to place myself under strong protection, not to become a target for an unkillable madman. He hurled the mask to the ground and sprinted away from the battlefield in the opposite direction. The formation scattered in chaos after a brief, deathly silence. But those elders who had rushed to surround and kill Lu Li had far less room for retreat. 3 martial venerable auras converged simultaneously from different directions toward this thorny forest. One of them was several times more ferocious than Elder Nine's. He was the 2nd elder whose strength ranked second only to the Grand Elder, a half-step martial emperor spiritual Psi Master. His million-point spiritual power had condensed into something almost tangible. Wherever it swept, the resentful souls in the air fled in desperate horror. This intensity of spiritual power far surpassed Lu Li's, and it was approaching at an extraordinary speed. Lu Li sensed those martial venerable auras drawing ever closer. A half-step martial emperor spiritual Psi Master. Let's see if your speed can keep up with mine. With that said, Lu Li quickly spread his wings and executed a rapid about-face. His direction was precisely the same as Elder Nine's pursuit path. Wu Tian was fleeing. The moment this Transcendent sect patriarch appeared at Kyoto Martial University, the 5 martial emperors of Great Xia had already laid an inescapable net. Lin Bunin and Yi Chang'e pursued northward from the Kyoto direction. Sima Lai, principal of Magic Capital Martial University, and Zhao Pejuan, ancestral patriarch of the Zhao family, cut across from the eastern seaboard. Their target was singular. That was Wu Tian, the current patriarch of the transcendent sect, the greatest cancer in Great Xia, a supreme powerhouse at the late stage of martial emperor cultivation. Once this man was captured, the transcendent sect would become a headless serpent, and the rest would not survive many more days. At first, Wu Tian was not panicked. He was at the late stage of martial emperor cultivation. In single combat, only Sima Lai among the 5 martial emperors of Great Xia could contend with him. The other 4, all at mid-stage 8th rank martial emperor, were no match for Wu Tian. When he sensed 4 martial emperor auras bearing down simultaneously from 2 directions, he merely furrowed his brows, rose, and departed. He chose the direction of the spirit realm. His body movement techniques were extraordinarily fast. Pushing his late-stage martial emperor cultivation to its full extent, his entire form trailed a dark purple flame across the sky. The moment he reached the edge of the military restricted zone surrounding the spirit realm entrance, he came to an abrupt halt. Directly ahead, a silhouette stood with hands clasped behind his back before the silver-white spatial rift at the spirit realm entrance. Wu Tian, it has been a long time. Fang Jinyue's voice was not loud, yet every word fell like a mountain crushing down. An 8th-stage emperor-level martial artist. Principal of Kyoto Martial University. Wu Tian's pupils contracted, and the dark purple flame beneath his feet stuttered suddenly. He recognized Fang Jinyue. His master had perished at the hands of this very man. Now this murderer of his teacher stood before him, while behind him 4 emperor-level martial artist auras were converging at tremendous speed. Fang Jinyue, Wu Tian ground out between clenched teeth, each word steeped in bone-deep hatred. Yet he made no move to charge and fight to the death. His figure flashed, attempting to slip past a gap several hundred zhang to Fang Jinyue's right. Fang Jinyue did not move. He simply brought his hand from behind his back and traced a faint line through the void with his fingers. A silver-white spatial rift materialized silently directly before Wu Tian. It shredded the clouds within several hundred zhang into tattered wisps. Wu Tian forced himself to a dead stop mid-air, the dark purple flame grazing the edge of the spatial rift. A small portion of the flame was swallowed by the rift, emitting a sharp hissing sound. That single moment of obstruction was all it took. Lin Banon's iron fist from the Lin family's emperor had already arrived. The fist intent manifested as a roaring golden dragon plummeting from the horizon. When the dragon's head struck the flame shield at Wu Tian's back, an indescribable thunderous boom erupted. Wu Tian, nowhere to flee this time. Lin Banon's furious roar made the entire sky reverberate. The old patriarch wore his family's heirloom battle armor, his white hair streaming backward, golden chi enveloping him like a scorching sun. Wu Tian was driven dozens of zhang backward before stabilizing the dark purple flame beneath his feet, flickering erratically. He looked up sharply and saw 4 emperor-level figures materializing simultaneously from every direction. Due east Lin Banon, due south Yichanga, due west Situ Lai, due north Xiaopajuan, and blocking the entrance to the spirit realm Fang Jinyue. 5 Grand Xia emperors had surrounded him completely. Hundreds of silver-white sword phantoms hovered behind Yichanga, all tips pointed directly at Wu Tian. Situ Lai held his hands within his sleeves, displaying not a ripple of chi, yet Wu Tian's gaze lingered upon him the longest. This senior principal of Shanghai Martial University was the only one in Grand Xia who had ruthlessly overcome a half-step 9th rank emperor while still at the 7th rank martial venerable stage. His killing moves were never shown to the living. All who had witnessed them were already dead. The weakest was Zhao Pajuan, patriarch of the Zhao family to the north at mid-stage 8th rank. Wu Tian nodded inwardly, having already decided to break through from that direction. Wu Tian, in the 10 years your transcendence cult has existed, how many have you slain? No fewer than 100 human prodigies have fallen at your hands. Lin Banon's voice boomed like a great bell, scattering the clouds. Among them were 3 whose potential to break through to emperor level was extraordinary. These blood debts will be settled today. Your disciple Xiaoyan. Shanghai Martial University's principal Situ Lai finally raised his hands from within his sleeves. My most prized prodigy died at the hands of your disciple. Wu Tian did not rise to the bait, merely sneering in silence. Zhao Pajuan had no words to waste. His mid-stage emperor aura layered upon itself like a stampede of 10,000 horses bearing down on Wu Tian. The 5 advanced as one, the atmosphere reaching a peak of deadly severity. Yet just as they all presumed Wu Tian would fight desperately to the last breath, Wu Tian threw back his head and laughed extravagantly and without restraint. Ha! Fang Jinyue, Lin Banon, Situ Lai. You all seek my life, yet today, even in death, I shall take one of you as my companion. The moment the words left his lips, his late-stage emperor dark purple flame erupted to its absolute limit. His body carved an arc through the air, his right fist wreathed in power sufficient to shatter mountains, driving straight toward Zhao Pajuan. All 5 faces shifted dramatically. Wu Tian intended to trade lives, to perish together with the weakest Zhao Pajuan. Lin Banon urgently commanded Zhao Pajuan to retreat and evade, and all 5 converged toward the center, forming a defensive array to shield him. But just as the formation contracted, leaving open the vacancy where Zhao Pajuan had stood, Wu Tian's fist suddenly retracted. A smile of triumph crossed his face, and from his sleeve he produced an object. The moment that object appeared, the very air around the periphery of the spirit realm entrance solidified. All 5 emperors felt an invisible weight descend upon their shoulders, as though an unseen bone were grinding against the foundation of their own Tao. The power of the heavenly demon's great Tao. A force belonging to no plane of Grand Xia outside the rules of the human race. The object was grotesque beyond description. Shaped like a chamber pot entirely black, as ink its surface carved with no runes whatsoever, yet it writhed continuously like a mass of living flesh frozen in time. Countless dark purple Tao patterns circulated slowly deep within its substance. All who gazed upon it felt their own emperor foundations tremble. Wu Tian hurled the heavenly demon chamber pot skyward and barked, "Enlarge! Cover us!" The bizarre black object swelled exponentially with the wind, instantly transforming into a towering black barrier, like an inverted bell, descending from the heavens. The 5 emperors each unleashed their divine abilities. Fang Jinyue sliced a spatial rift with one hand, attempting to draw the black curtain into the void turbulence. But the curtain spread along the rift's edge and sealed it shut instead. Lin Banon unleashed several golden dragon fists intense head-on. Those mountain-shattering forces struck the black barrier and went nowhere. Yi Chang's sword array fired as one, detonating against the barrier into a sky full of silver powder. Situ Lai's crushing fist met no response from the barrier. Zhao Pujuan's pressing aura was thrown back, forcing him to retreat 3 steps. All 5 were trapped beneath the inverted dome. "Ha! You fools, taken him were you not?" Wu Tian stood outside the black barrier, laughing to the heavens. The desperate expression he had worn moments before had been entirely feigned, shed the instant he produced the chamber pot. He strolled between their faces, reading their disgust like a book. "Fight to the death. Take one of you down with me." "Huh. All deceits, every word." Lin Banon's fists clenched until his knuckles cracked. Yi Chang's face turned the color of iron. Situ Lai said nothing, his gaze fixed unblinkingly upon the black barrier that imprisoned them. Zhao Pujuan struck his own palm in remorse. He knew it was he who had led them into this trap. Fang Jinyue pressed his palm against the inner wall of the black barrier, studied it for a long while, and then shook his head. The Heavenly Demon Clan's great Tao power. Only one at the 9th rank invincible realm can force a breakthrough. A dead silence fell within the black barrier. Wu Tian paced outside with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone laced with mockery. It is not the fist intent or sword intent of our Grand Xia. That is the law of another plane, a different system of power entirely. Your emperor cultivation lets you walk tall across Grand Xia, but within this barrier, regrettably, it is of no use. Only the 9th rank invincible realm can shatter it. Does Grand Xia possess such a one? No. Those 3 ancient beings guard the boundary sea. Will they come for us? Yi Chang'e forced calm upon his face and replied coldly. A heavenly demon artifact. Grand Xia's Tao laws will not tolerate it. Your barrier cannot hold forever. Situ Lai nodded. Grand Xia's heavenly rules were merciless. Any foreign invader would be naturally eroded and decomposed. The only question was when. Precisely so. Wu Tian shrugged dismissively. I never expected this thing to imprison you for life. Grand Xia's Tao will naturally reject it, and this barrier likely won't last long. As for precisely how long, I cannot say. Perhaps 1 or 2 hours, perhaps less. But, while you are trapped here, the Grand Elder of my divine cult is on the Spirit Realm altar attempting a breakthrough to Emperor Realm. And for this I must thank the 4 prodigies of your Kyoto Martial University. The talent and bloodlines of those 4 were precisely sufficient to fill the altar's final 4 positions. The Grand Elder has waited over 10 years for this opportunity. Speaking of which, your Kyoto Martial University's generous gift, how truly, deeply grateful I am. Lin Banon's eyes bulged with fury, delivering a thunderous punch against the barrier. If you lay a finger on them, I will reduce your entire transcendence cult to ashes and grind their bones to dust. Wu Tian regarded the enraged old emperor within the barrier with cold detachment. Grind my bones to dust. Once the Grand Elder of my cult ascends to Emperor Realm, the very balance of this plane will be rewritten. At that point it will be unclear who grinds whose bones. With that he ceased his banter, entirely turning to gaze toward the Spirit Realm entrance. Let us simply await the birth of the 2nd emperor of our transcendence cult. Only then shall we discuss the division of Grand Xia's territories. The 5 emperors were rendered speechless. If the transcendence cult truly gave birth to a 2nd emperor, Grand Xia would face genuine peril. For even an early-stage emperor remained an emperor. It required 3 emperors to slay one, a maxim that had never been empty rhetoric. When that moment came, the transcendence cult would possess the strength to sit across the negotiating table from Grand Xia as equals. 5 directions, 5 faces ashen with despair. The silver-white spatial rift at the Spirit Realm entrance continued its silent rotation. Then from within a muffled sound echoed faintly. It was the hum of the altar in operation. How shall we handle this? Inside the black barrier, Zhao Pujuan struck his palm with a fist, his brows knotted together in frustration and anxiety. The patriarch of the Zhao family in Megadu City had governed his clan for nearly a century and had weathered every manner of great storm. But now trapped within this cage forged from the heavenly demon's spit, hearing Wu Tian himself speak those words outside Thank you to the 4 prodigies of the Jingdu Martial University. He truly could no longer keep himself composed. Lin Nan's expression was even grimmer than his. After all, his own grandson was trapped inside. His mind kept replaying Wu Tian's words, "The plan I have plotted for over 10 years can finally unfold in perfection." Each time the memory played, his golden qi and blood surged violently around his body, and the force of his fists hammering the black barrier grew heavier with each strike. Yet that ink-black light screen remained utterly unmoving. His aura-infused punches struck it as though raindrops had fallen into a still pond, failing to stir even a single ripple. Hundreds of silver-white longsword phantoms behind Yi Chage continued their slow rotation, their tips uniformly pointed at the black barrier, yet he made no further futile attacks. His gaze settled upon Fang Jinyu, the eldest in seniority and the highest in cultivation among the 5 present principal of the Jingdu Martial University. From the moment they had been sealed in, he had neither frantically assaulted the barrier as Lin Nan had nor paced restlessly back and forth like Zhao Pejuan. He merely stood with his hands clasped behind his back at the edge of the barrier, quietly gazing toward the entrance of the spirit realm as though awaiting something, or lost in thought. "Elder Fang." Yi Chage spoke, his voice low, but causing the other 3 martial emperors to fall silent at once. "Why are you so calm? Do you have some trump card?" Fang Jinyu chuckled softly. "I am waiting to see whether that youngster Lu Li can still work a miracle. What waves can a mere martial emperor stir?" Lin Nan interjected. "You call a prodigy with 900,000 qi and blood, and over 100,000 mental energy a martial emperor?" Upon hearing this, both Zhao Pejuan and Lin Nan furrowed their brows. Only Si Tully, the principal of the Megadu City Martial University, stood expressionless in the corner as though awaiting Fang Jinyu's next words. "Yes." Fang Jinyu did not turn his head. "Before he entered the spirit realm, I personally examined him. 850,000 qi and blood, 125,000 mental energy. So what? 100,000 mental energy barely brushes the threshold of early-stage martial venerable." Zhao Pejuan shook his head, his tone heavy with disappointment. "I have dealt with that great elder of the Transcendence cult, a half-step martial emperor with no less than 1,300,000 mental energy. 100,000 against 1,300,000, a tenfold gap. Even if he truly possesses the ability to fight across realms, the disparity is absurdly vast." Lin Nan fell silent for a moment, then suddenly recalled something. His thick brows pressed together into a deep crease at the center of his forehead, and his voice took on an odd quality. "Wait. Yichun told me that Xiao Yun's corpse was discovered adjacent to the cloud-top heavenly realm. I presumed it was slain by Lu Li's senior martial uncle. It appears Xiao Yun was indeed killed by Lu Li, and he was crushed by sheer mental force." Fang Jinyu finally turned around, his voice low, yet causing the air inside the barrier to freeze instantly. At that time, Lu Li's mental energy was only 30,000. These words detonated like a thunderclap within the black barrier. The 4 martial emperors simultaneously looked toward Fang Jinyu, their expressions shifting from shock to utter disbelief, then to a subtle and complex anticipation. "Impossible. That Xiao Yun possessed 200,000 mental energy." Zhao Pejuan blurted out almost instinctively. "Did you witness it with your own eyes, eh?" "This old man saw it with his own eyes," Fang Jinyu said calmly. "And he broke through to martial saint right on the battlefield." Yet each word sent turbulent waves crashing through the hearts of the martial emperors present. Silence reigned within the barrier. 30,000 mental energy had slain 200,000. An entire massive realm had been transcended. In less than a week since awakening as a spiritual manifestation master, he had multiplied his mental energy beyond 30,000. Such a growth rate could no longer be described with the word genius. They were all martial emperors. Had any of them not encountered prodigies? But who had ever witnessed a genius whose breakthroughs came as casually as drinking water? Just then the ever-silent Yi Chage suddenly spoke. His voice was soft, yet carried an almost imperceptible tremor. Could it be? He truly allowed the god-slaying wings to completely recognize him and comprehended that one technique. That technique. These 3 words acted like a key, simultaneously unlocking a long-sealed door deep within the memories of every veteran martial emperor present. Lin Nan's fist froze midair. Si Tully's fingers concealed within his sleeves trembled slightly. Zhao Pejuan's brows first knit tighter, then suddenly relaxed, a flicker of realization flashing in his eyes. They all remembered the move that old Principal Shun Qianshan of the Jingdu Martial University had unleashed at the final moment 70 years ago, when he alone had suppressed the heavenly demon's divine avatar. Mental energy detonated in an instant, surging past his own limits by more than tenfold, allowing him to strike down a deity with the supreme power of a martial emperor at its peak. It was precisely that technique that had established Shun Qianshan's reputation as the strongest martial emperor of Daxia. Perhaps Lu Li truly can stop him. Yi Chage said, each word deliberate and measured. Outside the black barrier, Wu Tian had listened to the entire conversation between the 5 martial emperors from beginning to end. His face showed no change in expression, but the fingers tucked within his sleeves unconsciously pinched his palm. He was merely a first-year student. Even if his mental energy surged tenfold, it would barely exceed 1,000,000. The Great Elder was half-step into the martial emperor realm, possessing 1,300,000 mental energy, and his chi and blood far surpassed that youngster's. He turned and walked toward the entrance of the spirit realm, casting behind him a cold sneer. A first-year college student actually dares to attempt slaying a martial emperor. Do not underestimate a half-step martial emperor. Reality is not a novel. There are not so many realm-transcending counterkills. The spirit realm. Luli unfurled the god-slaying wings, their luminous trails carving a straight trajectory beneath the dim sky. No longer concealing himself or hiding, he charged head-on toward the ninth elder, who had been pursuing him for so long. This move was far too brazen. So conspicuous that several other elders of the Transcendence cult gathering nearby almost simultaneously detected his position. Multiple martial venerable auras shifted direction from different angles at the same moment, converging toward Luli's location. An encirclement was rapidly taking shape, its target this freshman who knew neither heaven nor earth. Come then, I will slaughter you all, Luli counted silently in his heart. 6 martial venerables plus the ninth elder pursuing him, 7 in total. If he could devour them, all the tyrant points they would drop would be sufficient to push both his chi blood and mental energy up another full magnitude. He shot toward the ninth elder, his speed increasing rather than diminishing. When the ninth elder saw this youth charging directly toward him, he was startled. This kid had just been fleeing through thorn bushes scattering everywhere under pursuit. How had he suddenly found the courage to confront him head-on? Then came the rage, raw and unmasked. The 7th and 8th elders were closing in from behind, less than half a li away. Yet this youth neither fled in the opposite direction nor retreated into the labyrinthine thorn forest. Instead, he charged straight at this 7th elder, a 7th-rank martial venerable, with 3 million chi and blood face to face. What did he think this 9th elder was the easiest prey? With so many others in the encirclement, why specifically charge at me? Elder 7 and Elder 8, watching from afar, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Elder 7 was a rotund man with a round face, a vertical silver mark between his eyebrows, formed by highly condensed spiritual energy. Elder 8's spiritual energy fluctuation was even more solid than Elder 7's. Both were spiritual psychics. Late-stage Tier 7 martial venerables. Their chi and blood weren't particularly outstanding. One possessed 5 million, the other 6 million. But their spiritual power stood at 4,000 and 5,000 respectively. Within the Supreme Transcendent Sect's Elder Council, they ranked among the top spiritual combatants. To 2 spiritual psychics against a single martial saint, it seemed no different from crushing an ant beneath one's foot. Elder 9, stay calm. We'll hold the formation for you. Elder 7 called out from a distance, his voice still carrying a hint of amusement. Elder 9 didn't even turn around as he roared back. Hold nothing. Die. 3 million units of chi and blood erupted within him, blood-red aura surging from his 36,000 pores, burning the surrounding resentment chi with a hissing sound. His right fist drew back to his waist, the fist-sized core of chi and blood in his dantian spinning wildly. The blood flame purgatory palm was a palm technique, yet after decades of mastering it, the moment he transformed his palm into a fist, its power increased by 3-fold. Luli didn't dodge. He met the attack head-on with a clenched right fist. 2.5 million units of chi and blood force poured unreservedly into his right arm. Golden chi armor condensed into a gleaming gauntlet on the tip of his fist. The Godslayer wings on his back flared violently at the last moment, boosting his momentum even further. His entire body became a golden meteor streaking toward Elder 9's crimson fist. At the instant their fists collided, a visible shockwave erupted outward from the center between them. The ring-shaped wave spread outward, reducing all stones on the ground to powder, and the compressed air produced a sharp sonic boom. Several nearby withered trees were uprooted in an instant. Elder 9 felt only a flash of excruciating pain radiate from his fist, then a sharp cracking sound. Not a complete fracture, but a hairline crack in his knuckles. The backlash sent him stumbling backward several steps. Glancing down at his right fist, he saw blood seeping from the fine fracture along the knuckles. Impossible. When did this kid become this formidable? His chi and blood must be at least 2 million. Elder 9's voice cracked with shock. Just moments ago, the brat had been forced to hide behind thorny bushes, firing ambush arrows, while avoiding direct confrontation. How could he possibly have grown strong enough in such little time to shatter Elder 9's bones with a single strike? Watching from the sidelines, Elders 7 and 8's expressions darkened instantly as their smiles froze in place. Locking eyes with each other, they both recognized the same terror reflected back at them. With 2 million chi and blood, he'd just repelled Elder 9, who possessed 3 million, in a direct confrontation. This young man's strength had surged dramatically even during that pursuit battle. There was no more time to waste. Attack together. Elder 7 commanded sharply, and the silver vertical mark between his brows erupted outward, transforming 400,000 spiritual energy into a translucent silver spear pointed directly at Lu Li's forehead. Elder 8 struck almost simultaneously, channeling 500,000 spiritual energy into a pitch-black spectral claw that materialized behind Lu Li and reached for the back of his head. Combined, the 40,000 and 50,000 spiritual energy attacks merged into a strike rivaling the full power of a late-stage martial venerable spiritual psychic. The silver spear and black ghost claw struck Lu Li at the same moment. Then both spiritual elders witnessed the most unbelievable sight of their lives. Lu Li didn't even turn his head when the silver spear collided with the seven-colored barrier that shimmered before his forehead. The spear tip spun desperately against the barrier's surface, attempting to penetrate it, but each rotation shattered another segment of the shaft until the entire weapon dissolved into a cloud of silver dust. The spectral claw fared even worse. Contact with the rainbow barrier's repulsive force scattered it into countless fragments of spiritual energy that drifted downward while emitting faint dying whimpers. Lu Li didn't even glance back at them, his expression utterly calm as though nothing had occurred. He used the recoil from Elder Nine's punch to redirect himself mid-air, spinning sideways like a coiled spring released. The Godslayer wings flared violently behind him, leaving a golden trail that carved a sharp angular arc through the air before he launched himself straight toward the two martial venerables frozen in shock. The rebound from that punch had sent Elder Nine stumbling backward 3 steps. His right hand still throbbed with pain from the fractured bone, leaving him unable to react in time. He could only watch as a streak of golden light swept past him, managing a single warning cry of "Watch out." Before the word even reached his lips, Lu Li was already standing before the two elders. Elder 7 watched in horror as the boy's youthful face filled his vision in an instant and instinctively formed a mental shield before himself with his right hand. The barrier, concentrated from 400,000 units of spiritual energy, was thick enough to withstand a full-force strike from an ordinary mid-stage martial venerable. But when Lu Li threw his punch, the golden chi armor impacted the shield, and a single hairline fracture appeared. Then came a second strike, a third. The shield shattered completely, and Elder 7 watched in helpless terror as the golden chi-armored fist punched through the wreckage and drove straight into his face. His final thought was, "This kid isn't human. How could anyone possess such extraordinary levels of both physical prowess and spiritual energy?" Elder 8 survived only a breath longer than Elder 7. When he witnessed Elder 7's head exploding to his right, he instinctively twisted his body in a desperate attempt to flee. But before he could complete the turn, a fist wreathed in golden chi armor smashed into his ribs. The sound of shattered breastbone came before any scream could form, the strike tearing through his chest cavity. Long before his body hit the ground, Lu Li had already withdrawn his fist. Both corpses fell backward into the dark red soil, almost simultaneously. Ding. You have slain a tyrant. Gain 680,000 tyranny points. Ding. You have slain a tyrant. Gain 720,000 tyranny points. Ding. Current tyranny balance 14,000 points. Elder 9 stood dozens of zhang away, watching helplessly as his two comrades perished within a single breath. His right fist still bled, but his back grew cold. Not from the wound's pain, but because Lu Li's eyes had already refocused on him. He knew that gaze too well. It was the look of a hunter fixing his prey. System allocate points. 1 million tyranny points add to chi and blood. Today I'll beat this old bastard to death, Lu Li growled in his mind. Ding. Consumed 1,000 tyranny points. Host chi and blood value increased by 1,000 points. Current chi and blood value 35,000 points. Ding. Host chi and blood has surpassed 3 million martial cultivation breakthrough to half-step, tier 7 martial venerable realm. The golden chi blood crystal in his dantian suddenly expanded to the size of a fist. A surging torrent of molten golden energy rushed from his dantian through every limb and bone, causing his entire skeleton to emit dense, low cracking sounds. Elder 9 sensed the sudden surge of power from his opponent. In an instant, the chi and blood surged to a level 50,000 points higher than his own. He looked up in panic, but could only see a single fist. This time it was his turn to be blasted backward. His feet carved a deep furrow through the dark red soil as he skidded. As he stabilized his stance, the old fracture in his right knuckles reopened, blood dripping from his joints. Lu Li glanced down at his interface, noting the remaining 4,000 tyranny points. Looking back up at Elder 9, still bleeding but with nowhere left to run, he flexed his fingers and clenched his fist again. System. Use the remaining 4,000 tyranny points. Add it all to chi and blood. Today I'll beat this old bastard to death. The 9th elder stumbled backward at the edge of the withered forest, the cracks in the bones of his right fist multiplying from 1 to 3. Blood dripped from his knuckles onto the dark red soil. The elder's black robe was already soaked through with blood, each breath bringing foamy blood from his throat. Lu Li made no move to deliver the killing blow. He waited for the other martial venerables who had not yet surrounded them. Each punch landed with precision on the weakest point of the 9th elder's chi blood defense. Every strike broke 1 or 2 ribs, yet never struck a vital organ. At first the 9th elder assumed this youth was toying with him like a cat playing with a mouse. But soon he sensed something sinister in the strange pull emanating from Lu Li. You're draining my chi and blood. The deep roar finally carried a note of dread. Lu Li offered no reply. His strikes grew faster still. A golden chi blast crashed into the 9th elder's chest. He crossed his arms to block, but was sent flying dozens of feet backward, crashing into the trunk of a dead tree. This Lu Li has already depleted his own vital energy. He can only recover by tormenting me and absorbing my chi and blood. I just need to hold out a little longer. Once the other elders arrive, this bastard youth will meet his doom. The ninth elder struggled to his feet from the broken tree trunk. In the distance, several martial venerable auras were converging toward this location at tremendous speed. The ninth elder could clearly sense their positions. The nearest three were less than half a li away. He had at most a single breath to hold out before they arrived. Luli knew this as well. His fist speed surged dramatically. Golden chi punches rained down like a torrential storm upon the ninth elder, each strike bursting forth with over 3 million units of vital energy. The ninth elder forced his arms up to block, though the cracking of his bones was now beyond counting. The protective chi shield surrounding him wavered precariously, its crimson light already marred by visible fractures. No. The ninth elder threw back his head, his face smeared with blood, and roared. I refuse to accept this, he bellowed once more. His voice, however, had grown significantly weaker. Luli drove another fist downward. The ninth elder struggled to raise his left arm in defense, but the punch grazed his forearm before smashing into his cheek, caving in half his face in an instant. He could no longer roar, for there was no breath left in him. Luli's final dozen or so punches all landed on his torso. His protective aura had long since shattered, and each blow drove deep into his flesh and bone. The ninth elder's chest collapsed under Luli's final strike. His body began to disintegrate from the wound outward, his blood mist exploding into crimson fragments beneath the dim sky of the spirit realm. Ding. Congratulations on eliminating a bully. You have earned 9500 bully points. Ding. The second layer of the devouring divine art has activated, absorbing his chi and blood essence to permanently increase your vital reserves by 6000 points. Your current chi blood reserves stand at 4000 points. Your martial cultivation realm is now half-step 7th tier martial venerable. 4 million. And still I haven't broken through. Luli caught his breath. He had no time for deeper thought, for the martial venerables had arrived. He raised his gaze toward the sound of splitting air. System, convert all 9500 bully points to enhance my spiritual power, he murmured within his mind. Ding. Consuming 9500 bully points. Your spiritual power has increased by 9500 points. Your current spiritual power 4000 points. Your spiritual power realm late 6th tier martial saint. 400,000 points of spiritual power. The figure unfolded in his mind. Within his spiritual consciousness, see the tiny rainbow-hued sword trembled faintly. The rune patterns upon its blade had grown denser than before, so intricate that their forms barely registered to his awareness. He could clearly sense 5 martial venerable presences closing in. The leading 3 differed markedly. One radiated overwhelming chi blood power, like an erupting volcano, another was wreathed in howling wind blades, and the third carried a concentrated, restrained spiritual fluctuation that, while far short of a million, remained formidable nonetheless. Behind these 3 came 2 additional martial venerable auras, noticeably stronger than the first group. Luli remained motionless, standing firm where he was. His arms hung loosely at his sides, while the god-killing wings on his back gave a subtle flutter. The 5th elder surged forward at the vanguard. A late 7th tier martial venerable, with nearly 8 million in chi blood reserves, he was the closest combat specialist among those who had come to ambush. His body was forged through rigorous external training, and he charged ahead with massive purposeful strides. Muscles bulged along his right arm as a fist the size of a wok wreathed in golden chi slammed toward Luli. Right behind him came the 6th elder, his frame gaunt and angular like a bamboo pole. Each hand shaped a condensed wind blade sharp enough to cut through air itself. The twin projectiles wove through the sky in crossing arcs, sealing off any possibility of evasion to either side. The 3rd elder lagged slightly behind, taking position at the periphery of the engagement, his triangular eyes gleaming with calculated intensity as he locked onto Luli. Behind him followed the 2nd and 4th elders. All 5 arrived, almost in unison. Their combined martial venerable auras compressed the air within dozens of zhang, rendering it thick and suffocating. Audacious brat. You dare stand your ground instead of fleeing. Have you lost your wits from fear? The 5th elder's thunderous voice rang out first. He presumed the youth had exhausted himself slaying the 9th elder and was merely putting on a show of defiance. Likely drained from killing the 7th, 8th, and 9th elders. Remarkable. To counter 3 martial venerables as a mere martial saint. Such talent would be unparalleled in any era. Pity you perish here today. The 6th elder's voice lacked the 5th's thunderous volume, but his wind blades were already in flight, the words serving as a final verdict on a dying man. The 5 elders unleashed their signature techniques, simultaneously aiming to subdue Luli in a single exchange. Their sole requirement was survival. Luli watched the 5 attacks converge from different directions. His expression remained impassive as he tilted his head slightly and invoked mental frenzy within his thoughts. Deep within his spiritual consciousness, see the slowly rotating rainbow-hued short sword halted abruptly. Every rune upon the blade flared to brilliance in a single instant, as though a 7-colored sun had ignited across its surface. The sword's resonance echoed through the entirety of his spiritual consciousness. 40,000 units of spiritual power surged under the catalyst of mental frenzy, escalating instantaneously to 4 million. Radiating outward from Luli in all directions, the pressure advanced silently and relentlessly. This was nothing more than raw, unadulterated spiritual domination. a hidden tsunami that evaporated countless low-tier resentful souls before they could escape. The fifth elder's golden chi blast met the shockwave, first halting several zhang from Luli despite its capacity to shatter hills. Against the spiritual force assault, it disintegrated as easily as paper. The fifth elder himself bore the brunt of it. Over 4 million units of spiritual power pierced through his shattered defense and drove directly into his glabella. For an instant his mind felt grasped and wrung by an invisible force, then his consciousness plunged into absolute darkness. His powerful frame suspended mid-air in the follow-through of his strike, then collapsed straight down like a severed puppet crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. His companions had no time to register shock before the shockwave pierced through both the sixth and fourth elders simultaneously. They fell from the sky like withered leaves landing limp among the thorns. Their faces frozen in the expressions from their final words, the two elders crumpled to the earth. The third elder held out a moment longer. Upon recognizing the futility of resistance, he immediately withdrew his attack. He pressed his palms together, forging a mental barrier before him with concentrated spiritual power, then turned to flee. The shield proved utterly useless against the tidal wave of mental frenzy, shattering in less than a breath into scattered remnants of spiritual energy. The third elder stumbled only a few steps before collapsing face first into the mud. Among the 5 elders, only one remained standing, the second elder. Luli's shockwave had limited range, and the second elder happened to be furthest away. He immediately deployed a secret technique to conceal his spiritual fluctuations while retreating rapidly. He crashed down 2 li distant, then ignited his vital blood essence to push his speed to its absolute limit, fleeing blindly toward the altar without looking back. That surge of force brought back memories of sensing the martial emperors years ago at Magic City Martial University. He needed to reach the altar and warn the Grand Elder. The intelligence had been entirely wrong. This wasn't some freshman, it was a martial emperor. That was the spiritual power of a martial emperor. Yet the Grand Elder's sacrificial formation at the altar had reached its most critical phase. Luli withdrew his spiritual sense. For martial venerable corpses lay scattered before him. The kill notifications on the system panel flashed across the screen like a cascading waterfall. 4500 bully points. This supreme transcendent sect truly is my lucky star. And that didn't even count the over 1000 from the second elder's head. It didn't matter. A monk may flee, but the temple remains. He would collect everything with interest in due time. Spreading his divine-slaying wings, he ascended from the ground. 4 million units of chi and blood surged through his meridians like a roaring torrent. No longer concealing himself, he flew openly toward the altar. Along the way, several martial saint squads that had yet to receive the retreat order attempted to intercept him. He didn't even throw a punch. The golden shockwaves generated by his wings sent them hurtling through the air. They crashed into dead trees and jagged rocks, thudding dully several times. More sporadic bully point notifications popped up on the system. Towards the altar, the elder placed both hands upon the blood crystal altar's core. His lips moved continuously, muttering cryptic spells. His face appeared particularly grim under the blood moon's radiance. Through a crimson crystal projection above the altar, he watched in full as Luli crushed the fifth elder to death. He spared no detail. Even he felt a chill run down his scalp from that earth-shattering residual force of spiritual power. Pointing to the second elder who had fled back, he transmitted his voice through spiritual channels. For the divine sect, let us fight to the death. Take these elite members of the sect, and simply delay Luli for 10 breaths. The elder's spiritual transmission echoed in the ears of every member of the supreme transcendent sect. His voice carried the weight of age and authority, resolute beyond question. Scattered around the altar stood dozens of robed disciples. Hearing the elder's words, they lifted their heads in unison, though terror filled their eyes. The elder extended his arm, pointing toward where Luli was approaching. Second elder, lead the men yourself to intercept him. Rest assured, he is merely a martial saint. That spiritual force earlier must have come from some prohibitively costly secret technique. There's no way he could deploy it again so soon. The second elder's lips twitched. Just moments ago, the violent shockwave of Luli's spiritual energy had battered him from dozens of zhang away, leaving blood streaming from all his orifices. Even the residual force had shattered his spiritual defenses. Cracks had split his spiritual sea in multiple places. He wanted to protest that this wasn't some temporary technique. What secret art could crush 4 martial venerables in succession? But studying the elder's implacable expression, he swallowed his words instead. He understood the dire reality. If they didn't fight desperately now, Li would slaughter them all one by one. None would escape. Follow me. The second elder gritted his teeth and turned to roar at the peripheral disciples. No one moved. Several martial saints stood at the forefront, their legs trembling beneath dark robes. These were battle-hardened veterans, yet all 6 martial venerable elders had fallen to that man. What chance did they stand? Whoever refuses to advance will be judged by sect law. The second elder struck down the nearest martial emperor with a single palm. The man's head spun through the air several times before blood erupted skyward. After executing several more, a small squad finally forced themselves forward against Li. But before their formation could even deploy, their legs were already shaking uncontrollably. A young martial emperor charged forward, tears streaming from behind his demon mask. They knew precisely what fate awaited them. Whether they lived or died, they'd face the same end. But dying at Lu Li's hands would at least count as martyrdom, sparing their families from retribution. Lu Li observed the dozens of dark-robed elites charging toward him from afar, their vanguard led by several martial saints. Not a single brow furrowed. For a million units of spiritual power condensed at his brow, then surged forward like an invisible avalanche. The lead martial saint raised his curved blade, prepared to fight to the death. But the moment Lu Li casually swept his hand, the man froze. 4 million units of spiritual power crashed down like an immovable boulder, shattering his consciousness into countless fragments in an instant. His eyeballs rolled back as his limbs went slack like a marionette whose strings had been severed. Then came the second, the third. The fourth fell. Dozens collapsed in unison, felled in the span of a heartbeat. The system notifications rang out ceaselessly. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have eliminated a tyrant and earned 13800 bully points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have eliminated a tyrant and earned 56000 bully points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have eliminated a tyrant and earned 15700 bully points. These dozens of enemies alone yielded Lu Li an additional 33000 bully points. This pushed Lu Li's total bully points to 78300. The second elder watched from the rear, his own million units of spiritual power churning violently within his spiritual sea. He forcibly suppressed the coppery taste of blood rising in his throat, his lips twitching repeatedly. What manner of secret technique is this? It sustained itself for so long without even needing him to breathe. It felt as though all the years he'd spent cultivating his spiritual power were nothing compared to this youth's effortless mastery, like a novice standing before a master. But there was no time to dwell on it. Lu Li had arrived. The golden trail of his divine-slaying wings flashed before his eyes, and a crushing wave of 4 million spiritual power descended without any flourish. The second elder pushed his spiritual shield to its absolute limit, layering a million units of power before him. He opened his mouth to shout, but Lu Li gave him no such opportunity. The collision was instantaneous. 4 million units of spiritual power smashed against the second elder's million-unit barrier, splitting it down the middle with a web of cracks that spread like spider silk before shattering with a thunderous crash. In that moment of the shield's destruction, his consciousness was ground into chaos, his eyes rolling back as his body slumped lifelessly onto the altar's stone steps. Like the others, he collapsed silently. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have eliminated a tyrant and earned 11700 bully points. Ding. Host's bully points 90000. On the altar, the elder watched the second elder fall with his own eyes. The last flicker of composure in his sunken, well-like eyes finally vanished. Dead. All of them dead. 8 martial venerable elders, hundreds of the sect's elite. The core foundation the supreme transcendent sect had built over decades, all gone. Wiped out in a single day by a mere first-year college student. From this day forward, regardless of victory or defeat, the supreme transcendent sect could never again be the colossal power that once forced the 5 great martial emperors of Great Xia to unite against it. A cold stabbing pain spread through his chest. He clenched his teeth and forced it down. Looking down at the blood crystal altar, 4 empty positions remained. Sacrificing 3 may not be perfect, but it will most likely allow me to break through to Martial Emperor. As long as he achieved that breakthrough, there would still be room to maneuver. Martial venerables could be recruited again, disciples could be gathered again. So long as he became a Martial Emperor, no one in this realm could touch him. Hurry faster. The elder formed hand seals, and the final sacrifice incantation rolled from his throat. The entire altar erupted in a pillar of blood-red light. The octagonal obsidian pillars shook violently as countless wrong souls were consumed by the formation, transforming into dark red columns that shot skyward and turned the spiritual realm's blood moon an almost black crimson. He had succeeded. The sacrifice formation was complete. Haha, I am the one who laughs last. The sacrifice formation is complete. Go. He grabbed the collars of Shun Jinghong Qianlei and Su Yun'er from the stone platform. He hurled all 3 toward the airspace above the formation. Their bodies traced arcs through the air, heading for the swirling crimson vortex directly above the altar. The elder looked up as the 3 figures grew smaller, a smile spreading across his face. But suddenly all 3 had bamboo dragonflies sprouting from their heads. The yellow bamboo blades were petite and delicate, so whimsically charming that they clashed violently with the altar's mountain of corpses and sea of blood. The dragonflies spun rapidly, guiding the 3 unconscious Martial University prodigies in a graceful arc that carried them cleanly over the altar and landed them steadily behind Lu Li. Manifestation art. The elder's smile froze, then cracked piece by piece. He turned his head mechanically and saw something in the void nearby. Lu Li hovered mid-air, his right hand still held in the posture of casting the manifestation art. Suddenly a scalding bitterness flooded the elder's eyes. His vision blurred, and he wept. These were tears of grievance. A martial emperor's altar, a decade and a half of planning fueled by the entire sect's resources, all ruined by a bamboo dragonfly. Bastard. You've ruined my plans. I want you all dead. The elder's face contorted with rage as his fingers dug 10 deep grooves into the altar surface. He stumbled forward a step, but stopped. If he left this carefully prepared formation, Lu Li's spiritual pressure, enough to crush 6 martial venerables, would flatten him on the steps instantly. He halted abruptly, staring down at the altar beneath his feet, then let out a low, unhinged laugh. The sacrifices were gone, but the altar remained. The Supreme Transcendence sect had devoted over a decade and the weight of their entire sect's fortune to this plan. There had to be a contingency. The original plan was to ambush and slaughter the geniuses of Great Xia. Instead, the Great Xia military valued this spiritual realm far too highly, sending reconnaissance teams into it wave after wave. That only accelerated their accumulation. Before long, they had gathered enough sacrificial materials to activate the ritual. So they proceeded with Plan B. The plan was simple: sacrifice 4 geniuses from the capital Martial University through the formation to achieve the Martial Emperor breakthrough. But who could have predicted Lu Li would appear out of nowhere? Not only had he, a martial saint, fought against and defeated martial venerables, but he'd also displayed spiritual power on par with a martial emperor. I am the martial emperor. The sacrifice is a martial emperor. I summon my heavenly demon deity. He gazed upward one final time at the cloud layer above the spiritual realm soaked through with blood-red light. Then he leaped, his body transforming into a dark crimson streak, burning with essence, blood, and vengeful energy, plunging into the altar's center. The entire structure trembled violently in that instant, and a column of dark red light, shooting straight to the heavens, erupted from its heart. Inside the black barrier, the atmosphere was oppressive. Lin Bannon smashed a fist against the inner wall. He panted heavily, his voice hoarse. Did you feel that surge of blood energy in the spirit realm? It's a sacrifice formation. Those bastards actually activated it. Yi Chang'e stood on the opposite side of the barrier, his expression graver than ever before. That kid named Lu Li. He paused as if carefully choosing his words. Elder Fong says his spiritual power exceeds 100,000. He was able to slay Xiao Yun. But the spirit realm contains 9 martial venerables and hundreds of elite warriors. He's only 18 and has been at Kyoto Martial University for less than a month. Zhao Paojun leaned against the edge of the barrier, looking up toward the spirit realm entrance. His voice dropped well below its usual tone, carrying a hint of bitterness. Brother Fong, I, Zhao Paojun, have only ever truly respected a handful of people in my life, and you are among them. If you say Lu Li can pull it off, I believe you. But 9 martial venerables plus the Grand Elder and Second Elder of the cult. Both of those men stand at the threshold of martial emperor realm. Even if he truly possesses some secret technique that multiplies his spiritual power tenfold, that's still only a little over 1 million. The Grand Elder's spiritual power numbers at least 1.3 million. Situ Lai, the reclusive principal of Magic City Martial University, who had not spoken a word since the barrier descended, slowly opened his eyes. His gaze settled upon Fong Jinyue, the eldest and most silent of the 5 martial emperors present. He had scarcely spoken from the moment they were trapped, merely standing with his hands clasped behind his back at the barrier's edge, gazing toward the spirit realm entrance. Now he finally opened his mouth, his voice low. Brother Fong, what are you thinking? Fong Jinyue did not turn around. His tone remained even. I am wondering how I would explain to that girl from the Lin family, if Lu Li truly perishes in the spirit realm. How do I answer to the old principal? What if the Transcendence cult produces 2 martial emperors? What becomes of Great Xia? How do we face the 3 patriarchs who have guarded the gates of Great Xia all these years? Dead silence fell within the barrier. Lin Bannon's fists slowly lowered. Yi Chang'e's sword formation ceased its rotation. Zhao Paojun bowed his head even lower. Situ Lai closed his eyes again. They were not afraid of Wu Tian's threats. Any martial emperor who had lived to see this many years had surely faced threats hundreds of times over. But Fong Jinyue's words struck at the softest place in every one of their hearts. There was no explanation that would suffice. 5 martial emperors trapped here by a single man named Wu Tian, who had used nothing more than a spittoon to do exactly as he pleased. They were the strongest combat forces in all of Great Xia, and yet at this very moment they could only watch helplessly as cult fanatics prepared to sacrifice Great Xia's finest prodigies on an altar. Are we just going to let this stand? Zhao Paojun's voice came from the corner, thick with suppressed grievance. Can you all accept this? I will not accept it. I have lived nearly 100 years. When the barbarian hordes invaded, I, Zhao Paojun, led 300 men of the Zhao clan to defend the eastern sea fortress. In the end, only 12 of us survived. It was those traitors of the Transcendence cult who struck us from behind. My own younger brother died at their hands. Now you ask me to sit across the table and negotiate with those dogfuckers who betrayed their ancestors and homeland, to cede Great Xia's territory to them. Lin Bannon hammered a furious punch against the barrier. Who the hell is okay with this? The man my own granddaughter has her heart set on is in there. If Lu Li dies, that girly Chin will cry herself to death. But what choice do we have? Wu Tian calculated this precisely. He trapped us here specifically, so we would be forced to watch. That old bastard. Yi Chang'e's voice turned icy. Only someone at the 9th stage invincible realm could break this barrier. We cannot get out, and no one inside the spirit realm can stop the cult's Grand Elder. Lu Li may still be holding out. But facts are facts. We have no choice but to accept reality. Situ Lai opened his eyes once more, but this time his gaze did not fall upon Fong Jinyue. Instead it passed through the black barrier fixed upon the distant spirit realm entrance. His tone remained calm, but beneath that composure lay something far heavier. Everyone, the thing I dread most in this entire life is compromising with the cult. But under the circumstances, if Luli truly fails, we have only one path left: to cede territory in exchange for peace. Territory ceded is humiliation, but once the Transcendence cult produces a second martial emperor, the balance of power in Great Xia will be utterly transformed. 5 martial emperors against 2. Neither side can overwhelm the other. In that eventuality, we would have no choice but to surrender land. Partition the realm. A martial emperor is one who has comprehended the great Tao itself. Within Great Xia, they are essentially immortal. Only when 3 or more martial emperors join forces is there even a sliver of chance to seal one away. But that presupposes the targeted martial emperor fights to the death and does not flee. If a martial emperor truly wishes to run, even 5 martial emperors may struggle to capture them. Lin Bannon cursed through gritted teeth. Partition the realm with traitors who sold their souls to outer deities. If word of this leaks out, the coffins of Great Xia's fallen ancestors would burst open from rage. Back in the day, old Principal Qianshan drove back the heavenly demon deity single-handedly, and we, his unworthy descendants, can only bite the bullet and sue for peace. Outside the black barrier, Wu Tian stood with his hands behind his back, listening to the 5 martial emperors quarreling and cursing. Within, the curve of his lips grew wider and wider. The sleeve he had torn during their earlier clash, wounded by Fang Jinyue's spatial rift, still bled. The dark purple flames surrounding him had also dimmed somewhat from the intense battle just now. Yet his expression was more composed than at any other moment. Huh. 5 old friends, why grow so agitated? He walked to the front of the barrier and leaned forward slightly, as though admiring a few trapped beasts in a cage. A look of vindication played across his face. Years ago, when his master was slain by Fang Jinyue's own hand, he had only dared to watch from a distant hilltop 10 miles away, too terrified even to breathe loudly. Now the man who killed his master was imprisoned inside the very spittoon he himself had hurled. That revenge was at least halfway satisfied. The other half would be settled later once the Grand Elder broke through to Martial Emperor within the spirit realm. Then he would reckon with Fang Jinyue piece by piece. Our Transcendence cult also acts in accordance with heavenly mandate. The heavenly demon deity has promised that once the Great Xia plane is incorporated into the heavenly demon Tao system, all core disciples of the Transcendence cult will receive the heavenly demon's blessing. That is an opportunity beyond the 9th tier. You 5 have been trapped at the 8th stage Martial Emperor for so many years. Surely you feel the pull, eh? There is no need to answer me hastily. The sacrifice has already begun. Once the Grand Elder ascends to Martial Emperor, we can continue this discussion then. Just then the silver-white spatial rift at the spirit realm entrance trembled violently. 3 figures shot out from within the rift. The way all 3 flew was extraordinarily bizarre. Their bodies hung limp and slack limbs dangling lifelessly as though they had been dragged out of bed before fully awake. Yet they were undeniably airborne, for each of them balanced a bamboo dragonfly upon their head. The dragonflies spun at incredible speed, carrying the trio steadily down to the clearing before the military camp. Lin Bannon's curses cut off abruptly, his mouth hanging open as he gazed upward at the 3 bamboo dragonflies settling safely. Yichang's fingers folded within his sleeves went rigid. Zhao Paojun sprang upright from the ground in a single dolphin-like leap. A barely perceptible twitch flickered at the corner of Situ Lai's eye, and upon Fang Jinyue's usually impassive countenance the faintest trace of a smile finally surfaced. Wu Tian's smug grin froze in place. He recognized those 3 youthful faces immediately. Shen Jinghong, Qian Lei Su Yuner. The 3 orange-tier prodigies repeatedly flagged in Transcendence cult intelligence as the Grand Elder's most critical sacrifice targets on the altar. And now they had emerged, each still balancing that bizarre bamboo dragonfly upon their head. A bamboo dragonfly was a toy with 0 combat value in the martial world. No one would ever employ such a thing in battle. Its appearance here meant only one thing: someone within the spirit realm had wielded an extraordinarily refined technique of spiritual manifestation, forcefully rescuing 3 living souls right out from under the Transcendence cult's nose. And then from the silver-white spatial rift another figure stepped forth. He was young, dressed in the black combat uniform of a Kyoto Martial University freshman, 4 godslaying wings slowly folding behind his back. Dust coated the cuffs of his uniform, and dried blood stains remained on the glove of his right hand. Yet his steps were steady, his breathing even, showing absolutely no sign of having just survived a life-and-death battle. Fang Jinyue's fingers clasped behind his back relaxed slightly as he gazed across the black barrier at Lu Li. Lin Bannon stared hard at Lu Li's face, confirming the boy had not lost so much as a single limb before exhaling the breath he had been holding and cursing in a gravelly voice. "You little brat." He scolded, and then laughed at his own scolding. "How did you get out? Where are the rest of my Transcendence cult?" Wu Tian's voice suddenly sharpened, dark purple flames surging around him as a martial emperor at the late stage. For the first time his composure cracked. The Grand Elder and the other 7 venerables of the martial realm were all still inside the spirit realm. Hundreds of elites as well. Even if the plan had gone awry and they had scattered to escape, surely someone should have emerged first to deliver news. How could all four prey have come out intact, while not a single member of the Transcendence cult appeared? 4,000,000 units of mental power erupted without restraint, crashing down like an invisible tidal wave. Wu Tian's entire body shuddered as the force drove his dark purple aura into violent tremors. The protective Tao barrier vibrated like a shield struck by a massive hammer. His entire form staggered backward dozens of zhang before he managed to steady himself, his eyes bulging with shock. 4,000,000 units of mental power. That was comparable to a mid-stage Wu Emperor spiritual master. Wasn't this young man merely a martial saint? Hadn't his mental power only been in the tens of thousands? 4,000,000. A mid-stage Wu Emperor level mental power master. Lu Li's strike had landed successfully, yet he made no move to pursue. He hovered suspended in midair, his four Divine Slayer wings gently rippling. He studied the late-stage Wu Emperor expert before him with a cold, measured gaze. The principal had just sent a secret transmission relaying everything that had occurred beyond. He had sensed the chi and blood pressure fluctuations from Wu Emperor combat within the spirit realm before, yet he could never have imagined that all 5 great Xia Wu Emperors would be imprisoned by nothing more than a spittoon. Yet more staggering still, Wu Tian himself was a late-stage Wu Emperor possessing 800 million units of chi and blood, with Tao power to match. This was more than an order of magnitude beyond any opponent he had faced before. Though his 4,000,000 mental power strike had slammed directly into Wu Tian, it had merely scattered the luminous aura surrounding him, failing to inflict so much as a superficial wound. This was the depth of a late-stage Wu Emperor's cultivation. Forcing the thought from his mind, Lu Li steeled himself. There was no time for hesitation when 5 Wu Emperors remained imprisoned. At least the Transcendent Sect's elite forces within the spirit realm had been completely annihilated. Wu Tian stood as the final variable. System. Allocate points. Consume 4,000,000 villainy units to add 4,000,000 to my chi and blood. Lu Li issued the command silently within his mind. Ding. Consumed 4,000 villainy points. Host chi and blood increased by 4,000. Ding. Host current chi and blood 8,000 points. Ding. Detected breakthrough. Host chi and blood has exceeded 8,000,000, triggering a cultivation breakthrough to the early stage of 7th rank Martial Venerable. A torrent of magnificent golden chi and blood surged forth from the depths of his dantian. The golden crystal core within, previously swollen to the size of a fist, instantly collapsed inward upon the moment of breakthrough. It contracted and densified in a flash, condensing from an irregular crystal into a golden orb no larger than a pigeon's egg. Its surface gleamed like polished glass suffused with golden luminescence, so profound it seemed almost physical. Upon the surface of this golden orb, 10 apertures stood precisely aligned, each one a chamber of intent. Such was the path of the martial cultivator reaching the martial venerable realm. Within the core of chi and blood, chambers of intent must be carved, each one designed to hold the insights a warrior has comprehended. For an early-stage martial venerable, opening a single intent chamber was commendable. Mid-stage practitioners typically cultivated 3 or 4. Those who reached 5 or 6 at the peak were considered prodigies. Opening 10 intent chambers in a single instant upon breakthrough was unprecedented in the entire martial history of Great Xia. Within the black barrier, all 5 Wu Emperors gasped in unison. A 10 intent core. Lin Bannon's voice betrayed something raw, shocked, something he rarely showed. 10 chambers. I only opened 6 myself when I broke through to martial venerable. How did this youth accomplish such a feat? Yi Chang's gaze was locked onto the 10 chambers etched upon the golden orb within Lu Li's dantian, his voice trembling with disbelief. These weren't opened on the fly. They manifested simultaneously. This means he had already comprehended 10 complete intent paths prior to his breakthrough. How many hidden trump cards did he conceal throughout his martial saint days? Zhao Pajuan had fallen utterly silent, rubbing his eyes as though unable to believe what he witnessed. Having nearly reached a century of life and prided himself on having seen every manner of prodigy, he found even this moment surpassed his utmost expectations. On C2 Li's perpetually frosty visage, an expression of sheer astonishment finally broke through. The first time such raw emotion had ever crossed his features. Only Fang Zhenyue remained utterly silent. His gaze fell upon the young cultivator ascending in midair, and deep within his eyes flickered the faintest whisper of pride. A memory surfaced. The words Principal Shin Qianshan had once spoken to him all those years ago. The ceiling of a mental manifestation master lies not in raw chi and blood, nor in the volume of mental power. It resides in how many intent paths one can hold. Each additional intent is another blade at your disposal. 10 intent paths equal 10 blades. And in this very moment, as the old principal's chosen successor broke through to martial venerable, all 10 weapons were drawn. You seek death, boy. Wu Tian's roar shattered the air as his body shot forward like a projectile. His right fist, wreathed in the Tao power of a late-stage Wu Emperor, thundered straight toward Lu Li. There was no artistry in that strike, only the crude, overwhelming weight of supreme Tao authority. His mastery of the 8th rank flame Tao had reached its zenith, and the violet-black fire encasing his knuckles held enough thermal fury to vaporize a lake in an instant. He could not believe a mere 7th rank martial venerable could endure the full force of a late-stage Wu Emperor's Tao authority. It mattered not whether the youth possessed a 10-intent core or 4 million units of mental power. Against the completeness of the great Tao, all resistance was nothing but paper. Lu Li chose not to meet the strike head-on. Though he had shattered into the early stage of the 7th rank Venerable, and his chi and blood had surged from 8 to 15 million. He remained woefully outmatched against a late-stage Wu Emperor, whose chi and blood reached 80 million. With a sudden snap of his Divine Slayer wings behind him, Lu Li carved a sharp, angular trajectory through the air, sidestepping the lethal shockwave. Simultaneously, he sent a silent command into the system. Allocate. Consume 4 million villainy points to add 400,000 to my mental power. Ding. 4 million villainy points consumed. Host mental power increased by 400,000. Ding. Host current mental power 8,000 points. Ding. The host's mental power has reached its critical threshold, triggering a breakthrough to the early stage of the 7th rank Mental Venerable. 800,000 units of mental power. As the system's chime faded, the spiritual ocean deep within his third eye detonated outward in a sudden violent expansion. The 7-colored short sword ceased its spinning and instead transmuted into a brilliant sword-shaped radiance, so intense it forced the eyes shut, merging permanently with his entire spiritual ocean. Lu Li's mental power surged once more, now reaching 1.5 million. At that exact moment, Wu Tian's second strike closed in. This strike came faster and deadlier, the violet-black flames coalescing into the phantom of a roaring leviathan, its teeth and claws descending upon Lu Li's crown. Lu Li neither dodged nor deflected. Fueled by the spiritual frenzy, his mental power skyrocketed from 1.5 million to a staggering 15 million in an instant. His 15 million units of mental power erupted without reserve, crystallizing into a semi-transparent barrier of 7-colored radiance before him. When the violet flames struck the shield, the beast phantom shattered catastrophically upon impact. Shards carrying residual Tao authority scattered in every direction, detonating into a storm of violet rain. The backlash numbed Wu Tian's knuckles, sending shockwaves through his strike. The Tao flames between his knuckles flickered weakly, his entire right arm quivering. 15 million units of mental power, equivalent to a mid-stage heavenly invincible realm spiritual master of the 9th rank. The last vestige of composure vanished from Wu Tian's features. He refused to acknowledge it, yet a warrior's instinct was far more truthful than his pride. He was no longer battling some upstart. He faced a spiritual master of the 9th rank's heavenly invincible stage. His proud Tao authority, rendered null against such overwhelming mental dominance, had been forced into a dead stalemate. Gritting his teeth, Wu Tian unleashed the full force of his violet aura, once more drawing upon his ultimate trump card, the primordial essence of the heavenly demon Tao. This was the blessing granted when he had surrendered his soul to the demonic deity. It was his greatest secret weapon. At that precise moment, a deeply muffled roar erupted from the silver-white spatial rift at the spirit realm's entrance. It was as though something had detonated in the deepest reaches of the spirit realm. An alien, sinister presence, foreign to the great Xia plane itself, began seeping forth through the breach. The great Xia plane's Tao laws immediately recognized the invasive presence and began autonomous suppression. Along the edges of the silver-white rift, countless intricate lightning veins flickered to life. This was the plane's own power desperately attempting to seal the wound inflicted upon space. Wu Tian froze mid-motion, his pupils contracting violently. Halfway through channeling the heavenly demon Tao's primordial essence, he abruptly recalled it. The aura emerging from the spirit realm, that was unmistakably the signature of the heavenly demon Tao itself. The Grand Elder had failed to break through to Wu Emperor. He had activated Protocol C, summoning a heavenly demon deity. Lu Li, you are dead. You have forced our Grand Elder to sacrifice himself and summon a heavenly demon god. A ragged growl tore from Wu Tian's throat as he hung suspended in midair, his face contorted with fury. He whirled to lock onto Lu Li with a glare, the final shred of his composure shattered. Lu Li did not turn. His mental perception had already registered the catastrophic shift occurring in the depths of the spirit realm. Lu Li condensed his mental power into an invisible prison and dropped it upon Wu Tian like a cage. Wu Tian attempted to evade, but the overwhelming reach of his adversary's mental domain left no escape. 3 directional changes in midair, and still he was caught. The 7-colored barrier descended from all sides, imprisoning Wu Tian completely within. No. He hammered his